Do you love novels, but don't have time to read thousands of chapters? Imagine listening to your favorite stories anytime, anywhere, while driving, working, or relaxing. Here, you'll find premium audiobooks from Pocket FM, Audible, Webnovel, Wuxia, and more, all in one place. Every novel is a one-time payment, no subscriptions, no monthly fees, lifetime access. The full novel list and prices are in the description below. Once you choose a novel, just DM me on Telegram, WhatsApp, or Discord. After payment via PayPal, Ko-fi, or Patreon, you get permanent access to the audiobook on Telegram. And if the novel is ongoing, all future updates are included. Check the description, pick your story, and start listening today. Before we start the video, make sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification button. Enjoy, and let's go.
Chapter 2601. Chapter 2601, 2601. Chapter 2601, is it the one at your feet? Gu Hanya led Lin Moya through the dense forest at an astonishing speed. Lin Moya noticed that wherever Gu Hanya passed, everything was frozen, even the breath left behind was frozen. The surroundings gradually became quiet, and the Dao True body disappeared at some point. Gu Hanya wiped out all traces and disappeared from the soul's perception. What Lin Moya couldn't achieve no matter how careful he was, Gu Hanya accomplished effortlessly. After flying thousands of miles, Gu Hanya finally stopped. She patted Lin Moya lightly, the ice broke, and Lin Moya regained his freedom. Lin Moya asked, "What do you want to do?" Gu Hanya was about to respond but suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Her body swayed, and she almost lost her balance. She took a deep breath, slowly steadied herself, and the light on her body flowed, making all the blood disappear. On the surface, she was still the beautiful and majestic head of the Hanshui Holy Land. Gu Hanya suppressed the injury in her body again. After being injured, she fought several times, worsening her condition. While suppressing the injury, she also kept an eye on Lin Moyo, her gaze saying, "If you dare to escape, I will kill you." Lin Moyo did not leave. He was very curious about why Gu Hanya had changed her mind. For someone like her, with a firm heart of Taoism, once she made a decision, she wouldn't change it easily. There must be something special that made her change her original plan. After a moment, Gu Hanya let out a long breath, and there were thunders in this breath, almost instantly burning an ancient tree. Gu Hanya said, "If I ask you something, you'd better answer honestly, or this Saint Lord will definitely kill you." Lin Moyo was relaxed and casual, "Ask away. If I can tell you, I will." Things had come to this point, and Lin Moya didn't have to hide anything. He knew very well that Gu Hanya couldn't kill him. If she really tried to kill him, she would die instead. Seeing Lin Moya's attitude, Gu Hanya's anger surged, but she suppressed it. "This Saint Lord asks you, how did you get the origin magic?" Lin Moya shrugged, "I can't say." Gu Hanya asked, "What about the immortal golden body?" Lin Moya shrugged again, "I still can't say." Although she was the Holy Lord, Lin Moya didn't know her, and she had wanted to kill him before. They were enemies, not friends, so why should he tell her anything? "How dare you?" Gu Hanya shouted angrily, "This Holy Lord asks you, and you dare not answer." For a moment, she took on the posture of the Holy Lord again. Having been in a high position for a long time, her aura was so compelling that people couldn't look directly at her. But Lin Moya was not afraid at all. Having been in a high position for a long time, who wasn't? He was the master of the big world, and in the big world, he was also an existence that had the final say. What's more, the stronger Tinli Taoist also called him a brother. A deist of the sixth realm wanted to scare him? It was just a dream. Lin Moya looked directly at Gu Hanyu, squinting his eyes slightly. "You look pretty, but why are you so bad-tempered? If you want to kill me, just do it, and see who will die in the end." "You." Gu Hanyu's pretty face suddenly changed. At this moment, she did have murderous intentions, but she suppressed them again. Her rising and falling chest showed that she was a little excited at the moment. For countless years, others had always complimented her and flattered her. When had anyone dared to talk to her like this? Gu Hanya said, "Believe it or not, I will catch you and lock you up." Lin Moya sneered, "You can try." She still wanted to threaten him? Who was afraid of whom? Lin Moya had now grasped Gu Hanya's psychology. She didn't want to kill him, but she didn't dare to kill him either. Although Gu Hanyu had lived for many years, she was really not as good as him in understanding people's hearts. Lin Moyo could guess some of Gu Hanyu's inner thoughts from various details, expressions, and eyes. The two of them were deadlocked, and the atmosphere became awkward. Gu Hanyu was used to being high and mighty, and it was impossible for her to lower herself and say nice things to Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo also understood this and whispered, "You want to turn enemies into friends with me, right?" Gu Hanyu sneered, "You think too highly of yourself." Lin Moya smiled slightly. He knew that Gu Hanyu still couldn't let go of her face and identity. "It doesn't matter if you don't admit it. I just want to tell you that I have never thought of being an enemy of Hanshui Holy Land. From the beginning to the end, you have been the ones who have troubled me, and I have never taken the initiative to trouble you. Before, Gu Nianhai forced us to go to the secret collection of Jiao Jiao Xingjun because of the Lan family's affairs. In fact, I have no interest in the inheritance of Jiao Jiao Xingjun. I have my own Dao area and don't need other people's inheritance. Later, the Yin family also took the initiative to kill me, so I had to fight back. And you, it's almost the same. The injury you suffered was also self-inflicted." Gu Hanyu was furious at what Lin Moya said, but Lin Moya was telling the truth. Lin Moya waved his hand, "Okay, I've already said it. We won't interfere with each other in the future. You go your way, I go mine. As long as you control Gu Nianshui and your Hanshui Holy Land from bothering me, I won't bother you either. No. Gu Hanyu interrupted Lin Moyu, I don't trust you. Lin Moya's talent was too strong. If he grew up, he would be a terrible enemy of Hanshui Holy Land. Lin Moya showed some helplessness. Then what do you want to do? Let me take a soul oath? Do you think that will be useful to me? Gu Hanyu said, a soul oath is fine. There will be some restrictions. Even if she completely violated the soul oath, she would have to pay some price. Moreover, the soul oath could be her way out and save face. Lin Moya said, actually, I also want to give you a way out, but I don't want to take a soul oath. After all, I have to save face. Since I said I would not take the initiative to become an enemy of the Hanshui Holy Land, I will keep my word. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. Don't follow me anymore. Before he finished speaking, Lin Moya's face suddenly changed, and Gu Hanyu's face also changed. The two shouted in unison, be careful. Gu Hanyu's reaction was faster than Lin Moya's. She took a step forward and pushed Lin Moya away with a palm. At the same time, she stepped sideways and retreated 100 meters. Two cold lights flashed from the position where they were originally standing. If they were a moment slower, they would definitely have been cut by the cold light. Wherever the cold light passed, cracks appeared in the space. Lin Moya knew very well that with the spatial strength of the origin continent, anything that could cut a crack in the space would be enough to kill him. Of course, because of the jade token of Tin Li Taoist, he would not die. Even without the jade token, he could be resurrected. But he didn't expect that Gu Hanyu would save him at the last moment. Lin Moya asked, what is it? Gu Hanyu looked serious. It's a shadow mantis, a very special spiritual beast. It can be invisible, and even Daozun can't easily find it. It was the first time Lin Moya had heard of a spirit beast called a shadow mantis. Suddenly, he sensed the fluctuation of space and shouted, be careful. Gu Hanyu had already left the place one step faster than him. There was another flash of cold light where he was standing. A towering old tree next to it was cut off by the cold light and fell with a bang. Gu Hanyu was filled with cold air, and ice formed all around her. Shadow mantis usually does not act alone. It is the companion spirit beast of the three-colored phantom snake. Where there is a shadow mantis, there is a high probability that a three-colored phantom snake will appear. Lin Moya looked at Gu Hanyu. The three-colored phantom snake you are talking about, is it the one at your feet? Chapter 2602. Chapter 2602, 2602. Chapter 2602. Husband and wife are like intertwined branches, sharing weal and woe in life and death. Gu Hanyu looked down and saw a small snake. The snake had opened its mouth and was biting at her. She cried out in surprise, and a cold air emanated from her body to defend herself while she tried to dodge. But she was still a step too late. The three-colored phantom snake was not affected by the cold air and was faster than Gu Hanyu, biting her calf. Gu Hanyu screamed, and her aura surged, shaking the three-colored phantom snake away. Two inconspicuous wounds appeared on Gu Hanyu's calf. The wounds were small, but Gu Hanyu's expression was as grim as if she had lost a loved one. Lin Moyo asked, are you okay? Gu Hanyu sealed her calf with ice and whispered, this is trouble. Lin Moyo asked, the snake should be poisonous, right? Gu Hanyu nodded, it's not just any poison, it's a very potent one. Her eyes dimmed, and her high-handed demeanor dissipated, as if she had fallen from the throne of a deity to an ordinary woman. You run away quickly, I'll hold them back. The cold air intensified, freezing the surrounding space layer by layer. Space fluctuated again, and the shadow mantis's sharp blade passed through, breaking the ice layer in the spatial crack. With one blow, it disappeared again. Even the three-colored phantom snake vanished, its whereabouts unknown. Lin Moya was surprised. I thought their strength was only at the first level of Daozun. It should be easy for you to kill them. Gu Hanyu said, if I weren't injured, it would be easy. But now, part of my strength is suppressing my injury. And I was bitten by the three-colored phantom snake. Its poison is very troublesome. I didn't expect that I, Gu Hanyu, would fall into this situation. Gu Hanyu's eyes dimmed, revealing a faint, miserable smile, as if she would die here. Lin Moya said, it's just a poisonous snake. Can its poison really kill a Daozun of the sixth realm like you? Gu Hanyu rolled her eyes at Lin Moya, what do you know? Lin Moya said, I really don't understand, so please tell me. At this point, Lin Moya didn't want to leave. Even if it was because Gu Hanyu had pushed him away just now, he couldn't leave. Revenge when there is a grudge, repay a favor when there is a favor. This was Lin Moya's principle and bottom line. Not only did Lin Moya not leave, but he walked in front of Gu Hanyu. Gu Hanyu controlled the ice layer, revealing a passage for Lin Moya to come in. Are you staying here to die? Lin Moya said, maybe I have a way to kill these two guys. Gu Hanyu frowned. It's true that the shadow mantis and the three-colored phantom snake are only at the first realm of Daozun, but you are only a Tianzun. What can you use to kill them? Lin Moya said, don't worry about it. I have my own way, and I may also have a way to treat your poison. Gu Hanyu frowned and looked at Lin Moya, as if she didn't believe him. Lin Moya shrugged, I know you don't believe it, but it doesn't matter. I still need some time. How long can you hold on? Gu Hanyu said, at most half an hour. Is that enough? Lin Moya said, it doesn't take that long, just a few minutes. Seeing Lin Moya's confident look, Gu Hanyu seemed to believe him a little. the ice layer firmly protected the two of them. The shadow mantis would launch an attack every few seconds, and when it did, it would become visible for a moment. The three-colored phantom snake never reappeared, and no one knew where it went. While waiting, Gu Hanyu and Lin Moya discussed the characteristics of the shadow mantis and the three-colored phantom snake. The shadow mantis is adept at manipulating the power of space, has the ability to become invisible, and can use spatial power to attack. It is only at the first level of Daozun, but its attack power can break the physical defense of any Daozun. Even more troublesome than the shadow mantis is the three-colored phantom snake. The three-colored phantom snake and the shadow mantis are companions and share the same stealth ability. It only appears at the moment of attack and cannot be found at other times. Even Gu Hanyu can't detect its presence. It was because of this that Gu Hanyu was bitten by it. The teeth of the three-colored phantom snake can penetrate most defenses, and it is highly poisonous. This poison contains the power of the Great Tao, and even Daozun can hardly resist it. After being poisoned, a Daozun will not die immediately but will lose power over time, becoming an ordinary person. If the poison is not removed within a few days, death is inevitable. The shadow mantis and the three-colored phantom snake cooperate seamlessly, becoming a nightmare for Daozun. Spirit beasts have their own surprises and are not easy to deal with. Gu Hanyu said, even if you can kill them, it's useless. After a while, my power will disappear completely. When the injuries in my body break out, they will be enough to kill me. You don't have to stay here to die with me. Just promise not to cause trouble for the Hanshui Holy Land in the future. Lin Moya looked at Gu Hanyu with a smile, admiring her bright and beautiful face. Are you really going to let me go? Gu Hanyu's face changed slightly. Of course. Lin Moya looked at Gu Hanyu's right hand. What's in your hand? And what about the mark you left on me before? Gu Hanyu reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, her tone suddenly changing. You actually noticed. At this moment, she became the lord of the Holy Land again, showing no sign of weakness. Lin Moya laughed. Your acting is too bad. Tell me, what is the use of this thing? Since she was discovered, Gu Hanyu did not hide it. It's called Lian Lizzie. She spread her hands, revealing her white, tender palms. In her palm was a small branch. The branch had been refined into a magic weapon, a Daozun realm magic weapon, but it still retained the appearance of a branch. Lin Moya remained alert. What is the use of this thing? Gu Hanyu said, husband and wife are originally like intertwined branches, sharing weal and woe in life and death. Two people who use Lian Lizzie will live and die together. If one party dies, the other cannot live alone. Lin Moya was very surprised that such a magic weapon existed. If that's the case, then just find someone, tie him and your enemy together with the Lian Lizzie, and then kill him. Wouldn't your enemy die too? Lin Moya's tone was cold. It's not that simple, right? Gu Hanyu said, of course it's not that simple. It has many restrictions. The biggest one is that it can't be used on people who are higher than your own cultivation. But I have no problem using it on you. After all, I am a Daozun of the 6th realm, and you are a low-level Tianzun. There is a big difference between us. While speaking, the Lian Lizzie suddenly emitted a faint light, which split into two. One part fell into Gu Hanyu, and the other into Lin Moya's body. The whole process happened in the blink of an eye, and Lin Moya had no chance to avoid or resist. Gu Hanyu said, don't resist. The light is just a manifestation. What really works is the Tao. You can't avoid it. Okay, now our fates are connected. If I die, you can't live. Lin Moya's face turned ugly. Why did you do this? Is it because you are worried that I will take revenge on the Hanshui Holy Land? Chapter 2603. Chapter 2603, 2603. Chapter 2603, it's none of your business if I use it to water the flowers. Gu Hanyu sighed. At this point, there's no need to hide anything. If you had left just now, I would have used Lian Lizzie on you. The shadow mantis and the three-colored phantom snake would definitely hunt you down. Although you are powerful, it would be difficult for you to escape their pursuit. Lin Moya frowned. If I die, then you will also die. Gu Hanyu shook her head. Of course, it's not that simple. I am the leader of Lian Lizzie. I can decide to live and die together, or I can decide that you die for me. I can transfer all the poison and injuries from my body to you and take your remaining vitality for myself. In this way, it's a matter of life and death. Lin Moya's eyes were cold. He didn't expect Gu Hanyu to have such a backup plan. Fortunately, he didn't decide to leave just now. Gu Hanyu sighed. Who knew you wouldn't leave? Since you stayed, I have no choice but to let you die with me. Lin Moya said coldly, you must have other ways, right? Gu Hanyu shook her head. There is no other way. I didn't lie to you this time. There really is no other way. Is there really no way out? No one would believe it. Lin Moya no longer believed her. Who could tell whether it was true or not? However, Lin Moya knew that part of what Gu Hanyu said was true. Now he and Gu Hanyu really shared life and death, but this kind of life and death was one-sided. If he died, Gu Hanyu could live. If Gu Hanyu died, he would die with her. Moreover, Lin Moya was not sure whether his new talent could revive him, and whether he would die after resurrection. This kind of thing was not easy to gamble on. The only way now was to save Gu Hanyu and not let her die. Lin Moya glared at Gu Hanyu with a cold look and then looked at the world outside the ice layer. Leave a gap. Gu Hanyu immediately created a gap, and mist filled Lin Moya's palm, flowing out through the gap, quickly covering the surroundings. Then the mist evolved into the skeleton hell, covering all directions. In the skeleton hell, the shadow mantis and the three-colored phantom snake could not remain invisible and immediately launched an attack on the evil spirits of hell. Facing the attack of the Daozun realm, the skeleton hell could not hold on for long and was soon broken. But this was enough. Lin Moya completed the mark and successfully locked onto the shadow mantis and the three-colored phantom snake. Gu Hanyu was a little puzzled. What's the use of this? You don't want to kill them with this magic, do you? She had seen this move before, and its power was very weak, posing no threat to the Daozun. Lin Moya said coldly, watch and see. Gu Hanyu was scolded, anger appearing in her eyes, but she snorted coldly, the Saint Lord wants to see what you have. Lin Moya did not speak and took out 2 pieces of flesh and blood. They were the flesh and blood of Yin Shangra, the head of the Yin family, and the elder of the Yin family, the flesh and blood of the Daozun. Gu Hanyu saw it and, although puzzled, did not ask further. Lin Moya took out the ancestral water again, 10 drops each, and dropped them on the 2 pieces of flesh and blood. Gu Hanyu snorted coldly, you actually wasted the ancestral water like this. It's really a waste of heaven. It's none of your business. It's none of your business if I use it to water the flowers. Lin Moya retorted unhappily. Gu Hanyu's anger grew stronger, but she still endured it in the end. She felt that she had never been so angry in her life and had never suffered as much as today. Spell, corpse explosion. The 2 pieces of the flesh and blood of the Daozun turned into smoke and dust and disappeared. Lin Moya's eyes flashed with a trace of heartache. This was his trump card, and it was used up today. With the blessing of the ancestral water, the power of the corpse explosion was pushed to its peak, much more powerful than normal use. 2 loud bangs. 2 balls of flesh and blood exploded, and the shadow mantis and the 3-colored phantom snake were instantly blown to pieces. The 2 explosions were like the self-detonation of a Daozun, with amazing power, sweeping in all directions. The ice layer of Gu Hanyu was impacted, and dense cracks appeared. Gu Hanyu's face changed, and she immediately used the power of the ice layer. At this time, thunder burst out from her body, and the injuries left by Tin Li Taoist broke out at this moment. And the poison of the 3-colored phantom snake was also activated at this moment. Gu Hanyu's breath weakened rapidly, her strength disappeared quickly, and a lot of blood came out of her body. The injury broke out completely, and Gu Hanyu fell to the ground and fell into a coma. Without her strength to support it, the ice layer broke instantly. Lin Moya immediately checked Gu Hanyu's condition, and it seemed that she was still alive. The poison of the 3-colored phantom snake was rapidly consuming her strength, and at the same time, the thunder power of Tin Li Taoist was hurting her, from soul to body, and nothing was spared. If this continues, it won't take half a day for Gu Hanyu to die. Lin Moya thought that Gu Hanyu would die and couldn't help but feel distressed and very uncomfortable. Sister, the Lian Lizzie worked. He knew that this was not his own idea but was affected by the Lian Lizzie. He didn't know what kind of great law was contained in the Lian Lizzie, which would have such a magical effect. Under the influence of Lian Lizzie, Lin Moya didn't want Gu Hanyu to die. She couldn't die in the first place. If she died, Lin Moya would be in trouble and might die. Lin Moya's mind moved, and a skeleton king appeared, surrounding the area in 3 layers. At the same time, he took out a spiritual flower and sent it to Gu Hanyu. The spiritual flower bloomed and wrapped the unconscious Gu Hanyu. Lin Moya didn't know whether the spiritual flower could cure Gu Hanyu, but it should be no problem. If 1 flower is not enough, then 2 flowers. For his own life, he had to save the Lord of the Holy Land. The Lord of the Holy Land needs a heavenly venerable to save him. It's useless. Lin Moya felt sorry for his spirit flower. While complaining, he collected the flesh and blood of the shadow mantis and the 3-colored phantom snake. Undead flames popped out. Origin level magic, resurrection of the dead. The shadow mantis and the 3-colored phantom snake were quickly reborn in the undead flames and stood obediently in front of Lin Moya. Although these 2 spirit beasts were only in the first realm of Daozun, they had extremely strong special abilities. If used properly, they were more terrifying than some strong men in the 3rd realm of Daozun. If they were only used as materials for corpse explosion, it would be too wasteful. After turning them into resurrected beings, Lin Moya asked them to be on guard at the periphery and not let any spirit beasts approach. The spiritual flower still wrapped Gu Hanyu. Under the treatment of the spiritual flower, her breath finally stabilized. The lightning on her body gradually became less and less, and the poison of the 3-colored phantom snake was also fading. The spiritual flower can heal all injuries. It's really not bragging. However, the level of the spiritual flower was obviously not enough, and it could only barely heal. Lin Moya judged that when the power of the spiritual flower was exhausted, Gu Hanyu's injuries would be completely recovered. Even if there were some minor injuries, they were not serious, but it would take some time for Gu Hanyu's power to recover. After a while, the spiritual flower disappeared, and Gu Hanyu was still in a coma. She lay quietly, like a begonia sleeping in spring, very beautiful. What a pity for such a good woman to be so cruel. Lin Moya sighed and waited quietly. Looking up at the Taiyan origin, he felt the powerful force of the Taiyan origin. In a few hours, the Taiyan origin should fall, and the sun origin should take over. When yin and yang alternated, a smellless and invisible air rose from under the earth and drilled into Lin Moya's body, and also drilled into Gu Hanyu's body. Lin Moya knew nothing about this, and even his always sharp spiritual perception did not react at all. It was just that in his eyes, Gu Hanyu became more and more beautiful, deeply attracting his attention. Something is wrong. Lin Moya shuddered and woke up. Chapter 2604. Chapter 2604, 2604. Chapter 2604, coming out fine. In Lin Moya's eyes, Gu Hanyu became more and more beautiful and more attractive. He even had layers of hallucinations in his eyes. Ning Yi, Mo Yun, Yu Zhu. His wife's appearance flashed before his eyes, overlapping with Gu Hanyu's. Something's wrong. Lin Moya woke up with a start, realizing something was wrong, but this awakening only lasted for a second. Lin Moya fell into a psychedelic state again. The most important thing was that his spiritual sense did not give any warning. The jade token given by Tin Li Taoist did not move either, as if everything was taken for granted. Accompanied by a light hum, Gu Hanyu finally woke up. Gu Hanyu, who woke up, was full of confusion in her eyes. After seeing Lin Moya, the confusion suddenly turned into deep love, as if she saw the person she loved most. With her jade arm raised lightly, Gu Hanyu hugged Lin Moya's neck. The alternation between the moon and the sun finally completed, and the origin of the sun ruled the world again, rising slowly with the passage of time. The temperature of the origin continent was also rising, and birds were chirping in the wild forest. It was not until the sun was high in the sky that the two people in the forest woke up. Their eyes met, and then there was a scream that shook the world and made the gods cry. Gu Hanyu really became a little woman at this moment, and she was wearing clothes because of a lie. As a person who had experienced it, Lin Moya was much thicker skinned. He slowly sat up and was not in a hurry to put on clothes. Instead, he looked at the ground and saw a different red on the soft grass. Lin Moya smiled. So you are still a virgin? Don't say it. Gu Hanyu interrupted Lin Moya. She had put on her clothes, her face blushing, and she stared at Lin Moya angrily. At this moment, her strength had been fully restored, but she still looked like a little girl with spring in her eyes. Lin Moya found that at this time, the spring in the corners of Gu Hanyu's eyes had not yet dissipated, and her angry face was ruddy, with a different charm. Lin Moya said, "Now you look like a woman." Gu Hanyu's beautiful eyes glared, wanting to get angry, but for some reason, she couldn't, and the harsh words on her lips turned into, "How did I not look like a woman before?" As soon as the words came out, Gu Hanyu herself was stunned. How could she say such a thing? Such words are no different from being a spoiled child. The next second, she figured it out. It was Li and Lizzie, and she was influenced by Li and Lizzie. Lin Moya said, "Although you were also very beautiful before, you were like an iceberg. Apart from your appearance, you didn't have anything that a woman should have. But now, you are not only more beautiful than before, but you have also become like a normal woman." Gu Hanyu snorted coldly, "It's not your turn to comment on how this Saint Lord has changed." Lin Moya smiled, slowly stood up, took out clothes, and put them on slowly. Gu Hanyu blushed, "Can you have some shame?" Lin Moya's face was as thick as a wall. "You and I are husband and wife, what's the relationship?" Gu Hanyu was a little angry. "Who is your husband and wife?" Lin Moya said, "Husband and wife are originally like intertwined branches, that's what you said. We used the Li and Lizzie, and we are actually husband and wife. What else can we be if not husband and wife? Although we don't have any rituals like worshipping in the hall, we are also considered to be happily married, and we will naturally be husband and wife in the future." Gu Hanyu was speechless for a moment because Lin Moya was right. She knew very well that even if they used the Li and Lizzie, they could not be considered real husband and wife, and she was the master of the Li and Lizzie, with greater power. It can be said that the Li and Lizzie was good for her and extremely unfair to Lin Moya. But now, they are actually husband and wife, really happily married. The Li and Lizzie was completely activated. They really became husband and wife, and all her privileges would disappear. From then on, they really lived and died together. The most troublesome thing was that not only she knew this, but Lin Moya also knew it. This is one of the functions of the Li and Lizzie. Husband and wife are of one mind. Gu Hanyu stared at Lin Moya. "You come back with me." Lin Moya asked, "Where to?" "Hanshui Holy Land." Lin Moya immediately refused. Gu Hanyu's beautiful eyes widened. "Why?" Lin Moya said, "I want to create my own power." Gu Hanyu said, "The Holy Land is so large, I will allocate a piece of land to you." Lin Moya said, "Thank you for your kindness, madam, but I don't want to be inferior to others." Gu Hanyu whispered, "The origin of the spiritual veins in Nanzhou has long been divided up, and it is difficult to find new origins. How can you create a new power? And it is very dangerous outside, especially the newly created power, which is easy to be targeted." At this moment, although Gu Hanyu is still the master of Hanshui Holy Land, she instinctively considers Lin Moya. Even when Lin Moya calls her madam, she doesn't react much, as if it's natural. Li and Lizzie is very powerful. Even Gu Hanyu is unconsciously affected. Unconsciously, her attitude towards Lin Moya has changed. She has long lost the intention to kill Lin Moya, and even if anyone wants to touch Lin Moya, she will kill without hesitation. Lin Moya said, "My husband is feeding 2 original spirit beasts, so the original spirit vein should not be a problem. I asked Xiaowa to find a place with strong luck before, and the location has been basically determined." "Is it right?" Gu Hanyu asked, "Where is the location?" Lin Moya said, "It's at the junction of Hanshui Holy Land and Wendao sect. There are not many people there, only spirit beasts. When others find it, my husband may have already established a foothold." Gu Hanyu frowned slightly, and after thinking for a moment, she took out 2 jade tokens. One of the jade tokens was very delicate, with a word Han engraved on one side and a word Yu engraved on the other side. It was Gu Hanyu's personal jade token. The other jade token was engraved with a word Dun and was relatively rough. "Husband, if there is danger, you can activate the token, and I will arrive in the shortest time. At the same time, there is a trace of my Dao thought in the token, which can persist for a while even when facing the Dao Master. I will also give you this Dun token, activated when in danger, and it can send you away 1,000,000 miles, but it can only be used 3 times. Gu Hanyu finally failed to say the word husband. She still needs some time to adapt. Lin Moya took the jade token. "Thank you, madam, your husband also has something to give you." Lin Moya took out a spiritual flower, which was glittering and exuding a strange deist charm. Although it didn't look gorgeous, you could tell at a glance that this flower was extraordinary. Gu Hanya took the spiritual flower from Lin Moya with joy in her eyes. "It's so beautiful." Lin Moya said, "This spiritual flower can heal any injury. Madam's injury before was healed by this flower. Come, let me put it on for you." Lin Moya inserted the spiritual flower into Gu Hanya's hair, and the appearance of the spiritual flower changed accordingly. It was like a white jade, which matched Gu Hanya's temperament perfectly. Gu Hanya smiled. "Does it look good?" Lin Moya nodded. "It's beautiful." "Okay, I'm leaving." Gu Hanya was a little worried. "When will we meet again?" Lin Moya said, "When your husband has established his foothold and becomes strong enough, he will come to marry you." Gu Hanya seemed a little worried. "This trip is dangerous, be careful." "Madam too." Lin Moya spread his wings of the dead, turned into a stream of light, and flew away to the north. After Lin Moya left, Gu Hanya's expression was complicated. Not long ago, she was still the pure and innocent Holy Land Eye. Just to find trouble with a Tinzun, how did she become someone else's wife? After a while, Gu Hanya stomped her feet lightly. "It's all your fault." In an instant, thousands of miles were frozen, and the big spirit beast was frozen into ice. Chapter 2605. Chapter 2605, 2605. Chapter 2605, Chaos Zone, Chaos Rot Worms. Lin Moya's mood was a bit complicated at the moment. An accident had caused him and Gu Hanya to become husband and wife. Because of the influence of the Lian Lizzie, they both naturally accepted each other. Neither he nor Gu Hanya could resist the power of the Lian Lizzie. The most outrageous thing was that this influence went straight into the soul, subtly affecting them from the deepest part. Even if one day his realm was high enough to be exempt from the power of the Lian Lizzie, this influence had already become a fact. Just like the law of cause and effect, the result already exists, and changing the cause will not help. The Lian Lizzie must contain a powerful causal force. It directly determines the result, which in turn affects the cause. This result is me and Gu Hanya becoming husband and wife, accepting each other, and then in turn affecting the cause. This is a very domineering ability. I don't know who refined the magic weapon of Lian Lizzie. It's really unreasonable. The law of cause and effect is an extremely powerful law. Its existence is even above the law of luck. The Yumya sect in the big world once tried to start with the law of luck and eventually transition to the law of cause and effect. Obviously, they did not succeed and finally stopped with the law of luck. If the law of cause and effect can really be touched, then it will not be my turn to save the big world. Lin Moyo had reached the current realm. Many secrets were no longer secrets. Many things could be seen at a glance. I don't know how those Tinzun are now, whether they are still alive. Soul Lord, where are you? Lin Moya still remembered what Lillian asked him to do. The inheritance of the Tianling clan must not be broken. If possible, Lin Yu did not want to revive Lillian. This matter requires finding the Soul Lord. The Tianling clan was created by him personally, and he must be found if he wants to restore it. When the Taiyan origin rose again, Lin Moya finally came to the origin waterfall. The origin waterfall in front of him belongs to the 8th level origin spiritual vein of the Hanshui Holy Land. Lin Moya could faintly feel the power of the Hanshui Holy Land. The Hanshui Holy Land had controlled the origin spiritual vein for countless years, and their power had long been integrated into the origin spiritual vein. Lin Moya passed through the origin waterfall, as if passing through a layer of water curtain, and came to the other side. A powerful and chaotic origin power rushed towards Lin Moya, making him frown. Okay. 10,000 kilometers away, there was another layer of origin waterfall, rising from the ground to the sky. That was the origin waterfall of the Wendeo sect. The two origin spirit veins collided, and they were evenly matched and refused to give in. A buffer zone with a width of 10,000 kilometers was formed between the two origin spirit veins. In the buffer zone, the origin power was extremely chaotic, and anyone living in it would feel uncomfortable. This area is called the Chaos Zone. The disordered collision of the origin power causes various chaotic situations. Neither the human race nor the spirit beasts can practice in this environment. But the world is so big that there are all kinds of wonders. It is in this chaotic environment that a strange creature is born. This creature, which looks like a bug, is called a chaos rot worm. However, they are neither spirit beasts nor insects, but a strange and cruel worm. They have no wisdom but are extremely aggressive, attacking every creature passing by. They live in groups, and a single move can affect the whole body. The most troublesome thing is their attack method. Their attack contains the characteristics of chaos, which can pollute the original power of the cultivator and make it chaotic. This chaos rot worm exists in many places where spiritual veins intersect. Some people have studied it before, but there is no result. It is only known that the stronger the original spiritual vein, the stronger the chaos rot worm born at the intersection. The origin spiritual veins of Hanshui Holy Land and Wendeo sect are both as high as the 8th level, which is already the top spiritual vein. The power of their origin is so strong that the chaos rot worms born after the intersection and collision are also extremely powerful. In this area, the weakest chaos rot worms have reached the supreme realm. Chaos rot worms in the heavenly realm are everywhere, and there are also those in the deist realm. The difficulty and weirdness of chaos rot worms, coupled with their gregarious characteristics, make it not easy for any heavenly venerable to cross a range of 10,000 kilometers. Even high-level heavenly venerables will fall if they are not careful. So generally speaking, very few heavenly venerables will choose this path, unless they are being hunted down like Lin Moyo. Lin Moya knew the existence of chaos rot worms from the beginning when he chose this path, but he didn't care about them. Sociality is nothing to him. Large numbers are nothing. Lin Moya was never afraid of large numbers. Although he could choose to take the normal route to leave the territory of Hanshui Holy Land, this would require a long detour, and the previous route would be in vain, and he would have to go back through the million-mile wilderness area. So Lin Moya chose to cross the Chaos Zone without much consideration. The Eye of the Dead was opened, and Lin Moya saw a little bit of soul flame jumping in the distance. Each soul flame was a chaos rod worm. Here, the source power was chaotic, which greatly affected the speed. Lin Moya tried it, and the flying speed dropped by more than 100 times, and the chaotic source power was colliding everywhere, sometimes confusing the sense of direction. The Rule World was opened, and on a planet, Xiao Wu was lying on Xiao and sleeping soundly. Xiao Yu was not far away, practicing boxing hard. In a few days, Xiao Yu's boxing skills improved again and became stronger because of his identity. Xiao Yu practiced very seriously and didn't even notice Lin Moya's arrival. Lin Moya came to Xiao Wu and patted her chubby face. Wake up, you've slept enough, it's time to get up. After calling her several times, Xiao Wu opened her eyes in a daze and murmured, Master. Then she suddenly woke up, jumped up, and hung on Lin Moya. Master, you are finally back. Lin Moya looked helpless. The little guy was sleepy. Bringing Xiao Wu to the Chaos Zone, the strong and chaotic original power suddenly made Xiao Wu shudder and wake up completely. Xiao Wu stared with big eyes. Master, where is this? Lin Moya said, Chaos Zone, look again, where is the place with strong luck? Xiao Wu said, oh, activated the road of luck. The mist in her eyes rose, and she looked into the distance. A stream of inexplicable power spread from Xiao Wu, and Xiao Wu's spirit and spirit merged into the world, seeing far and wide. In the Chaos Zone, the original power was extremely chaotic. Xiao Wu's action immediately triggered a series of strange reactions. The chaotic origin power took the initiative to rush into Xiao Wu's luck road, and in an instant, the originally peaceful luck road became violent. Xiao Wu groaned and frowned. Lin Moya didn't expect this to happen and immediately asked, are you okay? Xiao Wu said, it's okay, it's fun. She shouted, and in an instant, more origin power was pulled over, forming a tornado. Lin Moya realized that the origin power in the Chaos Zone can only not be used for cultivation, not that it cannot be used. It's just that after using it, some inexplicable things will happen. For example, now a large number of Chaos Rod Worms have followed the origin power and are heading towards him. Chapter 2606. Chapter 2606, 2606. Chapter 2606, delicious, eat as much as you can. Chaos Rod Worms flew over one by one. They were about the size of a fist, resembling half-rotten corpses, and looked extremely disgusting. Most of these Chaos Rod Worms were in the Supreme Realm, with only a few reaching the Heavenly Venerable Realm. Since they were only at the edge of the Chaos Zone, the strength of the Chaos Rod Worms was not particularly high. The Chaos Rod Worms followed the origin power and attacked the small garden. They spat out clumps of equally disgusting green mucus, which exuded the power of chaos. Once touched, it would pollute the origin power of the cultivator. Like the Chaos Rod Worms, their attacks were also full of chaotic characteristics. The green mucus was just an appearance. It could be purple, red, or any color. It could also change into any shape. Interesting. Lin Moya showed some curiosity and tapped his finger lightly. Origin level magic, skeleton hell. There was no need to dispatch the undead army. The best magic to deal with these fist-sized Chaos Rod Worms was the skeleton hell. Let's see if the Chaos Rod Worms can withstand the Hell Evil Spirit's bite. The Hell Evil Spirit has the characteristic of eating everything. No matter what it is, they can eat it and eat it happily. The skeleton hell spewed out endless hellfire to block the green mucus. The green mucus was swallowed by the hellfire, and the chaotic power inside was quickly refined by the hellfire. The next moment, the Hell Evil Spirit rushed out, opened its huge mouth, and bit the Chaos Rod Worm fiercely. With one bite, most of a Chaos Rod Worm was bitten off. The Chaos Rod Worm screamed miserably. They could not stop the Hell Evil Spirit's bite. The Supreme Realm Chaos Rod Worms were eaten clean in just a few bites. Only the few Heavenly Realm Chaos Rod Worms could resist for a while, but they could not hold out for long. Their attacks could not cause effective damage to the Hell Evil Spirit, and they were bitten off bit by bit. The most troublesome ability of the Chaos Rod Worms is that they can pollute the origin power of others, causing the power of the cultivator to drop significantly. But this characteristic has no effect on the evil spirits of hell, and the Hell Flames can refine their chaotic power. It seems that the skeleton hell is the natural nemesis of the Chaos Rod Worm. Lin Moya saw this and felt the changes in the skeleton hell at the same time. The defense of the Chaos Rod Worm is very low. Even if it is a Tinzun realm, it can be worn down as long as there is enough time. No matter from which aspect, the skeleton hell perfectly restrains the Chaos Rod Worm. The Chaos Rod Worm is born and evolved from the source power of chaos. They are born as a collection of the source of chaos. For practitioners, the source power of chaos is useless, but for the skeleton hell, it is a natural tonic. The skeleton hell is open to all comers, and anything can be swallowed to strengthen itself. Now, the Chaos Rod Worms that contain a lot of source power have become the best supplement for the skeleton hell. Lin Moya could feel that the skeleton hell was slowly improving, and there was a possibility of breaking through to a higher level. The skeleton hell hadn't really eaten for a long time. After the fusion of the origin crystal reached the origin level, the skeleton hell had been stuck at the high-level supreme level. If the skeleton hell wanted to continue to improve, it needed to devour a large amount of living matter, but it hadn't had the opportunity to do so before. Now that there was such a good opportunity, it naturally couldn't be missed. Eat more, have a good meal. You haven't eaten for a long time. Lin Moya realized that he had made the right decision to come here. The chaotic zone, which is like a forbidden area for other heavenly lords, is the best hunting ground for him. Lin Moya's mind moved, and he released the skeleton god general and moved along the edge of the chaotic zone. He did his old job again, using the skeleton god general to pull monsters, pulling more chaos rot worms over, and turning them into food for the skeleton hell. The chaotic zone is 10,000 kilometers wide and stretches for tens of millions of kilometers. The range is huge, and the number of chaos rot worms inside is endless, enough for the skeleton hell to eat its fill. Xiao Wu used the avenue of luck and watched for half an hour, and finally came back to her senses. Her face flushed, although she was a little tired, she was extremely excited. "Master, guess what I saw?" Lin Moya smiled. "How could I guess that?" Xiao Wu laughed. "Just now the power of origin was very chaotic, causing chaos in my avenue of luck, and I saw a very far place." Lin Moya was slightly stunned. "How far is it?" Xiao Wu pointed to the northeast. "There, across a very big sea, there is another continent. I can see so far." Lin Moya was slightly surprised that the chaotic power of origin actually allowed Xiao Wu to see another continent. According to the direction Xiao Wu pointed, it should be Dongzhou. The very big sea is the boundary sea between Nanzhou and Dongzhou. Lin Moya was surprised that Xiao Wu could see so far, but thinking about it, on the origin continent, the power of the avenue is everywhere. It is not impossible for Xiao Wu to see Dongzhou through the avenue of luck. In the information obtained by Lin Moya, among the 4 continents of the origin continent, the most chaotic one is Dongzhou. The races there are chaotic, and there are constant fights. Compared with the other 3 continents, it is many times more chaotic. Lin Moya asked, "It is indeed very far. What did Xiao Yuan see?" Xiao Wu said, "I saw a lot of things. I first saw the place I saw last time. The luck there is as strong as before, but this time I saw it more clearly. I saw people. Not one person, but a group of people. They are wearing the same clothes, and there are several very powerful guys in it, just as powerful as Ping Ping's third uncle. They should be Dao Zun's." Lin Moya frowned slightly. According to Xiao Wu, the place with strong luck has been occupied by someone, but there is no spiritual vein there. Apart from them, are there any others? Xiao Wu said, "In Nanzhou, I also saw several other places with strong luck, but without exception, there were people in them." Before, Xiao Wu only found places with strong luck but did not see people. This time, she saw clearly that every place with strong luck was occupied by someone. Lin Moya felt a little troubled. The forces that could easily dispatch Dao Zun's and occupy the territory would not be weak. Although he had a lot of trump cards, it would be no good to directly confront powerful forces. God knows whether there are stronger forces behind those forces. It might be another dog-blooded thing where the younger one is beaten and the older one comes. If he returns to the territory of Hanshui Holy Land, he will be inferior to others, which is not what he wants. Xiao Wu seemed to understand Lin Moya's thoughts and laughed. "Later, I looked farther and farther, and I saw another continent. There are also many places with strong luck, and no one occupies them, but there are a lot of fights. It seems that there is no peace there. Dongzhou is the most chaotic, so it is naturally impossible to be peaceful. Fighting and killing are commonplace." Lin Moya thought for a while. "It seems that we should go to Dongzhou. But let's go to the original place first to see who occupies the territory." Chapter 2607. Chapter 2607, 2607. Chapter 2607, Enlightenment, Son of Taiyin. Xiao Wu looked at Lin Moya with a smile. Master, I'm awesome." She looked like a child asking for candy, her eyes practically begging for praise. Lin Moya gently tapped Xiao Wu's head. "Xiao Wu is the best, really awesome." Xiao Wu, easily satisfied, laughed. "Jiaran is the best." She shifted her attention away from Lin Moya and saw the skeleton god general returning with a group of chaos rod worms. The skeleton god general was running erratically under the impact of the chaotic origin power, looking shaky as if it might fall at any moment. Its direction was inconsistent, sometimes veering left, sometimes right, constantly correcting its path. Behind it, a large group of chaos rod worms followed, also moving erratically. Fortunately, the skeleton god general was faster, and the chaos rod worms couldn't catch up. Eventually, the skeleton god general led them into the skeleton hell. Xiao Wu was curious. "It runs so strangely, and those bugs are so ugly." Lin Moya explained, "These bugs evolved from the chaotic origin power, so of course they look strange." Xiao Wu said, "Oh," and looked around again. "The origin power here is really a mess." Lin Moya nodded. "You can't practice here, so there are no practitioners or spirit beasts, only these chaos rod worms." Xiao Wu looked puzzled. "Why can't you practice here?" Hearing this, Lin Moya was stunned for a moment. Then he saw Xiao Wu raise her jade arm and wave forward. The chaotic origin power was immediately sucked in by her, merging into her palm and quickly being absorbed. Lin Moya was surprised. "How did you do that?" Xiao Wu blinked her big eyes. "I just did it like this. Anyway, I can absorb the origin power here." Practicing in the chaotic land refreshed Lin Moya's understanding. "Let me see again." Xiao Wu said "Oh" and shouted softly. A road suddenly appeared on her body. The road of luck was dreamy and misty, emitting an unknowable and unpredictable power. The road of virtual power is like this, illusory and beautiful, like a dream. Xiao Wu absorbed a large amount of chaotic origin power, and the road of luck shook lightly, absorbing the chaotic origin power. Lin Moya looked carefully and realized that the key to practicing here was the road of luck. The last shake of the road of luck directly purified all the chaotic origin power, returning it to its essence. In front of the road of luck, no matter how complex and chaotic the origin power was, it was nothing more than virtual and real. The road of luck absorbed the virtual power and discarded the real power. The road of virtual power is truly magical. It turns out that it is not that the chaotic zone cannot be practiced in, but that ordinary practitioners cannot practice here. If you are a practitioner who has comprehended the power of the void, you can practice here. Lin Moya seemed to understand something. He vaguely understood the difference between reality and illusion. His previous understanding of the power of reality and illusion was too one-sided. There are only two kinds of power between heaven and earth. Yin is reality and illusion, while Yang is reality. In fact, Taiyin and Taiyang have explained the power of reality and illusion to practitioners, but no one has understood it. Lin Moya looked up at the sky. Even in the chaotic zone, Taiyin in the sky was still very clear and was not affected at all. In fact, the strongest origin in the origin continent is not the origin spirit vein. Even the 9th level spirit vein is not as good as Taiyin and Taiyang, but very few people can understand it. Even if they understand it, it is difficult to use it. Lin Moya sighed softly. He felt a sense of enlightenment. Looking at the Taiyin origin in the sky, Lin Moya felt that he had become insignificant. But in his smallness, he also felt powerful. Being small and powerful at the same time was a strange feeling. The body is small, but the spirit is powerful. A man born in this world should soar to the sky. Lin Moya felt something in his heart. His experiences from birth to now flashed through his mind, and he couldn't help but let out a breath. At this moment, he felt that his soul was sublimated, and the powerful soul power broke through the barriers of heaven and earth, establishing a weak connection with the origin of the moon. The power of the origin of the moon fell, turned into a ray of light, and fell into his soul. In an instant, his soul realm was greatly improved and continued to rise. Bang! A sound like breaking glass echoed, and Lin Moya's soul realm broke through, reaching the middle level Tianzun. The flame in his soul burned fiercely, and his entire soul became purer. Before, Lin Moya's soul realm had reached the peak of the low-level Tianzun, and now it broke through the bottleneck in the blink of an eye. But this was just the beginning. The power of the origin of the moon was still being infused, and Lin Moya's soul realm continued to improve. Intermediate Heavenly Venerable was not the end, he was striding towards High Heavenly Venerable. Lin Moya entered a wonderful state, beginning to have a new understanding of this world. The road to the future became clearer. In the distance, Gu Hanya suddenly stopped and looked at the Taiyin origin. Her beautiful eyes flashed with brilliance as she saw the Taiyin origin sprinkling a lot of origin power. He actually got the recognition of Taiyin. Because of the Lian Lizzie, she could vaguely feel that the person recognized by Taiyin was Lin Moya. After watching for a while, Gu Hanya suddenly smiled beautifully. You are worthy of being the man of this Saint Master, the future is limitless. I hope one day you can really come to marry me, but it's not easy to be hungry. But I will wait for you, always. With a chuckle, Gu Hanya turned and left. In the Dao sect, several Daozuns opened their eyes at the same time and looked at the Taiyin origin. One of them said loudly, someone has been recognized by the origin of Taiyin and has become the son of Taiyin. It is located in the south of the sect, near the edge. It is a low-level Tianzun. Go find him and take him into the Dao sect. If he does not obey, kill him and take away his luck. The order was issued, and someone immediately responded, yes. In an instant, several breaths that reached the Daozun realm left the Dao sect and disappeared. At the same time, many people across the entire origin continent discovered this phenomenon. As long as the Daozun exceeded the 4th realm, they could feel the strangeness of the origin of Taiyin. They knew that someone had been recognized by the origin of Taiyin and had become the son of Taiyin. The Taiyin and the son are the origin of Taiyin. The greatest source of power on the origin continent is more powerful than any spiritual vein. To be recognized by them means excellent talent and extremely powerful luck. Such a person will surely rise. If you can win him over before he rises, or even take him into the sect family, then his luck will become the luck of the sect. If you can't win him over, then kill him and take away his luck. Not only the Dao sect, but many other major forces made the same choice. Even the demon clan far away in the North Continent had a demon clan deist master who issued a hunting order. The appearance of the son of Taiyin among the human race is something the demon clan does not want to see. For a while, the entire origin continent was like a sleeping giant beast, slowly waking up. Chapter 2608. Chapter 2608, 2608. Chapter 2608, Let Them Collide and Bleed. Lin Moyo had no idea that his actions had made him the target of public criticism. Even if he knew, it would be useless. He would not change because of those hidden murderous intentions. He would only send those who wanted to kill him to hell. A man should rise straight up, never retreat or fear. Lin Moyo maintained his previous state in his heart, and his soul sublimated under the illumination of the solar calendar. The second time he heard the sound of glass breaking, his soul realm successfully reached the high-level Tianzun, once again far ahead of his cultivation realm. The power of the Taiyin gradually faded away, and Lin Moyo felt an inexplicable connection between himself and the Taiyin origin. He could absorb more Taiyin origin power than others, and under the illumination of the Taiyin origin, he would practice faster. At the same time, when the Taiyin origin controls the world, everything about him would be improved by about 30%. This improvement was comprehensive, including combat power, recovery speed, undead army, and spell strength. Lin Moyo could feel the effect of this improvement. Although the skeleton god general was still a low-level heavenly venerable, it was stronger than before and had almost reached the peak of the low-level heavenly venerable, only one step away from the high-level heavenly venerable. Under the illumination of the Taiyin origin, the skeleton hell went from a high-level supreme to a peak supreme. Not bad. Lin Moya smiled slightly. He didn't expect that an enlightenment would have such a good effect. A pair of big eyes appeared in his sight. Xiao Wu was looking at him curiously with her big eyes wide open. Lin Moyo asked, "What's wrong?" Xiao Wu took a deep breath. "Master, you have the smell of the origin, and your luck has become very strong. There's an extra symbol between your eyebrows." Lin Moyo was stunned for a moment and lightly tapped his fingers, and a shadow appeared in front of him. The shadow was exactly his own appearance, but a symbol appeared between his eyebrows. This symbol was very strange, delicate and small, and very complex. Its existence added a bit of mystery to Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo had never seen such a symbol. He could be sure that it was not a rune, but rather a bit like a Dao pattern. Lin Moyo murmured to himself, "Just a Dao pattern? But I am now in the Tianzun realm. The Dao pattern will only appear when one becomes a Dao master. If it is not a Dao pattern, what else could it be?" Thinking of the other half of Xiao Wu's sentence, his luck became very strong, and he had the smell of the origin. Combining the three, Lin Moya felt that it should be caused by the previous enlightenment and was related to the origin of Taiyin. It shouldn't be a bad thing, but it looks a little weird. Lin Moya was very straightforward and didn't think too much. It was just a few symbols on the forehead, and it didn't seem to be ugly. The skeleton god general ran farther and farther, and the nearby chaos rod worms had been almost wiped out, and the efficiency began to decline. Lin Moyo also began to change the formation, moving along the periphery of the chaotic zone to other areas. At present, he could only move on the periphery of the chaotic zone. In places too central, the realm of the chaos rod worms would be upgraded to the Tianzun realm. Although the skeleton hell could deal with it, the efficiency was relatively low. Only when the skeleton hell is promoted to the Tianzun realm will the efficiency be improved. Lin Moyo was not in a hurry. Such a good opportunity, if missed, would be a great loss. There are chaos worms in the chaotic zone of tens of millions of kilometers, which is enough to make the skeleton hell get promoted. Xiao Wu did not go back but followed Lin Moyo. She was very interested in the source power of chaos, just like seeing a new toy, holding the source power in her hands, making various shapes and countless colors, playing with it happily. Lin Moyo also called Xiao Yu out and tried to let Xiao Yu practice here. Xiao Yu was completely unable to practice here, even if she was born with a jade soul. However, Xiao Yu had the source crystal given by Tin Li Daoran, and she could use the source power in the source crystal to practice. When the Taiyin and the sun completed the alternation again, Xiao Wu exclaimed in surprise, "Hey, the symbol on the master's forehead disappeared." Lin Moya noticed that it was indeed the case. It is indeed related to the Taiyin origin. Only when the Taiyin origin appears, the symbol on the forehead will appear. Sure enough, when Taiyin appears again, the symbol will also appear. The symbol on the brow flickered with a faint light, with a strange beauty. The Taiyin and the sun alternated several times, and the result was the same. As long as the Taiyin origin appeared, the symbol on the brow would be revealed. No matter what method was used, it could not be stopped or controlled. Lin Moya simply ignored it. He had entered the chaotic zone for several days, and the skeleton hell had eaten and drunk enough. A day ago, it completed a small leap and reached the peak of the supreme. It was still eating tirelessly. The evil spirits of the hell didn't care about the taste at all. They ate non-stop as if they were never full. Lin Moya was gradually moving deeper into the chaotic zone. The deeper he went, the more chaos rod worms there were, and the happier the skeleton hell ate. After reaching the peak of the supreme, the power of the skeleton hell was strengthened again, and the efficiency of dealing with the chaos rod worms of the heavenly venerable realm was also increased. If this continues, in a few days, the skeleton hell will be full and break through again. Lin Moya was slightly excited. He knew what it meant once his skeleton hell broke through to the heavenly venerable realm. The rest of the spells are linear enhancements, only the skeleton hell is a leap enhancement. Almost every time a major realm is broken through, the skeleton hell can achieve a gorgeous leap, and it is invincible in the new realm. It used to be like this, and even if it reaches the heavenly venerable realm, it will most likely maintain this powerful characteristic. The people from the Hanshui Holy Land arrived in Leichen, and they announced their arrival in a very high-profile manner. Then the Lei family came forward and also welcomed them with extremely high standards. The Yin family was known to be the spies arranged by the Hanshui Holy Land here, so it was inevitable that the Yin family was destroyed and the Hanshui Holy Land came to the door. Unfortunately, the war that was originally thought did not break out. No one knows what happened. Only half a day later, the Hanshui people who were looking for land left. There was a rumor that because of the Yin family's affairs, the Lei family paid a large amount of compensation. Everyone realized that the Yin family died in vain. In addition to losing some property, the Lei family did not pay any price. Many people who know the Hanshui Holy Land are very surprised. When did the Hanshui Holy Land become so easy to talk to? As a holy land, it has always been extremely powerful, but this time it seems a little different. Some people think that the compensation paid by the Lei family is enough. Others think that the Lei family is too strong and the Hanshui Holy Land does not want to conflict with them. There are many speculations, but they are just speculations. Only a few people know the real situation inside. In the Hanshui Holy Land, Gu Hanya sat on her exclusive Hanyu throne. At this time, Gu Hanya's expression returned to her previous seriousness, and her whole body exuded a strong and cold temperament, as if she could freeze the world at any time. Below her, several Daoist elders sat with respect in their expressions. A Daoist master asked, "Saint Lord, when the son of Taiyin appears this time, will we really not take action?" Gu Hanya said, "This Saint Lord knows the identity of the son of Taiyin, and I have also dealt with him." The Daoist master who sat down was overjoyed. "Saint Lord knows the identity of this person, so you plan to recruit this person into my Hanshui Holy Land?" Gu Hanya shook her head. "He will not join, and no force can recruit him." This person's luck is so strong that it is unimaginable. Anyone who wants to deal with him will have to pay a price. Let them fight to the death. No matter who it is, they can't stop his rise. You don't have to doubt the words of this Saint Lord. You will know soon. Guhanya's words made everyone change color. They never thought that Guhanyu, who has always been strong, would say such a thing. It can only be said that this son of Taiyin is indeed not simple. Chapter 2609. Chapter 2609, 2609. Chapter 2609, Sublimation of Skeleton Hell. All forces were heading towards the area where Hanshui Holy Land and Wendao sect met. In just a few days, a large number of people had arrived. The people who came all belonged to various forces, and some of them were even able to compete with Wendao sect. Wendao sect could not stop them from coming. There were too many people, and even Wendao sect could not and dared not offend them all. Covering the sky with one hand is only relative. Everyone knew the purpose of these people's arrival. It was completely for the son of Taiyin. For the son of Taiyin, the first goal was to win him over, take him into the sect's power, and turn his luck into their own. If winning him over failed, then they could only kill him. No one wanted to see a new force rise. Nanzhou is big, but also small. For countless years, the land of Nanzhou has been divided up, and it is difficult to allow new forces to emerge. The emergence of new forces means the decline of old forces, and the son of Taiyin has such strong luck that if he rises, his power will not be bad. At the very least, it would be a 6-star force, and if things go well, it could become a 7-star force, comparable to the Holy Land. No matter what, it would not be allowed. The existence of the son of Taiyin is a double-edged sword. If he is obtained by oneself, one will gain great benefits. If he cannot be obtained, he must be destroyed. So everyone who came had their own ulterior motives. Countless people searched for Lin Moya's whereabouts on the edge of the Dao sect, but no matter how they searched, they could not find him. The powerful spirit beasts were awakened, and battles broke out in the wild land. But no one would have thought that the Lin Moya they were looking for was in the Chaos Zone. Even the Dao Masters would not easily enter the Chaos Zone. Especially at this time, if one's power is affected by the chaos, it will give others a chance. There are many Dao Masters who have grudges among the Dao Masters who came. In the Chaos Zone, the Skeleton Hell had reached its limit. It had been 10 days since Lin Moya entered the Chaos Zone, and the Skeleton Hell reached its limit a few days later than he expected. The number of Chaos Rod worms eaten by the Skeleton Hell was much more than expected, which also showed that the Skeleton Hell had a higher upper limit and stronger combat power. The Skeleton Hell officially began to transform and upgrade. With a bang, the Skeleton Hell exploded, and the strong flames swept the entire chaotic zone. In the chaotic zone, the chaotic source power was refined by the Hell Flames. The Hell Flames didn't care how chaotic the source power was, they would burn it all and then devour it. Countless hell evil spirits rushed out of hell, taking the chaotic source power as food and eating it every day. However, relying on the source power between heaven and earth alone was not enough for the Skeleton Hell to complete the upgrade. Lin Moya took out a 7th-level exquisite origin crystal and threw it into the Skeleton Hell. The sea of fire rose in the Skeleton Hell, and the origin crystal was swept away. In an instant, the Hellfire River spewed out pillars of fire, straight into the sky. The hell evil spirits shouted in unison, and their aura quickly increased and became stronger. Unfortunately, they still did not break through and remained at the peak supreme level. Previously, the Skeleton Hell was promoted to the origin level through the 7th order ordinary origin crystal. Now, it seemed that it was not enough to use only one 7th order fine origin crystal of the same order. Lin Moya did not hesitate and threw out another 7th order fine origin crystal. The flames boiled more violently, and the Skeleton Hell continued to twist and deform, and its aura became stronger again. The evil spirits of hell roared in excitement, and their sharp and piercing shouts echoed in the chaotic area. The Skeleton Hell conveyed a message: it's not enough. Lin Moya waved his hand and threw out 2 more 7th order fine origin crystals. The evil spirits of hell roared more fiercely, and each of them was extremely excited. After a few seconds, the Skeleton Hell suddenly shrank from a range of thousands of miles to a fireball with a diameter of less than half a meter. Everything was compressed together at this moment, and Lin Moya felt an unimaginably powerful force. Boom! The flames exploded, and the Skeleton Hell exploded with it, and the hell flames covered a large area. Lin Moya stood still, allowing the Skeleton Hell to swallow him up. The Skeleton Hell was like a newborn, and it had undergone another qualitative change. Lin Moya stood in it, quietly feeling the changes. The first thing that changed was the range and number. The range covered by the Skeleton Hell increased from a radius of 1,000 kilometers to a radius of 2,000 kilometers. The number of evil spirits in hell also increased from 10 million to 20 million, doubling directly. Then he looked at the newly born Skeleton Hell. After the Skeleton Hell reached the Tianzun realm, it was no longer as terrifying as before, but instead exuded a magnificent atmosphere. A giant portal that was indescribably high and large appeared in the Skeleton Hell. The portal was half open, and the Hellfire River meandered out from the crack of the door, flowing freely in the world of the Skeleton Hell. The Hellfire River no longer had only one main vein but had countless branches, flowing to various areas, covering the entire Skeleton Hell. The Hellfire River was like a big tree with luxuriant branches and leaves, growing in the world of the Skeleton Hell with that indescribable huge portal as its foundation. And the hellish evil spirits had become the leaves of this big tree. A full 40 million hellish evil spirits floated in the Hellfire River. They didn't make noises or calls, they were very quiet. Unless they were needed, they would not make any movement. On both sides of the Hellfire River, a large number of purple flowers appeared. The red spider lilies grew along the river, lush and green, and were more prosperous than the red spider lilies. The red spider lilies emitted purple light, and bursts of mist rose, making the hellfire hazy. There was no horror and hideousness, but a touch of nobility. Lin Moya looked at the gate in the skeleton hell and murmured, "The gate of hell." This gate was similar to the gate of hell that he had seen before. It was almost the same as the gate of hell in Tinlong's mouth. Why did the legendary gate of hell appear in the skeleton hell? Thinking of the original spell description of the skeleton hell was originally connected to the real hell. From this point of view, it seems not impossible that the gate of hell evolved. I just don't know if this hell gate has anything to do with the legendary gate of hell. Squeak! The hell gate opened apart again. A ball of fire flew out of the hell gate and directly came to the sky above the skeleton hell. A huge eye evolved in the flames. The Eye of the Undead. No, it should be called the Eye of Hell. After the Eye of the Undead merged with the skeleton hell, the Eye of the Spirit became the Eye of Hell. With the Eye of Hell, the world of the skeleton hell became more real. The Eye of Hell blinked slowly. The skeleton hell shook violently, and the Eye of Hell generated a strong suction force, covering a range of thousands of kilometers, and countless origin forces were sucked in by the Eye of Hell. The Eye of Hell sprinkled flames all over the sky, and the chaotic origin forces sucked in by it were all refined, and then turned into a pure and abnormal origin force, which was sprinkled in the skeleton hell. The origin force fell into the Hellfire rivers, evenly distributed in each branch. The Hellfire River was suddenly filled with origin power. Lin Moya looked at these Hellfire rivers, and they looked more and more familiar. He blurted out, "Origin spiritual veins. How can they be so similar?" The skeleton hell at this time was too similar to the origin spiritual veins, and the similarity was at least 70%. Suddenly, a bright light flew from a distance, and Lin Moya instantly put away the skeleton hell. Chapter 2610. Chapter 2610, 2610. Chapter 2610, He is playing tricks on us. The light stopped in the air 1,000 meters high and revealed its true form, an ancient flying boat. The flying boat was not large, only 5 or 6 meters long, and exuded an ancient atmosphere. 3 people stood on the flying boat, 1 Daizun and 2 Tianzun. The Daizun wore a yellow robe and had the demeanor of someone who had been in a high position for a long time, exuding a heavy majesty. The 2 Tianzun behind him were twin female practitioners, with beautiful faces and noble temperaments. Lin Moya couldn't discern the exact realm of the Daizun, but from his aura, it was either the first or second realm, definitely not the third realm. As for the 2 Tianzun, they were both mid-level Tianzun, stronger than Lin Moya in terms of realm. The Daizun on the flying boat looked at Lin Moya with a smile. "So, you are indeed in the chaotic zone." Lin Moya was slightly stunned and bowed. "Senior, are you here to see me?" The Daizun's smile widened, and his attitude became more friendly. "Of course. I am Huang Xing, an elder of the Huang family in Longquan City. You should have heard of the Huang family in Longquan City." Lin Moya thought for a moment and immediately recognized the name. The Huang family in Longquan City was similar to the Lei family, a 6-star force with a longer inheritance and deeper strength, much stronger than the Lei family. The strength of the Huang family was second only to several 7-star forces. If not for the limitation of the spiritual vein, the Huang family would likely have become a 7-star force. For many years, the Huang family had never given up its ambition to become a 7-star force. Lin Moya quickly processed this information and showed more respect. "So it's the senior from the Huang family of Longquan City. I wonder what you wish to discuss with me." Longquan City was far from the influence of the Daoist sect, so why would they come all this way to find him? Lin Moya instinctively felt something was wrong. There had to be a deeper reason, especially the way Huang Xing looked at him, as if he were prey. Huang Xing said, "I came here to invite you to join the Huang family." Lin Moya was surprised. "Thank you for the invitation, senior. I just don't understand why the Huang family of Longquan City, with its great reputation and resources, would come all this way to invite me." Huang Xing replied, "I have a reason for inviting you. I sincerely invite you on behalf of the Huang family. You can make any conditions, and I will try my best to meet them." Huang Xing's attitude was very accommodating, his old face smiling like a chrysanthemum, which made Lin Moya feel even more uneasy. Lin Moya realized that he must have something valuable to the Huang family, but what could it be? In a flash, Lin Moya guessed it might be related to the Taiyan origin from a few days ago. Apart from that, he couldn't think of anything else that would make a powerful force like the Huang family come all this way. Lin Moya remained alert but didn't show it. "I don't know what conditions I can ask for. Why don't you tell me what the Huang family can offer?" Huang Xing saw Lin Moya's interest and became even more enthusiastic. "My Huang family is powerful and can offer anything you desire: secret techniques, magic weapons, origin crystals, women. If you perform well enough, my granddaughter, the princess of the Huang family, can marry you." As he spoke, Huang Xing glanced at the twins behind him. The twin sisters frowned slightly, a trace of disgust flashing in their eyes, but they didn't dare show it. Lin Moya noticed this. It was clear that the Huang family had very strict rules. In a family like the Huang family, clan members are sometimes just tools. You can ask for any conditions. It's tempting. The higher the conditions, the bigger the goal. Let's test their bottom line. Lin Moya looked at the twins with greed in his eyes. "Can the princess of the Huang family be married?" Huang Xing caught Lin Moya's expression and showed a look of success. "That depends on your performance. If you perform well, of course, you can. Our Huang family values talent very much. If you perform exceptionally well, it is not impossible to marry both at the same time." My Huang family has always been clear about rewards and punishments and will not treat any meritorious person unfairly. Huang Xing's attitude remained very good, with a smile in his eyes, and his words were extremely tempting, as if to say, see if you don't take the bait. Being able to marry two princesses of the Huang family seemed very attractive to Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo asked, can the twins be married? Huang Xing's smile grew even brighter, of course you can. At this time, the twin sisters' eyes turned cold, as if they wanted to kill Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo said, but the way they look at me is a bit fierce. Huang Xing glanced at the twins, and this glance immediately made the twins silent, their faces changing drastically. Huang Xing said to Lin Moyo, as long as you agree to join the Huang family, I will make the decision. You can choose one of these two and marry her directly. The twins looked very unhappy, but they did not dare to show their anger. Lin Moyo understood what he saw. First, the rules of the Huang family were very strict. Second, the Huang family had almost no bottom line. For some benefits, they could even sell out their clan members. Third, the Huang family was very interested in what he had and was willing to pay a great price. From their attitude, it was clear they couldn't force him and needed him to agree willingly, so they used seduction. But if he didn't agree, the Huang family would kill him. Huang Xing did not show any reaction. This was Lin Moya's analysis based on the twins' performance, and it was probably accurate. Huang Xing saw that Lin Moya did not speak for a long time, thinking he was choosing someone, and asked, how are you thinking about it? Who do you want to choose? Lin Moya smiled and said, if I reject the kindness of the senior, will the senior kill me now? Huang Xing smiled and said, young friend, you are joking. If you have any request, just ask. I will try my best to agree to it. Lin Moya shook his head, although I don't know what the Huang family wants, I am not stupid. I know that I must be useful to the Huang family. Senior, you have come thousands of miles across half of Nanzhou to find me. I guess it must be for something important. How about this, senior, tell me what you want, and then I will consider whether to join the Huang family. When doing business, we should also pay attention to integrity and not hide things. At this point, Lin Moya was no longer the same as before. He had a clear and upright look, and he was too lazy to look at the beautiful twins. He had seen many beauties, so too were nothing. Huang Xing's smile faded. He realized that Lin Moya was not the kind of person he thought but an extremely shrewd individual. His previous performance was just teasing him. He was actually teased by a junior. Huang Xing felt that his face was slapped and it hurt. One of the twins said, Elder, he is playing tricks on us. Huang Xing knew it and snorted, if that's the case, don't blame me for being cruel. Kaer, Yenner, capture him. Yes. The twins said in unison and then rushed towards Lin Moyo. Chapter 2611. Chapter 2611, 2611. Chapter 2611, my wife will be angry. As a deist master, Huang Xing would not personally deal with a small heavenly master like Lin Moyo. It was enough for the two sisters, Huang Ke and Huang Yan, to take action. Both sisters were mid-level heavenly masters and practiced the same path. When they joined forces, their power merged, allowing them to even contend with high-level heavenly masters. The reason they were brought here this time was due to many considerations. If the son of Taiyan was a young man like Lin Moyo, perhaps the beauty of the two sisters would come into play. It had been smooth before, but they didn't expect to meet someone like Lin Moyo. Huang Xing was a little annoyed. He could hear that Lin Moyo didn't know why he wanted to win him over. A mere low-level heavenly venerate, who got lucky and didn't even know that he was the son of Taiyan. You dare to trick me with your little cleverness. You're looking for death. Catch him first, there's always a way to make you surrender. Huang Xing was very annoyed that he was tricked. He decided to capture Lin Moyo and take him back to the Huang family to deal with him slowly. The Huang family had many ways to make Lin Moyo surrender: coercion, inducement, torture, and soul burning. He didn't believe that Lin Moyo could withstand it. Looking at the twins rushing over, Lin Moyo's eyes flashed with murderous intent. For the enemy, even if you are a beautiful woman, Lin Moyo would not be soft-hearted. It's not that he hasn't done things that are cruel to flowers. With a light tap of his finger, dark light flickered. Origin-level magic, time curse. A scream suddenly sounded, and the twin sisters hugged their heads at the same time, screaming and falling to the ground. They rolled on the ground, their screams piercing the air. Although the intermediate heavenly venerate could withstand Lin Moya's time curse, it wouldn't be easy. The soul pain would be unforgettable, and there might be lasting effects. Huang Xing's eyes suddenly shrank. How dare you resist? He raised his hand to slap Lin Moyo, but before he could, his face suddenly changed, and he rushed forward. As he moved, the space around him distorted, and an X-shaped space crack appeared. Blood spurted, accompanied by Huang Xing's screams, and an arm flew into the sky. The shadow mantis had come to Huang Xing silently and suddenly launched an attack. Huang Xing found it at the last moment, but it was too late. Lin Moya's previous performance was also to buy time for the shadow mantis. Huang Xing's arm was broken, and before he could come to his senses, his face suddenly turned pale. For a Dao Zun, physical injuries are nothing. A Tian Zun can recover in a short time, and Huang Xing could recover from a broken arm in the blink of an eye. But the second attack, the attack of the three-colored phantom snake, was truly fatal. When the shadow mantis attacked, the three-colored phantom snake had already come to Huang Xing's feet silently. While the shadow mantis was attacking, it entangled him and then launched its attack. Huang Xing's face was pale, his eyes were gray, and his tone was full of despair. Three-colored phantom snake, how can there be a three-colored phantom snake? The poison of the three-colored phantom snake is very troublesome, even for a Daozun of the 6th realm like Gu Hanyu. Once an ordinary Daozun is poisoned, unless he is lucky enough to have someone save him, he will die. Now in the chaotic area, no one will come to save him. Huang Xing knew that he was 99% dead. The poison of the three-colored phantom snake took effect very quickly. Huang Xing's breath dropped rapidly, and his strength was draining from his body at an alarming speed. Huang Xing and Gu Hanyu were not comparable. Gu Hanyu could hold on for a while under the poison of the three-colored phantom snake, but Huang Xing was directly poisoned. Huang Xing suddenly thought in despair that since Lin Moyo could control the three-colored phantom snake, maybe he could save him. He screamed, my friend, please save me. You can ask for any conditions. I'll tell you everything, everything. Lin Moyo shook his head, no need. I'd rather believe the dead than the living. As soon as the voice fell, the space twisted again, and a cold light flashed in front of Huang Xing's eyes. Huang Xing dodged instinctively, but under the attack of the poison, his dodging was pale and powerless. His body was almost torn apart, and another leg was cut off. Huang Xing screamed and roared, and the remaining hand slapped Lin Moyo fiercely. He wanted to use his last strength to die with Lin Moyo. This palm gathered Huang Xing's last strength. Although he was poisoned and seriously injured, he still had an attack power close to that of a deist master. It's useless. Lin Moyo shook his head gently, and Cheng Hongguang appeared beside Lin Moyo, also using all his strength, and the sun palm came out. The huge forces collided, setting off a huge storm. Cheng Hongguang was immediately repelled. Although he was weaker in strength, he still managed to block Huang Xing's last attack. Huang Xing murmured, how could it be possible? Why would there be a high-level Tianzun? Why would there be a three-colored phantom snake? Lin Moyo whispered, Senior Huang, have a safe journey. Under Huang Xing's desperate expression, the Shadow Mantis's attack broke out again. This time Huang Xing failed to avoid it and was torn into pieces. Blood rained down, and the ground was full of broken bodies. Lin Moyo asked the twins with a smile, what about you? At this moment, the twins were so scared that their pretty faces turned pale. They knelt there and trembled, not daring to get up. Even the Daozun elder was easily killed, and they didn't even know how Lin Moyo attacked. In their eyes, Lin Moyo was more terrifying than a demon. Huang Yan said in a trembling voice, Senior, please spare our lives. We are willing to serve you as slaves. Huang Ke also said, whatever you ask us to do, we will obey you. Please spare our lives. Lin Moyo shook his head, it is impossible to let you go back. The Huang family will definitely not let me go. If I bring you with me, my wife will definitely be angry. She will kill you, and you will die even more miserably. So, I'd better kill you now and put an end to it. Huang Yan's face changed drastically, and she immediately shouted, no, we will try our best to please your wife. Lin Moyo smiled, my wife is Gu Hanyu. Have you heard of her? Huang Yan exclaimed, her voice trembling, the lord of Hanshui Holy Land, Fairy Jade. Gu Hanyu is so famous that countless legends have surrounded her since her debut. Almost all of her peers have become her stepping stones. No one can match Fairy Jade's demeanor. Until she became the lord of Hanshui Holy Land, the news about her gradually faded, but the legend about her is still being passed down by the world. In the legend, Gu Hanyu was ruthless, and basically killed all those she disliked. Some people also called her the Jade Demon behind her back. Lin Moyo smiled, now you know, so you'd better not ignore her. The two women were desperate, suddenly looked at each other, and attacked Lin Moyo at the same time. They were very close to Lin Moyo, and their attacks were as fast as thunder, reaching him in an instant. Two Tianzun realm swords appeared in their hands, and their auras merged into one. The avenue appeared on their bodies at the same time and merged with each other. At this moment, the auras of the two reached the peak, comparable to high-level Tianzun. Lin Moyo sighed lightly, and mist surrounded his body. The skeleton hell appeared silently and swallowed the two. Chapter 2612. Chapter 2612, 2612. Chapter 2612, Becoming the Target of Public Criticism. The killing was quick and swift. In the blink of an eye, Huang Xing was dead, and the twins of the Huang family had also perished. Lin Moyo was ruthless in his actions, showing no mercy. Only the ancient flying boat remained in the air. Cheng Hongguang had moved to the side of the flying boat and controlled it to prevent any sudden escape. God knows what secrets might be hidden in the Huang family's magic weapon. Lin Moyo could not give the Huang family any chance. After his experience with Gu Hanyu, he had become more cautious. Even if there was only some residual breath, a Daozun could use it to track him. It was far from enough to just erase the time mark, more needed to be done. Lin Moyo used the law of time to erase the time mark here. This was a chaotic area, and the breath was already extremely chaotic without his help, making it impossible to distinguish. Finally, he took out the cause and effect gourd, and the only remaining cause and effect line was completely cut off. If the other party could still find a connection with him after this, there was nothing more to say. Undead flames popped up, and the flesh and blood scattered on the ground burned in the undead flames. Flesh and blood reborn, soul reorganized. Huang Xing, who had just died, quickly resurrected and became a resurrected being. Lin Moyo did not trust the living Huang Xing, he trusted the dead Huang Xing more. The moment he became a resurrected being, Huang Xing's eyes flashed with brilliance, and his expression was slightly conflicted. Lin Moyo immediately became alert. Huang Xing still had the heart to resist. The technique of resurrecting the dead had been tried on the Shadow Mantis and the three-colored phantom snake without any issues. Unexpectedly, Huang Xing resisted. The Dao heart of a cultivator is indeed not comparable to that of a spirit beast. Fortunately, Huang Xing's resistance only lasted for a moment. His eyes suddenly became obedient, and he knelt in front of Lin Moyo with great piety. Lin Moyo asked, "Tell me, why did you come to find me?" Huang Xing replied, "Because you are the son of Taiyan, you possess great luck. As long as we win you over, your luck can be used by us." Son of Taiyan. Lin Moyo frowned and looked up at the sky. At this moment, the origin of Taiyin was hanging high in the sky, and the strange symbol on his forehead was flashing with light. Lin Moya whispered, "Tell me in detail." Huang Xing told Lin Moya everything about the son of Taiyin. Lin Moya's eyelids twitched as he listened. He didn't expect that he would become the target of public criticism. In the Origin continent, all the major forces pursue luck. One of the functions of the Origin spiritual vein is to suppress luck. In the Origin continent, if one's luck is strong, there will be countless opportunities and rapid rises to prominence. If one's luck is declining, there will be bad luck everywhere, even leading to death. Many major sects look for disciples not only with outstanding talents but also with deep luck. The power of Taiyin belongs to people with great luck. After discovering the appearance of the power of Taiyin, all forces will try their best to win it over. But if they fail to win it over, they will kill it and destroy it. What they can't get, others can't get either. In the history of the Origin continent, many sons of Taiyin have been killed. But similarly, there have also been cases where the son of Taiyin joined a certain force, and then the luck of that force soared, and its strength increased greatly in a short period of time. The most outrageous case was when the son of Taiyin joined a 6-star force. That 6-star force had a 7th-level Origin spiritual vein. With the addition of the luck of the son of Taiyin, the 7th-level Origin spiritual vein was sublimated and transformed into an 8th-level Origin spiritual vein. That 6-star force became a 7-star force in just a few thousand years and became a top existence in the Origin continent. After listening to Huang Xing's story, Lin Moyo murmured, "I didn't expect that I would become a hot commodity. So, there are hundreds of major forces outside the chaotic zone looking for me. As long as I leave the chaotic zone, I will be targeted. Being targeted by hundreds of Daizun is not a good thing." Lin Moya knew that the previous road could not be taken, and he had to change direction. When he became the son of Taiyin, those major forces only calculated the approximate area where he was. And these forces did not think that he would be in the chaotic zone. In the chaotic zone, even Daizun were unwilling to easily get involved. The main reason why Huang Xing came to find him was that he owned this ancient flying boat. The ancient flying boat was called Fiyun boat, made by an ancient great power. It had average speed, no defense ability, and no attack ability. Its only advantage was stability, extreme stability, and no interference from the outside world. That's why he dared to drive Fiyun boat into the chaotic zone. Unexpectedly, he was right, and he also risked his life. When Huang Xing arrived, it was the time when Taiyin controlled the world. The symbol on Lin Moya's forehead was shining, so Huang Xing recognized him at a glance. This symbol is called Taiyin Fu, the mark of the son of Taiyin. Whenever the origin of Taiyin controls the world, the Taiyin Fu will appear. Lin Moya looked into the depths of the chaotic zone. It seems that I have to change direction. If I continue to move forward in the original direction, I will really die. He didn't want to join a big force. If he really had to choose, he might as well go to find Guhanyu. After all, they are our own people, so the good things should not flow to outsiders. After a moment, Lin Moya determined the way he would go next. If I can't leave the chaotic zone for the time being, then I'll cross through the center of the chaotic zone. The chaotic zone spreads tens of millions of kilometers. After passing through the central area, I will leave the territory of Hanshui Holy Land and Wendao sect at the same time and enter the sphere of influence of Tianjian sect. Although there are many dangers in the chaotic zone, it is better than facing those forces. If there is a suitable opportunity, I can also enter Yujian City or Daejian City and find a new way out. As long as I am careful, when the Taiyin origin appears, I can avoid the eyes and ears of others and hide during the day and night, there will be no problem. However, according to Huang Xing, if those Daizun can't find me, they may also enter the chaotic zone. Daizun will not easily set foot in the chaotic zone, but it does not mean that they cannot come in, and some Daizun have rare treasures in their hands. Lin Moya looked at the Fiyun boat in the sky. It's just right, I can use the Fiyun boat. The chaotic zone is thousands of miles wide, and the central area is about 1,000 miles wide, accounting for only 3/1000. But this 1/10 is also the most dangerous area in the chaotic zone. The power of the origin in the central area is getting more and more chaotic, and the chaotic rotworms are getting stronger. The chaotic rotworms of the Tianzun realm can be seen everywhere here, and occasionally there will be chaotic rotworms of the Daizun realm. It can be said that ordinary Tianzun can't move here. In the chaotic area, the Fiyun boat was emitting a hazy light and was moving slowly forward. Chapter 2613. Chapter 2613, 2613. Chapter 2613, something seems wrong. The speed of the Fiyun boat was not fast, but the only effect of the chaotic origin power here was to limit its speed. The closer it was to the center point, the slower it became. Fortunately, it flew very steadily. Lin Moya stood on the boat, surrounded by a ball of light, and could not feel the chaos on the surface at all. Huang Xing stood beside him, controlling the Fiyun boat, which was enough to ensure their safety. Lin Moya sorted out the spoils obtained from Huang Xing. As a deist master, there were still many good things, and the Huang family, as a 6-star force, was much richer than the Yin family. There were many origin crystals of various levels, and Lin Moya took them into his pocket without hesitation. The origin crystals were not too few. In order to promote the skeleton hell, 4 7th-level exquisite origin crystals were used up before, which was a considerable fortune. Even the spoils obtained from Huang Xing could not completely make up for it. According to Lin Moya's words, the deist masters of the Huang family were not very rich, not as rich as Xiaoyu, nor as rich as himself. In addition to the origin crystals, Huangxing also had a lot of magic weapon materials, but Lin Moya didn't like many of them, so he threw them directly into the warehouse. Along the way, Lin Moya kept releasing the skeleton hell, devouring most of the chaos rod worms along the way. After the skeleton hell reached the heavenly venerable realm, its power was greatly enhanced, and the chaos rod worms of the supreme realm were no longer in his eyes. At least the venerable realm is enough for the hell evil spirits to eat. The skeleton hell continued to devour and started a new round of improvement. However, this time the improvement speed was a bit slow. If it wanted to continue to advance, it probably had to eat a lot of chaos rod worms. Eat as many as you can, anyway, just eat as much as you can. Lin Moya was not in a hurry. The skeleton hell was now almost invincible in the heavenly venerable realm. Even if it was a high-level heavenly venerable, if it was not strong enough or did not have a powerful magic weapon, it was very likely to be trapped to death by the skeleton hell. The speed of the Feiyun boat remained stable, and it could fly about 50 million kilometers a day. According to the length of the chaotic zone, it would take about 20 days to fly out of the chaotic zone. In the past few days, Lin Moya had nothing to do except constantly using the skeleton hell, and no other Deas unchased him. Lin Moya began to multitask, studying the Deas treasures. In the Yin family treasury, he got 2 Deas treasures. He had no time to study them before, but now he finally had some free time. Of the 2 treasures, one was square and jade-like, and looked like a seal. The seal did not have any ancient aura, and it was obviously not made too long ago, at most not more than 1,000 years. The seal was very clean, without any extra patterns, only at the bottom, there was a mountain carved, and the name of the seal was carved on the edge, Shanhaiyin. Lin Moya looked at the appearance of the seal, the name is quite grand. Huangxing, take a look at this Shanhaiyin. What level of magic weapon is it? Huangxing took the Shanhaiyin and looked at it for a while and got the result. It can barely be called a Deist treasure, and it is the worst in the Deist realm. Well, it was exactly what Lin Moya thought. Although it is a Deist treasure, it is only the worst. Take a look at this one. Lin Moya threw another magic weapon to Huangxing. This time it was a sharp arrow, but the arrow seemed to be broken, with only half of it left. Although Huangxing's realm was average, he was only at the first level of Daozun, but he was born in the Huang family, so his knowledge was not bad. This arrow should be a magic weapon of the 3rd level of Daozun, but now it is broken, and it can still be used, only at the Daozun level. And it needs to be used with a corresponding bow. I guess the bow that uses it is at least a magic weapon of the 5th level of Daozun. Without the corresponding bow, and it is broken, it is estimated that even the power of the 1st level of Daozun will be difficult to exert. Lin Moya said with some disdain, it turned out to be a defective product. However, he changed his mind and thought, although there is no bow and it is a defective product, it is at least a magic weapon of the 3rd level of the Deist Master, at least the material level is there. If it is used to summon the elemental lich, it may have unexpected effects. The elemental lich pays the most attention to the level of the material. The material of the magic weapon of the 3rd level of the Deist Master must not be too bad. At this moment, Lin Moya used this broken arrow as the material to summon the elemental lich. A ball of light flashed in the palm of his hand, and the broken arrow began to vibrate continuously, as if it was resisting, but it didn't work. Summoning the elemental lich triggered the inexplicable laws of the avenue, and a series of strange forces fell on the palm, turning into invisible flames, burning the broken arrow. Gradually, the broken arrow began to melt. It's done. Lin Moya was happy in his heart. When the broken arrow began to melt, Lin Moya knew that the elemental lich was successfully summoned. This is the experience brought by summoning again and again. The melting speed of the broken arrow was very slow, and the material level was too high, so the summoning process was a bit long. Lin Moya was not in a hurry. At the current speed, it would take about a day to summon it. He was multitasking, controlling the skeleton hell to devour the chaos rod worms while summoning the elemental lich. After flying in the central area for several days, he did not encounter a chaos rod worm of the Daozun realm, which surprised Lin Moya. Others said that there were many chaos rod worms of the Daozun realm, but he had not encountered any. He had already prepared the shadow mantis and the 3-colored phantom snake to deal with them, but he had no chance. Something seems to be wrong. Lin Moya felt a little uneasy, but he couldn't tell where the uneasiness came from. In the wild area near the chaotic zone on the edge of the Deist sect, hundreds of Deist masters from various forces, with their men and horses, were searching for the whereabouts of the son of Taiyin. However, after searching for many days, there was no result. Many Deist masters had an idea in their minds whether the son of Taiyin had left. If he hadn't left, he could only be in the chaotic zone. But entering the chaotic zone, all Deist masters were a little hesitant. At this time, a Deist master suddenly stopped, she exclaimed lightly, and took out a broken arrow. This broken arrow was the second half, and at the tail of the arrow, there were 3 characters engraved, and a ball of flame was also painted. At this time, the broken arrow was constantly vibrating, pointing to a certain place. She sensed it and looked towards the chaotic zone, pointing to the chaotic zone. Could it be that the other half of the broken arrow is in the chaotic zone? But why didn't it react before, and now it suddenly reacted? She suddenly realized that someone took out the other half of the broken arrow, which caused the induction. Someone took out half of the broken arrow in the chaotic zone. Could it be? Her eyes flashed with brilliance, and she suddenly realized who the person in the chaotic zone was, most likely the son of Taiyin. No wonder I have been searching here for so many days without any results. He is actually in the chaotic zone. She looked around to make sure that there were no other Daozuns around, and then carefully approached the chaotic zone and flew in silently. She was very careful and did not want to attract the attention of Daozuns from other forces. She did not want to compete with others for her prey. In her eyes, the son of Taiyin was just prey. Chapter 2614. Chapter 2614, 2614. Chapter 2614, come on, I believe you can do it. One day later, the broken arrow in Lin Moyo's hand had completely melted. The small elemental lich was gradually taking shape. Lin Moyo frowned slightly. Half a day ago, the melting broken arrow suddenly vibrated and pointed in a direction. Lin Moyo didn't know what happened, but Huang Xing was knowledgeable. He told Lin Moyo that although the magic weapon of the third level of Daozun was broken, there would still be induction between the fragments. This movement was the induction. After hearing the news, Lin Moyo immediately realized what had happened. Among the Daozun who came to find him this time, there happened to be a Daozun who held the other half of the broken arrow. He had put the broken arrow in the storage space before, and the other party could not sense it. Now that he took it out to summon the elemental lich, it was sensed. So, the Daozun was very likely to chase him. Lin Moyo couldn't help but sigh. The world is so big, there is no coincidence, and such a coincidence can be encountered. But since it has come, he will make the best of it. Since it has been chased, he is not afraid. You can't interrupt the summoning of the elemental lich just because you are afraid of the other party. That would be really stupid. Lin Moyo now has many trump cards, 1 or 2 Tinzun, he is really not afraid. The broken arrow completely melted, and the element quickly took shape. An hour later, an elemental lich with a fiery red body and a metallic luster, like a piece of red-hot steel, appeared in front of him. This elemental lich was extremely thin and was the thinnest of all the elemental liches of Lin Moyo, and the whole body exudes a sharp breath. Lin Moyo can feel that it contains a strong fire attribute. The broken arrow contained fire attribute power before, and the elemental lich perfectly inherited this. The newly appeared elemental lich flew around Lin Moyo, very happy. Its information also appeared in Lin Moyo's mind. Star Arrow Lich. Realm, Peak Tinzun. Rank, Perfect. Growth limit, none. Spell, Spark Arrow, Great Way of Arrow. Spark Arrow, transform yourself into an arrow and launch a fatal attack on the enemy. Great Way of Arrow, induce the power of the Great Way, use the power of the Great Way to greatly enhance your own strength, so that the power of Spark Arrow increases 100 times, and can only shoot one arrow, with a cooldown of 24 hours. The elemental lich summoned by the broken arrow is indeed related to the arrow. The properties of the Star Arrow Lich are almost what Lin Moyo expected. If this arrow is not broken, and is still a magic weapon of the third realm of Daozun, then it is very likely to summon an elemental lich of the Daozun realm. Now it can only summon an elemental lich of the Peak Tinzun. It's not disappointing, but Lin Moyo thinks it should be stronger. If the half of the broken arrow can be absorbed, maybe it can reach the Daozun realm. Elemental liches can grow, and they can grow unlimitedly by absorbing suitable materials. But suitable materials are very difficult to find, and Lin Moyo has never found them before. But the materials of the Star Arrow Lich seem to be on their way to find him. In that case, let's wait for him. Lin Moyo asked Huang Xing to stop and waited for him to arrive. After waiting for half a day, until the Taiyin origin shone on the world, the Taiyin talisman appeared again between Lin Moyo's eyebrows, and the person he was waiting for finally arrived. In the past few days, Lin Moyo also tried to cover up the Taiyin talisman, but found that no method worked. Even if the Taiyin talisman was blocked by a magic weapon, the light of the Yin talisman could still be seen through the magic weapon. This light is not ordinary light, but a manifestation of the Taiyin origin. However, Huang Xing said that the Taiyin talisman could be concealed. Someone had successfully concealed it before, but he didn't know how to do it. A ball of fire came from afar, not slow, but a little strange. The fire flew crookedly, swaying left and right, flying 1,000 meters to the left, and then correcting to fly 1,000 meters to the right. Before it could be completely corrected, it suddenly fell to the ground, and then quickly pulled up. Lin Moyo's mouth twitched. It's so difficult to fly. It's a female Taoist master. She looks good, but she looks a little embarrassed. The other party is a Taoist master, and a Taoist master can't even control his body here, which shows how chaotic the chaotic zone is. Then, Lin Moyo saw a group of chaotic rot insects behind her. There were thousands of chaotic rot insects chasing her, most of them were in the Tinzun realm, and the two flying in the front were a little special, having reached the Taoist master realm. The chaos corruption worms of Daozun realm finally appeared. Lin Moyo had never seen the chaos corruption worms of Daozun realm since he entered the chaos zone. Unexpectedly, he finally saw one here today. The chaos corruption worms of Tinzun realm are about the size of an adult's fist, and the chaos corruption worms of Daozun realm are as big as an adult's head. A group of chaos corruption worms chased the female Daozun without letting up. They kept spitting out green mucus, which looked extremely disgusting. The female Daozun kept dodging, but the essence of the green mucus is the source of chaos, and it is not easy to dodge. Under the overwhelming attack, the breath of the female Daozun also became chaotic, and the source of power was polluted. The power of the Tao in the female Daozun's body flowed, stripping away the polluted source of power. However, in this way, her power was also weakened, and the consumption was great. He saw the female Taoist holding a broken arrow in her hand, and smiled. Sure enough, it's in her hand. The broken arrow can be used to upgrade the Star Arrow Lich, and the Star Arrow Lich is very likely to be promoted to the Taoist realm. Lin Moyo saw her, and she also saw Lin Moyo. Finally found you. The female Taoist shouted and rushed towards Lin Moyo, but suddenly, the source power around her became chaotic. She was obviously rushing forward, but she flew directly to the right. In an instant, she flew more than 1,000 meters away, not only failed to get close to Lin Moyu, but also widened the distance. The chaos rotworms following her also flew over. For them, the chaos zone is their home and is not affected at all. She kept adjusting and dismantling it again. During the period, she was attacked by the chaos rotworms again, and part of the source power was eroded and polluted, so she had to peel it off. After a series of actions, the female Taoist became more embarrassed. Lin Moyu watched from a distance with a smile in his eyes, as if watching a play. What's more, he waved his hand, and a tea table appeared in front of him. There was already brewed tea on the tea table, and there were also a bunch of snacks. Lin Moyu drank tea and ate snacks slowly. This scene made the female Taoist grit her teeth and her chest rise and fall with anger. The Taoist wanted to save face. She was in such a mess here and was treated as a joke. She almost spit out tears. Too much. The female Taoist shouted angrily. It must be said that her voice was very pleasant. It was obviously a shout, but it sounded a bit like a cry. Lin Moyu smiled softly. Come on, I believe you can do it. The female Taoist was furious, took out a tower-shaped magic weapon, and went behind her. The magic weapon spun rapidly in the air, spewing countless flames, evolving into a sea of fire, and swallowed all the chaotic rotworms. The chaotic rotworms screamed, and a large number of chaotic rotworms were burned to death in the sea of fire. But the next second, the sea of fire became chaotic and quickly twisted and collapsed. The female Taoist's face changed drastically, and she immediately took back the pagoda. In just a short while, the aura of the pagoda had dropped by at least 30%, and there was disgusting green slime on the magic weapon. Lin Moyu saw it and whispered, it turns out that the chaos rotworms can even contaminate magic weapons. Chapter 2615. Chapter 2615, 2615. Chapter 2615. Boy, you're in trouble now. The chaotic rotworms of the Daozun realm can not only pollute the origin power of the cultivator but also the magic weapon. The flame pagoda of the female Daozun was obviously a powerful Daozun realm magic weapon, but in an instant, the pagoda was polluted, and its power was greatly reduced. If it weren't for the quick reflexes of the female Daozun, this magic weapon would have fallen to a lower realm. The female Daozun was clearly distressed and put the pagoda away. At the same time, she glared fiercely at Lin Moyu, as if blaming him for her predicament. Lin Moyu was a little confused. It was she who provoked the chaotic rotworms, so why blame him? He raised his teacup and gestured to the female Daozun, whispering, come on. The female Daozun was almost furious, glaring at Lin Moyu fiercely as she was forced to change directions and approach him. Lin Moyu found that compared to dealing with the chaotic rotworms, this bad-tempered female Daozun seemed more intent on dealing with him, the son of Taiyin. Perhaps, in her eyes, capturing the son of Taiyin was the most important task. Lin Moyu shook his head gently. What a pity, you have no chance. Lin Moyu felt that this female Daozun did not seem very smart. She should be able to see Huangxing standing next to him. As a Daozun, how could she not analyze that he had another Daozun guarding him? Even if she got close, she could not do anything to him. Unless, she has other means. Lin Moyu thought of a possibility. Perhaps she had a special means that allowed her to ignore Huangxing and the chaotic rotworms behind her. Whether it was a spell or a magic weapon, this means must have limitations. Perhaps the range was not large, or it could only be used once. So, the female Daozun had to get close to ensure the success rate. Lin Moyu carefully watched the changes in the female Daozun's expression and found that although she looked angry and furious, there was a calmness in the deepest part of her eyes. Daozuns, it turns out, are never easy to deal with. The previous performance was half true and half false, and at least half of it was done for me to see. If I really let my guard down, I might be the one in trouble in the end. Lin Moyu calculated that he was still about 10,000 meters away from the female Daozun, but in the chaotic zone, this 10,000 meter distance would be many times longer. She was constantly changing directions and had to take many detours. She hasn't made a move at a distance of 10,000 meters, which means that the distance of 10,000 meters should be safe. In that case, keep this distance. Just as the female Daozun continued to approach, the Feiyun boat suddenly started and flew thousands of meters in a straight line. The distance between the two sides was suddenly pulled apart. The female Daozun's eyes suddenly flared with anger, and she shouted, you. Lin Moyu raised his teacup, come on. The female Daozun shouted angrily and continued to chase, but the power of the chaotic zone kept changing her direction. It would take some time to cover a few thousand meters, not to mention that she had to deal with the chaotic rotworms behind her, making it difficult for her to exert her full speed. Just when the distance was shortened to about 10,000 meters, the Feiyun boat started again and pulled away in a straight line. Lin Moyu smiled, come on, we're getting closer. The female Daozun's chest rose and fell more and more violently, and she shouted angrily, if you have the guts, don't run. Lin Moyu laughed, if you have the guts, don't chase. As he spoke, the Feiyun boat began to fly forward slowly, and the straight line distance between it and the female Daozun was always above 10,000 meters. No matter how hard the female Daozun tried, she couldn't get close. The Feiyun boat was not affected by the chaos and naturally had an absolute advantage. The female Daozun was so angry that she gritted her teeth and almost spat fire from her eyes. She kept getting close and being pulled away again and again. In the end, Lin Moyu kept a distance of 10,000 meters from her, and she could never get close. The female Daozun finally realized that this was not a solution. The chaotic rotworms behind her kept attacking her, and her strength was constantly weakening. If she continued like this, she would be killed sooner or later. Damn boy, wait until I catch up with you, and see how I will deal with you. The female Dao Zun shouted angrily. Her voice was really nice even when her anger reached its peak, it still sounded pleasant. Lin Moya laughed and said, "Let's talk about it when you catch up." The female Dao Zun took out another magic weapon, her eyes full of reluctance, and then activated the magic weapon. The magic weapon was a ball with many runes on it, which were lighting up quickly. Lin Moya asked, "What kind of magic weapon is it?" Huang Xing immediately answered, "The rune array bead, which is arranged into an array with runes, and then the array is refined into a magic weapon. This is the rune array bead of the Daist realm, which has at least a 5th level array or above, and perhaps more." Lin Moya suddenly realized that it was no wonder the female Dao Zun wanted to keep getting closer to him. Originally, her method was the talisman array beads. The influence range of the array was limited. If the distance was too far, it might not work. The array can be refined into an array plate, and the talisman array can be refined into talisman array beads, both of which can be used as magic weapons. The talisman array beads were activated, and the female Dao Zun threw them upwards. The talisman array beads suddenly unfolded and turned into a large array. Under the large array like a net, the chaotic rotworms suddenly seemed to have lost their target and began to spin in place. Originally, they were not affected by the power of chaos, but under the effect of the large array, they also fell into a state of chaos. After the chaos, there was sleep. One by one, the chaotic rotworms fell into a state of sleep and fell from the air. Lin Moya knew that the function of this large array was to make the creatures in the array sleep. However, in the chaotic zone, the large array could not be maintained for too long, so it was no wonder that the female Dao Zun did not directly use this method. Disposable magic weapons like the talisman array beads are very expensive to use, and the female Dao Zun would not have too many of them, otherwise, it would not be like this. The female Dao Zun took out another jade token and directly crushed it. In an instant, she was enveloped by a ball of faint light. The chaotic power in the chaotic zone was isolated by this ball of faint light, but the faint light was rapidly weakening and could only last for a few seconds. The female Dao Zun shouted, and the power of the Dao Zun burst out in an instant, instantly increasing her speed to the extreme, turning into a line of fire, and falling on the Fi'iyun boat. The female Dao Zun showed up on the Fi'iyun boat, staring at Lin Moya with a pair of beautiful eyes. "Boy, you are in trouble now." Lin Moya was not panicked at all. "Senior, you have come from afar, you have worked hard, why don't you have a cup of tea first?" The female Dao Zun snorted, came to the tea table, and sat down, not suspecting that it was poisoned, and drank a cup of tea very boldly. Lin Moya smiled, "Senior, aren't you afraid that I will poison you?" The female Dao Zun sneered, "I am a Dao Zun. Ordinary poisons are useless to me." She seemed very confident, but Lin Moya thought she had something else to rely on. Lin Moya got straight to the point, "Senior, you are here for the power of Taiyin, right?" The female Dao Zun looked at the Taiyin symbol on Lin Moya's forehead. "You are asking knowingly. Otherwise, I am fine at home. Why would I come here to suffer? Do you want to go back with me obediently, or do you want me to take you back?" She said it directly and sincerely, unlike Huang Xing, who was full of hypocrisy. Lin Moya smiled and said, "Senior looks like a fairy flower, and it seems not difficult to call me Aunt all the time." The female Dao Zun snorted, "What do you care, Aunt?" Suddenly her face changed, and she urged in a hurry, "Hurry up, the formation is about to break." The sleeping chaotic rotworms woke up one by one, and the formation was about to break under the roar of the chaotic power. Chapter 2616. Chapter 2616, 2616. Chapter 2616. Do you still want to take me back? The female deist spoke in a hurry, but Lin Moya ignored her and did not move. The formation was twisting more and more violently, and it was about to collapse. The female deist said anxiously, "Leave quickly, I don't have a second talisman formation bead." Lin Moya seemed to suddenly realize, Senior seems to be very anxious. The female deist said unhappily, "Once the formation is broken, those chaotic rotworms will rush out. By then, I can escape, but you will be dead." Lin Moya chuckled, "So the senior is considering the junior." The female deist said unhappily, "Nonsense, you are the son of Taiyin, how can you die here?" Lin Moya said, no, I am the son of Taiyin, I really can't die here." The female deist said anxiously, "Why don't you leave quickly? If you leave too late, you will die." Lin Moya said, "Senior, how long do you think I have been here?" The female deist was stunned. She suddenly realized that when many deists couldn't find Lin Moya, he had actually been in the chaotic zone all along, and Lin Moya lived very well in the chaotic zone and didn't encounter any danger at all. No danger in the chaotic zone? That's impossible. It can only be said that Lin Moya has a way to deal with it. The female deist thought at first that Lin Moya relied on the Fi'iyun boat beneath his feet, but it seemed wrong to think about it. It shouldn't be that simple. Then the female deist looked at Huang Xing and thought it might be him, but it seemed that Huang Xing was only at the first level of Dao Zun, about the same as herself. Unless Huang Xing concealed his strength, in fact, he was not only at the first level of Dao Zun but also at the second or third level of Dao Zun, or even more powerful. At that moment, she immediately became alert and her whole body tensed up. She had never considered that Lin Moya would rely on his own strength to survive safely in the chaotic zone. Lin Moya saw this and shook his head secretly. Dao Zun should be very smart, but this lady in front of me doesn't seem to be the case. He took a sip of tea and spoke slowly. "I wonder what your name is, senior, and which faction you are from." The female Dao Zun was wary of Huang Xing at this time and responded instinctively, "I am Jiang Ruoxu from the Jiang family of Fuya City." The Jiang family is also a big force, but its strength is not as good as the Huang family, and it is only 5 stars. Among the 5-star forces, the Jiang family is at the top. Lin Moya shook his head secretly. As far as he knew, among the forces that came this time, the 5-star forces were just the beginning. Most of them were 6-star forces, and several 7-star forces were also fully dispatched. Perhaps the Jiang family just came to try their luck, but if he really followed Jiang Ruoxu back to the Jiang family, it might be a disaster for the Jiang family. Bang! The formation collapsed, the runes exploded, and the sleeping Chaos Rod Worms woke up one after another. Jiang Ruoxu's hair stood up. The Chaos Rod Worms are awake. Let him take action quickly, otherwise there will be big trouble. Jiang Ruoxu felt that Lin Moya could be so calm because of Huang Xing, but Huang Xing did not move and had no intention of attacking. Jiang Ruoxu was anxious. What are you thinking about? Do you want to die here? She changed her position at this time, as if she was ready to escape at any time. If she wanted to escape, nothing would happen. Lin Moya looked at the broken arrow in Jiang Ruoxu's hand and naturally would not let her leave. Don't worry. With a light touch of his finger, the skeleton hell appeared with a bang. The skeleton hell has a huge range, and it swallowed up all the Chaos Rod Worms that had just awakened the moment it appeared. The hell evil spirits rushed out of the Hellfire River, surrounded the Chaos Rod Worms, and bit them one by one. Some Chaos Rod Worms that had not yet awakened became delicious food in the stomachs of the hell evil spirits in the blink of an eye. Hell flames fell from the sky, and balls of flames fell like meteors, smashing the Chaos Rod Worms to pieces. The flames refined the source power of chaos and took it for themselves. Only 2 Chaos Rod Worms in the Daozun realm still had the power to resist. They spewed green mucus, which could quickly pollute the source power. It only took a few mouthfuls for the Daozun's power to be reduced by several times. Moreover, they were extremely powerful. As creatures born from the source power of chaos, all attacks on them would be polluted, and their power would be reduced by 1/10. It was difficult for Daozun of the same realm to kill them, and it was precisely because of this that Daozun would have a headache when encountering them. Jiang Ruoxu was chased by them before, and she fought back several times but just couldn't kill the 2 Chaos Rod Worms in the Daozun realm. Instead, her own strength was weakened by at least 30%, and she became extremely embarrassed. But the Hell Evil Spirits were like their nemesis. The power of the Hell Evil Spirits was a self-contained system, and they were not afraid of the mucus of Chaos Rod Worms at all. The Hellfire Prison can even refine mucus together. It is totally unreasonable. A group of Hell Evil Spirits surrounded the Chaos Rod Worms of Daozun realm and bit them randomly. The Chaos Rod Worms have strong enough defense, and each bite can only cause some insignificant damage to them. But they can't stand the crowd. You bite me, I bite. It's only a matter of time to bite them to death, and it won't take too long. The Eye of Hell opened and swept across the skeleton hell, and the Chaos Rod Worms immediately screamed shrilly. The Chaos Rod Worms of Tianzun realm lost their resistance and fell to the ground, unable to move. The Daozun realm was okay, but it also made them feel painful and crazy. As long as they are living beings, they have souls. The Eye of Hell attacks the souls and there is no defense. The flowers of the other shore are blooming, and the purple light covers the skeleton hell. Under the illumination of the flowers of the other shore, the Chaos Rod Worms' breath dropped sharply, at least by 30%. They were greatly weakened, and the weakening was all around, with strength, speed, and defense, all falling by at least 30%. On the Feiyun boat, Jiang Ruoxu was stunned. She naturally recognized that this was Lin Moya's magic. But a low-level Tianzun, why can his magic be so strong? The Chaos Rod Worms that chased her all the way and left her helpless were as weak as babies in front of Lin Moya, a low-level Tianzun. Just one magic, and thousands of Chaos Rod Worms were eliminated. Lin Moya smiled and said, "Senior Jiang, your saliva is flowing out." Jiang Ruoxu was awakened. She found that her mouth was unconsciously open and her saliva was about to drip out. At this moment, she had no trace of the majesty of a Daozun. Jiang Ruoxu quickly shut her mouth, coughed lightly, and pretended to be calm. The son of Taiyin is worthy of being the son of Taiyin, and his methods are really extraordinary. Lin Moya smiled and said, "Now, Senior Jiang, do you still want to take me back?" Jiang Ruoxu shook her head without thinking. "I didn't want to take you back, I just wanted to invite you to the Jiang family as a guest." Lin Moya shook his head and said, "It's not that I don't want to go, but I can't go now. Senior Jiang should understand the reason." Jiang Ruoxu thought about it and really figured it out. She is carefree. Although she is not very smart, she is not stupid. She smiled, "I know what you are worried about. In fact, there is no need to worry. We have an agreement in each family. No matter who gets the son of Taiyin in the end, the agreement will be honored." Lin Moya didn't think so and said to Huang Xing, "Mr. Huang, is it really like this?" Huang Xing told the truth. There is this agreement, but the agreement is just an agreement. It is also very easy to tear it up. Jiang Ruoxu was stunned for a moment and stared at Huang Xing. "It's impossible." Huang Xing said, "Just find a reason, it doesn't matter whether it is true or false." Lin Moya sighed softly and said with some earnestness, "Senior Jiang, you really think things are too simple." Chapter 2617. Chapter 2617, 2617. Chapter 2617, you might be unlucky then. Jiang Ruoxu was shocked by Huang Xing's words and didn't even notice that Lin Moya was talking to her in the tone of an elder teaching a younger generation. When she came to her senses, she stared at Huang Xing. "Who are you?" Huang Xing didn't answer. At this moment, unless Lin Moya asked him to speak, he couldn't answer at all. Lin Moya said, "Senior Jiang, don't be so nervous. The Jiang family is a 5-star force. Even if I join the Jiang family, at most it will only make the Jiang family a 6-star force. And there is a great possibility that it will attract the covetousness of other forces. Even if they don't tear up the agreement, they will secretly cause trouble for the Jiang family. In the future, the Jiang family will definitely have a hard time moving forward. If Senior Jiang thinks what I said makes sense, then sit down, have a cup of tea, and let's talk. After a few breaths, Jiang Ruoxiu let out a long breath and sat down slowly. What do you want to talk about? Lin Moya said, Senior also knows that you can't take me away today no matter what, but I can't let you come here in vain. I want to do business with you. Jiang Ruoxiu said in a deep voice, what business? Lin Moya glanced at the broken arrow in Jiang Ruoxiu's hand. I want to buy the half-broken arrow in your hand. Jiang Ruoxiu was shocked and refused instinctively, no way. Lin Moya didn't expect her to refuse so quickly. He felt there must be other reasons. The broken arrow can only be barely regarded as a magic weapon of the first level of Daozun, and its value is really not that high. Lin Moya said, I can offer a high price, and this broken arrow is useless in your hands. Jiang Ruoxiu snorted coldly, do you know what the broken arrow is related to? What is it related to? It's nothing more than inheritance and treasure. Lin Moya smiled, the bow. Jiang Ruoxiu snorted lightly, it's good that you know. With the falling star arrow, it is possible to find the falling star bow. The falling star bow is related to the inheritance of the Lord of Falling Stars. Jiang Ruoxiu thought Lin Moya knew it and said it out loud. Only then did Lin Moya realize that the broken arrow had such an important role. It's a pity that the broken arrow he had has become a star arrow lich. Fortunately, he has no interest in the inheritance of the Lord of Falling Stars, otherwise, he would probably be annoyed. He drank a sip of tea slowly, without any anxious look. Senior Jiang should also know that it is impossible to find the falling star bow with only half of the broken arrow, and it is even more impossible to find the inheritance of the Lord of Falling Stars. And Senior Jiang should also know now that the other half of the broken arrow is in my hands, and you can't get it. So the half-broken arrow of yours is actually useless. It's better to sell it for a good price. Jiang Ruoxiu snorted coldly, why can't you sell it to me? Lin Moya shook his head, of course, I have reasons not to sell it. Of course, you also have reasons not to sell it. Besides, I don't want to rob it. Although you should know that if I really wanted to rob it, it wouldn't be very difficult. Jiang Ruoxiu listened to Lin Moya's words and fell into deep thought. Lin Moya didn't lie to her. If he really wanted to rob it, it wouldn't be difficult. But that's the worst plan. Lin Moya didn't want to be linked to the Jiang family. After all, when Jiang Ruoxiu came just now, she didn't have the intention to kill. From beginning to end, she didn't think about herself. Some things have to be considered carefully. Seeing that Jiang Ruoxiu didn't refuse immediately, Lin Moya continued to add fuel to the fire. The price is up to you, as long as I can afford it. Jiang Ruoxiu stared at Lin Moya. If I really want to sell it to you, it's not impossible, but I have a condition. Lin Moya said, please speak, senior. Jiang Ruoxiu said, if you get the falling star bow and the inheritance of the Lord of Falling Stars in the future, I hope to copy a part of the inheritance for my Jiang family. And the falling star bow, if you don't need it in the future, you should give it to the Jiang family first. Lin Moya was puzzled. Each Star Lord has only one person in each generation of inheritance. What's the point of copying it to them? Jiang Ruoxiu saw the strangeness of Lin Moya and explained, you are now the son of Taiyin, and your luck is overwhelming. The chance of obtaining the inheritance of the Lord of Falling Stars is very high, but because you are the son of Taiyin, you cannot inherit the star positions of each Star Lord. The inheritance of the Lord of Falling Stars is not of much use to you. Only the magic in the falling star bow can be used. Your future has infinite possibilities. As long as you don't die, the falling star bow is destined to be just a transition in your growth process. So my condition is to copy a legacy for us and sell it to us first when you don't need the falling star bow. If you agree, the broken arrow will be given to you. Jiang Ruoxiu stated her conditions. Lin Moya could tell that she was lying. It's just that she had something else in her words. She went around in circles and finally wanted the legacy of the Lord of Falling Stars. With a copy in the falling star bow, there is indeed a chance to inherit the position of the Lord of Falling Stars and become the new generation of the Lord of Stars. Get the position of the Lord of Stars, the Lord of the group. Otherwise, even if there is a legacy in the falling star bow, it cannot be called the Lord of Stars. As for how to get the position of the Lord of Stars, the requirements are different, and Lin Moya doesn't know. Lin Moya thought for a moment and said, okay, I agree to your request, but I won't swear a soul oath. Jiang Ruoxiu smiled, I believe you. After all, you are the son of Taiyin, you have great luck, and you will not break your promise. As she spoke, she handed over the half-broken arrow, and the whole action was very straightforward, just like she had called herself Auntie before. Although she was not very smart, she was a straightforward person and did things without dragging her feet. After giving the broken arrow to Lin Moya, Jiang Ruoxiu drank the cup of tea in front of her, clapped her hands, and stood up happily. Okay, Auntie's mission this time is considered a failure. You will inevitably be lectured by those old guys when you go home. But Auntie hopes that you will not be caught by anyone, otherwise you, the son of Taiyin, will be too unlucky. Also, I remind you that the Dao sect is ready to use the bad luck formation to forcibly weaken your luck. You may be very unlucky at that time, and you will have bad luck one after another. Be prepared. After saying that, Jiang Ruoxiu stood up and left Fei Yun boat, disappearing without a trace in a blink of an eye. Lin Moya picked up the broken arrow and saw a 3 engraved on the tail of the broken arrow, and a ball of flame was also engraved. The flame represents the attribute of the whole arrow, and the 3 represents that this is an arrow of the 3rd realm of Daozun. Lin Moya summoned the Star Arrow Lich and handed the broken arrow over. The Star Arrow Lich immediately showed a look of joy and turned into a ball of fire, tightly wrapping around the broken arrow. The broken arrow began to melt slowly, and at the same time, the Star Arrow Lich's aura began to strengthen. It really works. Lin Moya smiled slightly. After swallowing all the broken arrows, the star arrow lich should be able to reach the Daozun realm. The combat power has been greatly improved, and he can have another gold medal fighter. Lin Moya looked at Huang Xing. Is what Jiang Ruoxu said before true? Huang Xing knew what Lin Moya was asking. It's true. Lin Moya murmured, the doom array sounds very strong. Tell me everything you know. Chapter 2618. Chapter 2618, 2618. Chapter 2618, let's see who will be unlucky. Through Huang Xing, Lin Moya learned about the Great Array of Doom. The Great Array of Doom was part of the Great Array of Fortune. The Great Array of Fortune was an 8th level formation, one of the top formations on the Origin continent. Even a 7th level formation master like Lu Fengqin could not arrange it. The Great Array of Fortune could suppress fortune and had a function similar to the Origin spiritual vein. Powerful forces would try to arrange the Great Array of Fortune. Several formations related to fortune could be separated from the Great Array of Fortune, and the Great Array of Doom was one of them. The Great Array of Doom was a 7th level formation and very powerful. Through the Great Array of Doom, the fortune of the target could be weakened. Once the fortune was weakened, misfortune would naturally follow. If the foundation was not strong enough, it was very likely that one would die in misfortune. Wendao sect, this is to kill me. Lin Moya muttered to himself. He knew why Wendao sect did this. It's nothing more than feeling that they can't pull him into the Wendao sect smoothly, and if they can't get him, they will destroy him. This place still belongs to the Wendao sect's territory, but it's a marginal area, and the Wendao sect's control is not strong. There are so many Daozun from various forces, and the Wendao sect can't offend all of them. In this case, it's better to kill him, and everyone will go their separate ways, and no one will benefit. Lin Moya frowned. It's not entirely true. Maybe the Wendao sect has other ideas. The Doom Array is a double-edged sword. While weakening me, it also needs to pay a price, and the price is the Wendao sect's luck. Although as a 7-star force, their luck is extremely strong, luck is also extremely precious and will not be used easily. Wendao sect should not do such a thing that hurts the enemy 1,000 and hurts itself 800. Lin Moya changed his perspective and thought about the problem from another level. He regarded himself as a senior member of the Wendao sect and thought about the consequences of using the Doom Array. At the same time, combined with the function of the Fortune Array, Lin Moya suddenly found that the Wendao sect actually had two purposes. Weakening his own luck was only one of the purposes, and the second purpose was to find him. He became the son of Taiyin, and his luck was extremely strong. The Fortune Array could sense the strength of luck within a certain range through the origin of the spiritual vein. In this way, his position would be exposed, and coupled with the temporary weakening of his luck, it would be much easier for the Wendao sect to deal with him. I thought it was simple. It seems that the ultimate goal of the Wendao sect is to take me back. With their power and means, as long as they catch me, they are not afraid that I will not surrender. Lin Moya had completely figured it out. As long as they could catch him, the benefits they would get would far outweigh the lost luck. A 7-star force like the Wendao sect has existed for who knows how many years, and there are who knows how many old foxes there. How could it be possible to do a loss-making business? Lin Moya looked at the Taiyin origin hanging in the sky. Then come on, let's see who will be unlucky. The skeleton hell finally devoured all the chaos rot worms, and Lin Moya continued to fly north along the chaos zone. Yin and Yang alternated, and Lin Moya flew safely for a day under the illumination of the sun origin. On this day, the skeleton hell devoured a large number of chaos rot worms but still failed to encounter chaos rot worms of the Daozun realm. It had been several days since entering the central area of the chaos zone, and only Jiang Ruoxu had attracted 2 chaos rot worms of the Daozun realm, but he had not encountered any. This made Lin Moya feel strange and think it was very abnormal. When the Taiyin origin appeared again, Lin Moya couldn't help but be alert in his heart. If the Wendao sect wanted to use the Doom Array, it was probably tonight. Because he is the son of Taiyin, they can only lock his position when Taiyin controls the world. The Fiyun boat continued to move forward, and the speed remained unchanged. Lin Moya called Xiao out and explained the situation to her. Xiao patted her chest and promised that if anyone dared to touch Lin Moya, she would make the other party suffer. The Taiyin origin became brighter and brighter, and the Taiyin symbol on Lin Moya's forehead kept flashing, showing his identity as the son of Taiyin. A large amount of Taiyin origin concentrated on Lin Moya, forming a hazy light ball, which made Lin Moya look like a god. At the headquarters of the Wendao sect, 10 mountains with their tops that were difficult to see stood on the earth. Under the mountains and the earth, there was a huge origin spirit vein, and countless mists rose from the origin spirit vein, covering the Wendao sect. On the top of one of the mountains, a deist stood on the top of the mountain, and his voice was like thunder. The formation started. There were bursts of roars, and the luck began to churn, and a formation emerged in the sky. This formation was extremely complex, hidden in the clouds and mist, and existed in every corner between heaven and earth. The 8th level formation, the Great Array of Fortune. The Wendao sect used it in conjunction with the origin spirit vein to suppress the entire sect. The Great Array of Fortune slowly rotated, but the entire formation was not fully activated, only part of it was activated. An invisible force, through the origin spirit vein, swept the entire territory controlled by the Wendao sect at an astonishing speed. The clear veins of the origin spirit vein emerged in the air, and one light spot after another lit up, and all the existences with strong luck in the origin spirit vein were revealed. Some of the people with strong luck were a family, some were spirit beasts, and some were practitioners. Among them, a light spot was particularly bright on the edge of the origin spirit vein. Found it, in the chaotic area. Pass the location down, let them act secretly, and don't alarm others. A voice rang out, and Lin Moya's location was immediately transmitted to the Wendeo sect's people through a special method. The people of the Wendeo sect in the edge area heard the news and moved silently towards the chaotic area. In order not to alarm Mother Deazun, they did not move fast. This is the home ground of the Wendeo sect, and the number of troops sent by the Wendeo sect far exceeds that of other forces. The troops of the Wendeo sect do not need to move all, only a part of them need to enter the chaotic area, and the rest can continue to hide and pretend that they cannot be found. After all, in their eyes, the son of Taiyin is just a low-level Tianzun. There is no need to make a big fuss to deal with a low-level Tianzun. Any Deazun will be enough, and even Deazun is not needed. The Deazun of various forces had long heard that the Wendeo sect would use the Doom Array, and they were all staring at the troops of the Wendeo sect, intending to take advantage of them behind their backs. Even if the Wendeo sect is very careful, it will reveal some flaws. The Wendeo sect also knows this. They just want to take the initiative and strike first. As long as the son of Taiyin falls into their hands, other forces can only stare blankly. While the Wendeo sect's troops are taking action, another part of the formation in the Great Array of Fortune is activated. This part of the formation revealed a gloomy aura. Once it was activated, it absorbed a large amount of luck from the Wendeo sect, turned into a beast of luck, and rushed straight towards Lin Moyo. Two-pronged approach, sending people to capture Lin Moyo while weakening Lin Moyo's luck, leaving Lin Moyo with nowhere to escape. On the Fiyun boat, Lin Moyo felt that he was locked by an invisible force. He knew that the Wendeo sect had begun to act. Then, he saw a huge beast appear on the Taiyin origin. The beast looked like a tiger or a leopard and was completely composed of luck. The Taiyin talisman on his forehead emitted a burning aura, as if telling Lin Moyo to be careful. Lin Moyo whispered, "Here it comes, Xiaowa, get ready." Chapter 2619. Chapter 2619, 2619. Chapter 2619, Surpassing the Tao Master and Standing on the Great Tao. Hearing Lin Moya's order, Xiao Wu's eyes suddenly became sharp. She was used to playing around, so it was rare to see Xiao Wu like this. Xiao Wu pouted her lips and looked at the Taiyin origin in the sky. "You're going to be in big trouble." She was not referring to the Taiyin origin, but to the beast of luck descending from the sky. Even the Daozun couldn't see the beast of luck, but in Xiao Wu's eyes, it was extremely clear. Above Xiao Wu's head, a road of luck ran through the sky and the earth. Xiao Wu, who became a Tianzun through the road of luck, could directly see the luck, including the beast of luck. The beast of luck is composed of luck. It will hit Lin Moya's body and cancel out his luck, thereby weakening it. However, this weakening is not permanent. Lin Moya will naturally recover after being illuminated by the Taiyin origin for a period of time. The Dao sect wants to take advantage of this time difference, catching Lin Moya while his luck is weakened and slowly breaking him down. Compared with the Huang family, the methods of the Daoist sect are more sinister and direct. Xiao Wu manipulated the avenue of luck, pointed at the beast of luck, and shouted in a delicate voice, "Deprive." The avenue of luck made a roar that only Xiao Wu could hear, and the waves rolled, like a dream. The beast of luck suddenly twisted, and the luck on it quickly collapsed and dissipated under the action of an invisible force. Before it could pounce on Lin Moyo, it had already collapsed for the most part. Lin Moyo had already used the explosive luck technique early. Although he could not see the beast of luck like Xiao Wu, he could feel its presence. Xiao Wu pointed her finger at Lin Moyo again, "Bless." The collapsed luck of the beast of luck gathered into shape again and fell on Lin Moyo. For a time, Lin Moya's luck was greatly enhanced, and a strange red light emerged from his luck, accompanied by dragon roars above his head. He once again entered a strange state of great luck. In this state, Lin Moyo could think clearly, and opportunities came one after another. Moreover, this time, the good fortune was even stronger than before. Lin Moyo was now the son of Taiyin, favored by Taiyin, so his luck was much stronger than before. The beast of luck from the Dao sect kept collapsing, and it not only failed to harm Lin Moyo but also enhanced his luck. In the past, Xiao Wu had to consume her own strength to forcibly increase Lin Moyo's luck through the avenue of luck, which put a lot of pressure on herself. But now, just transferring the luck of the beast of luck to Lin Moyo was very easy for her and did not consume much strength. Lin Moyo felt his extremely strong luck and praised, "You are so powerful." Xiao Wu giggled, "This is just the beginning. I can still fight back." Lin Moyo thought for a while, "Don't worry. I guess they will attack in more than one wave. Wait a little longer, and we can counterattack together." Since the Dao sect was willing to consume the sect's luck and weaken itself, the attack must be more than one wave. One beast of luck would not be enough to offset all of their luck. In this case, let's wait a little longer, let the Dao sect consume more, and then fight back together. Sure enough, after a while, another beast of luck rushed over. Xiao Wu did the same thing, depriving the beast of luck of all its luck and then blessing it on Lin Moyo. As one goes up, the other goes down, and Lin Moyo's luck continued to increase, becoming more and more prosperous. When the luck reached a certain level, Lin Moyo felt as if he had entered another realm. The world of the origin continent changed slightly before his eyes. A large number of stars appeared in the sky, firmly grasping Lin Moyo's attention. In fact, he could see many stars at ordinary times, but they were all a little blurry, as if they were hidden behind the two origins of the moon and the sun. However, neither the number nor the clarity could be compared with what it was now. With the blessing of luck, Lin Moyo could see the world above the origin continent clearly. The starry world in the sky was different from the starry world seen in the big world. The stars on the origin continent seemed not far away from each other. They were arranged in fixed positions, as if forming a large formation. Some of these stars were extremely bright, while others were relatively dim. They also had different sizes, just like the different important points in a large formation. Lin Moyo could feel that the brighter the star, the stronger its power. Among all the stars of different sizes and brightness, there were 28 stars that were particularly bright. 28 constellations, the inheritance of 28 star gods. Lin Moyo understood that these 28 stars represent the 28 star gods. In fact, each star can represent a star god, but the 28 star gods are the most powerful, so they are the most famous. In addition to the strength, Lin Moyo also saw the luck of the star gods. The stronger the person, the stronger the luck. Therefore, all forces hope to obtain the inheritance of the stars. In addition to strength, there is also luck. No matter how strong the luck of the star god is, compared with the origin of Taiyin, it is just a small net meeting a big witch. No wonder those big forces want to find me. The luck of the son of Taiyin is too strong. Even if the inheritors of the 28 star gods are tied together, they are not as strong as the luck of the son of Taiyin. Another beast of luck was dispersed by the mist, and Lin Moya's luck was improved again. The scene in front of Lin Moya changed again, and his eyes looked through the stars and saw a more distant space. The avenues lingered in the unknown space, and then, Lin Moya's eyes showed an incredible look. He saw that there was someone on the avenue. The next second, his whole body was shocked, and the scene in front of him disappeared. Lin Moya was shocked, and his luck fluctuated violently. Just now, he saw someone on the avenue, and that person also found him. The other party just looked down at him and blasted him out. Fortunately, the other party did not want to kill him, otherwise, he would be in trouble. Lin Moya thought of what Tin Li Taoist said and said to himself, could it be that this is the realm that Brother Tin Li mentioned? Surpassing the Daozun, standing on the avenue. Lin Moya had some new expectations for the future. Standing on the avenue, what a wonderful state. As a cultivator, how could he not look forward to it? He was extremely lucky to see this scene by chance. In this way, his future path became clear. Xiao Wu said at this time, Master, it's almost time to fight back. Lin Moya nodded, do it. In the Dao sect, beasts of destiny condensed and rushed towards Lin Moya. But in the destiny formation, the light spot representing Lin Moya not only did not become dim but became brighter. A voice sounded from the main peak, Elder He, what happened? Then the leader of the Dao sect, Wang Xianzong, flew out from the main peak. Elder He, who was manipulating the luck formation, responded, the son of Taiyin seems to have other means to fight against our luck beast. I suspect that he has a luck-related magic weapon. Wang Xianzong said in a deep voice, it's not surprising that he can be the son of Taiyin and have a luck-related magic weapon. In that case, mobilize more luck. There are also limits to the luck magic weapon. Elder He responded, yes. Before he could mobilize more luck, a huge luck dragon suddenly flew over from a distance and crashed into the mountain of the Dao sect. Chapter 2620. Chapter 2620, 2620. Chapter 2620, Daozun is only at the first level, not very useful. Boom! A loud roar echoed within the Wendao sect as the origin spirit vein was severely impacted. The earth shook continuously, revealing countless cracks, and massive rocks rolled down from the peaks. Streams of origin energy rushed out from the ground and spread between heaven and earth. In the Wendao sect, a large number of Dao masters flew out and took positions in the air. Wang Xianzong asked in a deep voice, what happened? Elder He, who was manipulating the luck formation, was a little panicked. Someone used luck to attack us, causing the origin spirit vein to vibrate and the luck to be damaged. Wang Xianzong's face was gloomy. Did you find out who it was? Elder He said in a trembling voice, the attack came from the son of Taiyin. As soon as these words came out, all the elders present were shocked and spoke out one after another. How can this be possible? No matter how strong the luck of the son of Taiyin is, he is only a low-level heavenly venerable. How can he manipulate luck? With his realm, how strong can his luck be? The luck accumulated by our sect for countless years cannot be shaken so easily. As a 7-star force, the luck of the Wendao sect is indeed strong, but the facts were in front of them, their luck had indeed been shaken. How could they have thought that all the luck they used to attack Lin Moya was used to attack themselves? And Xiao Wu also amplified it through the avenue of luck. Not only that, but Lin Moya also used a drop of ancestral water to increase the effect, amplifying the power of the counterattack by dozens of times, leading to such an effect. Just when the elders of the Wendao sect were puzzled, a dragon of luck came roaring. The dragon of luck is invisible and intangible, but the Dao masters can sense it. Come again. Everyone was shocked, but they were powerless to stop it. They could only watch the dragon of luck smash into the Wendao sect. The earth roared again, more cracks appeared, and the origin of the spiritual veins erupted. More source power was released because the luck was distorted. A mountain peak was very unfortunate, right in the middle of the crack, and collapsed with a roar. Thousands of disciples of the Wendao sect flew out from the mountain peak, panicking one by one. Immediately, an elder took action, wanting to stop the collapse of the main peak. But before he could do anything, the source spiritual vein erupted with a source of power, hitting him and knocking him away. Elder He, who was manipulating the luck formation, said helplessly, don't waste your energy. This is a fight for luck, you can't stop it. If you force it to stop, you will be backfired by luck, and it will cause bigger problems. Wang Xianzong asked, can you know why this happened? Elder He explained, there is only one possibility, the son of Taiyin understands the way of luck and can control luck. Understanding the avenue of luck and manipulating luck. Everyone felt it was a little incredible. The avenue of luck is the avenue of emptiness. Looking at the entire origin continent from ancient times to the present, there are only a handful of people who can achieve the status of a heavenly venerable with the avenue of emptiness. This is not an ordinary heavenly venerable who knows a little about the power of emptiness. There is a world of difference between the two. They had to consider whether dealing with such a son of Taiyin would be good for the Wendao sect. Wang Xianzong pondered for a moment. No matter what, we have already fought with him. Even if we lose, we must lose clearly. He wanted to see how capable the so-called son of Taiyin was. He had already made the worst plan in his heart, and he had to lose clearly. But his eyes flashed, and he had another plan. As the leader of the Wendao sect, a powerful existence in the sixth realm of Daozun, the things he calculated were not something that ordinary people could imagine. In the chaotic zone, Lin Moya completed the counterattack of luck. Xiao Wu panted slightly. This is enough for them to bear. I can feel that the luck of the Wendao sect has dropped by at least 20%. The luck of the Wendao sect is extremely powerful. Xiao Wu's 2 attacks caused them to lose 20% of their luck, which is already a great achievement. Xiao Wu used all her strength in the 2 attacks and needs some time to recover. Lin Moya touched Xiao Wu's head. Go back and rest. Leave the next thing to me. Xiao Wu nodded obediently and rubbed against Lin Moya. Then master should be more careful. Lin Moya smiled. Don't worry. The rule world opened, sending Xiao Wu back, while Lin Moya looked into the distance, muttering to himself, it's almost time. The methods of the Wendao sect are far superior to those of the Jiang family and certainly stronger than those of the Huang family. Although they are unwilling to enter the chaotic zone, it does not mean that they dare not come in. Moreover, this is the territory of the Wendao sect, and their people can be teleported through the origin spiritual veins, so the speed of chasing will not be too slow. Sure enough, just half an hour later, Dao Liaguang flew from afar. 3 warships of similar shapes came quickly. The warships were not as stable as the Fiyian boat, and they would change directions from time to time, but fortunately, they did not change much. The speed was much faster than the Fiyian boat, and they quickly approached Lin Moyo. Behind the warships, there were still many chaotic rot insects chasing, but there was a gap in speed, so it was difficult to catch up for the time being. The Eye of the Dead swept over, and Lin Moyo had already known the opponent's bottom line. 3 Dao Zuns, more than 20 Tian Zuns, really think highly of me. Unfortunately, Dao Zuns are only in the first realm and are of no use. The people of the Wendao sect also found Lin Moyo. The Taiyin talisman between Lin Moya's eyebrows was so bright, like a guiding light. They rushed over at a faster speed, and each of them showed excitement on their faces. Before they got close, Lin Moyo had already taken the lead. Since he had already torn his face with the Wendao sect, there was no need to be polite. With a light tap of his fingers, 3 chi spread. Origin level magic, skeleton hell. The people of the Wendao sect who were flying rapidly suddenly found a large area of fog in front of them. Why is it foggy? How can there be fog in a chaotic area? Oh no, it's the magic of the son of Taiyin. Go over. The fog quickly evolved, and an indescribable gate appeared in everyone's sight. The 3 Daozun's faces changed drastically at the same time, and they exclaimed in unison, the gate of hell. How could the legendary gate of hell appear here? Before they could react, the skeleton hell suddenly appeared, swallowing up all 3 warships. The flames rose and turned into walls of flames, stopping the warships. Then the flames turned into a sea of fire, burning the warships. The warships shone and blocked the flames. This is a warship, unlike the Fiyian boat, which has a combat power that is not inferior to that of the Tianzun. The warships are densely covered with formations, all of which are activated at this moment to resist the flames in the sky. The hell evil spirits had not rushed out yet, and the eyes of hell swept across. In an instant, screams came one after another. The Tianzuns in the warships cried out in pain, and even the 3 Daozuns were not feeling well. The formations of the warships were obviously unable to defend against soul attacks. Take advantage of its illness to kill it is Lin Moya's fighting purpose. The law of time surged, and he pointed his finger at Ou Wu. Origin level magic, time curse. Under the time curse, their souls were hit hard again. The screams of the Taoists of the Wendao sect became more intense, and the Taoists were also very uncomfortable, frowning, fighting against the severe pain in their souls. The faces of several Taoists were extremely ugly. Before they met, their side had already lost their fighting power. The Taoists of the Wendao sect, who are not geniuses, but compared with the son of Taiyin in front of them, it seems that they are countless levels behind. The hell evil spirits rushed out, surrounded the warship, and bit it every day. The defense of the warship was extremely strong, and for a while, the hell evil spirits could not break through. However, under the endless gnawing of the hell evil spirits, the defensive formation of the warship could not last too long. Chapter 2621. Chapter 2621, 2621. Chapter 2621. Even among Dao masters of the same realm, there is still a gap in strength. The Daozun of the Wendao sect shouted in a low voice, don't panic, the opponent's soul attack can't hurt you. Everyone, cheer up and fight back. The Tianzun endured the severe pain and fought back. Attacks blasted out from the warships, and the spirits of the hell area were blown away. However, to kill the evil spirits of hell, the attacks of the Tianzun alone were far from enough. Only the 3 Daozun could pose a threat to the evil spirits of hell. The red spider lily bloomed, shining with blue light, and the defense of the warship was immediately weakened by several times. Seeing this, the Daozun and Tianzun of the Wendao sect attacked more fiercely. Lin Moya showed a hint of coldness. I'm afraid you won't take action. Now it's the appetizer, the main course is coming. As soon as the skeleton hell started, it automatically completed the marking, making the next steps easy. As the Daozun said, whether it was the Eye of Hell or the Curse of Time, the soul attack couldn't really kill the others, it just made these heavenly venerables feel severe pain. After all, Lin Moya was only a low-level heavenly venerable, and the weakest opponent was a mid-level heavenly venerable. The next move was different. Lin Moya had 3 more fish corpses in his hand. The fish corpses exuded the breath of the mid-level heavenly venerable realm and came from the special space of the Jihei order. Origin level magic, corpse explosion. The 3 fish corpses turned into ashes at the same time, followed by 3 loud bangs. The explosions sounded simultaneously, and the 3 explosions could actually be regarded as one. In a warship, a mid-level Tianzun was killed on the spot. He didn't even have time to scream and was blown into a blood mist in the sky, his soul scattered. The blood rain swept the interior of the warship with a terrifying impact, causing the warship to shake continuously and the formation to almost collapse. Several people around the Tianzun were frightened at the same time, and they were covered with blood, turning into bloody people. They screamed in horror, "What's going on? What happened? Why did it suddenly explode? What happened? The son of Taiyan is too scary. How could there be such a scary Tianzun?" Everyone showed panic. This time, even the Daizun could not tell what kind of attack Lin Moya used. Lin Moya smiled, "Can't figure it out? Then forget it." He took out 3 fish corpses again. There were quite a few fish corpses at that time, but there were not many opportunities to use them later. Now he could finally make full use of them. The corpse explosion attack ignores all obstacles and time limits. Not to mention that they are right in front of them, even if they hide at the ends of the earth, it will be useless. The fish corpse turned into ashes, accompanied by an explosion, and another mid-level Tianzun was killed on the spot. The sky was full of blood rain, and the Tianzun in the warship was completely panicked. A Daizun shouted loudly, "Don't panic, stay calm." Huang Xing, behind Lin Moyo, suddenly took a step forward, rushed into the skeleton hell at the fastest speed, appeared in front of the warship, and raised his hand to slap it. The huge palm print fell all over the sky, and the defense on the warship was broken on the spot. The Daizun on the warship snorted coldly, "Calm down, form a formation, and fight back." The dozen or so disciples of the Wendao sect on the warship were not weak, and they immediately formed a formation to fight back. The warship could not protect them, and if they wanted to survive, they had to rely on themselves. Someone took out the formation plate, activated it, and connected everyone together. These Tianzun each took out a magic weapon and launched an attack on the spirits of the hell area. Avenues appeared one after another, and various attacks raged in the skeleton hell. Compared with the Chaos Rod Worm, these Tianzun were much more powerful and had many more means, but they were not very useful, and their fate was already doomed. The Tianzun formed a battle formation to fight back, and the Daizun also used his own means to attack Huang Xing fiercely. The Daizun of the Wendao sect was very powerful, with Daorein flowing all over his body. A great Dao lingered around him, and his body was integrated with the great Dao, making him unparalleled in combat power. He held a long spear in his hand, and each spear could create huge waves in the Hellfire River, making it difficult for the evil spirits of hell to get close. His attack made the skeleton hell vibrate and twist continuously. Huang Xing slapped out one palm after another, but in terms of combat power, Huang Xing was far inferior to the opponent. If he had not been in the skeleton hell, the opponent would have been affected by the skeleton hell, and Huang Xing would have retreated long ago, or even been killed at worst. The Wendao sect is indeed a 7-star force. The same realm, the gap is so big. Lin Moyo had always known that in the Daizun realm, the strength of each realm is very different, but he never expected that the strength gap between the same Daizun realm could be so big. Of course, this is also because Huang Xing did not have a powerful magic weapon, while the opponent had a Daizun realm magic weapon long spear in his hand. Huang Xing barely entangled with the opponent, so that the skeleton hell would not be broken quickly. Seeing this, the Daizun and the other 2 warships shouted angrily, "Get out!" They abandoned the warships at the same time and rushed out. The Daizun opened the way, and the 3 teams quickly gathered together. The evil spirits of hell rushed over like a flood, and the flames of hell erupted violently to prevent them from joining. For a moment, the skeleton hell turned into a sea of fire. "It's good to get out." Lin Moya's heart moved, and 2 inconspicuous distortions appeared in the sea of fire. The cold light lit up, the sea of fire was cut open, and 2 space cracks appeared, intersecting in an X shape. A scream sounded, and a Daizun's legs were suddenly cut off, and blood spurted out. The evil spirits of hell greedily devoured the blood, and the blood of the Daizun was also a great tonic for them. The attack of the Shadow Mantis was silent and would only be noticed at the last moment. In addition to the concealment of the skeleton hell, the Shadow Mantis was even more powerful. Until his legs were cut off, the Daizun didn't know what happened. Fear swept through his heart. He was just a low-level heavenly venerable. How could his methods be so terrifying? Another Daizun heard the screams. The sea of fire blocked his vision, and he had no idea what was happening. He asked loudly, "What happened?" "Ah!" Before he finished asking, he screamed. The 3-color phantom snake bit his leg hard. The poison was injected into it, and the Daizun screamed, "It's the 3-color phantom snake. I was poisoned by the 3-color phantom snake. How could there be a 3-color phantom snake here?" There was a trace of despair in his voice. "If you are poisoned by the 3-color phantom snake, you are dead in 9 out of 10 cases." The Daizun with broken legs finally understood who attacked him. It was the Shadow Mantis that attacked him. He only realized that this terrible son of Taiyan could actually control the 3-color phantom snake in the Shadow Mantis. Escape. At this time, there was only one thought in his mind, escape. But the first one to escape was not them, but the Daizun holding a spear and fighting with Huang Xing. Among the 3, he was the strongest and escaped the earliest. He fired several shots, repelling Huang Xing, and forcibly opened a passage for himself in the skeleton hell. Lin Moya sneered, "You want to escape? No way." The star arrow lich appeared beside him. Magic, the great way of arrows. A great way suddenly appeared around the star arrow lich and merged with it. Magic, sparkling arrow. The next second, the star arrow lich turned into a stream of light, like an arrow shooting out, and like a meteor falling to the ground. It arrived in an instant. Before he could fly far, he was pierced by the stream of light, and the whole person was ignited with raging flames and burned into charcoal. Chapter 2622. Chapter 2622, 2622. Chapter 2622. This time the son of Taiyin is unusual. The star arrow lich had integrated the complete sharp arrow, and its attributes had also changed. Star arrow lich. Realm, Daozun first realm. Rank, perfect. Growth limit, none. Spells, Starfire Arrow, Arrow of the Way. Starfire Arrow, invoke the power of falling stars and the power of the flame avenue, transform into starfire, and shoot a fatal arrow. Arrow of the Way, invoke the Arrow of the Way, use the power of the Way to greatly enhance your own power, so that the power of Starfire Arrow increases by 100 times, and can shoot up to 3 arrows with a cooling time of 2 days and 4 hours. The Star Arrow Lich had reached the Daozun first realm from the peak of the Heavenly Venerable. The two spells, Starfire Arrow and Arrow of the Way, had also seen significant changes. Starfire Arrow could now invoke the power of falling stars and the power of the flame avenue. Lin Moya guessed that the power of falling stars should be related to the Star Lord, while the power of the flame avenue was self-explanatory. The Arrow of the Way was simpler, using the power of the avenue to increase its strength by 100 times. Previously, it could only shoot 1 arrow, but now it could shoot up to 3 arrows, each with a 100-fold increase in power, greatly enhancing its combat capabilities. Additionally, during the time of Taiyin, Lin Moyu, as the son of Taiyin, had all his abilities improved by 30%. This also included the Elemental Lich, whose basic strength increased by 30%, making it even more powerful after the enhancement. The first time the Star Arrow Lich went into battle, the effect was remarkable. After using the Great Way of Arrows, it directly killed a Daozun in an instant. The Star Arrow Lich returned to Lin Moyu, circling around him as if asking for praise. Lin Moya gently patted its head. Well done. The Star Arrow Lich showed joy and flew more happily. The 2 remaining Daozun saw this and were terrified, their inner fear magnified infinitely. The one who died was the strongest among the 3 of them. Even the strongest was killed instantly. One had a broken leg, and the other was poisoned. Naturally, there was no way for them to survive. We'll die together. The 2 Daozun looked at each other, and with ruthless determination, they rushed towards Lin Moya at the same time. The power of their whole bodies surged, becoming extremely chaotic and fierce. The terrifying power of Daozun swept out, and the evil spirits of hell could not get close at all. Lin Moya raised his eyebrows, want to self-destruct. The Star Arrow Lich turned into a sharp arrow again and shot out with the help of the Great Way of Arrows. Its speed was so fast that even Daozun had no time to react. The Star Arrow Lich directly pierced the eyebrows of one Daozun, then turned in the air and passed through the back of the head of the other Daozun. The 2 Daozun stopped almost simultaneously, ignited by raging flames, and were burned to charcoal. The Star Arrow Lich was too fast, causing the 2 Daozun to die almost at the same time. When the Daozun died, the Taoist hearts of the Tianzun of the Dao sect collapsed one by one, falling into despair. Even Daozun died so easily. What were they, the Tianzun, worth? If you often walk by the river, you will get your shoes wet. Wendao sect has always acted in a domineering manner. In their own territory, they are not arrogant, but they are also very decisive. Although Hanshui Holy Land is domineering, at least it has strict rules, but the rules of Wendao sect are very flexible and can change at any time. I really don't know how such a sect can become a 7-star force. To ask for the way, to ask your own Dao heart, to do whatever you want, is this the Dao heart of Wendao sect? Lin Moya recalled the style of the Wendao sect. As far as he knew, the people of the Wendao sect were not only overbearing but also unreasonable. If you offended them, you would often end up in a miserable situation. Unfortunately, the Wendao sect was too powerful, and those practitioners within its sphere of influence dared not speak out. Not to say that the Wendao sect was full of bad people, but if they lined up and killed every other one, there would basically be no injustice. Therefore, when Lin Moya killed these Wendao sect disciples, he would not be soft-hearted at all, let alone feel guilty. Chasing him, that would be a way to death. At the Wendao sect headquarters, a mountain had fallen, but with Daozun there, it would only take a wave of his hand to wait for the luck to calm down and then rebuild it. The luck formation gradually recovered, and light spots appeared one by one. Among them, the light spot representing the son of Taiyin was still bright, with no signs of weakening. Wang Xianzong looked at the Qiyun formation. How are those people who chased after them? Elder He, who was manipulating the formation, said in a deep voice, they all died half an hour ago, a total of 3 Daozun realm elders and 58 Tianzun realm disciples. Wang Xianzong just nodded slightly and didn't seem to care about the dead people. These people should be usually not very good. Yes, basically they are disciples who have exhausted their potential and have bad luck. The luck must be bad, otherwise there would not be a disaster this time. Wang Xianzong said, it seems that the rise of the son of Taiyin this time is inevitable. We said that the Dao sect will not participate in this matter and withdraw the people. Several elders frowned. Master, then our people and the loss of luck, are we just going to let it go? Wang Xianzong was silent for a moment and then slowly said, let's just leave it at that. The son of Taiyin this time is unusual. Although several elders had different opinions, since Wang Xianzong had made the decision, they did not dare to say more. In the Wendao sect, Wang Xianzong always had his way, but they felt a little strange. Why did the master, who was always domineering, react so abnormally today? Such a big loss, how could he endure it? Normally, a stronger team would be sent to kill the son of Taiyin into pieces. Wang Xianzong did not care about their feelings but waved his hand. You restore the sect to its original state, and the sect will go to the Supreme Elder to listen to his opinions. When mentioning the Supreme Elder, several elders stood in awe, which showed how high the status of the Supreme Elder was in their minds. Lin Moya reaped a lot again. The elders of the Wendao sect were all wealthy, and his own financial resources increased a bit. It's a pity that most of the Tianzan realm magic weapons were damaged in the battle, and many were eaten by the evil spirits of hell. There is only one magic weapon in the Daozun realm, which is the spear. However, the level of the spear was only the first level of Daozun, and Lin Moya did not want to use it to summon elemental liches. The magic weapon of the first level of Daozun can only summon elemental liches of the peak Tianzun. Now, for him, the elemental liches of the Tianzun level are not enough, one more or one less. Lin Moya shot out an immortal flame and resurrected the strongest Daozun. His combat power is very strong, much stronger than ordinary Daozun first level. It would be a pity if he was used as a material for corpse explosion. The corpse explosion only depends on the realm, not the combat power before death. There is no difference between him and ordinary Daozun first level. Lin Moya looked at the Daozun of the Wendao sect kneeling on the ground and asked casually, "What's your name?" He lowered his head and knelt on the ground. "My name is Pa Jun." Pa Jun. Lin Moya glanced at the spear, and the word Pa Jun was also engraved on the handle. I didn't expect it to be his name. Lin Moya threw the spear back to him. "Get up, go to the Rule World first, and tell the human emperor everything you know." Yes. Lin Moya took him back to the Rule World and got a lot of information about the Wendao sect and the origin continent from him. The Feiyun both set off again, continuing to head north along the central area. Chapter 2623. Chapter 2623, 2623. Chapter 2623. If I had known this, would I regret it? The people of the Wendao sect withdrew, and they did so in full view of the public. It seemed that the Wendao sect had given up its plan for the son of Taiyin. Their actions attracted the attention of many people. Some speculated whether the Wendao sect had already found the son of Taiyin. Others thought that the Wendao sect knew that the son of Taiyin was no longer in this area and had gone to look for him elsewhere. The sudden action of the Wendao sect left many confused. They passed the news back to their family sects, but the reply they received was that the son of Taiyin was still there, alive and well, and not dead. Therefore, most people thought that the son of Taiyin had been obtained by the Wendao sect. If this was true, then they would not have another chance. The Wendao sect was not an ordinary sect but a top 7-star force. In the origin continent, there were only a few forces that could match it. Therefore, those who came to look for the son of Taiyin also began to evacuate. In less than 2 days, most of the people in this wild land had left. The remaining people thought that the Wendao sect was deliberately playing tricks on them, tricking them into leaving. Maybe the son of Taiyin was still here and had not been found. They were not willing to give up and continued to search. The Wendao sect did not say anything about this. If you love me, go find me. Jiang Ruoxiu also left. She didn't know if Lin Moya was safe now. She could only wish Lin Moya good luck. After all, she was still hoping that Lin Moya could get the inheritance of the Lord of Falling Stars and copy a part of it for herself. Lin Moya had already left the place of right and wrong. He had a smooth journey in the Chaos Zone. In just a few days, he had already covered half the distance. The width of the Chaos Zone is about 10,000 kilometers, and the length is 10 million kilometers. It almost runs through the border between Hanshui Holy Land and Wendao sect. The origin spirit veins of these two behemoths constantly collided within this range of 10 million kilometers, creating such a special area. In fact, there is not only one Chaos Zone on the origin continent but many. It is not only in Nanzhou but also in other continents. The equally matched origin spirit veins collided with each other, neither giving in. The protracted contest eventually formed a series of chaotic zones. The chaotic zones, like ribbons, divided the origin continent into many irregular areas, making it difficult to travel between each area. Fortunately, there are also weak points in the chaotic zones. Powerful people build cities, arrange teleportation arrays, and construct passages at these weak points. There are also powerful people who refine magic weapons that can travel back and forth between various chaotic zones. Just like between Hanshui Holy Land and Wendao sect, there are several cities that can teleport to each other. The most famous of them are Yujian City and Daejian City. Yujian City belongs to Hanshui Holy Land, and Daejian City belongs to Wendao sect. Originally, Lin Moya wanted to leave Hanshui Holy Land directly and go to Wendao sect's territory. Now that the incident of the son of Taiyin has happened, and he has killed many people from Wendao sect, he must not go to Wendao sect's territory. He and Gu Hanyu are now husband and wife, and the influence of Li and Lizzie has led to their mutual affection. Now Lin Moya would think of Gu Hanyu from time to time. In his subconscious, he really regarded Gu Hanyu as his wife. I think the feeling over there won't be too different. Yujian City, which was previously inaccessible, has now become safe. The changes in everything are indeed unexpected. Now Yujian City is only 1,000,000 kilometers away from him, and he can reach it in a little over 2 days. Lin Moya plans to go to Yujian City and then travel to a farther place through the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce in Yujian City. But Lin Moya still had a doubt in his heart. He had eaten so many chaos rod worms all the way to the skeleton hell. Now that the skeleton hell was about to be promoted again and reach the intermediate heavenly venerable realm, he had never encountered any chaos rod worms from the deist venerable realm. Except for the 2 brought by Jiang Ruoxiu, he had never encountered any. Where did the chaos rod worms from the deist venerable realm go? The less he saw them, the more Lin Moya felt worried. Especially if he could not see one for millions of kilometers, then it was a big deal. There must be something wrong when things are abnormal. Although chaos rod worms have no wisdom, they have instincts. The higher the realm, the stronger the power, and the stronger the instinct. There must be something that attracted the chaos rod worms from the deist venerable realm. If those deists who came to find me knew that there were no chaos rod worms from the deist venerable realm in the chaos zone, I wonder if they would regret it. Lin Moyo laughed in his heart. Those Daozuns were afraid of the chaos rod worms of Daozu realm, so they didn't enter the chaos zone. If they had known this earlier, they would have come in to find him. By then, he could escape. He could resist 3 or 5 Daozuns, but not dozens or hundreds. The sun origin gradually emerged, the moon origin disappeared, and the moon talisman in Lin Moya's eyebrow gradually faded. The sky got brighter, and the chaos zone also became brighter, and the color gradually disappeared. Huang Xing, who had been operating the Feiyun boat and never spoke, suddenly said, "Master, there are chaos rod worms of Daozu realm ahead." Hearing this, Lin Moya was shocked. The eye of the dead opened and looked forward. 10,000 meters away, chaos rod worms of Daozu realm did appear. Not just 1, but 6. Stop. The Feiyun boat stopped at Lin Moya's command. At this time, it was still about 50,000 meters away from the chaos rod worms of Daozu realm. Lin Moya did not approach. He found that these chaotic rod worms seemed to be heading in a certain direction, but for some reason, they flew crookedly, as if they were affected by some kind of power. That appearance was exactly the same as the situation of cultivators being affected by the power of chaos in the chaotic zone. The eye of the dead passed over the 6 chaos rod worms of the Daozun realm and wanted to see farther. But except for the chaotic power of the origin, nothing could be seen. In the chaotic zone, the effect of the eye of the dead was greatly suppressed, and only about 100,000 meters could be seen. Lin Moya looked ahead. Something in front affected them. Huang Xing, can you see it? He had the eye of the dead, but in terms of vision, it was naturally not as good as Huang Xing of the Daozun realm. Huang Xing looked forward, and the power of the Daozun realm poured into his eyes. After a few seconds, he shook his head and said, "The power of chaos in front is very strong, and I can't see through it." Lin Moyo murmured, "The abnormality of the power of chaos may be the reason why the chaos rod worms of the Daozun realm disappeared. Slowly approach and be ready to fight at any time." Huang Xing nodded and flew over with the Feiyun boat. When there was still 20,000 meters away, the chaos rod worms found Lin Moyo. They did not turn around to attack but continued to move forward. Obviously, the things in front of them attracted them more. When there were still 10,000 meters away from the 6 chaos rod worms, Lin Moya summoned the skeleton hell. The skeleton hell swallowed up the 6 chaos rod worms, and the evil spirits of hell rushed out frantically, biting them. Until this moment, the chaos rod worms began to fight back, but it was too late. Chapter 26-24. Chapter 26-24, 2624. Chapter 26-24, 84,325.3221 seconds. Lin Moya found that the 6 chaos rod worms in front of him were not strong. They were weaker than the 2 chaos rod worms brought by Jiang Ruoxu, and much weaker. Chaos rod worms were not divided into several realms of Daozun, they were all collectively called Daozun realm. This division method was extremely rough, and because no one came into the chaos zone, and there was nothing worth exploring inside, no one cared. Just by comparing before and after, Lin Moya realized that the same chaos rod worms, even if they were similar in size, had different strengths. The 6 in front of me should be the weakest. And their previous movement trajectory was very strange. If we infer from this, the chaos power in front was very strong, and even the chaos rod worms were affected. What on earth attracted these chaos rod worms and made them rush over? Skeleton hell swallowed the 6 chaos rod worms, and it was one step closer to the next promotion. Skeleton hell is like this. Every time you feel that you are about to be promoted, the result is always a little short. Over the years, Lin Moyo has long been accustomed to it. It is not enough now, and swallowing more is enough. The Feiyun boat advanced tens of thousands of meters again, and the situation ahead slowly came into view. Lin Moyo kept the eye of the dead open. The eye of the dead is becoming more and more restricted, and it seems that the chaotic power ahead is also becoming more and more serious. Huang Xing, increase the power of the Feiyun boat to the strongest, and be alert at all times. The Feiyun boat glowed with a faint light, resisting the power of chaos. Lin Moya's heart moved, and he summoned Pajun as well. Huang Xing's strength was much worse than Pajun's, and with Pajun by his side, he was safer. Facing unusual situations, it's better to be careful. The power of chaos is invisible and intangible, and it is difficult to prevent. Daozun can only barely sense some of it, so it will be affected. But here, the chaos actually showed a trace. It is because it is too strong and powerful, so it can be seen by the naked eye. The light ball of the Feiyun boat was squeezed by the power of chaos and began to deform. Fortunately, Lin Moyo asked Huang Xing to increase the power of the Feiyun boat from the beginning, and it is not difficult to maintain stability at present. The line of sight was getting worse and worse, and the visible distance was shrinking. Lin Moyo knew that he absolutely could not leave the Feiyun boat now, otherwise, he would not be able to grasp the direction at all and would only be carried around by the power of chaos, not knowing where to go. Huang Xing continuously injected his Dao power into the Feiyun boat to maintain its stability. In order to resist the power of chaos, Huang Xing consumed a lot of energy. Fortunately, he was a Daozun, and his power was endless. If it were a Tianzun, it would probably not last long before being exhausted. The Feiyun boat was like a small boat in a storm, moving forward slowly and helplessly. The sense of distance was lost, and even Lin Moya's spiritual sense did not know how far he had flown. Even the sense of direction was lost, and Lin Moya did not know whether he was still flying in the central area or had been carried to another direction by the power of chaos. The light ball of the Fi'un boat was compressed to the extreme and became an ellipse. The entire Fi'un boat was shaking, as if it would collapse at any time. The loss of spiritual sense made Lin Moya feel uneasy, frowning. "Huang Xing, can't you retreat now?" Huang Xing told the truth. "I have lost my direction." Lin Moya slapped his forehead. The resurrected have both advantages and disadvantages. Sometimes they are too rigid and not flexible enough. They have no fear, so they are not afraid of danger. Now, as long as I don't order them to retreat, they will not retreat until they die. At this point, I can only comfort myself. Since we are here, we should make the best of it. After flying for a while, the chaos became stronger. Through the protection of the Fi'un boat, Lin Moya could feel the power of the chaos outside. Squeak! The ancient Fi'un boat made a squeezing sound. The protection had reached its limit, and the Fi'un boat was about to collapse. Lin Moya made up his mind and made a decision. "Pajun, protect me." At the command, Pajun released a powerful aura, opened his big hands, and protected Lin Moya in the center. Lin Moya collected Huang Xing and the Fi'un boat at the same time. In an instant, the majestic power of chaos swept over. The mind was in chaos, and even the soul was affected by the power of chaos, and the thoughts fell into a state of stagnation. The world tree swayed wildly, making a rustling sound. The 10-color dragon soul crystal spewed out a stream of dragon breath to help the soul stay awake. But by doing so, they could only keep the soul a little clear, far from thinking and controlling. Finally, the Calamity Scepter, which had not moved for a long time, seemed to feel the plight of its owner and shook with great pride. The soul gem revealed a touch of earthy yellow light, and the light flowed, and the earthy yellow armor on the surface of Lin Moya's soul appeared, and the soul suddenly woke up. Lin Moya came back to his senses and looked down at the Calamity Staff. "Thank you." The Calamity Staff did not move. It was extremely arrogant and disdained to talk to Lin Moya. Lin Moya looked at the yellow light on his soul body and found that this layer of earthy yellow armor was given to him by the Calamity Staff a long time ago. It's just that he never knew how to use it. "You have a treasure mountain but don't know it." Lin Moya smiled bitterly. The Calamity Staff was really arrogant and would not tell him at all. It seems that he still has to study it by himself. The soul returned to normal, but the body was still wrapped in the power of chaos and flew everywhere. Pajun protected him, and even if there was any danger, it was the first to bear it. With a deist escort, Lin Moya felt much more at ease. Pajun could only protect him but could not control the direction. The power of chaos was too strong, even Pajun could not resist it. "It feels like I'm in a whirlwind. I don't know where I'll be taken. Such a strong chaotic force, even the chaotic rotworms can't resist it, and those chaotic rotworms that came and may also go there." Lin Moya believed that everything would have an end. No matter how chaotic the force was, it would not take him flying all the time. If he really keeps flying, he will eventually fly out, just like throwing something. If he doesn't control it, he will be thrown away sooner or later. If there is an end, it's just a chaotic process, and he will eventually reach the end. The soul is clear, allowing Lin Moya to think calmly. But soon Lin Moya found that being able to calm down is not necessarily a good thing. Because he can think, time passes very slowly. If he can't think, it may pass by in a blink of an eye. Now he is like a vegetable, able to think but unable to move, but in pain. Really, it's all his own fault. Curiosity kills the cat. I shouldn't have come. Lin Moya joked to himself, and now he could only have fun in the midst of suffering. The clear soul gave Lin Moya a clear sense of time. Especially when the sense of direction is lost, the sense of time is particularly clear. Lin Moya could even accurately measure time to 0.0001 seconds and could divide 1 second into 10,000 parts, and there would be no mistakes. After 84,325.3221 seconds, the situation changed. Lin Moya felt like he had broken through a layer of membrane, and the chaos disappeared instantly. Chapter 2625. Chapter 2625, 2625. Chapter 2625, A Natural Formation. The world changed, and the space underwent a qualitative transformation. Lin Moya didn't know where he was, he only knew that he had entered another space. Lin Moya reacted quickly and gave Pajun an order the moment the change occurred. Pajun stopped instantly, without even a 0.001 second gap before and after, which showed the strong control of a Daozun. Lin Moya didn't move. He was under the protection of Pajun, observing the situation around him. His spiritual sense was gradually recovering, and he didn't want to move before it fully recovered. His spiritual sense was Lin Moya's great reliance, and his extremely sharp spiritual sense had saved him from danger several times. There were colorful lights in this space, and the colors came from the chaotic power around him. The chaotic power was extremely powerful here, but it was absorbed by the edge of the space. As long as you left the edge, you would not be affected by the chaotic power. On the contrary, without the chaotic power, the space became extremely stable, even more stable than the space outside. After some observation, Lin Moya determined that this space was circular. There were passages above and below him, and he didn't know where they led. 2 skeleton generals flew out, one went up and the other went down. Lin Moya himself remained motionless and said to Pajun, "Take a look, can you see any clues?" Pajun obeyed the order and looked up and down. After a moment, he said, "There is nothing wrong up there, but there seems to be an origin breath down below." As his spiritual sense recovered, Lin Moya also felt that there was indeed an origin breath coming from deep below the passage. Soon, the skeleton general flying upwards reached the top. There was nothing at the top, and it was dark. The eye of the dead saw that there were no living creatures, and there seemed to be no danger. Lin Moyo asked the skeleton general to stop there, and if there were any changes, he would be able to know as he went forward. The skeleton general at the top was about 100 million meters away from him. Then he released a large number of skeleton generals to fly upwards, placing one every 100 meters, so that he could know every clue in the passage. After he did all this, the skeleton general flying downwards also sent information. Lin Moyo connected to the vision of the skeleton general and saw a surprising scene. The skeleton general has the vision of the undead, and the picture he sees is different from that of ordinary naked eyes. In the vision of the undead, soul flames were burning, and the number was countless. Each soul flame represented a chaotic rotworm of the Daozun realm. And in the center of these soul flames, there seemed to be a more powerful and blazing soul flame. Lin Moyo couldn't see that soul flame very clearly because there were too many and too dense soul flames on the periphery, blocking his vision. Lin Moyo murmured to himself, "It's about 500,000 meters away from me, and it's already deep underground." In the chaotic zone, most of the chaotic rotworms in the Daozun realm have gathered here. What are they doing? The spiritual sense finally recovered, and Lin Moyo also flew underground. Pajun followed silently, and Lin Moyo summoned the brocade lich at the same time to wrap himself. The star arrow lich was also summoned and sat on his shoulder. Regardless of whether it was useful or not, it is always right to be well prepared. During the descent, a skeleton general was still deployed every 100 meters. Lin Moyo was very careful. He had to be careful when he came here. Apart from other things, the countless chaotic rotworms below were enough to make him drink a void. Even if Tin Li Taoist used his last trump card, Lin Moyo was not sure that he could survive. Chaotic rotworms are unreasonable. They can continuously pollute the power of the origin, and they are not easy to kill. Even if it is a 6th or 7th realm of Daozun, if it continues to entangle, it will be worn to death. If the skeleton hell can be promoted to the Daozun realm, there is no need to be afraid of them. Lin Moyo knew that the skeleton hell was the real nemesis of the chaotic rotworms. In the same realm, no matter how many chaotic rotworms there were, they were just food for the skeleton hell. Lin Moyo finally reached the bottom and saw the situation at the bottom with his naked eyes. The bottom was a huge circular space with a diameter of more than 100,000 meters and a depth of more than 100,000 meters. It was like a sphere with a diameter of 100,000 meters, lying there. There were countless chaotic origin forces flowing around, and the origin forces were so rich that they had turned into substance, flowing down from all around, and then along the ground, converging towards the center. In the center of the space, countless chaotic rotworms in the Daozun realm were gathering together to form an unimaginable sphere. Lin Moyo's scalp was numb, and what he saw with his naked eyes was more shocking than what he saw with the eyes of the dead. It was unimaginable that if so many chaotic rotworms rushed towards him, he would probably be in trouble. Thinking of that scene, Lin Moyo's scalp also went numb. After all, the other party is in the Daozun realm, while his own undead army is only in the Tianzun realm, and the gap is obvious. Lin Moyo's thoughts were like lightning, and he prepared for a rainy day. He soon thought of a way to deal with it. If these chaotic rotworms really rushed towards him, it seemed that there was no way to deal with them. Even if he was lucky, he could kill them. But that is the worst plan, and he will not do it if he can avoid it. There are too many chaotic rotworms, and it is impossible to see what is in the center. But there must be something in the center, and it is this thing that makes the chaotic rotworms gather here. The space is filled with the power of the origin, which is very stable and powerful. The edges are all the chaotic power of the origin, while the middle is the stable and extremely clear power of the origin. This form is what Lin Moyo is surprised about. Chaos and stability have reached a special balance. Boom! A sound like a heartbeat sounded, and Lin Moyo's heart couldn't help but jump heavily. At this moment, Lin Moyo felt that all the blood in his body was about to spurt out. The immortal golden body was automatically activated, and Lin Moyo instantly turned into a fireman, which made him feel a little better. Lin Moyo was shocked. This sound was not an ordinary sound. The sound went straight to the soul, and he could hear it even if he covered his ears. The sound could arouse his blood. If he did not have the immortal golden body, his physical body would have collapsed. The immortal golden body was shining and did not attract the attention of the chaotic rotworms. All the attention of the chaotic rotworms was in the center of the circle they surrounded, but Lin Moyo did not know what it was. Boom! Another heartbeat-like sound rang out. Lin Moyo's heart beat again, and the feeling from before came again. Fortunately, he was prepared this time. Although it was a little uncomfortable, he was not caught off guard. Suddenly, Lin Moyo found that the circle of chaotic rotworms had shrunk a little. It was only a little bit smaller, but Lin Moyo still caught it. The outer circle was reduced, indicating that there were fewer chaotic rotworms in the innermost part. If there were fewer chaotic rotworms, where would they go? There was only one answer: they were swallowed by the center. Suddenly, Lin Moyo saw that at the edge, at the junction of chaos and stability, there were lines like tree branches. These lines, glittering, existed at the junction. A large amount of chaotic origin power entered the lines, then turned into stable origin power, and was spit out. The circular space, the edge of the area was densely covered with countless lines. Looking from these lines to the center, Lin Moyo gradually saw some clues. This is a large formation, a naturally formed one. Chapter 2626. Chapter 2626, 2626. Chapter 2626, Entering the Formation. Lin Moyo's current attainment in formations is not that strong, but it is not bad either. He can still tell whether a formation is acquired or naturally formed. The formation in front of him is hazy and illusory, and is a naturally formed formation. The roots of the formation are those branches of the original spiritual veins that look like tree branches and spider webs. Lin Moya looked at this naturally formed formation as if he was appreciating a beautiful scenery. It's so beautiful. He couldn't help but sigh. The naturally formed formation was natural and had no traces of artificial carving. That kind of beauty was comparable to the acquired formation. The difference in the level of the formation lies in complexity, power, and effect. And the natural beauty has nothing to do with it. Lin Moya admired this formation as if he was appreciating a beautiful work of art. He could see that this formation was not actually strong, and it should be less than the 7th level. He couldn't tell whether it was the 6th level or the 5th level for a while. His understanding of formations was still a little weak, and he was in the formation, but he could not feel the true effect of the formation. But this did not prevent him from appreciating and learning. I didn't expect that the two origin spirit veins would constantly collide and confront each other, forming a chaotic zone. And in the deepest part of the origin spirit vein, such a natural formation was formed. The two origin spirit veins coexist harmoniously here, and different forces merge with each other. Lin Moya suddenly realized something. With a gleam in his eyes, it turns out that in addition to colliding and confronting each other, the origin spirit veins can also merge with each other. Then if I merge the two origin spirit veins together, can it become a stronger origin spirit vein? Except for the origin spirit veins with special attributes like Lycian, most of the origin spirit veins themselves do not have specific attributes. Without specific attributes, it is not necessary to fight, and you can also choose to coexist or merge. Lin Moya felt that his idea was too bold. He looked at Pajun beside him. Is there a precedent of the fusion of the origin spirit veins on the origin continent? Lin Moya didn't know much about the history of the origin continent. Pajun beside him must know a lot, so he asked if he didn't understand. Pajun thought for a few seconds and shook his head. I don't remember it. The origin spirit veins can devour and resist, but they have never been fused. Lin Moya looked at the natural formation in front of him. In this formation, the two origin spirit veins did merge. Although it was just a trivial detail, less than 1/1000th of the entire origin spirit vein, fusion is fusion. From point to surface, from small to large, this formation clearly told him that the origin spirit veins can be fused with each other. Lin Moya had an idea in his mind, to learn this formation and master this formation. As soon as this idea was born, it began to grow wildly, taking root quickly and could not be removed. At the same time, his spiritual sense sent a warning, telling Lin Moya that this idea was very dangerous. If he wanted to learn the formation, in addition to external observation, he must enter the formation and understand the formation with his body. And it is not certain that he can understand it, and he may be trapped in the formation and die. Lin Moya smiled casually. Caution is a good thing, but it is also not a good thing. Caution can make people live longer, but they will lose many opportunities. Sometimes, appropriate impulse is not a bad thing. Lin Moya had decided to enter the formation and learn to master this great formation. Lin Moya used the word great to describe this formation because in the history of the origin continent, no one has ever achieved the fusion of the origin spiritual vein. The appearance of this formation is unprecedented and naturally great. However, Lin Moya did not act immediately. He was waiting for the Taiyan origin to appear. Now the Taiyan talisman on his forehead did not flicker, which meant that the sun origin controlled the world. He was the son of Taiyan. Naturally, he had to wait until the Taiyan origin appeared. His combat power and luck would rise to the extreme, and that was when he would enter the formation. He had an impulse, but he could not lose his composure. Lin Moya was not in a hurry, but first observed the formation from the outside and wrote down every detail. The formation formed naturally is like a work of art, which is worth appreciating for a long time. Finally, the Taiyan talisman on his forehead appeared, and Lin Moya called Xiao out. Xiao was playing with Xiaoyu and was suddenly called out. There was a little confusion in her eyes. Master, what's the matter? Lin Moya said, Xiao, help me improve my luck. Xiao said, oh, and pointed her finger at Lin Moya, good luck. Lin Moya felt his body lighten, and his own luck increased rapidly. There were dragon roars in his ears, and the luck in his eyes revealed a red glow, and he entered a state of great luck. After becoming the son of Taiyan, he already had great luck, and with Xiao's improvement, his luck was much stronger than before, to the point that he didn't even need the explosive luck technique. With such luck, the explosive luck technique was dispensable. After improving his luck, it could last for a while. Xiao looked at Lin Moya eagerly. Master, Xiao is still waiting for me. Lin Moya waved his hand. Go, go. After sending Xiao back, Lin Moya said to Pajun, follow me into the formation. Pajun naturally would not object and followed Lin Moya into the formation. Inside and outside the formation are two worlds. Once he entered, Lin Moya immediately felt the effect of the formation. Extreme balance and stability. He could feel that no matter how chaotic the source power outside the formation was, as long as it touched the formation, it would become stable. The chaotic source power would be sorted out by the formation, reversed, and turned into the most essential source power. Then, under the effect of the formation, the clean source power merged with each other. Lin Moya was in the formation, feeling every bit of the formation. He walked around the edge of the formation, measuring the natural formation, and writing down all the details of the formation. If he sets up the formation in the future, although it is impossible to restore it 100%, at least it can be restored to more than 80%. Lin Moya's talent for formations was working unconsciously, and he quickly absorbed and understood all the key points of the formations. If other formation masters knew this, they would be shocked and crazy. Natural formations are natural, and ordinary formation masters cannot perform analysis at all. Even formation masters can only marvel at some natural formations, and no one has ever thought about restoring natural formations. In the history of the origin continent, only some amazing people can restore some natural formations. Once an 8th level formation master said that the final destination of the formation is natural, invisible and traceless, it is a work of nature. Lin Moya seemed to have taken a big step towards the end of the formation unconsciously. I don't know if it's because of the formation or because of Lin Moya's good luck. Lin Moya walked the edge of the formation and was still not noticed by the chaos rotworms. After Lin Moya wrote down most of the key points of the formation, he turned his head and looked at the center of the formation. After understanding the formation, Lin Moya finally realized that there was another reason for the formation. There is something in the center of the natural formation. Chapter 2627, Chapter 2627, 2627, Chapter 2627, Using Yourself as Bait. The formation must have a formation eye. Even a natural formation has a formation eye. Just like the natural formation in Thunder Mountain, which is extremely strong, its formation eye is the 8th level origin spiritual vein in Thunder Mountain. The natural formation in front of us also has a formation eye, and the formation eye is the key to this formation. Lin Moya had now mastered the structure of the formation. The only thing missing was the formation eye. Staring at the center of the formation, the point wrapped by the chaos rotworms, Lin Moya thought, this formation eye must be unusual. I have a feeling that without this formation eye, this formation cannot be formed. If I want to truly master this formation, I must know what the formation eye is. Lin Moya felt that the formation eye of this formation should be very special. Without the formation eye, the formation cannot function, and it is even difficult to form. But now the formation eye is wrapped by chaos rotworms, and he can't see it clearly. When observing the formation before, there was a sound like a heartbeat from the formation eye from time to time. Every period, the circle of chaos rotworms would shrink a little. That means that the formation eye is swallowing chaos rotworms. So, as long as he waited patiently, sooner or later, all the chaos rotworms here would be swallowed, and then he could see what the formation eye is. But vaguely, Lin Moya felt that he couldn't do this, and there might be danger when that time came. Lin Moya walked around the formation twice again until the Taiyan origin retreated, and his fortune began to weaken. His spiritual sense suddenly sent a warning that danger was coming. Lin Moya found that the chaos rotworms had noticed him. Luck. Lin Moya realized that his luck had declined. The reason why those chaos rotworms didn't notice him before was not only because they were attracted by the formation eye but also because his luck was strong enough. In other words, he was lucky. Now that the Taiyan origin had disappeared and his luck had declined, the chaos rotworms began to notice him. Lin Moya didn't think twice and quickly flew out of the formation. Fortunately, this space was not too big, and he rushed out of the formation in a blink of an eye. Looking back, he found that the chaos rotworms had once again focused their attention on the formation eye and ignored him. They regarded this formation as their territory and would attack outsiders. And there were so many chaos rotworms that one move could affect the whole body. Lin Moya narrowed his eyes and thought about countermeasures. He must see the eye of the formation. At this point, he must know what the eye of the formation is. Otherwise, all previous efforts will be in vain. But how to deal with so many chaos rotworms? Thinking of the experience just now, it can be regarded as a real experience of luck. The words luck is illusory, but it really exists are really true. Luck is invisible and intangible, but it affects everyone all the time. Before, Kun Yenshue was cut off from his luck, which directly led to the inability to practice in the core area of Lishan and the inability to absorb any source of power. This inexplicable bad luck is affected by luck. Lin Moya thought for a moment, water can carry a boat or overturn it. Luck can allow me to see the entire formation smoothly, and it can also do the opposite. He already had an idea in his mind and immediately retreated 1,000 meters to leave space between himself and the formation. A skeleton god general flew out and entered the formation. Lin Moya stared at the chaos rotworms in the formation without blinking. When the skeleton god general entered the formation, some chaos rotworms immediately noticed him. The chaos rotworms at the outermost edge looked at the skeleton god general and screamed, as if to warn him. But the skeleton god general was unmoved and instead moved a little closer to them. The next second, dozens of chaos rotworms flew towards the skeleton god general at the same time, spraying green mucus. Green mucus can pollute the original power and greatly weaken the combat power of the cultivator. At the same time, the green mucus is also corrosive, not only corroding the body but also corroding the soul. The skeleton god general is only a low-level Tinanzan and is at a complete disadvantage when facing the chaos rotworms of the Daazun realm. It flew along the edge of the formation to dodge. Unfortunately, its speed is far less than that of the chaos rotworms and was unfortunately hit. In just one move, the skeleton god general's body was corroded and completely fell apart in just 1 second. The chaos rotworms' attack power is not strong, only for Daazun. Facing the existence of a lower realm, their attack history is equally terrible. After the death of the skeleton god general, the chaos rotworms lost their target, and their attention was attracted to the formation eye again. When they were about to return, the skeleton god general who had just died suddenly resurrected on the spot. The chaos rotworms turned around again and continued to kill the general. The skeleton god continued to retreat, but unfortunately, under the attack of the chaos rotworms, he soon died again and then resurrected under the influence of the undead spirit. Time and time again, the chaos rotworms were getting farther and farther away from the formation, closer and closer to the edge of the formation, and closer to the skeleton god. After 4 consecutive times, the Chaos Rotworms had reached the edge of the formation, and the skeleton god resurrected for the 4th time and left the formation. The Chaos Rotworms stopped on the spot, staring at the skeleton god outside the formation, screaming several times, and turned back to the center of the formation at the same time, and did not continue to chase. Failed. After some efforts, they failed to lead these Chaos Rotworms outside the formation and kill them. The inside of the formation is the territory set up by the Chaos Rotworms instinctively. As long as they leave the formation, they will not continue to chase. It's really just instinct. With such a strong sense of territory, it seems that we can only deal with them in the formation. But if we do this, the difficulty will increase a lot. It's a pity that they don't have corpses, otherwise, it would be much easier. Without corpses, we can't use corpse explosion to continuously bombard them. The Chaos Rotworms are composed of the source power of chaos. After death, they will also turn into source power and dissipate. Corpse explosion can't work. Lin Moya remade a plan and then entered the formation again. When he entered the formation, many Chaos Rotworms noticed him. First, they screamed and warned. After the warning was ineffective, some Chaos Rotworms on the outermost periphery immediately rushed towards Lin Moyo. The space in the formation is too stable to use the power of time and space. Lin Moyo can only dodge. Unlike the skeleton god general, he has damage transfer. Even if he is occasionally hit by green slime, the damage will be much reduced, and then all members of the undead army will share the damage. Lin Moya's survivability is almost top-notch in the Tianzun realm. Even compared with some Daozun, it is not much inferior. In the repeated dodging, the Chaos Rotworms were getting closer and closer to Lin Moyo. It has been a long time since he used himself as bait. This feeling is like returning to the dungeon in the small world. He doesn't remember how many times he played the role of bait. Now thinking about it, he still feels a little bit reluctant. When the distance was only 1,000 meters, Lin Moyo finally took action. With a light tap of his fingers, the skeleton hell emerged and swallowed all the Chaos Rotworms flying over. The skeleton hell is the nemesis of the Chaos Rotworms. Although the realm is not as good as the Chaos Rotworms, as long as the number is not too large, it can still be swallowed. Dozens of Chaos Rotworms were swallowed by the skeleton hell, and a big battle broke out in the skeleton hell, which was much louder than before. At this moment, some Chaos Rotworms were attracted and killed Lin Moyo in the next breath. Chapter 2628. Chapter 2628, 2628. Chapter 2628, there is someone here. Lin Moyo frowned. He had expected this to happen, but he didn't anticipate the Chaos Rotworms to react so violently. The ideal scenario was to attract them in batches and use the skeleton hell to eliminate them gradually. This way, the skeleton hell could also consume enough Chaos Rotworms. If all the Chaos Rotworms here could be devoured, it would not be a problem to promote the skeleton hell to the intermediate heavenly venerable, or even the high heavenly venerable. Ideals are beautiful, but reality is often harsh. The previous batch of Chaos Rotworms had not been dealt with yet, and the next batch was already coming. The commotion caused by the skeleton hell attracted more Chaos Rotworms. This new batch had more than 100 worms. They split into 2 groups, one rushing towards the skeleton hell, and the other part attacking Lin Moyo. The skeleton hell was already fighting fiercely, and the arrival of the new batch made the internal battle even more intense. Lin Moyo quickly retreated, leading these Chaos Rotworms along the edge of the formation. Fortunately, the space here was stable, and there was no confusion in direction. The Chaos Rotworms kept spitting green mucus, and Lin Moyo was often hit by it. The damage was collectively borne by the Undead Legion, allowing him to hold on. There were now hundreds of Chaos Rotworms in the skeleton hell at the Daozun level. Although their number was less than 100,000th of the hell evil spirits, they were still Daozun. It took time to kill them. Lin Moyo calculated that with the current strength of the skeleton hell, the limit it could endure should be about 300 worms. It's not that there weren't enough hell evil spirits, but the accumulated power of the Daozun level could tear the skeleton hell apart. There is an essential difference between Daozun and Tianzun. If it weren't for natural restraint, the skeleton hell would have been torn to pieces long ago. The Chaos Rotworms in the skeleton hell screamed in waves, and the noise grew louder. The Chaos Rotworms chasing Lin Moyo also screamed similarly, summoning their companions. A large number of Chaos Rotworms turned around near the center of the formation. Lin Moyo's face changed suddenly. Trouble. Chaos Rotworms have the characteristic of living in groups, and they can summon companions. Now, they were calling their companions. A large number of Chaos Rotworms were attracted by the call and set their sights on Lin Moyo and the skeleton hell. Then, like a swarm of bees, they pounced on Lin Moyo and the skeleton hell. This batch had nearly 1,000 Chaos Rotworms, much more than the previous 2 batches. If this batch rushed into the skeleton hell, it would inevitably collapse. Now Lin Moyo had 2 choices. One was to withdraw, making all previous efforts in vain and thinking of other ways. The other was to bite the bullet and start a big battle with the Chaos Rotworms in this formation. Lin Moyo had expected something similar to happen before, but the current situation was worse than he had anticipated. The third batch of Chaos Rotworms was too many, far exceeding his expectations. In this case, let's fight. Let's see whether I retreat or exhaust you all to death. Lin Moyo made up his mind and chose to fight hard. The undead army was dispatched, and in an instant, the formation space was filled with the undead army. There were more than 100,000 skeleton god generals, and the dragon riders from number 1 to 10 were dispatched collectively. Facing the Chaos Rotworms of the Daozun realm, the skeleton god generals were the real cannon fodder. The dragon riders were a little better, but not much. Lin Moyo had never thought of letting the undead army eliminate the Chaos Rotworms. The gap between the realms of the two was too great, and it was unrealistic to do so. What he wanted was to use the instinctive characteristics of the Chaos Rotworms to delay time and buy enough time for the Skeleton Hell. As long as the undead army could delay it and the time was enough, the Skeleton Hell could devour all these Chaos Rotworms. Can it delay it? Definitely. The number of the undead army is so large that it is impossible to kill them all in 3 minutes. In addition, there are undead spirits, which means that the number will be multiplied many times. If they are well controlled, they can't be killed at all. Even if they are really killed, Lin Moyo can summon them at the same time. Lin Moyo said that he has never been afraid of a war of attrition. At this point, Lin Moyo had no choice. I must know what the Eye of the Formation is. As soon as the undead army appeared, the formation space was completely boiling. The Chaos Rotworms turned around and focused their attention on the undead army. The next moment, the Chaos Rotworms were completely enraged, and countless Chaos Rotworms rushed out and attacked the undead army. In their eyes, the undead army was an invader and must be eliminated. As soon as the two sides clashed, the undead army suffered a large number of casualties on the spot. The skeleton god generals fell like wheat, without any resistance. But the next moment, the skeleton god generals were resurrected and became cannon fodder again. The leaders of the Dragon Riders Corps from number 1 to number 10 continuously summoned dragon riders to participate in the battle, becoming cannon fodder that was more useful than the skeleton god generals. Lin Moyo retreated to the edge of the formation, looking at the formation space that had exploded, and also at the undead core that were constantly collapsing and dying. It was not the first time that the undead core was used as cannon fodder. If it was not necessary, Lin Moyo was unwilling to do so. The undead core were all his comrades in arms. Although he knew that they could be resurrected after death, he was always uncomfortable. Lin Moyo saw that the first batch of skeleton god generals had died several times, and he had an idea and put them all away. The skeleton god generals were no longer useful here. The significance of their existence was to let the leaders of the Dragon Riders Corps understand the rhythm of the battle. Now the skeleton god generals had retired after their success and handed the battlefield over to the Dragon Riders Corps. From number 1 to number 10, 10 Dragon Riders Corps, with a total of 100 million Dragon Riders, were enough to deal with the situation. Under the control of the Corps leader, the Dragon Riders' cannon fodder status could be continuously cycled, taking advantage of the cooling time of the undead spirits, and in the end, there would not be any losses at all. The space in the formation was limited, and now it was almost full except for the center of the formation. Most of the space was occupied by the Dragon Riders. A large number of Chaos Rotworms were squeezed together with the center of the formation. The ones who could really play a role were the ones on the outside. The biggest weakness of Chaos Rotworms is that they have no wisdom. They have numbers but don't know how to use them. They don't know how to insert or charge, and their fighting methods are extremely rigid. Once they encounter the Dragon Riders, which have wisdom, are also amazing in number, and are not afraid of death, in this small area, they immediately fall into a passive position. No problem. Lin Moyo breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that if nothing unexpected happened, the final winner of this battle must be himself. The skeleton hell finally devoured the first batch of Chaos Rotworms. Dozens of Chaos Rotworms were devoured, and the skeleton hell finally met the promotion conditions and began to promote. This time it was not a promotion to a higher realm, and the promotion was not due to the coverage range, and the number of evil spirits in hell did not change. The only change was the power. The hellish evil spirit had reached the middle level of Heavenly Venerable, and its power was stronger than before. As a result, the swallowing speed of the second batch of Chaos Rotworms immediately increased significantly. Youngster, you are looking for death. Suddenly, a roar resounded through the formation space. Lin Moyo was furious. There is actually someone in there. Chapter 2629. Chapter 2629, 2629. Chapter 2629. I am never afraid of being outnumbered. Lin Moyo felt uneasy. He never expected that there was someone here. The voice was filled with anger and echoed in the formation space. Lin Moyo distinguished that the voice came from the center of the formation. Is that person hiding in the center of the formation? Or is this formation controlled by him? Lin Moyo thought about it and quickly denied the second possibility. This formation was formed naturally. A naturally formed formation cannot be easily controlled. If the other party could really control the formation, he could have completely prevented Lin Moyo from entering, let alone let him see the inside and outside of the formation. Then the biggest possibility is that the other party is hiding in the center of the formation. But why did it hide in the center of the formation? What is its purpose? Didn't it find me before, or did it think that I was no threat to it? But why did it come out again now? What did I do to anger it? Lin Moyo thought about it and immediately realized the reason. It was because the skeleton hell successfully swallowed the first batch of Chaos Rotworms. The skeleton hell became stronger, and the number of Chaos Rotworms decreased. He hid in the center of the formation. No matter what the reason was, one thing was certain: the Chaos Rotworms were useful to him, and he could get a lot of benefits from the Chaos Rotworms. Now that the Chaos Rotworms were devoured by him, the benefits he got would be reduced. And he had no intention of stopping, so he couldn't sit still. Lin Moyo couldn't figure out his true and false intentions for the time being and didn't know who he was or what realm he was in. But thinking that he could be in the center of the formation, it was estimated that his realm would not be too bad. At least he was a Daoist master, and he was also a Daoist master who was proficient in formations. Lin Moyo said loudly, "Senior, don't blame me, I didn't know you were in there." After a few seconds, the voice sounded again, "Forget it, ignorance is not a crime, I don't blame you. You should retreat now, leave quickly." Lin Moya said, Junior also wants to leave, but I accidentally entered this place. I have already looked for a way to leave before, but I didn't find a way out. Before Lin Moyo entered the formation, he did look for a way to leave, but he didn't find a way out. The voice was silent for a few seconds, then you just wait. Wait until I finish my training, then I will send you away. Is he training here? Lin Moyo was a little confused, feeling that what the senior said was not very credible. Lin Moyo asked, how long will the senior train? The voice continued, about 500 years. 500 years is not long, just wait. 500 years is not long? No, 500 years is very long. For others, maybe 500 years is really not long. Tianzan was in retreat, and 400 years passed. For Lin Moyo, 500 years can do a lot of things. It is impossible to waste it here. Lin Moya shook his head and said, Junior still has important things to do. 500 years is too long. Why don't you send me away first, and then you can train as you want? No, you can't leave before I finish my training. The other party flatly refused, and his tone became much tougher. Lin Moya silently used the Eye of the Dead to look at the center of the formation. Now the Chaos Rod worms were looser than before, and he could vaguely see the situation in the center of the formation. Sure enough, among the countless soul flames, he saw a soul flame that did not belong to the Chaos Rod worms. That was the soul flame of a cultivator. Although he had not seen the real body yet, Lin Moya judged from the soul flame that the other party did not seem to be human. Lin Moya said to Pajun, can you see the situation in the center of the formation? Pajun looked carefully and spoke after a few breaths, there are too many Chaos Rod worms, and I can't see clearly, but I can feel that there is a spirit beast in the eye of the formation. It turned out to be a spirit beast. Pajun's words confirmed what the Eye of the Dead saw. It is indeed not a human, but a spirit beast. In that case, then you don't have to be polite. Lin Moya's heart moved, and the skeleton hell accelerated its swallowing. In a blink of an eye, the second batch of Chaos Rod worms were swallowed up, and then the Dragon Rider's core revealed a gap and released a batch of Chaos Rod worms. The skeleton hell was like an open pocket, taking away the Chaos Rod worms, and a new round of swallowing began again. Under the control of the 10 Legion commanders, the Dragon Rider's core has laid an airtight defense line, and the cannon fodder takes turns to be cannon fodder. Anyway, they can't be killed. Young man, you are looking for death. The spirit beast in the center of the formation roared. Lin Moya sneered and ignored him. Lin Moya concluded that if the other party really had the ability, he would have killed him long ago. Obviously, the other party is unable to kill him, nor is he able to stop him, so the group will bluff and make a mystery. Boom! The heartbeat-like sound rang again, and Lin Moya's heart couldn't help but beat. The blood in his body was flowing backward, as if it was about to explode. The immortal golden body turned Lin Moya into a flame, and the flowing golden flame enveloped his whole body, calming his blood. Lin Moya said, it turns out that he has tried to kill me. There was a heartbeat sound before, and it turned out that the other party had used his own methods to try to kill him, but he had never succeeded. This time the attack was more fierce than before, but he was still blocked by himself. Lin Moya thought to himself, what other methods do you have? Just come on. He had made up his mind to get rid of these Chaos Rod worms and take a good look at the spirit beast hidden in the eye of the formation and the true situation of the eye of the formation. His heartbeats were getting more and more urgent, but Lin Moya was as steady as a mountain and did not move at all. Lin Moya could feel that the other party was getting more and more anxious and his killing intent was getting stronger. Unfortunately, the other party's methods seemed to be useless to him, so he could only be anxious. The Chaos Rod worms were being devoured in batches, and the speed was gradually increasing. The other party finally couldn't help it and burst into a roar. The roar was not like a human voice, but the voice of a spirit beast, sharp and piercing. The formation in the space suddenly lit up, and a large number of textures appeared on the edge of the formation. These textures were intertwined like spider webs, forming extremely complex formations. He can actually control the formation. No, he can only control part of it. Lin Moyo already understood this formation and immediately saw the clues. The formation lit up, and a large amount of original power gushed out from the formation lines. The originally stable space suddenly became less stable. The space belonging to the formation expanded rapidly, from a spherical space with a diameter of 100,000 meters to 1,000,000 meters. The formation space was expanded more than 100 times, and the Chaos Rod worms suddenly had enough space to move around. The tight defense line formed by the Dragon Riders suddenly had a lot of gaps. The Chaos Rod worms that were originally blocked inside exploded in an instant and rushed over from all directions. Go to hell. A vicious voice came from the center of the formation. Lin Moya sneered repeatedly. He knew that the other party could not do anything to him, so he could only manipulate the formation, expand the space, and use the Chaos Rod worms to kill him. It's not stupid, but it's a pity that there are more people than people, and I am never afraid. Chapter 2630. Chapter 2630, 2630. Chapter 2630, The Third Gem. Before entering the formation, seeing so many Chaos Rod worms, I did have a moment of scalp numbness. But it was only a moment, less than half a minute, and I had already thought of a way to deal with it. The first option is to fight in the passage, using the terrain to block the Chaos Rod worms with the momentum of one man holding the pass against 10,000, and slowly kill them. The second option is to enter the formation and surround the Chaos Rod worms, so that the undead core only needs to face a small number of Chaos Rod worms. This was the plan used before. The third option, which is also the worst option, is to fight hard. Now that the formation space has expanded more than 100 times, there are a lot of gaps in the encirclement of the Dragon Rider core, and the Chaos Rod worms that were originally tightly surrounded have found an opportunity. From the second option, it quickly evolved into the third option, and the melee kicked off. The Legion leaders reacted very quickly adjusted their tactics, formed a battle formation, and fought a big battle with the Chaos Rot Worms. The number of Chaos Rot Worms is extremely large, and their individual combat power is far greater than that of the Dragon Rider Corps. The Dragon Rider Corps is under great pressure. Lin Moya tapped his finger, and a total of 20 Legion commanders, numbered 11 to 30, appeared in the formation. The Dragon Riders had their own way of communicating, and the newly appeared Legion commanders quickly understood the battle situation and knew how to fight. A large number of Dragon Riders appeared in the formation, still using cannon fodder to hold back the Chaos Rot Worms. From the overall situation, the Chaos Rot Worms had an absolute advantage, and the Dragon Riders kept dying. But the Dragon Riders seemed to die and resurrect again and again. The Legion commanders firmly controlled the rhythm of the battle. It seemed that the same Dragon Rider died, but in fact, a cycle had been formed. As long as this battle rhythm is maintained, the Dragon Riders will not die at all, and it will not be a problem to fight for a few more years. The Skeleton Hell continued to devour the Chaos Rot Worms. As long as there is enough time, the Skeleton Hell can still eat up the Chaos Rot Worms. Lin Moya smiled. Chaos Rot Worms are not as difficult as imagined. The Chaos Rot Worm's ability to pollute the source of power is a very annoying and troublesome ability for other practitioners, but it has little effect on the undead army. The undead army's source is very strange and is not afraid of pollution. The only threat to the undead army is the corrosiveness of the attack. The Gappen realms caused the undead army to be unable to withstand the attack of the Chaos Rot Worm. If it were the same realm, there would be no need to lead the Skeleton Hell. The undead army could tear the Chaos Rot Worm into pieces like cutting melons and vegetables. The Skeleton Hell is the nemesis of the Chaos Rot Worm, and the undead army is half of it. The spirit beast in the array seemed to realize this, and it was furious and screamed, "Boy, I'm going to kill you, kill you. Give me back my worms, give me back." The more Chaos Rot Worms that were eaten, the greater the loss of the spirit beast in the array. It's a pity that it can't control the Chaos Rot Worm, and can only simply control the array. In addition to roaring in anger, it seems to really take Lin Moya was helpless. Gradually, the spirit beast seemed to know that it was useless to call out, and gradually, the sound became lighter. The Dragon Riders controlled the battle situation, gradually stretched the battle line, and surrounded it. The Skeleton Hell was constantly devouring the Chaos Rot Worms. The battle continued steadily, and the situation in the center of the formation began to gradually reveal itself. However, there were still a large number of Chaos Rot Worms near the center of the formation, and it was not clear for a while. Lin Moya felt a little uneasy. The spirit beast in the center of the formation stopped calling out because the formation was in place. He didn't believe that the guy in the center of the formation would give up so easily. Perhaps he was preparing something. Lin Moya whispered to Pajun, "Pajun, go to the center of the formation to see the situation." Pajun took the order and rushed over with Pajun's gun. Pajun's combat power was extremely strong. When Pajun's gun was waved, a large number of Chaos Rot Worms were shaken away and killed into the center of the formation. After a while, Pajun came back from the center of the formation. His breath was a little chaotic, and the source of power was polluted, and the amount of power decreased a lot. Lin Moya looked at the battle situation in the formation. "How is it? What's going on inside?" Pajun waved his spear, and the whole body was full of strength, shaking off the polluted source of power. "The situation inside is a bit complicated." Hearing Pajun's words, Lin Moya became a little curious. "What do you mean?" Pajun seemed to pause. He seemed to be organizing his words. "There is a gem in the center of the formation. I don't know what that thing is. The spirit beast is on the gem." Lin Moya didn't find it strange. "Where is the complexity?" Pajun continued. "The spirit beast has no body, only a soul. Its soul is half inside the gem and half outside the gem. I judge that it controls the formation through this gem." Lin Moya muttered to himself with a thoughtful look in his eyes. "A gem that even you have never seen. Only a soul, half inside the gem and half outside the gem. The gem has become the eye of the formation, and the spirit beast controls the formation through the gem. This gem." Lin Moya's heart moved. With Pajun's knowledge and vision, there are really not many things he doesn't know, and it can become the eye of the natural formation, and even the natural formation is centered on it and formed because of it. This gem must be unusual. Lin Moya took out the Calamity Scepter. "Can you describe the gem in the eye of the formation? What does it look like?" Pajun described it and outlined the specific appearance of the gem. 80% similar. Lin Moya suddenly felt an indescribable joy in his heart. The third gem finally appeared. The Calamity Scepter can be said to be one of his biggest trump cards. He has escaped death several times with the Calamity Scepter. Whether it was the soul attack in the 1K Ancient Well or the soul dragon encountered in the Soul Void. If it weren't for the Calamity Scepter, he would have died long ago in the life and death crisis. "I must get it." Lin Moya's heart was extremely firm. No matter what the price, no matter how difficult it was, he had to get it. The 5 gems of the Calamity Scepter must be collected. He really wanted to see how powerful the Calamity Scepter would become after collecting all 5 gems. Suddenly, the formation began to vibrate. Lin Moya felt the change of the formation. Finally, it's here. He knew that the guy in the center of the formation would not give up easily and would definitely fight again. The roar continued, and the Chaos Rot Worms seemed to be summoned, giving up their goals and rushing to the center of the formation again. At the same time, powerful forces emerged from the surrounding spiritual veins and also gathered towards the center of the formation. The powerful force surged from the center of the formation, and the nearby undead army was all repelled and could not resist. Lin Moya watched quietly. "Let's see what other means you have." He knew that this should be the last resort of the spirit beast. As long as this wave wins, the ending will be determined. The power gathered in the center of the formation became stronger and stronger, and a huge spirit beast gradually appeared. Lin Moya looked at the spirit beast and unconsciously said, "Stable and chaotic, it's really amazing." Chapter 2631. Chapter 2631, 2631. Chapter 2631, I'll wear you out until you die. The transformed spirit beast looked like a giant mouse, with eyes flashing with brilliance, giving it a smart appearance. However, the aura it exuded was unsettling. It was filled with two extreme powers, extreme stability and extreme chaos. Stability and chaos should be antonyms, completely opposite in nature and incompatible with each other. But now, with the help of some magical power, they were almost perfectly combined. The huge body of the spirit beast occupied a large space. It looked down at the dragon riders with clear disdain in its eyes. Its aura was unimaginably strong. The power it exuded made it impossible for the dragon riders to get close. It did not need the power of the great Tao, nor did it need any fancy skills. This illusory spirit beast, composed of countless chaotic rotworms, possessed a power that countless Tao masters could not reach. The path of spirit beasts is different from that of ordinary practitioners. They do not need to build a world of rules, improve their skills, comprehend the power of the great Tao, or even rely on the origin of spiritual veins. The two origins of the sun and the moon are their best food. Spirit beasts have their own path, which is comparable to that of practitioners. And the path of spirit beasts seems to be purer. This spirit beast in front of us exemplified this. No matter what method it used or what external force it borrowed, it had far exceeded the limit that the dragon riders could resist. Roar! The spirit beast opened its mouth and roared. It looked like a mouse, but its roar was like that of a tiger. The terrifying sound swept through the entire internal space of the formation, causing the dragon riders to burst one after another. Even several corps commanders were no exception and collapsed on the spot. Just one roar killed hundreds of millions of dragon riders. When the strength difference reaches a certain level, numbers lose their meaning. No matter how many dragon riders there were, they couldn't fight against it. Fortunately, the undead spirits were still useful, and the collapsed dragon riders were quickly revived. Lin Moya's face was gloomy. What level has it reached? Pajun was not very sure. Maybe it has reached the 4th level of Daozun. Lin Moya's feelings were similar to Pajun's. In his perception, the illusory spirit beast in front of him was not much different from Lei Yiming. Lei Yiming, who was at the 4th level of Daozun, could mobilize the power of the great Tao and form the true body of the great Tao. And the spirit beast in front of him, using the power of the formation and the chaos rod worm, also achieved a similar effect. Roar! With another roar, the dragon riders collapsed again, but then, the cavalry corps was collectively revived under the effect of the undead spirits. It looked like it was unkillable. With a slight movement of his mind, Lin Moya withdrew 20 of the 30 dragon rider corps. The dragon riders suddenly lost 2/3 of their number, and the formation space suddenly became loose. Lin Moya knew that numbers were meaningless at this moment, but he couldn't throw them away. The dragon riders quickly retreated, gathered together, and set up a battle formation, leaving a large space for the spirit beast to move. Without knowing the characteristics of the spirit beast, Lin Moya did not act rashly. At present, it is only known that it will use roars to attack, and it is not known what other means it has. What Lin Moya wants is to know himself and the enemy, rather than to fight to the death. Roar! With the third roar, the remaining 10 dragon riders collapsed again. Lin Moya looked at the spirit beast. He could feel the anger of the spirit beast, but such an angry spirit beast did not rush over. Can't move? Or disdain to move? Does it think that roaring alone is enough? Lin Moya thought in his heart. Both possibilities were possible, and from the spirit beast's eyes, he could feel its disdain. The spirit beast roared for the 4th time. The dragon riders collapsed as usual, but the spirit beast did not find that when the dragon riders were resurrected, they had changed people. Lin Moya also used the circular method to constantly alternate the use of the dragon rider corps, allowing each dragon rider corps to share the burden. As long as the limit of the undead spirit's magic is not touched, the dragon rider corps will not suffer any real losses at all. Pajun, go up and try it to see if it will move. Pajun's strength is trustworthy. Even if the opponent really reaches the 4th level of Daozun, it is impossible to kill Pajun in an instant. Pajun waved his spear and rushed towards the spirit beast. Pajun was as powerful as lightning, killing from the dragon rider corps and coming in front of the spirit beast. Pajun's spear stabbed out fiercely, and a huge spear shadow suddenly appeared in the formation, stabbing over. A road emerged, which belonged to Pajun. A powerful force erupted from the road, making Pajun's spear even more powerful. This spear was already the limit of Pajun's power, infinitely close to the 2nd level of Daozun. The spirit beast finally moved. It slowly raised its huge claws and collided with the spear shadow. Boom! The formation space twisted, and Pajun flew out with a loud bang, and his breath dropped sharply. His whole body strength was polluted, and the original power of the Daozun realm became extremely chaotic. Pajun kept getting rid of the polluted original power, and his breath became weaker and weaker. Come back! Hearing Lin Moya's order, Pajun immediately retreated. He was a resurrected person, and he had long lost his fear. If Lin Moya did not issue a new order, he would continue to fight the spirit beast until he died. Lin Moya did not want Pajun to die in this battle. It was too pity to die here for no reason. Even if he died, he had to die with value. After returning, Pajun's breath was extremely weak, and he almost fell into the Daozun realm. Roar! The spirit beast roared again, and the huge power raged in the formation, and the dragon rider core collapsed again. Lin Moyo looked at the spirit beast. Since it appeared, it has not moved. No pursuit, and no other means. I understand. The reason why it can gather the power of the chaotic rotworms and make chaos and stability form a strange balance is that it relies on the array I. To be precise, it relies on the power of the gemstone. The array I cannot move, so it cannot move either. Just as it can only manipulate part of the array, the spiritual beast that it transforms into has very few means of attack. It can even be said that it is very passive. In order to verify his idea, Lin Moya's mind moved and he withdrew all the Dragon Rider core. In an instant, there was nothing in the array. The spiritual beast's attention immediately fell on Lin Moyo, and he just stared at Lin Moyo. Lin Moya just stared at him, his eyes wide open. After a few seconds, Lin Moya said, "So you can't get out?" The spiritual beast was not to be outdone, and its shrewd red eyes were provocative. "So what, you don't dare to come in either?" Lin Moya smiled. "So, since 1.0, I have been invincible." The spirit beast sneered, "That's not necessarily true. You have nowhere to escape now. When I absorb all the chaos rotworms, I can slowly deal with you." Lin Moya chuckled. "Are you sure you can control the gem after absorbing the chaos rotworms?" A trace of surprise flashed in the spirit beast's eyes, and it was obviously said by Lin Moyo, but it admitted very frankly, "I may not be able to control the gem, but I can prevent you from leaving. You are just a celestial master, and you can live for 500,000 years at most. I can live for at least 3 million years, and I will exhaust you to death." It said the truth. Here, the great way is not obvious, and it is difficult for Lin Moya to practice and improve his realm. In the end, his lifespan will naturally end. The spirit beast seemed to have eaten Lin Moyo, with a sneer. But the next moment, its eyes suddenly widened, and Lin Moyo actually entered the formation. Chapter 2632. Chapter 2632, 2632. Chapter 2632, Kill me if you want, don't humiliate me. Lin Moyo entered the formation and flew towards the spirit beast at a moderate speed. After being stunned for a second, the spirit beast laughed loudly. "Are you in a hurry to reincarnate? You know you can't survive, so you just come to die, right?" Lin Moya smiled. "Do you know what this is called?" He pointed at his forehead, where the Taiyan talisman was shining. The outside world alternated between yin and yang, and the origin of Taiyan was hanging high in the air, covering the world. Under the faint light of the Taiyan talisman, even Lin Moyo exuded a strange temperament. The spirit beast obviously didn't recognize the Taiyan talisman. It was a spirit beast, without the inheritance of a cultivator, and didn't know many things. The space around Lin Moyo was distorted, and Xiao Wu appeared beside him. Then Xiao Wu pointed at Lin Moyo and disappeared again in an instant. The whole process was very fast and completed in less than a second. The spirit beast didn't react, and Xiao Wu was gone. The spirit beast felt that Lin Moya seemed to have something more, but it didn't know what it was. Lin Moya knew the answer from its eyes. "See, you are just a spirit beast, and you don't understand many things. You only know how to do things by instinct. Maybe by chance, you have some intelligence, but your intelligence is limited." The spirit beast seemed to be insulted and roared angrily. "Who do you think you are? How many years have you lived, and you dare to speak nonsense to me? The years I have lived are longer than yours." Lin Moya chuckled. "So what if you have lived longer? What you know is too limited. A single person, no matter how strong, their knowledge is limited. And we are a race, we can gather the knowledge of countless people, keep learning, and know more and more. Maybe your research of thousands or tens of thousands of years is not as good as our research of a few days, just like you don't understand what I did just now. Do you want to know what I did just now?" The spirit beast was obviously angered by Lin Moyo. "I don't want to know, I only know that you are dying." Lin Moya smiled and said, "Why do you think I dare to come in? You don't really think I'm here to die." The spirit beast looked disdainful and said, "You can't have any trump cards." During the conversation, Lin Moyo had already arrived in front of the spirit beast, and the two were only 1,000 meters apart. Perhaps because of his luck, the spirit beast didn't notice that Lin Moyo was so close to it. It didn't even use roars to attack Lin Moyo. At this moment, Lin Moyo was in great luck, thinking about getting as close to the spirit beast as possible, and the result was that his wish came true. 1,000 meters away is almost enough. Lin Moyo made a move at this moment. Origin level magic, time curse. In an instant, the magic triggered the law of time, turned into a curse, and fell on the head of the spirit beast. The spirit beast immediately screamed, and its soul felt like it was being cut by a knife, causing it great pain. No matter how strong its power is, its soul did not become stronger because of the formation. Although the time curse could not really hurt it, it could make it hurt a little, and even for a moment, it could fall into a state of time chaos. Lin Moyo had been holding the Calamity Scepter in his hand. The star arrow lich on Lin Moyo's shoulder responded. A drop of ancestral water fell on it, and its breath increased sharply. It evolved into a sharp arrow and shot out. A line of fire appeared in the space, and the star fire arrow, carrying the power of falling stars and the power of the great Tao of flame, shot into the body of the spirit beast. The great Tao of arrows surrounded it, directly increasing its power by 100 times. This arrow was enough to kill most of the practitioners of the first realm of Daozun in seconds. Even the practitioners of the second realm of Daozun would be injured if they were not careful. The spirit beast had not recovered from the time curse and was injured again. The star arrow lich attacked not its body, nor the chaos rod worm, but its soul. Half of its soul was in the gem, and half was outside, and it attacked the half outside. The star arrow lich was incredibly fast, far faster than lightning, and completed 3 round trips in an instant. The spirit beast was almost attacked 3 times at the same time. The soul was pierced and burned by the flames. For a while, the spirit beast was in unbearable pain and screamed. However, Lin Moya knew that the Star Arrow Lich alone was far from enough to kill it. At the same time as the Star Arrow Lich took action, Lin Moya also shot towards the spirit beast. When the spirit beast just screamed, he had already arrived in front of the spirit beast. The Calamity Scepter appeared in his hand and smashed it towards the spirit beast, whispering, "This is my trump card." Lin Moya's trump card was the Calamity Scepter. The spirit beast used the gem in the eye of the formation to gather the power of the Chaos Rotworm, which made it so powerful. Stability and chaos gathered together, maintaining a strange balance. What Lin Moya had to do was to break its balance. Just like breaking the formation, breaking the balance would completely destroy it. It was not easy to break the balance, and only the Calamity Scepter could do it. The spirit beast broke free from the severe pain, its eyes glowing red, and looked at Lin Moya with great anger. "Go to hell." The huge claws were raised and slapped Lin Moya. Lin Moya did not dodge, swung the Calamity Scepter, and hit it hard on its claws. Unlike Pajun, who was not shaken away, Lin Moya felt that he hit a piece of tofu because the Calamity Scepter smashed into it without any hindrance. The terrifying power that almost killed Pajun was actually useless when facing the Calamity Scepter. In front of the spirit beast's claws, Lin Moya was like a human and an ant, extremely small. But just in such a small moment, the spirit beast's claws were shattered. Countless chaos rotworms exploded from the claws and scattered in all directions. The spirit beast's breath suddenly weakened, and it screamed in horror, "This is impossible. What did you do? What kind of magic weapon is this?" Lin Moya sneered, "Smash your magic weapon to death." Without giving it a chance to speak, Lin Moya rushed to it with the Calamity Scepter and smashed it on the head. The spirit beast screamed in fear, but it had no effect. The Calamity Scepter easily broke its balance, and in the blink of an eye, the spirit beast was smashed to pieces. The spirit beast that was not to be looked at before was now more fragile than tofu. The Chaos Rotworms were blown to the edge of the formation, and Lin Moya's heart moved, and the Dragon Rider Core appeared again, surrounding the Chaos Rotworms. The skeleton hell responded and entered the devouring rhythm again. In front of Lin Moya was a gem that was less than the size of a fist. The gem was crystal clear, and it seemed nothing strange. The soul of a spirit beast that looked like a mouse, half of its body was in the gem, and half of its body was outside the gem. It looked like it wanted to get in, but it couldn't. Lin Moya looked at it with a smile on his face. "Finally we meet. How should I address you?" "Senior Spiritual Beast." The spirit beast looked at Lin Moya in horror. What do you want to do?" It had completely lost its previous arrogance, and its eyes were full of fear. It knew very well that it would be easy for Lin Moya to kill it now, and it couldn't escape at all. It was stuck here, unable to move forward or backward. Lin Moya also discovered this. "So you are stuck here." It seemed to have been hit at the most shameful point, screaming, "Kill me if you want, don't humiliate me." Chapter 2633. Chapter 2633, 2633. Chapter 2633, I'm so unlucky to meet you. As a deist master, the spirit beast also had its own dignity, but now it had lost all its face in front of Lin Moya, which was more painful than death. Its soul was stuck here, in a dilemma, and it had completely lost the ability to resist. Lin Moya was not in a hurry. "Tell me, who are you?" The spirit beast snorted. "This time I lost. You can kill me, I have nothing to say. But don't try to humiliate me. No one in this world can humiliate me." Even in this situation, it was still very arrogant. This kind of arrogance seemed to come from its bones, maybe it was forced. Lin Moya held the Calamity Scepter, touched its soul lightly, and flicked its tail at the same time. It was like a hair trigger explosion, screaming, "You are humiliating me. I will not let you go even if I become a ghost." A wisp of flame appeared on Lin Moya's fingertips, and the flame exuded a breath of destruction, which was terrifying. Lin Moya did not want to kill it immediately, but he could not let it go easily. The world-burning fire can not only refine the world but also burn the soul. As long as it is properly controlled, the effect will be very good. The moment the spirit beast saw the world-burning fire, it screamed again, "Heavenly punishment fire, how can you have heavenly punishment fire? This is impossible, no one can control the heavenly punishment fire. This is not a fire that can be controlled by living beings." In its screams, Lin Moya threw a wisp of world-burning fire at it. In an instant, all its words were replaced by screams, and the flames burned on its soul, bringing unimaginable pain. In the burning flames, it couldn't say a word. If it hadn't been stuck in the gem, it might have rolled on the ground. At this moment, all dignity and pride disappeared. After burning for half a minute, Lin Moya put away the world-burning fire. "Can you talk now?" The spirit beast looked at Lin Moya with horror. "Who are you? Why can you control the destruction of the heavenly punishment?" Lin Moya whispered, "Now I am asking you, not you asking me. Be obedient, I ask you to answer, otherwise, you know the consequences." At Lin Moya's fingertips, the world-burning fire kept jumping. The spirit beast had to accept this fact with horror and temporarily put down its pride because Lin Moya had the ability to make it want to live but not die. It didn't want to experience the pain just now again, and its tone became soft. "Okay, what do you want to ask?" Lin Moya asked. "First, tell me your name, identity, and why you are here." The spirit beast said, "My name is Xiaosan, I belong to the Heaven-Swallowing Rat clan. Back then, I was chased by a human Daizun and came here by accident." Lin Moya could hear that it was not talking nonsense. "Xiaosan, this name is a bit strange." Xiaosan shouted, "What's strange about it? I'm the third child in my family. What's wrong with calling me Xiaosan?" Lin Moya's eyes widened slightly. "You have a bad temper." The world-burning fire jumped twice, and Xiao San lost his temper immediately. No, I just said that my name was given by my mother. It's a normal name, don't think about it wrongly. Lin Moya communicated with the human emperor at this time and asked about the information about the swallowing heaven rat. During this period of time, the human emperor has obtained a lot of data and established a huge database. Part of it is information about spiritual beasts. The human emperor immediately gave the answer, and the information of Sher Xian came over. The sky-swallowing rat is quite famous among the spirit beasts. It is a very special spirit beast. It is not strong in combat itself but has a very powerful talent. They can devour all kinds of original power between heaven and earth, not by refining and absorbing, but by swallowing directly. It is said that when they become powerful, they can even swallow the great Tao. In the history of the origin continent, there was once a sky-swallowing rat of the 7th realm of Daozun. At that time, the sky-swallowing rat encountered a Star Lord. After a great battle, the Star Lord was killed by the sky-swallowing rat, and even its star position was swallowed together. From then on, there was no inheritance of the Star Lord in the stars on the origin continent. Unfortunately, the sky-swallowing rat was later killed by another more powerful Daozun. Lin Moya did not expect that this spirit beast with only a soul left was actually an extremely rare sky-swallowing rat. No wonder it is so arrogant. It does have the capital to be arrogant. Among all the spirit beasts, the sky-swallowing rat is also a rare species, and it is an extremely powerful one. After understanding the identity of the heaven-swallowing rat, Lin Moya said, "Then let's continue. You said that you came here by accident, which means that when you came here, this formation already existed. The heaven-swallowing rat is much more honest now, yes. How many years ago did you come here? How could you get into the gemstone?" Xiao San said honestly, "Almost 100,000 years ago. I can't remember the exact time, but it's probably about this time. I was chased by a lunatic in the 6th realm of Daozun. I was only in the 2nd realm of Daozun. In the end, I could only abandon my physical body and use magic. I didn't expect to come here. In order to escape the pursuit, I cut off all connections with my physical body. If I want to reshape my physical body, I need a lot of original power. It just so happened that I encountered this natural formation here and saw this gemstone. I wanted to swallow the gemstone, but I didn't swallow it, and it got stuck here. This gemstone in front of me does look extraordinary, and it does contain amazing power inside. It is reasonable that the heaven-swallowing rat wanted to swallow it in desperation, but I didn't expect that I couldn't swallow the gem in the end, but got stuck here." Lin Moya smiled. "It doesn't look like you swallowed the gem, it looks more like the gem swallowed you." Xiao San said, "How could I know that this gem is so strange? We, the sky-swallowing rat, swallow everything, but we didn't know that we couldn't swallow this." Lin Moya asked, "What happened later?" Xiao San said, "I was seriously injured at that time, and I had no choice but to sleep and recuperate. Almost 50,000 years ago, I woke up and tried my best but couldn't leave. So I started to study this formation. After many years of research, I finally got some clues. I found that using this gem, I can manipulate part of the formation, and the formation can summon Chaos Rod Worms. Although I don't like these Chaos Rod Worms, their power is too chaotic and too low level, but it's better than nothing. So I summoned some Chaos Rod Worms in the Tinzun realm and tried to swallow their power. Later, I recovered a little bit and started to summon the Chaos Rod Worms of Daozun Realm. The Chaos Rod Worms of Daozun Realm are very difficult to swallow, and the speed of swallowing is very, very slow, and I don't want to cause too much noise, so I do it little by little, and recover very slowly." Lin Moya laughed, "Is your noise small? I have walked all the way, millions of miles, and I haven't encountered a Chaos Rod Worm of Daozun Realm." "You know nothing." Xiao San shouted instinctively, but was glared at by Lin Moya, and under the threat of the world-burning fire, it quickly stopped and became honest. "I didn't want to, I just summoned a little bit before. But then there was an operational error, the formation worked a little more, and then summoned all the Chaos Rod Worms of Daozun Realm within 5 million kilometers nearby. It looked innocent, but as long as I swallow them, I can fully recover. Not only can I reshape my body, but I also have the opportunity to swallow this stone in reverse. I didn't expect to meet you. I'm so unlucky." Chapter 2634. Chapter 2634, 2634. Chapter 2634, Life or Death, You Decide. Xiao San recounted all his experiences over the years as if he were pouring out his grievances. His story was simple yet filled with bitterness. Being stuck here for 100,000 years, anyone would likely go mad. It was already remarkable that he could maintain his current state. Through his description, Lin Moya finally learned who had been chasing him. It turned out to be the previous Holy Lord of Hanshui Holy Land, Gu Hanya's mother. Xiao San escaped the pursuit of Gu Hanya's mother, only to end up in Lin Moya's hands. If he knew the truth, one wonders what he would think. Gu Hanya's mother didn't want to kill him but intended to capture him and make him her spirit beast. The sky-swallowing rat has two special abilities. One is finding origin spirit veins. When the sky-swallowing rat is born, it lives by devouring origin spirit veins, giving it a strong sense of these veins. They can locate origin spirit veins within a certain range, using this ability to find more veins. Secondly, the sky-swallowing rat can refine origin spirit veins. The veins refined by the sky-swallowing rat are used by their race to feed the next generation. Practitioners can also use these refined veins to nourish other origin spirit veins, thereby improving their level. Because of this, the sky-swallowing rat is a rare treasure in the eyes of many powerful Daozuns, especially the leaders of sects, who all hope to obtain a sky-swallowing rat. Xiao San looked at Lin Moya with a dead heart. "I've told you everything. Now, you can give me a quick death." Lin Moya smiled, actually, I don't have to kill you. The sky-swallowing rat snorted, do you still want to let me go? Lin Moya smiled, I want you to be my spirit beast. Xiao San was silent and did not speak. With his head stuck in the gem, his eyes passed through the transparent gem, and Lin Moya could feel that his heart was very conflicted. Lin Moya actually did not think that it could become his spirit beast. Before, it would rather die than become someone else's spirit beast, not to mention that Lin Moya was just a low-level heavenly venerable, so it should have refused directly. Lin Moya actually had another condition, which was to first propose something that was impossible to agree to, and then propose something that was possible to agree to, which would be much easier. But Xiao San's reaction surprised Lin Moya. It didn't refuse directly, which surprised Lin Moya. In this case, Lin Moya was not in a hurry and let it figure it out. Xiao San thought for a while and finally spoke again, I can agree to become your spirit beast, and I can also help you find the origin spirit vein and refine the origin spirit vein. But I have a few requests you must agree to, otherwise, I would rather die than obey. Xiao San said passionately, as if he was ready to die. But Lin Moya heard a bit of timidity in its words. Lin Moya could hear that it didn't want to die and was far from living enough. As a Dao Zun, it could still live for millions of years, and there was still a good life ahead. Lin Moya didn't agree immediately. You said it, as long as it doesn't violate my principles, I can agree to it. Xiao San said, first, you have to help me reshape my body. You should think about it carefully. It's not easy for me to restore my body. Lin Moya smiled, if you become my spirit beast, I will naturally help you reshape your body. Xiao San continued, secondly, I will only serve you for 10,000 years. After 10,000 years, if your performance does not satisfy me, I have the right to leave, and you must not stop me. Lin Moya still kept smiling, that's no problem, 10,000 years is enough. He knew what Xiao San meant. In fact, 10,000 years is to see if he has the potential for development. If he still doesn't make progress in 10,000 years, the arrogant sky-swallowing rat will naturally leave. After all, it is a Dao Zun, and he is currently just a low-level Tian Zun. Xiao San said, the last request, if you find the origin spirit vein, you must give me a part. This time Lin Moya did not agree immediately but looked at Xiao San with a smile, how much do you want to get? Xiao San originally wanted to say 1/3, but he saw that Lin Moya's eyes were a little dangerous, and then looked at the world-burning fire on his fingertips that had not been extinguished, and he swallowed his saliva, 3/5. Lin Moya shook his head slightly, too much. At this moment, his smile seemed to become more dangerous. Xiao San's soul trembled slightly, and he choked, 3/3. Lin Moya said nothing but made the world-burning fire a little more vigorous. Xiao San immediately changed his words, 1/10, no less. Lin Moya sighed, forget it, you are too noble, I can't afford it. The world-burning fire became stronger, Xiao San was frightened, and his whole soul almost peed, screaming quickly, then how much do you say? Lin Moya said, there is no fixed share for you, it depends on your performance. If you perform well, I will give you more. If you don't perform well, you will get nothing. If you agree, agree. If you don't agree, forget it. I don't have to have you. Xiao San wanted to offer a higher price so that Lin Moya could bargain. He thought that Lin Moya would at least give him 1%, if not, at least 1,000th, or 1/10,000th. Some origin spirit veins are very large, like those of the 7th and 8th order origin spirit veins, which are enough to support many sects. If he was given 1/10,000th, he would have eaten it up long ago. But who would have thought that Lin Moya would directly refuse and let it depend on his performance? In other words, whether to give or not is entirely up to him. Xiao San looked at the approaching world-burning fire, and his heart was beating fast. He really didn't want to die. He still had a long life ahead of him, and he hadn't found a mother rat, and hadn't given birth to baby rats. He couldn't just die like this. Through the world-burning fire, Lin Moya on the other side of the fire was so scary. That half-smiley look made his soul tremble. Lin Moya kept a dangerous smile, don't waste time, I'll give you 3 seconds to think about it, life or death, you decide. He stretched out 3 fingers and started counting. With a tick, it became 2 fingers. Xiao San screamed, wait, stop, let's discuss it again. 2 fingers became 1, and there was still 1 second. The world-burning fire became stronger and closer. Lin Moya seemed not to hear Xiao San's cry and ignored it at all. Finally, when the last finger was bent, Xiao San screamed wildly, stop, 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 I promise, I promise. Lin Moya put away his fingers and kept a devilish smile, look, how good this is. Xiao San sighed, I am the fish at the mercy of others, you are such a terrible guy. Lin Moya didn't care about its words, hand over your true spirit, don't play tricks. Xiao San was unwilling and had no choice but to split a trace of true spirit from his soul and let it fall into Lin Moya's hands. The soul can be injured, but the true spirit cannot. The true spirit is the core part of the soul. As long as the true spirit is damaged, the soul will be completely annihilated. As long as you control this trace of true spirit, you can control Xiao San's life and death. Chapter 2635. Chapter 2635, 2635. Chapter 2635, Lin Moya wants invincibility. Lin Moya received the true spirit and looked at Xiao San with a smile, tell me, if I break my promise and don't let you go after 10,000 years, what can you do? Xiao San's soul trembled for a moment, and he said cautiously, you shouldn't. Lin Moya laughed, whether I will or not depends on your performance. If you perform well, maybe I will let you go in less than 10,000 years. Don't worry, I never break my promise. If you don't perform well, I will kill you directly. And, you should call me master now, understand? Xiao San was dejected and whispered, master. It felt like it was dead, and its future life as a rat was bleak. Unexpectedly, being trapped here for so many years was just the beginning of the tragedy. Whatever it is that there will be blessings after surviving a great disaster, it is all fake and deceiving. Lin Moyo ignored its emotions and looked at the outside world. The war was still going on. The dragon riders held the chaos rod worms tightly, and the skeleton hell devoured the chaos rod worms bit by bit. The battle situation was very clear, and the balance of victory had completely tilted towards Lin Moyo. The commanders of the dragon riders were like skilled artists, commanding the battle. Lin Moyo discovered another advantage of the dragon riders, that is, the combat experience of the commanders can be learned from each other. The experience of the commanders is like sharing. Even if the commander has not experienced a major war, he can immediately become a strong and skilled commander as soon as he appears. Lin Moyo kept rotating the dragon riders. This was a good opportunity to train the troops. He let all 3,000 commanders take turns to play once, which is considered to be a way to let out some air and breathe. Since becoming the Heavenly Venerable, it has been a long time since I have had a decent battle, where I can go all out. Especially evenly matched battles, there are almost none. Every time I face an enemy, it is either too weak or too powerful. So powerful that my own undead core can't play any role, so this opportunity cannot be missed. Xiao San saw it, and it was increasingly unable to see through its new master. Master, are these all your puppets? Lin Moyo didn't trust him completely yet, and smiled slightly. What do you think? Xiao San said, I don't quite understand. Lin Moyo said, you will understand it later. Xiao San said, when does the master plan to rescue me? Lin Moyo said slowly, wait a little longer, you have been stuck for so many years, so you don't need this little time. Xiao San had no right to object now, so he could only wait honestly. Lin Moyo's attention gradually moved away from the battlefield and looked at the gem that was stuck on Xiao San. When he saw the gem for the first time before, he knew that this gem, like the soul gem and the elemental gem, was one of the 5 gems on the Calamity Scepter. As for how to take the gem away, Lin Moyo also had his own ideas, but it was not the right time yet. He would not take action until all the Chaos Rod worms were cleared. As for Xiao San, the sky-swallowing rat, there was a way to deal with it. At worst, he could kill it, keep some soul residue and make it a resurrection. Lin Moyo was confident in doing so whether Xiao San agreed or not actually had little impact. As the battle continued, the skeleton hell devoured more and more Chaos Rod worms, and its power was constantly increasing. After advancing to the Heavenly Venerable Realm, the skeleton hell's improvement was too slow. Along the way, I don't know how many Chaos Rod worms of the Heavenly Venerable Realm I devoured, and finally I devoured some Chaos Rod worms of the Deist Venerable Realm before I was promoted to the Intermediate Heavenly Venerable Realm. Now I have swallowed at least 1,000 Chaos Rod worms of the Deist Venerable Realm, and I have barely touched the threshold of the high-level Heavenly Venerable Realm. Lin Moyo felt that even if he ate all the remaining Chaos Rod worms, it would be difficult to reach the Deist Venerable Realm, and at best he would reach the peak Heavenly Venerable Realm. There is a big hurdle between Tinzun and Daizun, which is very difficult to cross. Lin Moyo was not disappointed. It was very good that the skeleton hell could be promoted to the peak Tinzun. With this magic that is completely separated from its own realm, he is completely invincible in the Tinzun realm. This kind of invincibility is one-on-one invincibility. No matter how many Tinzun you can kill them all. This is the invincibility I want. One-on-one invincibility is nothing, that is the invincibility of others. The invincibility I want is the invincibility that can ignore the number. Finally, after devouring more than 3,000 Chaos Rod worms in the Daizun realm, the skeleton hell transformed again and successfully promoted to the high-level Tinzun. All the evil spirits in hell were promoted to high-level Tinzun, and their combat power was greatly improved again. After the promotion, the improvement speed of the skeleton hell also slowed down significantly. The improvement that each Chaos Rod worm can bring is negligible and almost negligible. Lin Moyo carefully felt the changes in the skeleton hell. The marginal effect is becoming more and more obvious, and the effect of the Chaos Rod worm is getting worse and worse. The Chaos Rod worm itself is too weak. From the perspective of strength alone, it is far inferior to the cultivators and ordinary spirit beasts of the same realm. After analysis, it is known that the reason for this is that the Chaos Rod worm is not a normal spirit beast, and it cannot be measured by the standards of spirit beasts and cultivators. So if the quality is not enough, it is made up by quantity. However, as the skeleton hell continues to grow stronger, in addition to quantity, there are also requirements for quality. Xiao San also noticed the changes in the skeleton hell. Master, your magic is a bit scary. Lin Moyo chuckled, it's just an ordinary magic, what's so scary about it? Xiao San didn't believe Lin Moyo's nonsense. This is not an ordinary magic. I feel that with this magic, you, the master, will be invincible in the Tinzun realm. Lin Moyo did not deny, almost, it's still a little short of the invincibility I want. Xiao San kept muttering in his heart, what do you mean almost? A low-level Tinzun's magic can be invincible in the Tinzun realm. This is too scary. By the way, there seems to be a Daizun beside him. Is this the legendary human protector? What kind of master am I following? Xiao San's inner drama is very rich, all kinds of thoughts popped up, guessing Lin Moyo's identity. The former arrogance seemed to be gradually lost at this moment. After the skeleton hell reached the high-level Tin Zun realm, the swallowing speed was much faster, and the rate accelerated again. The remaining chaotic rotworms were quickly swallowed up in the next few days. The skeleton hell became stronger, surpassing the high-level Tin Zun and reaching the peak Tin Zun. Peak Heavenly Venerable is not a specific realm, but a term that refers to a realm that is beyond the high-level Heavenly Venerable but not yet the Tao Venerable realm. After devouring all the chaotic rotworms, Lin Moya tried to promote the skeleton hell to the Tao Venerable realm. He took out an 8th-level exquisite origin crystal and threw it to the skeleton hell, but the skeleton hell vomited it out again. The skeleton hell could not absorb and digest the 8th-level exquisite origin crystal, which surprised Lin Moya. Lin Moya took out another 5th-level world-class origin crystal, but the skeleton hell still didn't want it. Lin Moya asked, "Xiao San, do you know why?" Xiao San shook his head, not very clear. Lin Moya asked Pajun and Huang Xing again, but still didn't get an answer. In desperation, he could only put the problem aside and wait for a chance to study it in the future. Putting away the skeleton hell, Lin Moya finally looked at the gem again. Chapter 2636. Chapter 2636, 2636. Chapter 2636, Work hard, or I'll kill you. Xiao San was a little excited, even thrilled. It had been stuck here for 100,000 years and had tried every possible way to get out of this trap. Now it was finally going to be free. The excitement made its whole soul tremble. It had never doubted Lin Moya's means. This master of its own was too magical, the kind of magic that could not be described at all. Since he said he could save it, he would definitely do it. Under Xiao San's watchful eyes, Lin Moya took out the Calamity Scepter again. Xiao San recognized the Calamity Scepter the first time he saw it. It was this thing that smashed the spirit beast I evolved like tofu. What kind of magic weapon is this? How can it be so powerful? Then it took a second look, and it finally saw clearly that there were two gems inlaid on the Calamity Scepter. One gem was khaki and looked very inconspicuous. The other seemed to have infinite colors, and all the colors in the world could be found on it. The gem that stuck itself was very similar to the gem on the scepter. What on earth is this thing? There seem to be a few empty spaces on it. Could it be that the gem that stuck me is actually supposed to be on it? This seems to be not only a magic weapon of the Dea Zun realm but also not a magic weapon of the Tin Zun realm. What level of magic weapon is it? Is it the kind of magic weapon in the legend? Xiao San's thoughts were churning for a while, and he began to think wildly again. Lin Moya ignored its thoughts and directly touched the gem with the Calamity Scepter. At the moment of contact, the Calamity Scepter vibrated slightly, and a powerful force was born, enveloping the gem. The transparent gem that had been used as the eye of the formation for countless years and had never moved suddenly merged with the Calamity Scepter like flowing water. With a light bang, something flew out of the gem, like some useless impurity garbage being ruthlessly abandoned. Xiao San was blown away by an extremely strong force, flying around in the formation like a balloon. The transparent gem appeared on the Calamity Scepter, forming a triangle with the Soul Gem and the Elemental Gem. At the same time, a message was transmitted, letting Lin Moya know its name. Balanced Gem. In front of it, everything will be balanced, and any chaos will be wiped out. Lin Moya muttered to himself. It turned out to be a gem with the power of balance. Lin Moya looked at the Calamity Scepter. The gem seemed so harmonious in the Calamity Scepter, as if it was supposed to be there. After the balanced gem returned to the Calamity Scepter, there was no movement. 3 of the 5 gems have been found, but the Calamity Scepter still has no effect, as if it is still sleeping. Lin Moya was helpless about this and could only use the Calamity Scepter as the strongest weapon. Lin Moya was too lazy to study it. For so many years, he didn't know how many times he had studied the Calamity Scepter, but to no avail. Among them, except for the Soul Gem, which occasionally played a little role, the Elemental Gem was completely useless, and this time the Balance Gem seemed to be the same. However, when the spirit of the Long River of Time appeared last time, he scared it away with the Calamity Scepter. It is estimated that the other party will know the information about the Calamity Scepter. If there is a chance in the future, I can ask. Lin Moya waved the Calamity Scepter twice casually and then put it away. Xiao San finally managed to stabilize his body and slowly flew to Lin Moya's side, saying excitedly, "Thank you, Master." This thank you was sincere. It was stuck in the Balance Gem for a full 100,000 years. Only those who experienced it could understand the pain. Lin Moya nodded. "It's good that you're out. I'll help you recover your body now." Xiao San was surprised. "Now, don't you need to make any preparations?" Lin Moya smiled slightly. "What preparations are needed?" "Now, but I'll trouble you to sleep for a while." Xiao San seemed to realize something. "I understand." Then its soul shook, its soul power surged, and then its head became dizzy and it fell into a coma. Lin Moya laughed dumbly. "You are so straightforward." Xiao San's soul body was only the size of a fist. Lin Moya held it in his hand, and at the same time, a spiritual flower flew out and wrapped it. Losing the body can also be regarded as a kind of injury. Since it is an injury, the spiritual flower should be able to heal it. Lin Moya's idea is very simple, without so many complicated processes. 1 spiritual flower, done. If 1 is not enough, then 2. Since I promised Xiao San, I will definitely help it reshape its body. Wrapped in the spiritual flower, Xiao San's breath gradually strengthened. Before, the soul was more or less injured, and now it has been healed by the spiritual flower. After the soul was fully recovered, the spiritual flower began to reshape its body. The spiritual flower itself contains powerful power. Based on Xiao San's own soul, the flesh and blood began to regenerate. The regeneration speed is not as fast as the resurrection of the dead, but fortunately, it is not too slow. At this speed, it will be completely restored in about 2 days. One spiritual flower, it seems that it is really not enough. It's a huge investment, work hard in the future, or I will kill you. Xiao San did not say anything nonsense. It takes a huge amount of power to restore its body, and one spiritual flower is really not enough. After investing a lot of money, you must make it back in the future. Lin Moya said that he would not do a loss-making business. The space suddenly vibrated, and the natural formation began to collapse after losing the formation eye. Lin Moya knew very well that the balance gem was the core of the formation. It can be said that the entire formation evolved with the balance gem as the core. It was the balance gem that first appeared, and then the corresponding formation evolved here. It is precisely because of the balance gem that the original power here can maintain absolute balance. Now without the balance gem, the formation will naturally collapse, and this place will return to chaos like other places in the chaos zone. The formation collapsed, and the space also collapsed rapidly. Lin Moya was not panicked. With his current strength, what happened in front of him was just child's play. The power of the formation swept over him, and the immortal golden body flashed with flowing flames, allowing Lin Moya to block all the impacts. Even the little 3 in his hand was not affected. After the formation collapsed, the power of chaos occupied the world again. The huge power of chaos turned into a tornado and swept Lin Moya away. How to come in, how to leave. Lin Moya was not panicked at all, flying with the power of chaos like catkins. After flying for half a day, Lin Moya felt that he was suddenly thrown out, and the chaos around him quickly subsided. Although the power of chaos still exists, it is no longer strong. Wherever he looked, it was a familiar scene, and he was still in the chaos zone. The origin of the sun hung high in the sky, sprinkling the scorching origin of the calendar. After adapting for a few minutes, he called Huangxing out again, took out the Feiyun boat, and let Huangxing be the boatman again. Feiyun boat turned into a stream of light and flew towards the north. This trip was extremely rewarding. He got a Deist-level sky-swallowing red spirit beast and found the 3rd gem of the Calamity Scepter. For Lin Moya, it was better than finding an origin spirit vein. Luck, it's really magical. Chapter 2637. Chapter 2637, 2637. Chapter 2637, Jade Sword City, Dao Sword City. From his own experience, Lin Moya had to marvel at the magic of luck. No wonder all forces pursue luck. When luck is strong, many magical things can happen. Once luck declines, all kinds of bad luck will come one after another. Opportunities will vanish, and even life cannot be saved. This shows how vicious the bad luck formation that the Taoist sect used on him before was. They just wanted to kill him by someone else's hand, without being directly involved in cause and effect. Lin Moya even thought that if his luck was not strong enough, he would not have met Xiao San, let alone obtained the 3rd gem of the Calamity Scepter. Even upgrading the skeleton hell would have been difficult. Everything seems to be affected by luck. It seems that Xiao Wu's ability can be further explored. If Xiao Wu can become a Deist master, her ability will be stronger. At that time, even without a high-level origin spirit vein, Xiao Wu alone can suppress the luck. It seems that I need to urge her to practice more. The little guy is too lazy. Lin Moya thought about it and planned to start with Xiaoyu. It's not that he didn't urge her before, but the effect was average. Xiao Yuan preferred to play more than to practice. One day later, Fianzhou flew out of the chaotic land, and from a distance, a magnificent city came into view. There was a sword in the city, 100,000 meters high, reaching into the sky, standing tall. The sword was made from an unknown mountain. A great man made 2 such swords in total, placing them on both sides of the chaotic zone. The 2 swords were separated by tens of thousands of kilometers, echoing each other from a distance, and the sword energy between them was constantly connected, forming a passage. Later generations built cities with the 2 swords as the center, forming the current Jade Sword City and Dao Sword City. Jade Sword City belongs to the Hanshui Holy Land, and Dao Sword City belongs to the Wendao sect. The 2 swords have been standing here for countless years, with a history longer than that of the Hanshui Holy Land and the Wendao sect. During this period, countless wars broke out in Hanshui Holy Land and Wendao sect. Hanshui Holy Land and Wendao sect also fought many wars, eventually becoming powerful forces that controlled the world. Later, a war broke out between Hanshui Holy Land and Wendao sect. But whether it was an internal war or an external war, the 2 swords stood firm. Everyone knew that these 2 swords were very powerful magic weapons, and no one dared to take advantage of them. Some said that it was because no one wanted to offend the great man. Others said that the 2 swords were too powerful, and all those who had their eyes on them died. No matter the reason, the 2 swords had been there for countless years, and the 2 cities were becoming more and more prosperous, already among the best cities on the origin continent. Countless practitioners always came to admire the great man's handiwork. Lin Moya looked at Jade Sword City from a distance and could feel the oppression brought by the Jade Sword from afar. On the sword body, there was a huge jade character engraved. The name of Jade Sword City was not taken from the Hanshui Holy Land but named after this sword. The sword of Dao Sword City had a Dao character engraved on the sword body, and Dao Sword City also derived its name from this. Lin Moya murmured to himself with respect. The great man at that time was already so strong that it was unimaginable. The place he chose happened to be the weakest point of the power crystal in the chaotic zone. Establishing a channel here is indeed much more convenient for practitioners. There are many ways to travel through the land of Nanzhou, and there are countless routes, but this road is obviously the fastest and most convenient one. If you don't pass through here, either the danger will increase greatly, or you will have to take a detour and waste a lot of time. After all, only Daozun can guarantee to cross the chaotic zone. Even if you are a high-level Tianzun, you will be in danger if you are unlucky. If there is a magic weapon like Fianzo, it is another option, but in any case, it is not as convenient as coming to Jade Sword City. Here, you only need a few origin crystals to go back and forth directly by pressing the sword. Lin Moya did not enter Jade Sword City immediately but waited far away. At this moment, the origin of Taiyin shone on the world, and the Taiyin talisman on his forehead was extremely bright. If he went there now, it would tell everyone that the son of Taiyin had arrived. If he is not a fool, Lin Moya will not do this. It just so happens that Xiaosan is still recovering, and its body has been reshaped almost completely, with only the last step left. The first spiritual flower ran out of power half a day ago, and Lin Moya replaced it with another one. After more than half a day, the origin of Taiyin and Sun completed the alternation, and the Yin talisman also disappeared. It just so happens that Xiaosan's body has been reshaped, and the last power of the spiritual flower turns into nectar, nourishing its body. Xiaosan quickly grew in front of Lin Moya, from a mouse the size of a palm to a big mouse half a meter long. Xiaosan woke up and found that his body had been reshaped. It shouted excitedly, "Flesh body, my flesh body is back, haha, I have a flesh body again." It was a little too excited, and it instinctively raised its head and wanted to let out a long howl. But before it could shout, it was shot down by Pajun next to it, and it was directly beaten to a pulp, and the long howl was genuine. Xiaosan turned his head and glared at him, with a fierce light in his eyes. "Which bastard dares to hit me? I will." When he turned around and saw Lin Moya, his momentum quickly declined, and he couldn't say the last words. Lin Moya looked at it with a smile. "What do you want?" Xiaosan laughed. "Nothing, just wanted to say, good fight." After having a flesh body, Xiaosan became more cunning, and Lin Moya only had one comment on this: "Not as cute as the soul." Xiaosan quickly changed the subject. "Thank you, master, for reshaping my flesh body." "Master, don't worry, Xiaosan will definitely be honest and obedient. If the master tells Xiaosan to go east, Xiaosan will never dare to go west." Lin Moya said, "Stop talking nonsense, shrink down, restrain your breath, and introduce someone to you." Xiaosan complied and his body shrank immediately, becoming only the size of a palm. After becoming smaller, Xiaosan was much more pleasing to the eye, looking 7 points less ferocious and 10 points more cute. It restrained its breath, just like an ordinary pet mouse. It is hard to imagine that it is actually a sky-swallowing rat that can devour and refine the origin of spiritual veins and has reached the second level of Daozun. Lin Moya called Xiaoyu and Xiao out and said to Xiaosan, "From now on, you will be their pet. When you have nothing to do, you will be responsible for protecting them and playing with them. If something happens to them, or they are unhappy, you should think about the consequences yourself." Xiaosan looked at Xiaoyu and Xiao, and suddenly his eyes lit up, and he jumped to Xiaoyu's side. There was suddenly a little mouse on her shoulder, and Xiaoyu was not afraid at all but shouted happily, "What a cute little mouse." Xiaowu's eyes lit up. "Really? How can this little mouse be so cute? Let me play with it." Xiaowu's hands were as fast as lightning, and she immediately caught Xiaosan in her hands. Xiaosan instinctively wanted to resist, but when he thought of Lin Moya's words, he immediately stopped. Lin Moya said that if he dared to provoke these two little girls, the consequences would be terrible. These two people are not little girls, but ants, and they are the kind that you can't afford to provoke. Xiaowu held Xiaosan in her hands, put it in front of her eyes, and looked left and right. "Master, where did this little mouse come from?" Lin Moya smiled. "It's an unexpected gain. This will be your pet in the future. Treat it well and don't bully it." Xiaowu nodded. "Don't worry, you and I will take good care of it." Xiaoyu also nodded. "Master, don't worry, my sister and I will treat it well." Chapter 2638. Chapter 2638, 2638. Chapter 2638. Some things are too much or too little. Xiaoyu and Xiaoa treated Xiaosan as a pet rat without knowing its true nature. Xiaosan was naturally unwilling, but under the coercion of Lin Moya, he had to obediently play the role of a pet rat. Lin Moya told it that this was its first mission, to be the bodyguard of the two. After all, it was a spirit beast of the Daozun realm, which was more than enough to protect the two. Of course, it was not usually needed. If there was any danger, Lin Moya would deal with it himself, but it was there just in case. The sun continued to raise the temperature between heaven and earth, and the Fiyun boat flew towards Yujian city under the sunlight. Xiaosan sent a message to Lin Moya, "Master, you actually accepted a disciple with a natural jade soul. That's extremely rare." Lin Moya frowned. "How did you know?" Xiaosan said, "Master, don't forget, I am a sky-swallowing rat. This is a talent in my blood. Others think that we, the sky-swallowing rats, can only sense and find origin spirit veins, but in fact, we can sense particularly pure origin power. The characteristic of the natural jade soul is purity. It is like a piece of white paper. As long as the distance is close enough, we can sense it." Lin Moya asked, "How close should it be?" Xiaosan said, "About 1 meter." Lin Moya was relieved if it was so close. In fact, he didn't want too many people to know that Xiaoyu was a natural jade soul, at least not before Xiaoyu grew up. People's hearts are unpredictable. Many people don't like geniuses, envy geniuses, and even want to kill geniuses. If Xiaoyu's identity as a natural jade soul is spread, in addition to people in the human race who want to kill her, there will also be people from other races who will try to assassinate her. The other races don't want top geniuses to appear in the human race. As long as there is no accident, the natural jade soul will definitely become a top Daozun in the future. The 5th realm of Daozun is the foundation, and the 6th and 7th realms are possible, and even the 8th realm may come. Once such a person goes to the battlefield, it will be a huge threat to the other races. The human race and the demon race do not get along and often have friction. There have been several super large wars between the two races, with casualties on both sides. In addition to the demon race, there are also the insect race, and the Buddha race will also keep an eye on the human race. The dragon race is a neutral race. They only have hatred for the insect race. They have a similar attitude towards the demon race and the human race, but they give special treatment to the owner of the Dragon Soul Crystal. The one who likes peace the most and does not conflict with the foreign races is the Baiko Alliance. They keep to themselves, neither intervening in conflicts nor favoring any race. Unless you do something to them, they will also repay the favor. In short, Xiaoya's natural Jade Soul identity should be kept secret. Xiao is in a similar situation. Xiao became a heavenly venerable through the law of luck. Such a person is highly sought after by all major sects. Every sect hopes to get her, and if they can't, they want to destroy her to prevent her from being obtained by the opponent. After receiving Lin Moya's warning, Xiaosan immediately promised to protect the two women well. The Feiyun boat slowly landed when it was still 1,000 kilometers away from Yujian City. Within 1,000 kilometers outside Yujian City, there was a no-fly zone. The powerful force of Yujian itself formed an invisible force field, making it difficult for all people and magic weapons to fly. If you force yourself to fly, you will be attacked by Yujian. But it is not impossible to fly if you can get the permission of Yujian. It's just that few people have this privilege, and there are only a handful of people from ancient times to the present. After landing, several people changed to walking and went to Yujian City along the road. Yujian City is 10 kilometers away from Yujian and built around Yujian. The whole city is semicircular with a maximum diameter of more than 1,000 kilometers. Yujian faces the direction of the chaotic zone, which is empty, while the other side is very lively. From Yujian City, there is a passage every 100 kilometers, which can go to the bottom of Yujian. There are 10 such passages. Every day, many people go to the location of Yujian, and then pass through Yujian, leave Yujian City, and go to Daejian City. After walking for a while, Lin Moyo and his companions soon arrived outside Yujian City. There was a towering city gate with 3 large characters Tianjian City engraved on it, decorated with flying dragons and phoenixes. There is a signature under these 3 big characters, written by Gu Tongtian. Gu Tongtian, the creator of Hanshui Holy Land, is also the ancestor of the Gu family. These 3 characters make people feel a sense of oppression. Lin Moya stopped to look, feeling the pressure, but a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The words are good, but Gu Tongtian's realm should not have been high at that time, and this pressure is not as strong as Gu Hanyu's. Lin Moyo has met several Daozuns, the strongest of which is naturally Tin Li Daoren, followed by Gu Hanyu. The feeling that Gu Hanyu brought at that time was much stronger than these 3 words. The 3 words carry the rhyme of Taoism, contain the power of the great Tao, and also the power of the origin. So no matter how many years old there are, the pressure of these 3 words will not be reduced by a bit. Lin Moya judged that when Gu Tongtian wrote these 3 words, his realm should have been between the 4th and 5th realms of Daozun. There are also many people like Lin Moya who stopped to watch these 3 big words. Some people groaned and kept retreating. Some people couldn't stand it and sat down on the ground on the spot. There are many people who come here, many of whom are not Tianzuns, and it is normal that they can't bear these 3 words. Lin Moya looked at Xiaoyu and Xiaowa. Xiaowa just glanced at them and showed no interest. What sense of coercion, for her, is meaningless? Xiaowa prefers to look around, coming and going, and those who make a fool of themselves from time to time are more interesting than 3 words. On the contrary, Xiaoyu looked at these 3 words and stopped for a long time. She is still in the super god realm and should not be able to resist the oppression brought by the words. Xiaoyu can stand steadily and fight against it, which shows that Xiaoyu's mind is extremely firm and pure. After a while, sweat began to ooze from Xiaoyu's forehead, and after a while, her body started trembling slightly. Just when she was about to give up, a big hand gently pressed on her shoulder, and in an instant, all the pressure disappeared. The vigorous vitality was transmitted into her body, and after circulating through her body, Xiaoyu immediately felt refreshed. A voice like the sound of nature came from her ears. Some things are too much or too little. Xiaoyu nodded. I understand. Lin Moya nodded slightly. Let's go into the city. Just as he was about to go in, Lin Moya suddenly looked up, over the city wall, and into the city. In the city, there were several high towers. These towers were thousands of meters high, and the tallest one was up to 10,000 meters. There is only one 10,000 meter high tower, located in the center of the city. From the tower, you can see the whole Yujian city. It feels very good to be on the top of the tower and have a view of the whole city. It feels like looking down on the world. But the tower is not something you can climb just because you want to. At this time, Lin Moya looked at the 10,000 meter high tower. There was also a person on the tower looking at Lin Moyo. The 2 people's eyes met in the air, looking at each other. At this level, a distance of only a few hundred miles is no different from being right in front of you. Lin Moya saw the old man in plain clothes on the tower. He looked ruddy and majestic between his eyebrows. He had obviously been in a high position for a long time, but Lin Moya felt that under the ruddy light, there seemed to be extreme emptiness. The other party is extremely powerful and has a high level of realm, far superior to himself. But this feeling of emptiness is so real. After the 2 looked at each other for a few breaths, the old man turned around and walked back into the tower and disappeared. He knows me and is waiting for me here on purpose. Who is he? His aura is strong and restrained. If my spiritual perception is not strong enough, I would only think he is an ordinary person. He is not from the Hanshui Holy Land, the information is not like that. Who is it? Chapter 2639. Chapter 2639, 2639. Chapter 2639, The Greatest Elder, Zhao Dongsheng. There were many people outside Yujian City, but it was unusually quiet. Some people came and went, and most would stop to look at the three large characters on the city gate no matter how many times they came to Yujian City. It might be embarrassing, but the three characters can imply the great Tao, honing people's will and soul, and it is also a kind of experience. Lin Moya was thinking about the person on the high tower before and was about to enter the city when Xiao Wu suddenly ran over and said in a hurry, "Don't go, don't go." Looking at the little guy's hurried appearance, Lin Moya smiled slightly. "What's wrong?" Xiao Wu pointed to the three large characters on the city gate and said, "These characters will change in a while." I asked around, and it seems that as long as you can resist the changes, you can get the qualification to enter the tower. Qualification to enter the tower? Lin Moyo asked the human emperor, believing that the human emperor's database already had the corresponding information. Sure enough, the human emperor quickly gave a reply, confirming that Yujian City did have such a saying. There are a total of 9 high towers in Yujian City, called ice towers. The 9 ice towers form a square shape. The ice tower in the center is 10,000 meters high and is the tallest of the 9 ice towers. The other 8 ice towers range in height from 1,000 to 5,000 meters and are arranged in order like stairs, together guarding the 10,000-meter ice tower in the center. Each ice tower represents a different realm. The lowest 1,000-meter ice tower represents the super god realm. The 1,500-meter tower above it represents the true god realm. Each of the towers after that is 500 meters higher than the previous one, and also a higher realm. 2,000 meters represents the god king, 2,500 meters the god lord, 3,000 meters the other shore, 3,500 meters the supreme lord, and 4,000 meters the heavenly lord. After 4,000 meters, it reaches the 5,000-meter Tao Lord realm. The ice tower requires corresponding qualifications to enter, and after passing, you will also obtain qualifications to enter the Hanshui Holy Land. The 9 ice towers are actually the magic weapon used by the Holy Land of Hanshui to select disciples. It is simple and straightforward, with only 2 steps in total. The first is to pass the test of the 3 large characters on the city gate to obtain the qualification to enter the tower. Then it is to pass the ice tower. After passing, you can join the Holy Land of Ice. However, after passing, you don't have to join the Holy Land of Ice. The Holy Land of Ice will not force you. As a Holy Land, it has its own pride. No matter how great a genius you are, the Holy Land of Ice will not condescend to beg you to join. Not only is it proud, but the Holy Land of Ice also has its own confidence. Lin Moyo murmured to himself, "It's fair." He could understand the practice of the Holy Land of Ice, which gave everyone a fair opportunity. Whether you can grasp it depends on yourself. Later, such rules became the way for many people to ascend to heaven. Pass the test, join the Holy Land, and ascend to heaven in one step. At the same time, more people came to pass the ice tower to prove their talents. The 3 large characters on the city gate suddenly burst into brilliant light, and the entire city wall was glowing. A large number of runes flashed from the city wall. The entire city wall was actually a large formation. The large formation blew a strong wind, and everyone felt their spirits shocked, and their soul power became extremely abundant. However, while the soul power was abundant, everyone's realm was suppressed to the lowest point of their own realm. The high-level Tianzun became a low-level Tianzun, just entering the state. The peak supreme became a low-level supreme. Everyone's realm did not change, only the small realm changed. Lin Moyo was originally a low-level Tianzun, and his realm was not affected at all. Others seem to have known this would happen a long time ago, and no one panicked. Suddenly, snowflakes fell from the sky, the cold air was strong, and the temperature dropped sharply. A powerful force surged from the large characters, and in everyone's eyes, a huge ice fist appeared and blasted towards them. The ice fist was just an illusion. The ice fist that everyone suffered was just a little higher than their own realm. Many people panicked, and the sweat of fear instantly soaked their clothes. All fears are internal causes. From the outside, everyone just stood there, motionless. Lin Moyo also saw the ice fist and instantly saw through the essence, knowing that it was just an impact at the soul level, only at the level of a mid-level Tianzun, illusory and powerless. He just smiled casually, and the ice fist in front of him disappeared. Soul impact, for him, is of no use at all. Lin Moyo woke up, looked around, and found that except for himself, everyone was still frozen in place, with a dull look, obviously fighting against the soul impact. There are many Tianzuns with a higher realm than himself who also did not come back to their senses. At this time, Xiaosen sneaked out, looked around, and then jumped onto Lin Moya's shoulder, whispering in Lin Moya's ear, "Master, someone just stared at you." Lin Moya knew who Xiaosan was referring to, the old man on the 10,000-meter ice tower. "Do you know who that is?" Xiaosan was a deist master after all and had lived for many years. He knew more about some things than he did. Xiaosan said, "I know, that person is in our bloodline inheritance, let me think about it." Lin Moyo frowned. The other party's identity seemed to be extraordinary to appear in Xiaosan's bloodline inheritance. "I just don't know which generation this inheritance started from." Xiaosan tried hard to recall, and after a few seconds, his eyes suddenly lit up. "I remember, I know who he is. He is an elder of the previous generation of the Daoist sect, Zhao Dongsheng. An elder from the previous generation. As far as Lin Moya knows, for a top power like the Daoist sect, the elders must be at least in the Daozun realm, and those in the Daozun realm can live for at least 1,000,000 years. And the higher the realm, the longer they live. This elder named Zhao Dongsheng, I don't know what realm he is in and how long he has lived. Lin Moyo immediately contacted the human emperor. Human emperor, I want the information of an elder of the Daoist sect. His name is Zhao Dongxing. Lin Moyo was not sure whether the human emperor had Zhao Dongxing's information. Maybe there was, maybe not. If the other party was very famous back then, maybe he would have looked at it. Unfortunately, the human emperor gave an answer. There was no information about Zhao Dongxing. Lin Moyo frowned. Xiao San's bloodline inheritance had Zhao Dongxing, but the human emperor didn't. Things were a bit weird. He said to Xiao San, "Are you sure you didn't see it wrong?" Xiao San patted his chest and guaranteed, "I definitely didn't see it wrong." Lin Moyo chose to believe Xiao San. There was no information about Zhao Dongxing in Rinhuang, but he knew there must be one place. Cheers came from the side, and Xiao Yuan woke up. Xiao Wu laughed, "It's fun." She didn't look scared at all but thought it was fun. Needless to say, she passed this level smoothly. Then Xiaoyu also woke up. Xiaoyu's heart was firm, and her heart was pure. This level was naturally not difficult for her. Lin Moyo found that Xiao Wu and Xiaoyu, including himself, had a strange aura. This aura came from the avenue, and with this aura, you can enter the corresponding ice tower. People woke up one by one, some passed the level and obtained the qualification. Some people did not pass the level and were dejected. Lin Moyo whispered, let's go into the city. Chapter 2640. Chapter 2640, 2640. Chapter 2640, You're still alive. Yujian City is bustling, with people coming and going in an endless stream. Many people are wearing strange clothes. Although they are all human, they come from different places and have different habits and customs. Compared with Leichen, Yujian City is much more prosperous. Lin Moyo first found a hotel and rented a yard as a place to stay. There are many hotels in Yujian City, and the largest one is the one directly controlled by Hanshui Holy Land, called Hanshui Pavilion. Lin Moyo chose Hanshui Pavilion. The reason for choosing Hanshui Pavilion is very simple, it is safe enough. Hanshui Holy Land is undoubtedly the boss here. No one dares to cause trouble for Hanshui Holy Land here. They have lived enough. You two rest here first. I have something to do outside. Xiaoyu, keep an eye on Xiaoyu, don't let her run around. Lin Moyo also gave some instructions before leaving. In his opinion, Xiaoyu seemed more reliable than Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu put her hands on her waist and said unconvinced, Master, what do you mean? Why would I run around? Lin Moyo chuckled, you know it yourself. Xiaoyu snorted and ignored Lin Moyo. Originally, there was no need to worry. With Xiao San around, nothing would happen to the two of them in Yujian City. However, the appearance of Zhao Dongxing forced Lin Moyo to be on guard. He didn't know what Zhao Dongxing's purpose was. Such a person would definitely not come out casually. Lin Moyo asked for a map of Yujian City and quickly found the location of the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce. The Lufeng Chamber of Commerce has an extremely gorgeous building in Yujian City, occupying a large area of land. At the entrance of the Chamber of Commerce, people were coming and going, and business was very good. Lin Moyo followed the crowd into the Chamber of Commerce. There were more people inside. Every counter was crowded with people. Behind the counters were a large number of Chamber of Commerce personnel, constantly trading. There were more than 1,000 counters, and countless goods were placed in the counters, dazzling the eyes. Compared to the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce in Leichen, this place is much more prosperous, and the transaction volume can be said to be terrifying. It is hard to imagine how much profit the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce can make from this. Some people say that the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce is definitely the richest force in Nanzhou, richer than any other force, including the 9 top forces. Lin Moyo stood in the Chamber of Commerce, and no one came to greet him. He took out the token belonging to the senior member. The token was inductively connected with the formation in the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce, and someone in the Chamber of Commerce immediately sensed Lin Moyo's arrival. Senior members naturally have preferential treatment, and there will be special people to provide one-on-one service. Soon, a woman with gorgeous clothes, a graceful figure, and good temperament walked quickly and saluted Lin Moyo. Welcome, Mr. Lin. My name is Lu Shui, but you can call me Shuer. What do you need? Lu Shui got straight to the point and threw out a very skilled set of words. Her attitude was not artificial at all, and even had some free and easy air. Her surname was Lu, and she was from the Lu family. Lin Moyo knew that she should be from a collateral branch of the Lu family, but whether it was a collateral branch or a direct branch, they were all from the Lu family. Lin Moyo said, I want to buy some information. Lu Shui immediately responded, okay, Mr. Lin, please follow me. Lu Shui took Lin Moyo through the crowd to the second floor. There were still many people on the second floor, but there were much fewer people than on the first floor. Lin Moyo saw that the things on the counter on the second floor were much better than those on the first floor. Lu Shui keenly caught Lin Moyo's gaze and immediately explained, the items sold on the first floor are ordinary items below the other shore realm. The second floor sells items from the other shore realm and the supreme realm. The third floor sells items from the Tianzun realm. As for items from the Daozun realm, they usually only appear at auctions. Apart from that, they are only sold to senior members like Mr. Lin. While explaining, Lu Shui was also observing Lin Moyo. She was actually very curious in her heart. How could a low-level Tianzun like Lin Moyo get a senior member's token? There is only one explanation, Lin Moyo is from an extraordinary family. There are only 2 big families with the surname Lin on the origin continent, but Lin Moyo can't match any of them. No matter what she thought in her heart, she was still very proper when she explained, without any emotion. Lin Moyo asked, which floor should we go to? Lu Shui said, the 4th floor, the exclusive floor for senior members. As they talked, the two walked to the 3rd floor. There were fewer people on the 3rd floor. Those on the third floor were all Tianzun realm strongmen, and most of them were high-level Tianzun. Low-level Tianzun, generally with a low net worth, could hardly afford the goods on the third floor. The Lufeng Chamber of Commerce is famous for its expensiveness and good things. Lin Moya's arrival immediately attracted the attention of many people. Especially with Lu Shui leading the way in front, it was even more eye-catching. These Tianzun knew what it meant to have a dedicated person to guide in the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce. One-on-one service is not something that ordinary people can enjoy. That is a symbol of status and strength. Lin Moyo, a low-level Tianzun, is naturally a person with a background. A few people couldn't help showing a trace of envy in their eyes, watching Lin Moyo walk up to the fourth floor under the guidance of Lu Shui. Lin Moyo said, "You don't seem to keep the identity of senior members secret." Lu Shui said, "This is the rule of the Chamber of Commerce, and I have no right to change it." Lin Moya said, "It seems that the ancestors of the Lu family like to show off. This is the only way to explain it. I don't know how many pairs of eyes were looking at me when I walked from the first floor to the third floor just now. There is envy and jealousy. Such behavior is simply to attract hatred." Lu Shui did not respond to Lin Moya's words. As a descendant of the Lu family, it is naturally difficult to evaluate her ancestors. Her smart eyes turned slightly. "Mr. Lin, don't you think that doing this can arouse the human race's competitive spirit and make them work harder?" Lin Moya smiled, "Maybe." He took the initiative to end this topic. This topic is destined to have no results and is a meaningless conversation. When they got to the fourth floor, it was completely quiet. There was no counter on the fourth floor, only independent rooms. There were formations outside the rooms, and some of the rooms had not been activated, which meant that no one was inside. Now the formations in many rooms have been activated, which means that there are people trading inside. Most of them are Daizun. Lu Shui took Lin Moya to an empty room, and when they passed the stairs, someone came down from the fifth floor. Lu Fengqing was stunned when he saw Lin Moya, and then he yelled, "You kid are still alive." Lin Moya smiled when he saw Lu Fengqing. "Senior, how are you?" Lu Fengqing asked, "You actually came to Yujian City, are you looking for death?" Lin Moya asked, "Senior, why do you say that?" Lu Fengqing looked around, he looked a little cautious, and said to Lu Shui, "Shui, do you mind if I also participate in your transaction?" Lu Shui said, "According to the rules, as long as Mr. Lin doesn't object, I will naturally have no problem." Lin Moya smiled and said, "I will naturally have no problem." Lu Fengqing nodded, "Okay, then let's go in." Chapter 2641. Chapter 2641, 2641. Chapter 2641, Your wealth is much greater than mine. The three entered the room, and Lu Fengqing immediately activated the formation. The formation here was also arranged by him, and he had absolute control over it. When the formation was activated, the room was immediately isolated from the outside world. Even if someone were a deist master, they could not know what happened in the room. At this moment, Lu Fengqing was relieved. "You guys trade first, and I will talk about my business after the transaction is over." Lu Shui nodded, and according to the rules, she brewed tea for Lin Moya and Lu Fengqing slowly. "I don't know what information Mr. Lin wants." Lin Moya said, "I need detailed information about the major forces in Nanzhou." Lu Shui was slightly surprised. "Sir, the price of this information is not cheap." Lin Moya naturally knew that it was not cheap. "You calculate it and tell me a total price." Lu Shui whispered, "I just want to confirm again how detailed the information Mr. Lin needs is." Lin Moya said, "From ancient times to the present, the more detailed, the better." The subtext of this sentence is that he wanted everything that the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce could sell. If he only wanted current information, the price would naturally be much cheaper. If he wanted information from ancient times to the present, the price would probably be unimaginable. However, Lu Shui still followed Lin Moya's instructions and began to check and calculate the price. Lu Fengqing frowned as he listened. "What do you want so much information for?" Lin Moya said, "I have my own use, I will explain it to you later." Lu Fengqing's eyebrows jumped. "Old man, I really don't understand you." Lin Moya smiled slightly. "Don't think too highly of the juniors. In fact, the juniors' ideas are very simple, not that complicated." "Really?" Lu Fengqing smiled, not believing Lin Moya's words at all. Lin Moya drank tea, not in a hurry at all, and waited slowly. After the formation in the room was opened, Lu Fengqing seemed to no longer be in a hurry but chatted with Lin Moya. "How about it? The tea of my Lufeng Chamber of Commerce is not bad, right?" Lin Moya nodded, "Very good. These tea leaves contain the power of origin, which is better than the deist tea in the big world." However, Lin Moya does not know the taste of tea very well, he only knows the history of the origin. Lu Fengqing snorted, "It seems that you don't know much about tea. Such a good tea, but you only say it is very good. If this tea is sold outside, it will be sold for at least 100 third-level origin crystals per tael." Lin Moya said unmoved, "It is indeed not cheap." He had no feeling for such a small amount of origin crystals. Lu Fengqing patted his head, "I forgot that you have money." Lin Moya smiled and said, "You are a noble man who forgets things easily." During the chat, Lu Shui finally figured out the price. Nanzhou, 9 top 7-star forces, 36 6-star forces, 144 5-star forces, and forces below 5 stars and above 3 stars, totaling more than 23,000 people, all information from ancient times to the present. Selling price, 300,000 third-level fine origin crystals. You are a senior member, you can get a 20% discount, so you only need to pay 240,000 third-level fine origin crystals. This number is very scary. At the beginning, the 5-star family took out 10,000 third-level fine origin crystals, which was already a huge loss. The 6-star Ley family may not be able to take out so many 3rd-level fine origin crystals. It is estimated that in the entire origin continent, except for the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce, there are only a few top 7-star forces that can take out so many origin crystals at once. Lu Fengqing paid attention to Lin Moya's expression. When Lu Shui quoted this price, Lin Moya's eyelids twitched unconsciously. Lu Fengqing laughed. You know it's expensive, kid. You do have some strength, but with so much money, even a force like Hanshui Holy Land would have difficulty taking it out all at once. Lin Moya said calmly, is the information complete? Lu Shui answered truthfully, not complete. Some information cannot be sold, but everything that can be sold is here. Lin Moya understood this. There must be many secrets in those that cannot be sold, and he did not expect it. Lu Shui said, among these materials, the most expensive is the information on the 9 top forces, which almost accounts for half of the price. Mr. Lin may be able to cut some of it, so that. She didn't finish her words, and her eyes suddenly widened. A flash of lightning jumped in the room, and a powerful source of power permeated the room. Fortunately, there was a formation to block it, otherwise, the source of power would inevitably leak out and even spread outside the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce. Lu Shui felt numb all over her body. The lightning in front of her was so beautiful and charming. The source crystal in Lin Moya's hand was the most perfect one she had ever seen. Lu Fengqing was shocked by the sudden source of power. Oh my god, how can you have this thing? Lin Moya took out a crystal of Thunder Attribute origin. The Thunder Attribute was not strange. What was strange was that it was an 8th level exquisite crystal of origin. The Deus Tin Li gave Lin Moya 10 crystals at the time, even at the cost of his spiritual veins. Lu Shui was a little uncertain. Elder, what level do you think this is? Lu Fengqing glanced at her. You have already recognized it. Why are you asking so much? Lu Shui had indeed recognized that this was an 8th level origin crystal, and it was also of exquisite grade, but she was afraid of making a mistake, so she asked one more question. Lu Fengqing continued, but this is of Thunder Attribute, which is relatively rare. You can ask the old guy to see how to set the price. Lu Shui nodded and said, okay, I'll ask now. At this time, Lu Fengqing said again, tell the old guy above that Lin's senior membership was given by Feng Yao girl herself, so let the old guys pay attention. Lu Shui was surprised again. It turned out to be Miss Feng Yao. I know. Lu Shui began to report the matter to her superiors through the formation. 8th level origin crystals are extremely rare, especially the fine quality ones, and they are also thunder attributed, which is beyond her ability to decide. Lin Moya understood what Lu Fengqing meant. The reason why Lu Fengqing mentioned Lu Fenjiao was to tell those Daizun above to use their own price. It can be seen that Lu Fenjiao has a very high status in the Chamber of Commerce, and even those senior executives have to give face. Lin Moya estimated that Lu Fengqing would treat him like this, and there was also some relationship with Lu Fenjiao. Lin Moya glanced at Lu Fengqing and expressed his gratitude with his eyes. Lu Fengqing chuckled and said nothing. Lu Fengqing seemed to find this kind of digging into his own corner very interesting. Only 2 minutes later, Lu Shui got a positive offer. Mr. Lin, this thunder attributed 8th level fine quality origin crystal can be calculated at the price of 160,000 3rd level fine quality origin crystals. Normally, the exchange rate for fine quality origin crystals is 110. An 8th level fine quality origin crystal can be exchanged for 100,000 3rd level fine quality origin crystals. Even if the 8th level fine quality origin crystal is very rare, at most it can be exchanged for 10% to 20% more, and at most it can be exchanged for 120,000 3rd level fine quality origin crystals. Now because of the thunder attribute, it has become even rarer, so it can be exchanged for 160,000. Lu Shui asked, I wonder if Mr. Lin is satisfied with this price. Lu Fengqing winked at Lin Moya and told him that it was enough. At this moment, Lu Fengqing seemed to be a bit of a traitor. Lin Moya smiled and said, I am very satisfied with this price, so I will use this to pay the remaining 80,000. As he said that, he took out 86th level fine quality origin crystals, which could be exchanged for 80,000 3rd level fine quality origin crystals. Adding them together, it was just enough. Lu Fengqing stared at the side. My goodness, your wealth is much more than mine. Chapter 2642. Chapter 2642, 2642. Chapter 2642. It's not that I don't want to, but that I can't. Lu Fengqing envied Lin Moya. He couldn't even produce an 8th level thunder attribute crystal. 8th level crystals can only be produced by 8th level spiritual veins. If you want a high quality product, you need to pay a price. The 8th level spiritual veins on the origin continent all have owners and are controlled by several top forces. Lu Fengqing had guessed where Lin Moya's 8th level thunder attribute crystal came from. It should be deep in Thunder Mountain. I didn't expect that there is an 8th level thunder attribute spiritual vein hidden in the depths of Thunder Mountain. No wonder the Lei family wants to block Thunder Mountain. But it seems that the Lei family should not have mastered this spiritual vein, otherwise, the Lei family's strength should be more than this. The spiritual vein is related to luck and the strength of the spiritual vein controller. Different spiritual veins bring completely different benefits. If the Lei family could master the 8th level spiritual vein, Lei Yiming's strength would definitely be more than the current realm. Lu Fengqing thought a lot, but he didn't show it on the surface. Lin Moya also thought that when he took out the 8th level origin crystal, the fact that there was an 8th level origin spirit vein in the Thunder Mountain would inevitably be exposed. But it doesn't matter. Tin Li Taoist said before that although not many people knew about his existence, there were still many. Many old guys knew about his existence, but no one dared to provoke him. Lin Moya guessed that the senior executives of the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce must also know the existence of Tin Li Taoist and the 8th level origin spirit vein, but they would not easily provoke the terrifying existence of 10 Days Unninth Realms. It was precisely because of this that he dared to take out the 8th level origin crystal. Lu Shui put away the origin crystal and then opened a formation in the room. The formation was small in scale, but it had the function of sending items. Although it only sent some small things, it was enough to use. A moment later, a box was sent over. Lu Shui opened the box, and there was a beautiful and bright pearl that looked about the size of a fist in the box. This pearl is much better than the inherited pearl in Yunmia sect. It is of extremely high quality and is already Daozun realm material. Lin Moya smiled and said, "Your Chamber of Commerce is really willing to spend a lot of money." Lu Fengqing said, "You think too much. You can't take this pearl away. Just look at it here, and then you have to return the pearl." Lin Moya said, "How can I remember so much information?" Lu Shui said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, this is also the rule of the Chamber of Commerce. Some information is not allowed to be leaked, so you can only write it down here and swear not to leak the information." Lin Moyo asked, "There is such a rule? Why didn't you say it earlier?" Lu Fengqing laughed and said, "You didn't ask either." Lin Moyo felt that he was fooled. What the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce said about reputation is all nonsense, but now the deal is done, and regret is not allowed. Lin Moyo can only follow the rules. He swore a soul oath, "I swear here that I will never make a jade token with the information I got today and spread it to the outside world. If I break this oath, my cultivation will be destroyed, and my soul will be annihilated." After he swore, a muffled thunder sounded in the room, and his oath had taken effect. Lin Moyo asked, "Is this okay?" Lu Shui nodded, "No problem, Mr. Lin, please take a look." She pushed the box over and placed it in front of Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo took out the pearl from the box and pressed it against his forehead. In an instant, a stream of information came in. Lin Moyo had experience with this. His soul moved, but he did not accept the information. Instead, he passed it to the Human Emperor. Outside the Human Emperor, Lin Moyo showed a shadow. "Human Emperor, accept it." The Human Emperor had received Lin Moya's message before and had made all the necessary preparations. He fully activated his power, and the various high-tech instruments in his body sparkled and began to receive the information from Lin Moyo. No one could have imagined that Lin Moyo would do this. He did not read the information at all, so he did not get any information today, and naturally, there would be no leakage of today's information. What information he wanted later was obtained from the Human Emperor, and it had nothing to do with the soul oath. As for the Human Emperor, he had not made any oath and would not be affected. With this operation, the information became Lin Moya's private property, and he could operate it however he wanted. However, Lin Moyo would not leak the information. If it was discovered by the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce, the old guys in the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce would probably come to trouble him. Lin Moyo was receiving the information motionlessly. There was too much information, and he could not receive it all in a short time. Lu Fengqing said to Lu Shui, "I don't know how long this guy will take. I'm here. You should go and do your work somewhere else. I'll call you later." Lu Shui was very tactful and stood up. "Then I'll trouble Elder Lu. Shuer will take her leave first." She knew very well that Lu Fengqing must have other things to do when he sent her away, and these things were actually not convenient for her to know. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask, don't ask what you shouldn't ask. This is the most basic rule of the Lu family. After Lu Shui left, Lu Fengqing looked at Lin Moyo, who was motionless, and then manipulated the formation to report his speculation about the 8th level origin spirit vein of Thunder Mountain. He is a Taoist master, and his authority, status, and position are much higher than Lu Shui's, and he can directly contact the ancestors in the Chamber of Commerce. He communicated with the formation with his soul, and soon a phantom appeared in his soul world. The phantom was majestic and looked like a middle-aged man. Lu Fengqing believed it a little from his eyebrows and eyes. The shadow roared, "What does Fengqing want to see me for?" Lu Fengqing's soul looked at the shadow and knelt down respectfully. Fengqing greets the third ancestor. "I found something." The third ancestor whispered, "What is it?" Lu Fengqing said, 033, Hanshui Holy Land belongs to the Leichenlei family. In the Thunder Mountain in their territory, there may be a Thunder Attribute 8th level origin spirit vein hidden. The third ancestor looked at Lu Fengqing. "You guessed it through the origin crystal." Lu Fengqing nodded immediately. "Third ancestor, you are wise." The third ancestor whispered, "This ancestor knows about this origin spirit vein." Lu Fengqing was stunned for a moment. "Third ancestor, do you know?" The third ancestor said, "Yes, not only does this ancestor know, but several old guys in the major forces know, and the old guy in Hanshui Holy Land also knows." Lu Fengqing was even more puzzled. If that's the case, why doesn't Hanshui Holy Land have it in its hands? The third ancestor chuckled, "It's not that we don't want to, but that we can't. As for the specific reasons, wait until you reach the 4th level of Daozun before asking. Now you are not strong enough and are not qualified to know." The third ancestor left with a chuckle, and Lu Fengqing was speechless for a long time. He didn't expect that the ancestors of all the major forces knew that there was such an origin spiritual vein. It's really puzzling that they knew it but didn't take it. The third ancestor said, "It's not that we don't want to, but that we can't. What reason can prevent those old guys from getting the origin spiritual vein?" Lu Fengqing was puzzled. He looked at Lin Moyo. He knew that Lin Moyo must know, but he didn't want to ask. That would make him look so ignorant. After all, he is a senior, and he still has to save face. Chapter 2643. Chapter 2643, 2643. Chapter 2643, 10,000 per spot. Half a day later, Lin Moya finally finished delivering all the information to the human emperor. He woke up and saw that only Lu Fengqing remained in the room. Lu Shui was gone. Lu Fengqing, who was drinking tea, looked at Lin Moya with a strange expression. Why were you so fast? Lin Moya asked curiously, is there a problem? Lu Fengqing said, even for a Dao master, it would take at least 2 days to digest this information. How did you only take half a day? Lin Moya had simply passed the information to the human emperor, acting as a middleman without digesting or processing any of it himself, so it was naturally quick. He was essentially just moving the information to a new home, responsible only for the transfer. The subsequent sorting work was handled by the human emperor. Facing Lu Fengqing's question, Lin Moya naturally had a prepared response. I just memorized the information by rote, without digesting or organizing it at all. Even if you asked me about the contents now, I couldn't answer. Lu Fengqing still seemed confused. Is your soul realm higher than your cultivation realm? Lin Moya nodded. Yes, my soul realm has reached high-level Tinzun, but my cultivation is not easy to increase. Lu Fengqing muttered to himself, no wonder. Lin Moya quickly changed the subject. You waited for me on purpose. Is there something you need? Lu Fengqing's attention was successfully diverted. About what happened in Leichen before the Hanshui Holy Land determined you were involved in the Yin family's murder. How did you escape? Lin Moya said, Senior Lei Yining sent me away. Lu Fengqing waved his hand. I know that, but this is still the territory of the Hanshui Holy Land. If they really wanted to find you, they definitely would have. How did you truly escape? Lin Moya thought to himself, I was found a long time ago. Not only was I found, but the Holy Lord has become my wife. While thinking of Gu Hanyu, he answered Lu Fengqing's question. I went to the chaotic zone. Lu Fengqing spat out a mouthful of tea and exclaimed, you went to the chaotic zone. Lin Moya nodded. Yes, I hid in the chaotic zone. Lu Fengqing looked at Lin Moya with increasingly strange eyes. You're really brave. Can you just casually enter the chaotic zone? If you're unlucky, you'll die. But then again, if you didn't go to the chaotic zone, the Hanshui Holy Land would definitely have found you, and you would have died anyway. You're out again now. Is it because the Hanshui Holy Land has called off the hunt for you? Lin Moya's heart stirred. He knew it must be Gu Hanyu's order. Drinking tea with a smile, he replied, that's why I dared to come out. Lu Fengqing said, you're really lucky. You didn't die last time you entered the depths of Thunder Mountain, and you even got an 8th level origin crystal. Now you've been hunted by the Hanshui Holy Land and you're fine. Tell this old man, where do you plan to go next? Lin Moya said, actually, I don't have a specific goal at the moment. I want to leave here first. My next stop may be the territory of the Tianjin sect. Lu Fengqing looked at Lin Moya. With such good luck, your fortune must be very strong. People like you should create your own power base. But I don't know if you already have a power backing you. If so, just pretend I didn't say anything. Lin Moya followed Lu Fengqing's lead and said, I do have that idea, but creating a power base requires an origin spirit vein. All the origin spirit veins of any size in Nanzhou have already been claimed. Lu Fengqing laughed. Nanzhou is indeed taken, but you don't have to stay in Nanzhou. Lin Moya's expression became serious. I'd like to hear more details. Lu Fengqing said, the land of Nanzhou has indeed stabilized, and the forces of all parties have basically reached a state of equilibrium. It's no longer possible to accommodate new powers, unless you're willing to be subordinate to an existing force and become their vassal. I think you're also a rebellious type. If you really want to make a difference, you could try going to Dongzhou. The situation in Dongzhou is more chaotic. People from all tribes are fighting for territory and killing each other. If you can establish your own foundation there, when you're strong enough in the future, you can move back to Nanzhou with your own forces and origin spirit veins. But no one is willing to do this. Dongzhou is actually a good place with rich resources. As long as you're strong enough, you can get everything you want. Lin Moya asked, I do want to go to Dongzhou, but the journey is long, and it's not easy to cross the sea. Lu Fengqing seemed to have achieved his goal, and his shrewd eyes glinted. The journey is indeed long, and crossing the sea is even more difficult for ordinary Tinzun. But it doesn't matter. Transportation is also one of our Lufeng Chamber of Commerce's businesses. Whether it's delivering goods or people, our Lufeng Chamber of Commerce can handle it. Lin Moya smiled secretly. Okay, he truly is a businessman. He can't talk for long without turning to business. Lu Fengqing continued, what do you think? Do you want to buy a spot to send you to Dongzhou? Let me tell you, our Lufeng Chamber of Commerce only goes to Dongzhou once every 10 years. If you miss this opportunity, you'll have to wait another decade. And it's hard to say whether you'll be able to buy a spot next time. Lin Moya asked curiously, are these spots really limited? Lu Fengqing looked as if it was obvious. Of course, they're not only limited, but also very precious. Most people can't buy one even if they want to. This old man just happens to have a spot and can sell it to you. Lin Moya asked, only one? Lu Fengqing looked at Lin Moya as if he were an idiot. Don't you have a rule world? If you want to bring a few people, just use your own rule world to carry them. He knew that Lin Moya had always been accompanied by 2 girls, so Lin Moya naturally wanted to take them with him. The rule world can hold people, as many as you want, but you have to bear the risks yourself. Once, a Tinzun bought a spot, then became a middleman, selling spots to others and putting them in his own rule world to take them along, trying to make a profit. As a result, the person who bought his spot directly destroyed his rule world, causing this Tinzun to die on the spot. Putting strangers in your own rule world is very risky behavior. Unfortunately, in the face of high profits, there will always be people who take risks. Every time someone dies because of this, such things still happen repeatedly. Gradually, this kind of person also gained a separate title, the guest carrier. Lu Fengqing explained it again, letting Lin Moyo understand the interests involved. You can also bring some people over. Maybe you can make some money. Lin Moyo did not comment. How much does your spot cost? Lu Fengqing said, it's not expensive, just 10,000 tier 3 origin crystals. Lin Moyo immediately asked, ordinary grade. Lu Fengqing shook his head. Of course not, it's premium grade. Lin Moyo frowned. That seems a bit too expensive. Lu Fengqing said, not expensive, not expensive. This spot of mine is different from others. It's in a good location and can guarantee your absolute safety along the way. If I didn't like you, I wouldn't even want to sell it. Chapter 2644. Chapter 2644, 2644. Chapter 2644, Becoming the world's richest man is not difficult. Lu Fengqing was like an old fox, trying his best to sell his quota. In his story, the quotas were different from one another. Different quotas had different treatments. His quota had top treatment, and ordinary quotas could not compare with it. There was no problem in selling it for 10,000 third-level fine origin crystals. The reason why it had not been sold was that others were too poor to afford so many origin crystals. Lin Moya smiled secretly, thinking that Lu Fengqing had taken a fancy to his financial resources. Lu Fengqing smiled and said, how about it? Don't think about it anymore. If you miss this opportunity, you will regret it. Lin Moya smiled and said, I can accept this price, but I have a condition. If you can agree to it. Lu Fengqing said without hesitation, you say. Lin Moya said, I want some information about Dongzhou. Otherwise, I will be in the dark when I get there and know nothing. Lu Fengqing laughed, no problem, it's just some information about Dongzhou. As long as you pay, the information will be given to you immediately. And you don't need to make any soul oath. This information is given by me personally and has nothing to do with the Chamber of Commerce. The information that does not require a soul oath shows how unimportant it is. It must be common stuff. Lin Moya said, okay, I believe in the senior. He took out 100 5th level exquisite origin crystals. I will pay with 5th level, you don't mind, right? No mind, no mind. Lu Fengqing took the origin crystals away, as if afraid that Lin Moya would regret it, and then took out 2 signs and stuffed them into Lin Moya's hands. One sign was the size of a fist, square, not gold, iron, or jade. The material was very special, and it exuded a unique atmosphere. One side was engraved with the word Lu, and the other side was engraved with the shape of a ship, with a big 3 on it. This was a boat ticket, and 3 represented the room number. It is not that you can get on the ship just by having a ticket. The Lufeng Chamber of Commerce will register the buyers. Only when the ticket and the person are combined can you get on the ship. The other plate was the most common jade plate, which recorded some information about Dongzhou, but it was all unimportant information. Lin Moya directly put it away and threw it to the emperor. After the emperor sorted it out, he would take it on himself, which would be much more efficient. A private transaction was completed like this. Lu Fengqing laughed loudly, Brother Lin is really straightforward. From now on, you will be my brother. Lin Moya was a little amused. He bought the quota himself, and even the name changed. From Lin Xiaozi to Lin Laodai, he became a brother. But Lin Moya knew how much weight this brother had. Lin Moya asked, where did you get the quota? Lu Fengqing said casually, it was awarded by the Chamber of Commerce. Lin Moya finally understood that the Chamber of Commerce awarded Lu Fengqing a quota, and how much he could sell for each item depended on his ability. He probably paid too high, but it didn't matter anymore, as this quota was exactly what he needed. Lin Moya said, where's Miss Schwer? I still have some deals to do. Lu Fengqing immediately called Lu Xue, and in less than 2 minutes, Lu Xue had come to the room. Lin Moya took out all the remaining origin crystals, some ordinary and some fine. Without exception, these origin crystals were all above the 3rd level. Recently, Lin Moya had killed several heavenly venerables and Dao venerables and obtained some spoils of war. Among them were magic weapons, materials, and some origin crystals. Lin Moya collected the magic weapons and materials directly and used them as inventory for the future. All those origin crystals, plus the ones he had before, were now all taken out. Origin crystals, high-level exchange for low-level. Lufeng Chamber of Commerce naturally welcomed it very much. The ratio of high-level exchange for low-level is 1 to 10, and if it is exchanged in the opposite direction, the ratio will reach 12 to 1. Although she didn't know why Lin Moya did this, Lu Xue had no reason to refuse. At this moment, except for 9 8th level Thunder Attribute Fine Origin Crystals and 5 5th level World-Class Origin Crystals, the rest of Lin Moya's Origin Crystals were frozen and replaced with main-level Origin Crystals. Lin Moya wanted to use these 3rd level Origin Crystals to fuse into 6th level or 7th level Origin Crystals. 3 Origin Crystals of the same level can be fused into a higher level Origin Crystal, and this deal is a sure win. In fact, if you want to make the most money, you should exchange it for a higher level Origin Crystal. But doing so will arouse suspicion. If you exchange it for the 1st level today, you will take out high level ones in the future. It would be strange if people don't suspect you. If people knew that he had the ability to fuse origin crystals, the number of people chasing him would definitely be more than those who had previously chased the son of Taiyin. Lin Moya was not a fool, so he would not do such a thing. Lu Shuai quickly completed the exchange. Counting the third-level origin crystals he had before, Lin Moya now had a total of 900,000 third-level ordinary origin crystals and 18,000 third-level fine origin crystals. After spending a lot of wealth, he was still very rich, much richer than those Tinzun Deizun he had killed. 900,000 third-level ordinary origin crystals, if continuously fused, could eventually fuse more than 10,000 seventh-level ordinary origin crystals. 180,000 third-level fine origin crystals could eventually fuse more than 2,000 seventh-level fine origin crystals. If more than 2,000 seventh-level fine origin crystals were reversely exchanged, 20 million third-level fine origin crystals could be obtained. 180,000 turned into 20 million, a profit of more than 100 times. Lin Moya made a calculation in his mind and felt that if he wanted to become the richest man in the origin continent, he could achieve it in a blink of an eye. Of course, this kind of thing can only be thought about, and it is absolutely impossible to do it. Unless one day he becomes a strong man of the ninth realm of Deizun like Tin Li Daoran, he can do something willfully. Facing the afterglow of the sun's origin, Lin Moya returned to his yard. On the way back, he bought a lot of delicious food and came back to feed the two hungry little girls. The two little girls were very obedient and stayed in the yard honestly, not going anywhere. Seeing Lin Moya coming back, Xiao Wu immediately screamed, "Where is the master? I'm starving to death." A Tianzun said that he was starving to death, which sounded inexplicably funny. But Xiao Wu said it very seriously, which made people feel even more amused. Xiaoyu was much more obedient and bowed to Lin Moya. "Master, you are back." Lin Moya walked to the table and took out all the food he bought. "Aren't you hungry? Come and eat." For a while, the fragrance filled the yard. The food Lin Moya bought was all spiritual food, made from some edible spiritual beasts, which contained the power of the origin. It was not only fragrant but also delicious. It is very useful for people like Xiaoyu who have just stepped into the door of cultivation. The origin of Taiyin slowly rose, and the Taiyin talisman on Lin Moya's brow flashed again. The formation in the yard was open to prevent others from peeping. The identity of the son of Taiyin naturally did not want to be known to others. Suddenly, Lin Moya looked up at the ice tower in the city. On the highest 10,000-meter ice tower, Zhao Dongxing, who had appeared before, appeared again, looking at him with a smile. The formation in the yard had no effect on Zhao Dongkai. Chapter 2645. Chapter 2645, 2645. Chapter 2645, he came to me on purpose. This was the second time Lin Moya had seen Zhao Dongxing. Last time, Zhao Dongxing's eyes were still very gentle, like those of an old man. On the surface, Zhao Dongxing looked ruddy, energetic, and exuded a strong sense of majesty, like an unfathomable senior. When Lin Moya saw Zhao Dongxing again this time, he felt a kind of aggression in his eyes. It was like a hunter who had determined his target and began to become fierce. Lin Moya's heart skipped a beat. He came to find me on purpose. He wasn't sure it was me before, but now he is certain. The origin of the moon shone on the world, and the moon talisman at the center of Lin Moya's eyebrows glowed. Lin Moya was completely sure that Zhao Dongxing was here to find him. Zhao Dongxing smiled, and his figure gradually became blurred and disappeared. Lin Moya's face turned grim, and Zhao Dongxing's last smile made him feel very uneasy. At that moment, his spiritual sense kept sending warnings, as if he was about to face a disaster. He isn't here to catch me, but to kill me. What good will it do him to kill me? Is it because he doesn't want me to rise? But this reason isn't sufficient. He must have other purposes. Treating me as prey, what exactly does he, as a hunter, want to do? There was too little information at present to analyze Zhao Dongxing's true purpose. What exactly does this person who has lived for millions of years and is recorded in Xiao San's bloodline want to do? In the real world, outside the main body of the human emperor, Lin Moya's clone said, "Human emperor, I want to ask Dao Zong for all the information about Zhao Dongxing. Tell me as soon as you have sorted it out." Lin Moya's tone was a little hurried, and his spiritual sense told him that this matter might be very troublesome. The voice of the human emperor sounded quickly, "Okay, I am sorting it out, and it will take time. There is too much information, and it will take a lot of time to sort it out." Lin Moya knew that if he were to sort it out himself, it would take 2 or 3 days. The efficiency of the human emperor is higher than his own, so the time is almost the same. Lin Moya looked at the origin of the moon, and then at the jade sword that went straight into the sky in the distance. There was no other way but to wait patiently. It was not until Zhao Dongxing left the Queen of Heaven for 10 minutes that Xiao San sneaked out of Xiao Yu's pocket. It looked around with a sly look, confirmed that Zhao Dongxing was no longer there, and then jumped to Lin Moya's side and said cautiously, "Why is that guy here again? What is he going to do in the 4th episode of the main episode?" Lin Moya said, "You seem to be afraid of him." Xiao San said, "I just thought about it carefully and found more information about this guy in the blood. That guy is very dangerous to us." Xiao San's us referred to the Swallowing Skyrat clan. Obviously, Zhao Dongxing had done something to the Swallowing Skyrat clan, otherwise, it would not be like this. Blood inheritance is sacred and noble for spirit beasts, and useless things will not be recorded in it. The information that can be recorded by blood inheritance must be very important. Lin Moya smiled, "Don't worry, he is not looking for you." Xiao San asked curiously, "If he is not looking for me, then who is he looking for?" "He's looking for me." After Lin Moya finished speaking, he no longer paid attention to Xiao San, but took out the jade token given by Lu Fengqing and began to check the information about Dong Zhou. There was not much information about Dong Zhou. In less than an hour, Lin Moyo had finished checking the information. The continent of Dongzhou is indeed very chaotic, much more chaotic than other continents. Each tribe has its own territory in Dongzhou, and they fight against each other. For their own interests and for a large amount of resources, they fight fiercely regardless of life and death. Even the Baiko Alliance, which loves peace the most, often takes action in Dongzhou. As long as it is a living being, there are desires and interests, and fighting is inevitable. Dongzhou is really chaotic. There is no specific division of forces. Today it is still the territory of a certain sect, but it may be destroyed the next day. The origin of the spiritual vein suppresses the luck, which seems to be not so effective in the East. But the more chaotic, the better. Only in this way can I gain a foothold in Dongzhou, not like here. Senior Feng Qing is right. I can only go to Dongzhou. It is difficult for new forces to enter the Nanzhou area. The pattern here has been determined and it is difficult to make any achievements. In contrast, Dongzhou does have many more opportunities. At this moment, Lin Moya determined his goal and decided to go to Dongzhou. But before that, he had to thoroughly understand the situation in Nanzhou. Because many human forces in Dongzhou are actually sent by the major forces in Nanzhou. Those major forces in Nanzhou all want to get benefits from Dongzhou. The origin of the sun slowly rose, and the sound of Xiaoyu practicing boxing rang in the yard. The small fists hit out strong winds, whirring. Xiaoyu fought very seriously, forming a sharp contrast with the lazy Xiaoyu on the side. Xiaoyu was playing with Xiao San at this time. Xiao San seemed to like Xiaoyu very much. He looked very obedient and cute. After waiting for a night, Lin Moya finally heard the voice of the human emperor again. Master, Zhao Dongshen's information has been sorted out. Give it to me. Lin Moya was already impatient. Although Zhao Dongsheng only appeared twice, he was like a thorn stuck there. It was very uncomfortable if he didn't figure it out. This person gave him a feeling that he was too dangerous. From a large amount of information, Lin Moya finally knew about Zhao Dongsheng. About 2 million years ago, a Taoist master appeared in the Asking Dao sect, that is, Zhao Dongsheng. Zhao Dongsheng was not famous at that time, and it could even be said that he was unknown. There were many frictions between the Asking Dao sect and the Hanshui Holy Land at that time, and I don't know how many battles of all sizes were fought. But every battle seemed to have nothing to do with Zhao Dongsheng. He was not good at fighting, but better at research. Yes, he liked research, researching spirit beasts. So Zhao Dongsheng had never been on the battlefield at all, and naturally, he would not be famous. He has studied a large number of spiritual beasts in his life, and he has dissected countless spiritual beasts. Later, he accidentally obtained a swallowing rat. Spiritual beasts like the swallowing rat should be raised well, and the original spiritual veins should be found and refined. But Zhao Dongsheng did not do so. He directly dissected the rare swallowing rat for research. According to records, Zhao Dongsheng wanted to study the blood of the swallowing beast, get their blood ability, and then cultivate more swallowing beasts. Unfortunately, he did not succeed in the end. Later, Zhao Dongsheng disappeared for a while, and no one knew where he went. Because he was unknown, no one paid attention to him. Until 1,000,000 years ago, Zhao Dongsheng appeared again. That time, he appeared as the supreme elder of the Taoism sect. At that time, on the battlefield of the Hanshui Holy Land, Zhao Dongsheng showed a strong fighting power, and fought with a supreme elder of the Hanshui Holy Land, and it was hard to tell who was better. The Grand Elder of Hanshui Holy Land is already at the 6th level of Daozun, which means Zhao Dongshen's combat power has also reached that level. At that time, the Daozun who were in the same era as Zhao Dongsheng had either fallen or their cultivation level was surpassed by Zhao Dongsheng. After that war, Zhao Dongsheng rarely appeared. Starting from 500,000 years ago, Zhao Dongsheng completely disappeared and has not appeared for nearly 500,000 years. Chapter 2646. Chapter 2646, 2646. Chapter 2646, Xiao San's Bloodline Revenge. Finally, I understand why Xiao San has Zhao Dongshen's memory in his blood. It can be imagined that Zhao Dongsheng did many terrible things to Xiao San's people. This trauma led a poor fellow to implant Zhao Dongshen's memory into his blood. This memory serves both as a warning to the people and as a hatred engraved in the soul. Blood inheritance is very peculiar. When a person of the same clan implants a piece of information into their blood, other members of the same clan will also receive this information and know those things. Blood inheritance doesn't activate easily, and when it does, it signifies something significant. Lin Moya took a deep look at Xiao San. The fellow of this little guy is truly pitiful. Lin Moya's gaze was noticed by Xiao San, who turned his head to look at him, as if asking what had happened. Lin Moya waved his hand, "Come here." Xiao San jumped into Lin Moya's palm, and Lin Moya pointed his finger at Xiao San's eyes. "Don't move, I'll show you something." Xiao San received some information about Zhao Dongsheng and understood why there was information about Zhao Dongsheng in his blood. The memory in the blood began to revive. Xiao San's eyes flashed with fierceness, and his fangs emerged, creaking. Hatred boiled, and murderous intent soared to the sky. Lin Moya slapped Xiao San on the head with his backhand. "Calm down." Xiao San gritted his teeth and sent a voice message to Lin Moya. "I want to eat him, I want to eat him." Lin Moya knew this would be the result and said calmly, "I understand, but you are not his opponent. He was already in the 6th realm of Daozun 1,000,000 years ago, and he must be even stronger now. You will just die if you go up against him." Xiao San shook his head. No, it's not. He has lived for 2 million years, and his vitality must have begun to decline, and his realm is not as good as before. Lin Moya showed a trace of curiosity. "Tell me in detail." Xiao San transmitted, the lifespan of your human race's Daozun realm is about 1 million years. The higher the realm, the longer the lifespan, but in the end, it is difficult to exceed 1.5 million years. If you want to live longer, you must find a way to seal yourself. But self-sealing also has a price. While the lifespan increases, the realm will slowly decline. And self-sealing cannot increase lifespan endlessly. Everything has a limit, and this limit is 2.5 million years. The longer you seal yourself, the more your realm will decline. Self-sealing is actually exchanging your cultivation realm for lifespan. It has been 2 million years since Zhao Dongxing became a Daozun. His real lifespan must have exceeded 2 million years. So his current realm is definitely not the 6th realm of Daozun. It is estimated that being a Daozun realm is good enough. Lin Moya said, but if that's the case, why does he still want to seal himself, and what is the meaning of self-sealing? Xiao San said, I don't know about this. Maybe everyone is afraid of death. It is a spirit beast, not a human. Although it knows some things, it does not know why. Many Daozuns of the human race will choose to seal themselves before the end of their lifespan, but they do not know the meaning of self-sealing and why they seal themselves. Lin Moyo asked the human emperor to find information about self-sealing and said to Xiao San, as you said, Zhao Dongshen's combat power is far less than before. Let me think about it and see if I can avenge you. Xiao San gritted his teeth, if you can kill Zhao Dongxing, then Xiao San will truly regard you as my master and never betray you. Lin Moya laughed, no need, Zhao Dongxing came to me this time. Even if it is not for you, I will find a way to deal with him. Xiao San shook his head, I don't care about that. Anyway, I won't regret it if I make a move. Lin Moyo patted it gently, leave it to me. Go play with Xiao Wu and the others first and protect them. Xiao San nodded, and the fierce light in his eyes quickly disappeared, and his rat eyes became clear again. When it returned to Xiao Wu, it had no killing intent and became cute again. Lin Moyo thought about all the information he had obtained so far. Zhao Dongxing was once a Daozun 6th realm, and it is possible that he has even reached a higher realm. The lifespan exceeded the limit of the Daozun realm, and he must have experienced self-sealing. In order to break through the self-sealing, it must not be simply to kill himself. No wonder he looks strong on the surface, but is very weak inside. It turns out that it is because of the self-sealing that the realm has fallen. So what realm is he in now? After sorting out all the information about self-sealing, the human emperor gave it to Lin Moyo. Lin Moya's clues became richer, and Zhao Dongshen's true purpose gradually emerged. Self-sealing can also be called self-destruction. The realm is exchanged for life. The longer the self-sealing time, the more severe the realm will fall. The meaning of self-sealing is sublimation. The former top strongmen of various forces self-sealed. When necessary, they can unseal and take action, and sublimate to the extreme, and restore their former combat power in a short time. However, in that case, their lifespan will drop rapidly. The longer the self-sealing time, the shorter the time they can maintain the extreme sublimation. Even some strong men, after the extreme sublimation, can only hit the power of one blow, and then fall. Those self-proclaimed people with top strength are actually the foundation of each force. People like Zhao Dongxing are the foundation of the Asking Dao sect. If the Asking Dao sect is in trouble, Zhao Dongxing can break the seal and sublimate to the utmost. Even if the time is short, it is enough for him to do many things. Self-sealing is very troublesome, requiring a lot of precious special materials, and a lot of luck to suppress it. Ordinary forces, even if they have all the materials for self-sealing, do not have enough luck to suppress it. Lin Moya finally figured out what Zhao Dongxing wanted to do. That guy still wants to live, not to die. Or in other words, there are still some self-proclaimed old guys in the Asking Dao sect who want to continue to survive. So Zhao Dongxing wanted to kill him, directly plunder his luck, and use his luck to let him live for a while longer. Sufficiently strong luck can greatly improve the effect of self-sealing. Plundering luck is not that easy, but Zhao Dongxing has the ability to do it. He dissected countless spirit beasts and got several special secrets from the blood of some spirit beasts. In Zhao Dongxing's information, there were some spells that were supposed to belong to spirit beasts. Among the spirit beasts, there are those that can devour luck. Lin Moya linked all the possibilities and got Zhao Dongxing's real purpose. Without evidence, it is almost certain that he is the king. Lin Moya believes in his own judgment, which is rarely wrong, and it will not be wrong this time. After knowing the purpose, Lin Moya knew that there would be a battle between him and Zhao Dongxing. Either he died or Zhao Dongxing died. In Yujian City, you generally cannot take action, but it is not absolutely impossible to take action. The rules are set by people. As long as the people of Hanshui Holy Land turn a blind eye, no one will say anything. Now there are still 12 days before the arrival of the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce's ship. If he wants to take action, it should be within these 12 days. Zhao Dongxing has been staring at him, and he will definitely prevent him from borrowing the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce's big ship to leave here. So Zhao Dongxing is very likely to take action within these 12 days. But there is another possibility. Zhao Dongxing will also board the ship and follow me to Dongzhou. If he kills me in Dongzhou, he won't have to worry about anything. There is indeed such a possibility. We must guard against it. At this time, Zhao Dongxing appeared on the ice tower again. Above his head was the vast sun origin. At this moment, he seemed to be integrated with the sun origin. Lin Moya saw him stretch out his finger and pointed at himself. A little light flew towards him with the power of the origin. Chapter 2647. Chapter 2647, 2647. Chapter 2647, let's see who kills whom. The glimmer was like falling sparks, but Lin Moya's face changed. This spark made him feel uneasy. He actually made a move so quickly. Lin Moya couldn't discern Zhao Dongshen's method, and the formation of Yujian City didn't react at all. Lin Moya wasn't sure whether the people of Hanshui Holy Land were bribed or if Zhao Dongshen's move was too subtle and deceived the formation. The spark flickered in the air and appeared in the yard instantly. The formation defense in the yard had no effect on it. The spark exploded with a bang, turning into a small flame that enveloped Lin Moya. At the moment the spark exploded, Lin Moya's whole body froze, and a huge invisible force locked his soul. A road appeared in his sight. The road was vast and boundless, and countless creatures were floating in it. Zhao Dongshen's Wanling Avenue. It was written in the information that Zhao Dongxing practiced Wanling Avenue. Lin Moya didn't know what Wanling Avenue was, nor did he know how powerful it was. He only knew that it was a very unconventional path. Sparks exploded on Wanling Avenue, and countless creatures in the avenue looked at Lin Moya simultaneously. Every creature was an extremely terrifying entity. Their gazes felt tangible. Lin Moya felt branded by these creatures. In an instant, he had countless marks on his body. His spiritual sense did not react, and this spark did not harm him, but only left a mark. Zhao Dongxing left a mark on him, obviously to prevent him from escaping. But is the mark useful? Lin Moya had never been afraid of marks. As long as he committed suicide once, any mark could be erased. Zhao Dongshen's actions were destined to be in vain. But on the surface, Lin Moya's expression was very ugly. Zhao Dongshen's voice sounded in Lin Moya's ears, "You don't have much time." Zhao Dongshen's heavy voice seemed a little cold at this moment. His cold voice disappeared again. Lin Moya remained silent, looking at the ice tower quietly, as if Zhao Dongshen was still there. "He left the mark to prevent me from escaping. Zhao Dongxing is very cautious. I can't leave Yujian City. As long as I leave, he will definitely take action. If I leave on the big ship of Lufeng Chamber of Commerce, he will chase me and kill me when I reach Dongzhou continent. As long as I have the mark, it will be difficult for me to escape his pursuit no matter what. In this case, we can only have a head-on confrontation. Before, I was worried that the people of Hanshui Holy Land would accept benefits and let Zhao Dongxing take action here. It seems that I was overthinking. If Lin Moya doesn't want to face Zhao Dongshen's pursuit, he has other ways. The simplest way is to tell Gu Hanyu, I can go to Hanshui Holy Land. With Gu Hanyu, the Dao sect can't do anything to me. The second method is that I can be reborn, erase the mark, and then leave through Lufeng Chamber of Commerce, not by boat to Dongzhou, but to other places. Lufeng Chamber of Commerce has corresponding channels. If I act carefully, it will be difficult for Zhao Dongxing to find me. However, Lin Moya didn't want to use these two methods. Zhao Dongxing wanted to kill him, so let's try. Lin Moya never showed mercy to those who wanted to kill him, and he was never afraid. Now he had a lot of trump cards. Maybe Zhao Dongxing in his prime was hard to kill, but a self-proclaimed Zhao Dongxing, even if he could sublimate to the extreme, could still be killed. But it's better not to use trump cards if you can. Lin Moya decided to make multiple preparations. There is no such thing as too many backup plans, and the more trump cards, the better. Xiaoyu and Xiaoa didn't notice that Zhao Dongxing had just made a move. Zhao Dongxing was only targeting him and didn't attract anyone's attention. This method is indeed beyond the ordinary chief. But when Zhao Dongxing made a move, the formation of Jade Sword City did not react. There must be something wrong. Although Zhao Dongxing was not allowed to kill people in Jade Sword City, he was still allowed to make a move. I don't know how Hanyu would react if she heard about this. Zhao Dongxing made a move, and the formation of Jade Sword City did not detect it. Lin Moya would not believe it. However, Lin Moya was too lazy to pay attention to this matter. He entered the soul world and took out all the origin crystals he had exchanged, which were piled up like a mountain. Lin Moya said to Infinite Fusion, "Little guy, get started." Infinite Fusion flew over, first circling the origin crystals twice, and then came to Lin Moya, sending a thought, "So many." Lin Moya asked, "Can it work?" Infinite Fusion immediately swayed up and down, indicating that it was no problem, "Leave it to me." Lin Moya said, "Then I'll have to rely on you, synthesize it to the 7th level. I'll go and see if I can get spiritual materials." Infinite Fusion hummed, like laughing happily. A mouthful of chaotic air spewed out, turned into flames, and began to fuse the origin crystals. The origin crystals before the 7th level merged very quickly, which was manageable for it. After absorbing spiritual materials again and again, Infinite Fusion became much stronger, almost doubling, and the fusion efficiency greatly improved. There was a possibility of failure when merging to the 7th level, but now, it is only possible to fail when fusing the 8th level origin crystal. Lin Moya watched the number of origin crystals decrease, but the origin power emitted grew stronger and stronger. 3 crystals merged into 1, and the level was raised by 1. The profit of this deal was too high. This was a big secret that must not be leaked. Lin Moya suddenly thought of the old man in green robes. The other party could take his wife who was in the sleeping coffin silently in his soul world. The other party's ability was too incredible. Maybe his secret had been discovered by him, but there was nothing he could do about it. Beings who had reached that level might not look down on his 3 claws and 2 dates. He didn't have anything he wanted, so what were his secrets? Infinite Fusion would take some time to fuse all these origin crystals. Lin Moya looked at the sun origin in the sky and said to Xiao Wu, "You guys go to Yujian City to play today, and remember to come back before dusk." Lin Moya gave Xiala some origin crystals and told Xiaosan to take good care of them. Nothing would go wrong in Yujian City. Even if something did go wrong, Xiaoya's 3-piece set of Dao protection would be enough to make a Taoist master regret it. Xiaoyu asked, "Where are you going today, master?" Lin Moya said, "There are some things to prepare." Xiao Wu happily pulled Xiao Yu out of the yard, ready to rampage in Yujian City. Lin Moya went to Lufeng Chamber of Commerce again. He wanted to buy some things to deal with Zhao Dongxing. To deal with such a powerful deist, the more prepared the better. After all, it was a life and death battle, and there was no possibility of reconciliation between the two. Lufeng Chamber of Commerce was as lively as ever. When he arrived at the door, someone suddenly came over mysteriously and asked, "Daiyu, don't you want a ticket?" The ticket he was talking about was the boat ticket to Dongzhou. After Lin Moya rejected him, he met several other people who were also selling boat tickets. It was just as Lu Fengqing said, many people wanted to go there, no matter how big the risk was, as long as there was enough benefit, people could forget the danger. Entering the Chamber of Commerce, taking out the membership token, someone soon came to greet Lin Moya. Unexpectedly, it was Lu Shui who came. Chapter 2648. Chapter 2648, 2648. Chapter 2648, my ticket is not refundable. Lin Moya looked at Lu Shui, who had changed her clothes and stood tall and graceful, and smiled warmly. Miss Shuer, we are destined to meet. Lu Shui also smiled. Sir, are you planning to buy anything today? Lin Moya replied, I do want to buy something. Let's go upstairs and talk. Lu Shui nodded immediately. Okay, please come with me. At this time, Lu Shui was in a very happy mood. The huge transaction yesterday had exceeded her total transaction volume for the year. It even broke her own record for a single transaction. In the Chamber of Commerce, this is a very important assessment indicator, and she could receive many rewards for it. So in her eyes, Lin Moya was a very lovely person. Walking up to the first floor, Lin Moya asked, Is Senior Fengqing here today? Lu Shui replied, He should be here. Are you looking for Elder Fengqing? Lin Moya said, It's not necessary. I can ask you first. If you don't know, I will find him. He could see that Lu Shui's realm was not high, only at the supreme realm. Maybe there were some things she might not understand. Lu Shui was very good at dealing with people, and she completely understood what Lin Moya meant. She smiled and said, Okay, if Elder Lu can't meet your requirements, I can ask other elders for help. She inferred from Lin Moya's words that the items he wanted this time might be very unusual or have specific requirements. As a supreme realm cultivator, she might not know everything. Even Lu Fengqing, an elder in the Daozun realm, might not know. So she offered to ask other elders for help. Lin Moya was very satisfied with Lu Shui's cleverness. This was the result he wanted. It was convenient to deal with smart people. They could understand each other's meanings with just a few words. Under the envious eyes of everyone, Lin Moya reached the fourth floor and entered the exclusive room for senior members. The formation was activated, and Lu Shui skillfully brewed tea for Lin Moya. Then she asked in a leisurely and soft voice, I don't know what you need. You can tell me, and I will find it for you. Lin Moya smiled. Something that can kill a deist master. Lu Shui's smile froze slightly, and she instinctively asked, Sir, do you want to kill a deist master? As soon as she said this, Lu Shui immediately realized that she had asked the wrong question. Her job was to find something that met Lin Moya's requirements and complete the transaction smoothly. What Lin Moya intended to do with it was none of her business. Fortunately, Lin Moya just smiled and drank tea without answering. Lu Shui took a breath. I wonder how many realms of deists you want to kill. Lin Moya said, at least a deist master of the third realm. Lu Shui was stunned on the spot, with a difficult look on her face. After a little hesitation, she thought about the answer. If you want to kill an ordinary deist master, I do know a few treasures that can do it, but to kill a deist master of the third realm. Ordinary deists generally refer to strong people in the first realm of deists, and they are still ordinary ones. There is no special inheritance secret method and no powerful magic weapon. If there are some powerful magic weapons, the fighting power of Daozun will change drastically, and it will no longer be an ordinary Daozun. As for the strong men in the second realm of Daozun, they have already gone beyond the scope of ordinary Daozun. It is difficult for a Daozun in the first realm to fight against a Daozun in the second realm even with the help of secret methods and magic weapons. At most, it is a draw, and it is very difficult to counterattack. Lu Shui didn't expect that Lin Moya actually wanted to kill a deist master of the third realm. She really didn't know about such a magic weapon. Lin Moya looked at Lu Shui with a frown on her face and said with a smile, then let me put it another way. For example, a magic weapon that can block a deist master of the sixth realm. It doesn't need to block it all the time, just for a while. Is there such a treasure? Since there was no treasure that could kill the deist master, he changed his request to defense. As long as it could stop Zhao Dongshen's extreme sublimation, it would be enough. After all, his extreme sublimation couldn't be maintained for long. Once the time was up, Zhao Dongshen's lifespan would come to an end. Lu Shui's brows wrinkled more tightly, and the wrinkles became deeper and deeper. Lin Moya knew that it would be more difficult for her to meet his request. After a moment, Lu Shui said helplessly, Sir's request is too high. I really can't think of anything that can meet your needs. Let me ask Elder Fengqing to see if he knows. Lin Moya smiled and said, call him over and ask him in person. Lu Shui nodded and sent a message to Lu Fengqing through the formation. After a while, Lu Fengqing pushed the door and walked in. He was the formation arranger, and the formation here had no effect on him. Lu Fengqing stared at Lin Moya. Why are you here again? I tell you, my ship ticket is not refundable. He thought Lin Moya was there to refund the ticket, so of course, he couldn't agree. Lin Moya smiled and said, I'm here to buy things, but what I want, Miss Shuer doesn't have, so I asked you to come. Seeing that Lin Moya was not there to refund the ticket, Lu Fengqing's face suddenly improved a lot. What is it that even Shui can't handle? Tell me. Lu Shui immediately told Lin Moya's two requests. Lu Fengqing was shocked after hearing them. Boy, have you offended a Dao master above the third realm? Lin Moya smiled and said, he came to find me. Lu Fengqing wanted to ask why, but Lin Moya shook his head slightly and interrupted him. Don't ask why. I won't tell you even if you ask. The rules of your Chamber of Commerce are to do business without asking the reason. Faced with Lin Moya's words, Lu Fengqing didn't ask any more questions. As an elder of the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce, he naturally understood the rules. This is the iron rule of the Chamber of Commerce. Not to mention him, even those ancestors must abide by it. Lu Fengqing thought about it, and his old face wrinkled like a withered chrysanthemum. No, I can't think of such a thing. Lin Moya sighed. Miss Schwer, please ask 10 more times. Although Lu Fengqing is a Taoist master, he is not very clear about the treasures in the Chamber of Commerce. He is not mainly responsible for sales, he is most familiar with formations. Lu Shui was about to communicate through the formation, but Lu Fengqing said, let me do it. Shui's level is not enough, and the people I find are only at the same level as me. I will find you someone who can take charge. If he doesn't even know, then forget it. Lu Shui's eyes widened. Elder Fengqing, you are not looking for. Lu Fengqing laughed. Jinran is the third room. He activated the formation, and after a moment, a deep voice came from the formation. Fengqing, what do you want to find me for? Lu Fengqing's tone was a little respectful. Third ancestor, someone wants to buy some items, but Lu Shui and I don't know what can meet his needs, so I came to you on purpose. A deep voice said, items? What do you need? Lu Shui immediately told the third ancestor what Lin Moya wanted, and the third ancestor was silent and didn't say anything. After waiting for a while, thinking that there might not be such a thing, the third ancestor's voice sounded again. This ancestor wants to talk to him alone. You go out first. Chapter 2649. Chapter 2649, 2649. Chapter 2649, Great Dao Immortal Pill. Lu Fengqing and Lu Shui obediently retreated from the room. The formation in the room continued to operate, undergoing complex changes. With Lin Moya's understanding of formations, he could only grasp some general aspects. If the original formation in the room had a lock to separate the inside and the outside, now there were 10 locks, making the formation much more solid. Lin Moya estimated that even Lu Fengqing, the master of the formation, would not be able to peek into the room. The third ancestor, who controlled the formation remotely, demonstrated unimaginable expertise. A vortex appeared in front of Lin Moya, evolving into an illusory figure. The figure went from blurry to clear, finally revealing a middle-aged man with a dignified expression. Lin Moya noticed that his appearance seemed somewhat similar to Lu Fengjao. Realizing this was the third ancestor of the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce, a true big shot, he immediately bowed. Greetings, third ancestor. The third ancestor looked at Lin Moya. You must be the Lin Moya that Feng Yao mentioned, right? Lin Moya asked, is Miss Feng Yao back? The third ancestor nodded. She returned a few days ago. Lin Moya inquired, is Sister Feng Yao well? She should be in the Daozun realm now. The third ancestor nodded. Although she has reached the Daozun realm, she still needs to stabilize her realm and cannot move for the time being. But Feng Yao admires you greatly and has spoken highly of you. Lin Moya said, I'm just fortunate. Sister Feng Yao favors me. The third ancestor replied, you don't need to be modest. Reaching the heavenly venerable realm in just over 2,000 years is enough to prove your talent. And I see that you have strong luck. Your future achievements will be limitless. But tell me about the deist venerable you want to kill. I don't need the reason, just the specifics so I can choose the appropriate treasure for you. Lin Moya organized his thoughts. There is a deist venerable who has lived for more than 2 million years. He once sealed himself. Before sealing, he should have reached the 6th realm of deist venerable, or even stronger. Now he has broken the seal and is coming to kill me. The third ancestor's eyebrows tightened slightly. A deist venerable who has lived for 2 million years actually sacrificed his lifespan to break the seal and come out to kill you. He looked at Lin Moya. So you are the son of Taiyan who has been making waves recently. Lin Moya was stunned for a moment, then smiled bitterly. This kind of person was really hard to fool. With just a few clues, he could guess a lot of information immediately. His identity as the son of Taiyan was exposed. Lin Moya did not deny it. Senior has a keen eye. The third ancestor laughed. It's not difficult to guess. If someone like this breaks the seal, the loss is unimaginable. Since they did this, there must be something more important. And for them, nothing is more important than luck. Luck can increase their lifespan and reduce the loss of self-sealing. With your identity as the son of Taiyan and your own luck, as long as you are killed, the deist master can not only make up for the loss of breaking the seal but also live at least 300,000 years longer. At their level, living one more year is precious, let alone 300,000 years. Lin Moya found that the third ancestor seemed to enjoy talking and spoke in detail. He could only listen obediently and let the third ancestor speak comfortably first. After the third ancestor finished speaking, he pointed his finger, and a projection appeared in front of Lin Moya. I thought about it, and these treasures may be suitable for you. Take a look. Many treasures were revealed in the projection, and Lin Moya could focus on them to get detailed information. Shooting Sky Sword, a one-time magic weapon in the Daozun realm, driven by a 7th level fine origin crystal, it can instantly burst out power beyond the Daozun master realm. Price, 50,000 master level fine origin crystals. Sealing Heaven Array, a 7th level array, which can cover a piece of heaven and earth, and everyone on the array cannot leave. It lasts for 1 hour. Price, 60,000 3rd level fine origin crystals. Soul-destroying needle, a one-time magic weapon in the Daazun realm, which can severely damage the soul of a Daazun third-level strongman. Price, 60,000 third-level fine origin crystals. Heavenly Dao Clothes, imitation, a one-time magic weapon of Daozun realm, which can block the attacks of Daozun 4 realms after use, and the duration is 10 minutes. The more violent the attack, the shorter the duration. Price, 80,000 level fine origin crystals. These treasures were designed to deal with strongmen of the third realm of Daozun, ensuring a kill. But the prices were also shocking. For example, the price of the sky shooting sword was 50,000 third-level fine origin crystals. Even the Yin family at the time couldn't afford it. Lin Moyo could certainly afford it. When Infinite Fusion completed the fusion of the origin crystals, he would have 2,000 7th-level fine origin crystals, equivalent to 20 million third-level fine origin crystals. Only 50,000 was no problem. Even with a wave of his hand, it would not be a problem to take all the treasures the third ancestor brought out. But Lin Moyo couldn't do that. If he did, it would immediately arouse the third ancestor's suspicion. No one could take out so many origin crystals at will, even if Lin Moyo robbed a holy place. Moreover, these things could only deal with the strongmen of the third realm of Daozun and seemed useless for the fourth realm of Daozun. Lin Moyo was puzzled. It seems not enough to only deal with Daozun 3 realms. The third ancestor said, "There is no way. You are only Tinzun now, and it is the limit to be able to use such a treasure. You should know that any treasure has limitations and will also have backlash. If you are given a stronger treasure, you can't bear the backlash at all, and you may die before killing the opponent." The words of the third ancestor made Lin Moya's eyes light up. "You mean, if I am in the Daozun realm, I can have a way?" The third ancestor shook his head. The strongmen in the fourth realm of Daozun are different from those in the third realm. Starting from the fourth realm, Daozun will master a magic, the heavenly Dao True Body. When they use the Dao True Body, their combat power will instantly increase hundreds of times. In the state of the Dao True Body, it is not easy to kill them. Even if you become a Daozun, it is unlikely that you can use treasures to cross levels and kill Daozun 4 realms or above. But if you really become a Daozun, there are treasures that can save your life. The other party's extreme sublimation will not last too long, at most about 10 minutes. Lin Moyo immediately asked, "Excuse me, third ancestor, what is the treasure?" The third ancestor pointed a finger and projected a pill. The pill was black and round, with nothing special about it, but its effect shocked Lin Moyo. When Lin Moyo saw the pill information, he was sure that it was what he wanted. Dao Immortal Pill. After taking it, you can temporarily merge with the immortal Dao, keeping the body and soul immortal, and ignoring any attack. It lasts for 10 minutes and can be used above the Daozun realm. Price, 100,000 third-level fine origin crystals. Chapter 2650. Chapter 2650, 2650. Chapter 2650, it's him, how could it be him? When Lin Moyo saw the Dao Immortal Pill, he knew it was exactly what he needed. The price of 100,000 origin crystals was steep, but he had to buy it. For others, the Dao Immortal Pill guaranteed survival for 10 minutes. For Lin Moyo, it might have other uses, though he wasn't sure yet and needed to test it. Even if his idea couldn't be realized, just blocking an attack for 10 minutes was enough. Lin Moyo asked cautiously, "Senior third ancestor, how many Dao Immortal Pills do you have?" The third ancestor laughed. "My friend, you seem quite wealthy." Lin Moyo knew that some things were hard to hide. The number of origin crystals he possessed exceeded that of many Dao masters. Even heavenly masters from powerful forces were far less wealthy than him. Hearing the third ancestor's words, he knew he had aroused suspicion. Lin Moyo said softly, "It's all thanks to a few adventures that I have some wealth." The third ancestor smiled. "There are 2 Dao Immortal Pills in total. As a senior member, you get a 20% discount. That will be 160,000 third-level origin crystals. Although I shouldn't ask, this ancestor is very interested in your adventures. If you are willing, can you tell me in private to satisfy my curiosity?" The third ancestor had already spoken, and Lin Moyo knew he had to find an excuse. Otherwise, it would be difficult to pass this level. Although the third ancestor was polite to him for Lu Fengjiao's sake, if he knew some of Lin Moyo's secrets, he would kill him without hesitation for his treasures. This was an old fox, and not easy to fool. Fortunately, Lin Moyo had a draft in mind and remained calm. "Since the senior wants to hear it, then I will tell you. The first adventure was the Sea Boundary Order. At that time, I was appreciated by the king of the Sea Boundary and received some rewards, including a lot of origin crystals." Lin Moyo believed that Lu Fengjiao must have told the third ancestor about the Sea Boundary Order, so it would not be a mistake to mention it. However, the Sea Boundary Order alone was not enough to convince the third ancestor. The third ancestor laughed. "Your performance in the Sea Boundary Order was indeed excellent. The king of the Sea Boundary also appreciates you, and it is reasonable to give you more rewards." Lin Moyo continued, "The second adventure is still related to the king of the Sea Boundary. I became a heavenly venerable in the Sea Boundary. When I became a heavenly venerable, I happened to meet a senior. Later, the king of the Sea Boundary found out and gave me a lot of things." The third ancestor seemed very interested. "What senior?" Lin Moyo shook his head. "I don't know that senior either. I only know that he likes to wear green robes and ride a green cow." The third ancestor frowned immediately. He did not recognize the identity of the person Lin Moyo described. Lin Moyo's words were half true and half false, making it difficult to distinguish. Lin Moyo continued, "The third adventure was in the Tinlii Mountains. At that time, I mistakenly entered the depths of the Tinlii Mountains and had some adventures there. The 8th level origin spirit stone that I obtained before was from the Tinlii Mountains. The third ancestor looked at Lin Moyu, trying to discern the truth of his words. Among the 3 adventures, 1 and 3 were true, while the second was half true and half false. Coupled with Lin Moya's superb acting skills, even a deity would find it hard to distinguish. After a few moments, the third ancestor asked, "Is Senior Tin Li okay?" Lin Moya's heart skipped a beat. It turned out that the third ancestor knew about Taoist Tin Li. He immediately said, "It turns out that the senior also knows Brother Tin Li. Brother Tin Li is safe and is preparing to impact that mysterious realm again." The third ancestor said, "In fact, from the moment you took out the 8th level Thunder Attribute Origin Crystal, I knew that you had a close relationship with Senior Tin Li. Okay, I won't make things difficult for you, and I won't take your 160,000 Origin Crystals. Based on your answer just now, 3 adventures, each worth 10,000, so I will take 130,000 Origin Crystals from you." Lin Moyu immediately said, "Except for the Dao Immortal Pill, I don't want to buy the Heavenly Dao clothes tonight." "Yes." The third ancestor agreed without any hesitation. Lin Moyu asked again, "Senior third ancestor, I wonder if you can sell body parts." The third ancestor frowned. "Body parts?" Lin Moyu said, "The body parts of Daozun realm. I have a secret method that requires the use of body parts." The third ancestor shook his head. "Currently, there are none. After the death of strong men above the 4th realm of Daozun, their bodies will be taken away by the Dao. Unless some special means are used, it is difficult to obtain them. But if you need it, this ancestor can post a task for you in the Chamber of Commerce, and maybe you will have a chance to get it in the future." Lin Moyu immediately said shamelessly, "Then I'll trouble you, third ancestor." 2 spots of light flew out of the vortex behind the third ancestor, a pill bottle containing 2 Dao Immortal Pills and a nearly transparent treasured garment, the Heavenly Dao Garment. The third ancestor said, "Dao Immortal Pills are 130,000, and the Heavenly Dao Garment is 64,000, a total of 194,000. I'll round it up to 200,000. Lin Moyu was stunned. How could this be so? How could this rounding be reversed? 194,000 directly to 200,000. Speechless, but Lin Moyu did not bargain and happily took out 27th level exquisite origin crystals. The third ancestor took it with a smile. "Little guy, you seem quite happy. It seems you are really wealthy." Lin Moyu smiled bitterly. "Junior is really distressed. Senior, please stop joking with me." The third ancestor said, "Since you are so happy, I will give you a small reward." The power of the great Dao surged from the third ancestor's fingertips, condensing into a light spot, which flew into Lin Moyu's hand. "There is a piece of information inside. Take a good look at it after you go back. It may be useful." Lin Moyu put away the light spot and immediately saluted the third ancestor. "Thank you, third ancestor." The third ancestor waved his hand. "Okay, you can go now. I am leaving too. By the way, remember to tell Shui girl that this deal is on her head." The third ancestor disappeared, and the formation in the room stopped. Lin Moyu left the room and saw Lu Shui and Lu Fengqing waiting outside. As soon as Lin Moyu came out, the two asked about the situation in unison. Lin Moyu only said that he had bought the things he needed from the third ancestor. When Lu Shui knew that this deal was on her head, she was so excited that she almost hugged Lin Moyu. Lu Fengqing asked, "What did you buy from the third ancestor?" Lin Moyu laughed. "You can ask him yourself and find out." Of course, he wouldn't tell. Lu Fengqing was so angry that his teeth itched. Asking the third ancestor? Could he do such a thing that breaks the rules? It was just uncomfortable. In a mysterious place, the third ancestor slowly opened his eyes. "The old man in green riding a green cow, I seem to have heard of it somewhere." He said to the void, "Zero, check the information of the old man in green riding a green cow." A soft voice immediately sounded in the void. "Yes." The third ancestor whispered, "Smelly boy, I hope you are not lying to me." After a few seconds, the soft voice sounded again in the void. "The information has been found." The third ancestor immediately checked the information, then his eyes widened, and the next second he closed the information in panic. It turned out to be him. How could it be him? This kid, he's actually related to that guy. No, I can't think about it, I can't think about it. The third ancestor seemed frightened and even a little incoherent. Chapter 2651. Chapter 2651, 2651. Chapter 2651, take it out and show it to me. It was already noon when Lin Moyu left Lufeng Chamber of Commerce. He did not return to the courtyard, but went to the Master of Refining. He wanted to find a Master of Refining at level 5 or above to repair his Origin shuttle. In the Origin continent, whether one has a suitable means of transportation makes a huge difference. It is very important for both saving time and ensuring safety. Means of transportation also have various functions. Some are powerful in combat, some excel in defense, and some have special abilities. Just like the best means of transportation in the chaotic zone is the Feiyun boat. But once you leave the chaotic zone, the Feiyun boat loses its advantage completely. The Origin shuttle is a means of transportation left by the Tiantian sect. It is very fast, far exceeding the Feiyun boat. Except for some special places, the role of the Origin shuttle is also far superior to the Feiyun boat. Lu Fengjao had said before that in the Master of Refining Guild in big cities, 063 could find a Master of Refining at level 5 or above to repair the Origin shuttle. The scale of the Master of Refining building looks even more magnificent than that of Lufeng Chamber of Commerce. This organization, composed of countless weapon refining masters, has many powerful experts within. Those top weapon refining masters are all in the Grandmasters Association, and there are also strong individuals in the 5th and 6th realms of Daazun. But the Weapon Refining Grandmasters Association is only a 5-star force, not even 6 stars. The reason is that it is a relatively loose organization, and the weapon refining masters in it also come from other forces. There are not many strong people who truly belong to the Weapon Refining Grandmasters Association. There are also the Talisman Master Association, the Formation Master Association, etc. in a similar situation. But under normal circumstances, no one dares to provoke them. Even the Holy Lands are unwilling to offend them, otherwise they would become enemies of weapon refining masters across the world. People came and went in front of the Weapon Refining Grandmasters Association, and Lin Moyo followed the crowd inside. He is not a senior member here, and he has no special privileges. The layout of the Grandmasters Association is somewhat similar to that of the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce. There are also counters filled with various magic weapons. They are all magic weapons, and only magic weapons. There is nothing else. Each magic weapon is clearly marked with a price, and the level and function are clearly stated. At the same time, it does not state which weapon refiner made it. These magic weapons are all from the weapon refiners in the Grand Master Association. The weapon refiners have regulations that magic weapons not made by the weapon refiners in the Grand Master Association are not allowed to be sold here. Lin Moyo looked around and then walked towards the second floor. The first floor is where magic weapons are sold, and the second floor is where the refiners take business. There are many weapon refinery rooms on the second floor. Standing outside, you can see weapon refiners working inside. There are special guards outside each weapon refinery room. The weapon refiners will accept a few outer disciples, who can be used to guard the door and handle some daily affairs. For example, whether a deal can be accepted, what the approximate price is, etc. The weapon refiners are very busy, especially those above the master level. How could they have the leisure time to discuss business with others? If they meet someone with good qualifications, they will accept them as personal disciples and pass on their skills. Outside the refining rooms, the names, levels, and areas of expertise of the refiners are also written. In short, the main goal is to be open and transparent, saving a lot of time. Lin Moyo walked through the refining rooms and finally stopped in front of one of them. He looked at the information hanging outside the refining room. Lin Huguang, a 6th level refining master, is mainly skilled at refining flying magic weapons. He has the same surname as me, let's choose him. A young man who was only in the True God realm was sitting outside the weapon refining room. When he saw Lin Moyo coming, he immediately stood up and said, "Senior, are you here to see Master Lin?" Lin Moyo nodded. "Yes, I wonder when Master Lin will be free." The young man said, "Master Lin is refining now. I was told before that it will take about 5 hours. Then the young man quickly calculated, "It has been more than 4 hours now, it should be soon." "I don't know what the senior wants to refine, you can tell me first." Lin Moyo nodded. "I want to find Master Lin to repair a flying magic weapon." The young man continued to ask, wondering what level of flying magic weapon the senior wanted to repair. Lin Moyo said, "An origin shuttle, but I don't know what level it is." Origin shuttle. The young man looked embarrassed, obviously he had never heard of this magic weapon. Lin Moyo looked at the young man in front of him who was only in the True God realm, with a faint smile. "Master Lin should know, I will ask him directly." The young man nodded. "Okay, senior, tell Master Lin directly." Lin Moyo calculated the time. He must go back before the Taiyan origin appears, otherwise he will cause unnecessary trouble. Looking at the room, Lin Huguang was busy refining the weapon. His movements were skillful, like art. Although Lin Moyo didn't know much about refining, he could tell that this master of refining had extraordinary skills just by looking at Lin Huguang's movements. Lin Moyo thought of Old Yen. Maybe in the future, Old Yen can also become an excellent refiner. There is no shortage of talents in the big world. What is lacking is opportunity. As long as they are given a chance, they can soar into the sky. There is a small formation inside and outside the refining room. People outside can see what is happening in the refining room, but the sound cannot be transmitted, and the master of refining inside will not be disturbed. If the refining items are very important, the refiners can also close the door and not allow anyone to watch. Time passed unknowingly. After Lin Moyo waited for about an hour, Lin Huguang finally finished. A boat-shaped magic weapon that looked extremely delicate had been refined. It seemed to be a flying magic weapon of the Tianzun realm, which should be of extraordinary value. However, Lin Huguang did not seem very satisfied. A moment later, the formation in the refining room disappeared, and Lin Huguang walked out. "Greetings, Master Lin." Lin Moyo saluted Lin Huguang very politely. Lin Huguang is a Taoist master, Soizun realm. Whether he is called a master or a senior, there will be no problem. Lin Huguang nodded. "Young man, you want to refine a magic weapon?" Lin Moyo said, "Not to refine, but to repair a flying magic weapon." At this time, the young man next to him immediately told Lin Huguang about Lin Moyo wanting to repair the origin shuttle. When he heard origin shuttle, Lin Huguang's eyes lit up. His eyes became sharp and bright, and he looked at Lin Moyo with a piercing gaze. "Do you have an origin shuttle?" Lin Moyo said, "I got one by chance, but it's damaged and needs repairing." Lin Huguang immediately said, "Take it out for me to see." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately changed his words and said, "Let's talk inside." As he said that, he pulled Lin Moyo into the refining room, and the door of the refining room slammed shut, and the formation was activated synchronously, isolating the inside and the outside. The young man was stunned on the spot. Master Lin, what's wrong? I've never seen Master Lin so excited. What on earth is this Origin shuttle? Not only was he stunned, Lin Moya was also a little surprised. It's just a damaged Origin shuttle, is it necessary to be so excited? But the Master Lin Huoguang standing in front of him was trembling with excitement. Young man, take it out for me to see. Chapter 2652. Chapter 2652, 2652. Chapter 2652, because we both have the last name Lin. As soon as Lin Moya took out the Origin shuttle, Lin Huoguang's eyes flashed, and the Origin shuttle was already in his hands. Master Lin Huoguang was very excited. If his tone had not been polite, Lin Moya would have thought he was going to snatch it. He had already started examining it, but it was not considered snatching for the time being. Lin Huoguang looked at the Origin shuttle carefully, and his whole body was trembling. A Daozun could become like this, which showed how excited he was at the moment. Lin Moya also noticed that he was more excited than before, and the degree of trembling became more and more intense, with his eyeballs almost falling out. Lin Moya wanted to say, "Please calm down, senior," but after thinking about it, he decided it was better not to disturb him. After more than 10 minutes, Lin Huoguang's mood finally stabilized a little. "Where did you get this Origin shuttle?" Lin Moya frowned slightly and did not answer immediately. He thought to himself, "This seems to be none of your business." Lin Huoguang suddenly shook his head and said, "It doesn't matter where you got it. I just asked casually. You don't need to pay attention. I tell you, this Origin shuttle should have been a third-level Daoist master before it was damaged. It is seriously damaged. Even if it is repaired, it will only be restored to the first level of Daoist master. If you are unlucky, it will fall to the supreme level." Lin Moya didn't expect that the Origin shuttle was originally a magic weapon of the third level of Daoist master. This level is really high. Lin Huoguang looked very conflicted, as if he was struggling in his heart. After a while, he sighed and said, "I am only a 6th level refining master. Although I can repair this Origin shuttle, I am not sure that it can be restored to the Daoist realm. If you go to a 7th level refining master, they should be able to restore the Origin shuttle to the Daoist realm." When saying this, Lin Huoguang gave Lin Moya a feeling of heartache, and he seemed reluctant to let go. Lin Moya could see that he wanted to repair the Origin shuttle himself, but just as he said, he was not sure that he could restore it to the Daozun realm. Lin Moya asked, "I have a question. I don't know why you were so excited just now. I'm a little curious. I wonder if you can tell me." Lin Huoguang chuckled, "What's wrong with that? I've been stuck at the 6th level for many years, and I'm always one step away from the 7th level. If we refiners want to advance, we need to refine magic weapons of the corresponding level. I just need to refine a magic weapon of the Daozun realm, refining again and again, failing again and again, always a little short. This Origin shuttle of yours was once a Daozun 3 level 1. If it can be repaired, it will be a rare learning experience for me. I am 80% sure that by repairing this Origin shuttle, I can take this step and be promoted to the 7th level refining master. But, I have principles and cannot damage the magic weapon for selfish reasons. You can go to the 7th level refining master to repair it, and I will find another way." Lin Huoguang's words were very honest, and Lin Moya was also a little moved. Lin Moya said, "No need, please repair the Origin shuttle for me." Lin Huoguang whispered, "You know, I only have 60% confidence at most, and I want to repair it to the Supreme Dao realm." Lin Moya smiled, "No problem, 60% confidence is high enough." Lin Huoguang looked at Lin Moya, and his eyes showed excitement again. "Why?" Lin Moya smiled, "No reason. If there must be a reason, it is because we both have the last name Lin." Lin Huoguang was stunned for a moment, and then suddenly laughed out loud. "Your reason is good, I like it very much. In that case, I will not charge you any fees. The reason is also very simple, we both have the last name Lin." Lin Moya was sincere, and Lin Huoguang was also sincere. The two sincere people hit it off. Lin Moya handed the Origin shuttle to Lin Huoguang, and Lin Huoguang estimated that it would take about 7 days. The two agreed that Lin Moya would come back in 7 days. When leaving the Grandmasters Association, Lin Moya felt a little strange. Communication between people is so magical. Although he and Lin Huoguang had just met, it seemed like they had known each other for many years. Does this count as being like-minded? When Lin Moya returned to the yard, there was still some time before night. What surprised him was that the two girls, Xiao and Xiaoyu, had already returned. There were a lot of things in the yard, all kinds of toys and a lot of snacks. These snacks were strange and came from all over the place. Yujian City is a big city, and there are many merchants who come here to do business in transit, which also brings specialties from all over the Origin continent. Some merchants not only do business with the human race, but they also sell things from the human race to the demon race, and then bring things from the demon race back to sell among the human race. When Xiaowu saw Lin Moya, she exclaimed, "Master, look, we bought a lot of things today." Lin Moya smiled and said, "I see. Are the Origin crystals I gave you enough?" Xiaowu nodded and said, "Enough, enough. These things are not expensive." Indeed, they were not expensive, they were just small things. Lin Moya naturally didn't care, as long as the little girl was happy. Today he had experienced that the public security in Yujian City was quite good. There were a large number of people from the Hanshui Holy Land who continued to patrol here. Basically, there would be no trouble, so he could let them play in the city without worry. Xiaoyu ran over and handed a piece of exquisite cake to Lin Moya, saying sweetly, "Master, this mooncake is delicious." Lin Moya smiled and took a bite, feeling the taste on the tip of his tongue. Soft, glutinous, fresh, and sweet. Really good. Xiaoyu laughed. "Master likes it. Lin Moya touched her head and said, "Play by yourself." Lin Moya came to the table and wiped it casually, and a set of tea sets appeared on the table. The tea set flew up automatically and began to brew tea. Lin Moya took out the light spot given by the third ancestor and looked at it carefully. The light spot was enlarged in his sight, revealing its true appearance. There was something similar to a rune inside the light spot. Lin Moya could see that it was not a rune, but a Dao pattern. The third ancestor used his own Dao pattern to condense this light spot. The light spot contains strands of the power of the Great Dao. Without external objects, the Great Dao takes shape, Lin Moya said softly. This is the ability of the Dao Zun, using the power of the Great Dao to create things out of thin air. In fact, Lin Moya could also use the power of the law to create things out of thin air, but the things created could not exist for a long time. The third ancestor used the power of the Great Dao to form Dao patterns, so that the things created could be preserved for a long time, even thousands of years. The inconspicuous light spot on the fingertips recorded a piece of information. Originally, it should have been carried by an artifact such as a jade plate, but the third ancestor directly used his own power of the Great Dao to carry it, and the level was much more advanced. Lin Moya looked at it for a moment, and at his current level, he still couldn't understand the Dao pattern. The soul force moved slightly and communicated with the light spot. The light spot immediately flew into Lin Moya's brow and turned into a stream of information entering his soul. Chapter 2653. Chapter 2653, 2653. Chapter 2653, You can't go over there. There wasn't much information recorded in the light spot, but it surprised Lin Moya a little. The information was related to the Jade Sword. There are a total of 72 swords like the Jade Sword on the Origin continent. These 72 swords are distributed across 4 continents and were left by a powerful predecessor, collectively known as the 72 Origin Swords. No one knows how long the 72 Origin Swords have stood between heaven and earth. From the earliest records, it has been more than 10 million years. The sword that existed 10 million years ago has always stood firm, giving Lin Moya a sense of vastness. He had not really seen the Jade Sword. Only by getting within 100 miles of the Jade Sword could he truly feel its unique aura. No one knew whether the predecessor who inserted the 72 Origin Swords into the Origin continent had passed away. However, there is a legend that has been circulating on the Origin continent for thousands of years. It says that as long as you can get the 72 Origin Swords and become their master, you can control the entire Origin continent. Of course, this is just a legend, and most people do not believe it. From ancient times to now, for countless years, there has never been a true master of the Origin continent. Even legendary figures have not been able to become the master of the Origin continent. Some people even believe that there will never be a master of the Origin continent. Lin Moya doesn't care about these legends, he cares more about practical things. What the third ancestor told him was practical. In Yujian City, there are 2 most practical things. One is to climb the ice tower of the corresponding realm to prove yourself and have the qualifications to join the Ice Holy Land. The second is to get the recognition of the Jade Sword. If you want to get the recognition of the Jade Sword, the method is simple: get close to the Jade Sword. As long as you can get within 10 kilometers of the Jade Sword, you can get its recognition and receive a reward. The reward of the Jade Sword is an Origin Sword energy, which can help practitioners break through bottlenecks. Unfortunately, each practitioner can only get one reward. The most important thing is that this Origin Sword energy can be used at any time, such as when a Tianzun breaks through to Daizun, and it will have unexpected effects. This information is public, and Lin Moya could know it if he wanted to, but the information given by the third ancestor is deeper. He told Lin Moya that the closer he gets, the stronger the Origin Sword energy he will receive. How to get close depends on the Heart of Tao. A strong Heart of Tao is the key to getting close to the Jade Sword, and it has nothing to do with the realm of cultivation. Some people, who are only Tianzun, go further than Daizun, but that is a very small number, and those people will eventually become powerful Daizun. Many people approach the Jade Sword ignorantly, only knowing to fight against it, knowing the result but not the reason. The little information from the third ancestor helped Lin Moya solve some confusion. Additionally, there is another very important piece of information that the third ancestor mentioned, which may be useful. The Origin Sword energy obtained can not only help oneself break through bottlenecks but also burst out. If the Origin Sword energy obtained is strong enough, it can burst out with amazing power and even kill strong men above the 4th realm of Daizun. Treasures can hardly kill strong men above the 4th level of Daozun, but the Origin Sword energy of the Jade Sword can do it. Lin Moya digested the information given by the third ancestor and said to himself, so, as long as I get close enough to the Jade Sword and get strong enough Origin Sword energy, I will have a chance to use this sword energy to injure or even kill Zhao Dongxing. But using the Origin Sword energy to kill someone is too wasteful. After all, there is only one chance, and no one can get a second Origin Sword energy. There are 72 Origin Swords, but there is only one Origin Sword energy. As long as I get it from the Jade Sword, I will not be able to get the Origin Sword energy from other Origin Swords. No matter what, let's get it first. It's better to have it than not to have it. It can be used everywhere. Lin Moya finally decided to get the Origin Sword energy of the Jade Sword. No matter whether it is useful or not, he would get it first. If his life is gone, then no Origin Sword energy will be useful. The Taiyan Origin appeared in the air and took the place of the Sun Origin. The Taiyan Talisman lit up between Lin Moya's eyebrows, and the Taiyan Talisman sparkled, adding 3 points of mystery to Lin Moya. He did not go to the Jade Sword immediately. If he wanted to go, he would wait until the Taiyan Origin left tomorrow. Lin Moya drank tea slowly, his consciousness sinking into the big world, and the three of them communicated. The human emperor had sorted out the situation of the major sects in Nanzhou. Lin Moya was digesting and absorbing this information. Gradually, he became more and more familiar with the situation in Nanzhou. In addition to some secret information, he knew everything about the major sects and families in Nanzhou. The human emperor established a complete database for analysis, and the final result confirmed that Nanzhou was indeed no longer suitable for establishing new forces. With this information, the human emperor and Lin Moya discussed and began to formulate the next plan. They wanted to gain a foothold in the origin continent, and the best choice was indeed Dongzhou. Only the chaotic Dongzhou had the soil to breed new forces. After discussing for a night, a preliminary plan took shape. Next, the human emperor would improve the plan and start making corresponding preparations. This is a very complicated project, not only related to Lin Moya but also involving countless powerful people in the entire world. In the human emperor's plan, there are no less than 10,000 people involved, and each person must be carefully selected. In this regard, Lin Moya did not interfere. This was the strength of the human emperor. He could just be a hands-off shopkeeper. Before leaving, he would see if he could buy some technological magic weapons to make the human emperor stronger. Old Star is still more troublesome. I don't know what to do. Old Star's existence is too special. Lin Moya couldn't think of a solution for a while. He could only think about it in the future. When the Sun Origin appeared, Lin Moya went to the Jade Sword as soon as possible. No matter when and where, Jade Sword City is always bustling. People in each area are brought to life by Jade Sword City. Lin Moya walked through the streets of Jade Sword City and walked out of the back gate. Then he saw a huge formation. The formation was arranged along the 100-kilometer range of the Jade Sword, forming a huge semicircle, connecting the chaotic zone. If you want to get close to the Jade Sword, you can only go through the formation. The Jade Sword is connected to the Dao Sword at the other end of the chaotic zone, and there is sword energy running through each other. If you come from the chaotic zone, you will face the sword energy of the Jade Sword, which is not a joke. A Daozun once lost his life because of it. The reason why Hanshui Holy Land arranged the formation is because it wants to make money. All those who want to get close to the Jade Sword must pay a toll to the Hanshui Holy Land. Each person is charged 100 third-order ordinary origin crystals each time. The price is a bit expensive, but this is the rule set by the Hanshui Holy Land. This rule alone has blocked most of the districts, and the Hanshui Holy Land has made a lot of money just by charging this fee. If you don't want to pay, you can only face the extremely dangerous sword energy. Most people will choose to pay to pass. No one is willing to risk their lives for 100 third-order ordinary origin crystals. There are many people going to the Jade Sword. Lin Moya lined up in front of the passage and was about to pay the toll when he was stopped by someone. You can't go over there. Chapter 2654. Chapter 2654, 2654. Chapter 2654, where are you? I'm coming. Lin Moya frowned slightly. It was clear the other party was targeting him deliberately. When he was still in the queue, he had noticed the other party looking at him several times. The seemingly casual glances were full of ridicule. The person wore a robe with the logo of Hanshui Holy Land. From the aura he exuded, it was evident he was a Daoist master from Hanshui Holy Land. In this territory, no one dared to provoke a Daoist master from Hanshui Holy Land. Lin Moya was certain he did not know this Daoist master, and although the master had stopped him, it was clear he did not know Lin Moya either. Someone must have instructed him to do this, Lin Moya thought. But how did he know to stop me specifically? Lin Moya's thoughts raced, and he immediately realized it was likely related to Zhao Dongxing. Although Zhao Dongxing had not acted against him in Yujian City, he must have planted a mark on him. Zhao Dongxing probably guessed he might go to the Jade Sword and instructed the Daoist master of Hanshui Holy Land to prevent him from going there. Zhao Dongxing's plan was clear. He wanted to ensure Lin Moya could not leave Yujian City. If Lin Moya left, Zhao Dongxing would take action. This way, Lin Moya would lose the chance to obtain the Origin Sword energy. Without the Origin Sword energy, he could not use it to threaten Zhao Dongxing. Old fox. Lin Moya cursed in his heart. This old fox, who had lived for 1,000,000 years, was truly meticulous. Although he had guessed it, Lin Moya still asked, "Why did the senior stop me?" The Daoist master from Hanshui Holy Land chuckled, "No reason, just don't want you to go." He was very unreasonable, and without any explanation, he told Lin Moya directly in a domineering manner. Lin Moya frowned and said, "I'm afraid it's unreasonable for the senior to do this." The other party laughed, "You are a mere Tinzun, and you dare to reason with me here? Don't forget your identity. Here, the words of a Daoist master are the reason. Get out. If you dare to say another word of nonsense, I will kill you directly." This unreasonable Daoist master was not the first Lin Moya had encountered. However, from his eyes, Lin Moya could see that the other party was not truly unreasonable. There was shrewdness hidden in his eyes, and even a hint of murderous intent. Lin Moya's heart skipped a beat. He is deliberately provoking me. If I make the first move or insult him, he can justifiably attack me. Even the Daoist elders of Hanshui Holy Land must abide by the rules in Yujian City. He could not take the initiative to attack Lin Moya if he had not made any mistakes. The rules of Hanshui Holy Land were very strict, and no one could violate them. If Lin Moya made the first move or insulted him with rude words, then the Daoist master could attack him openly. The Daoist master could not be insulted, especially not a Daoist master from Hanshui Holy Land. However, Lin Moya also knew that the other party would definitely not kill him. At most, he would seriously injure him and then throw him out of Yujian City. The one who would ultimately kill him would be Zhao Dongxing. Lin Moya was not angry but smiled instead. "I wonder what your name is, senior." The other party was surprised by Lin Moya's attitude and said coldly, "What qualifications do you have to ask my name? Get out of here, you are in the way." Lin Moya was still not angry and just smiled. "It's Zhao Dongxing, right?" Suddenly, the Daoist master's smile froze, but only for less than half a second before he shouted, "What are you talking about? Get out!" Although he didn't admit it, Lin Moya already knew the answer from his expression. It was indeed Zhao Dongxing who had bribed the other party to prevent him from getting the origin sword energy. Zhao Dongxing had left the Wanling mark on him and then told the Daoist master of Hanshui Holy Land how to sense the mark, ensuring Lin Moya could not go there and eliminating his last chance of a comeback. As for the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce, Zhao Dongxing must have known about it but couldn't interfere due to the importance of the Chamber of Commerce. He knew that no matter what treasure Lin Moya obtained there, it would not pose any threat to strong men above the fourth realm of Daozun. So Zhao Dongxing didn't stop him from going to the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce because he didn't need to. Only the origin sword energy was a variable, and Zhao Dongxing would not let him go there. Zhao Dongxing even wanted to take the opportunity to get him out of Yujian City and kill him. Lin Moya left, and he left very cleanly, which surprised the other party. The Daoist master of Hanshui Holy Land looked at Lin Moya's receding figure. This kid is really extraordinary. He is not angry even at this level. But it doesn't matter. Just don't let him go. At this time, another Daoist master of Hanshui Holy Land said beside him, "Elder Mu, you drove people away in public like this. Aren't you afraid of being punished by the Holy Land?" Elder Mu sneered, "Even if there is a punishment, how heavy can it be? This elder has done nothing but dislike him. This elder has a bad temper. If you want to punish him, then punish him." Their voices were heard by Lin Moya, who thought to himself, he is surnamed Mu, an elder of a different surname, but he is quite courageous. Now he was very familiar with Hanshui Holy Land and knew that there were two types of elders in Hanshui Holy Land. One type had the surname Gu, such as Gu Nianhai, who was an elder of the Gu family. The other type was the elders of other surnames. Although they were also elders, their actual power was far less than that of the elders of the original surname. Hanshui Holy Land was, after all, the holy land of the Gu family, and power was naturally concentrated in their own hands. But after all, he was an elder, and he would not be punished too severely for doing something like today. Compared with the benefits given by Zhao Dongxing, a mere punishment was definitely nothing. He could use excuses such as a bad mood or bad temper. Lin Moya sneered, "Your punishment will not be so light." He had now figured out all the situations in Nanzhou and knew the various rules of the different forces. Each force had its own rules. Only by knowing the rules could you know how to play this game. Since Zhao Dongxing could bribe Elder Mu, Lin Moya could also think of a way to deal with it. The solution Lin Moya thought of was very simple: find someone. Back in the yard, Lin Moya took out the private jade card given by Gu Hanyu and activated the Dao Thought in the card with his soul. Through the Dao Thought, Lin Moya could directly communicate with Gu Hanyu across billions of miles. In fact, without the jade card, Lin Moya could also contact Gu Hanyu through Lian Lizzie, but it was more troublesome, and it was more labor-saving to use the jade card. Is the lady here? The influence of Lian Lizzie was getting deeper and deeper. Lin Moya had really regarded Gu Hanyu as his wife. After a few breaths, Gu Hanyu's voice sounded from the jade card, "I'm here." The sound of "I'm here" was full of tenderness. Obviously, Gu Hanyu was also strongly influenced by Lian Lizzie, otherwise, with her personality, she would never speak in this tone. Lin Moya said, "I have something to tell you." After a few breaths, Gu Hanyu's beautiful voice sounded again, "Go ahead." Lin Moya said, "A Daoist wants to kill me. Where are you? I'll come over." Chapter 2655. Chapter 2655, 2655. Chapter 2655, I'm going to kill Zhao Dongxing now. Gu Hanyu didn't even ask who wanted to kill Lin Moya, let alone the other party's realm. She directly asked where Lin Moya was, indicating her eagerness to come over and help. Lin Moya could imagine the look of eagerness to save her husband. He smiled and said, No, I can handle it myself, but I have something to tell you." Gu Hanyu's voice turned serious. "Who wants to kill you?" Lin Moya replied, "Zhao Dongxing from the Dao sect." After a moment of silence, Gu Hanyu asked again, "Zhao Dongxing from 2 million years ago?" Lin Moya confirmed, "Yes, it's that old guy who broke the seal to kill me." Gu Hanyu's voice grew colder. "It seems they know you are the son of Taiyin." Lin Moya's tone was relaxed. "Actually, I'm very curious how they knew I was the son of Taiyin. When I first met Zhao Dongxing, he wasn't completely sure it was me." Gu Hanyu explained, "Zhao Dongxing comprehended the way of all spirits. He dissected countless spirit beasts and gained many special abilities." Lin Moya asked, "What exactly is the way of all spirits?" Gu Hanyu continued, "The way of all spirits is a very strange path. It can absorb the abilities of the blood of various creatures and turn their abilities into its own. However, the success rate varies, some are high, and some are low. No wonder he dissected a large number of spirit beasts. He wanted to gain their blood abilities." Lin Moya finally understood Zhao Dongxing's actions. It was a pity he didn't get the ability of the sky-swallowing rat, otherwise, his achievements might have been even greater. Suddenly, Lin Moya felt his soul vibrate, and an invisible breath descended into his soul world. Gu Hanyu suddenly said, "I know where you are. Wait for me." Lin Moya immediately called out, "Wait." Lin Moya just wanted to talk to Gu Hanyu about what happened in Yujian City and never thought she would come. But he never expected Gu Hanyu to come so decisively, without giving him a chance to object. Looking at the yard that was messed up by the two crazy girls, he waved his hand and took away all the things. Then a breeze blew, and the yard was as clean as new. Lin Moya thought it was not enough, so he took some flowers from the big world and sprinkled them around the yard for decoration. In the blink of an eye, the yard was full of elegant flower fragrance. After doing all this, the helplessness in Lin Moya's eyes did not retreat but became more complicated. The effect of the Lian Lizzie is too powerful, it affects others' thoughts unconsciously. What kind of power is this? Even Hanyu can't resist it. Gu Hanyu was also deeply affected by the Lian Lizzie, just like himself. If not, she would not rush over without saying a word. As the master of the Holy Land, she would never move at will. Lin Moyo asked the human emperor to sort out a document about the Lian Lizzie. There was very little information about the Lian Lizzie, and only a few records. All the records mentioned its function but were not very clear. After Lin Moyo quickly read it, he found it was useless. The functions in the records were not as well understood as he, the one who experienced it. Not long after, the temperature in the yard suddenly dropped a little. Lin Moya's heart moved, and the door of the yard opened automatically. Gu Hanyu stood outside gracefully. Lin Moya's eyes lit up. Gu Hanyu had changed her clothes today. Although not gorgeous, they were extremely delicate. The close-fitting clothes perfectly showed her charming figure. Her beautiful face, combined with her temperament like ice jade, elevated Gu Hanyu's beauty to a whole new level. Gu Hanyu stepped into the yard with graceful steps, smelling the fragrance, and smiled a little. For a moment, the ice melted, and a touch of tenderness appeared in her eyes. This tenderness was only for Lin Moya. She would not have it even when facing the Gu family's clansmen. Both of them knew that their love for each other was only because of the Lian Lizzie. But knowing this, Lian Lizzie still made them recognize each other subconsciously. And the fact that they were husband and wife was also undeniable. As her first man, Lin Moyo had a completely different status from other men. Lin Moyo did not stand up but smiled. "Thank you for your hard work. Come and have some tea and cakes." Lin Moya's words were like welcoming a family member, naturally and comfortably. Gu Hanyu was not too polite. She walked into the yard, came to Lin Moyo, sat down, and took a sip of tea. Lin Moyo brewed iced tea, which came from the Ice Clan of the Great World. After the Ice Clan was destroyed, iced tea was retained. Lin Moya smiled. "Are you used to it?" Gu Hanyu nodded slightly. "It's drinkable." The tea in the Great World was naturally not comparable to that in the origin continent. With Gu Hanyu's status and position, she usually drank top-notch tea. Lin Moya didn't mind. "Actually, you don't have to come here. I can handle it." Gu Hanyu raised her eyebrows slightly. "If you could handle it, you wouldn't have told me." Lin Moya smiled. "Because it's about Hanshui Holy Land, I had to tell you, the master. Otherwise, if I do something out of the ordinary, it will make things difficult for you." Gu Hanyu said, "Tell me about it." Lin Moya recounted the whole story before and after Zhao Dongsheng appeared. Gu Hanyu frowned slightly. "According to what you said, Elder Mu accepted Zhao Dongshen's benefits, so he deliberately made things difficult for you." Lin Moya smiled. "Although I don't have direct evidence, I believe in my judgment. The elders in the Holy Land are colluding with the elders in the Dao sect, so I told you about this matter and let you make the decision. There have been conflicts between Hanshui Holy Land and the Dao sect for many years. In history, the two sides have fought many battles. Even if they are not mortal enemies, they can't stand together. The elders of the two colluding with each other would naturally not be allowed." Gu Hanyu said, "I will have someone investigate this matter. I will deal with Zhao Dongshen." Lin Moya shook his head. "Don't worry about Zhao Dongshen's affairs. I will handle it myself." As the master of the Holy Land, it was the first time Gu Hanyu's words were directly opposed. If it were someone else, she would have been angry long ago. But the person in front of her was Lin Moyo, and she couldn't get angry at all. Not only was she not angry, but she was also a little worried. "How are you going to solve it?" Lin Moya said, "Of course, I will kill him." Gu Hanyu stared at Lin Moya with her beautiful eyes. He was a Dao Zun of the 6th realm before he sealed himself. Even if he is now unsealed, he still maintains the cultivation of the Dao Zun realm and can also sublimate to the extreme, restoring the combat power of the Dao Zun 6th realm in a short time. In addition, the way of all spirits is strange and changeable. With your strength, how can you win? Lin Moya smiled slightly. "I naturally have a way. Don't forget, you didn't kill me at that time, right?" Gu Hanyu was momentarily speechless and couldn't refute. Even she couldn't kill Lin Moyo, and she was a real Dao Zun of the 6th realm, no worse than Zhao Dongsheng in his heyday. But the situation at that time was different. Gu Hanyu still couldn't feel at ease, but Lin Moya seemed to have made a decision, and she couldn't refute it. Gu Hanyu's eyes turned, and her tone changed accordingly, with a hint of coquettishness. It seemed softer but more difficult to refuse. "No, I'm still worried. Should I go kill Zhao Dongshen right now?" Chapter 2656. Chapter 2656, 2656. Chapter 2656. "Madam, why is your face red?" Gu Hanyu seemed ready to take action. As long as Zhao Dongshen was still in Yujian City, Gu Hanyu would find him. With her abilities, it shouldn't be difficult to kill Zhao Dongshen, who had broken his seal. But Lin Moya didn't think so. Zhao Dongshen dared to appear here, he must have a backup plan. Even if you take action, you may not be able to kill him. Hanshui Holy Land and the Dao sect have finally been at peace for these years. It's not a good idea to break that peace for me. Gu Hanyu raised her eyebrows. Lin Moya's words made her uncomfortable. Unconsciously, Lin Moya's position in her mind had changed. Lin Moya asked, "Do others know that you are here this time?" Gu Hanyu shook her head. "No one knows." Lin Moya had a plan in mind. "If that's the case, then I have an idea. Zhao Dongsheng should have two ways to kill me. One is to find a way to drive me out of Yujian City, where he can kill me without restraint. The second method is to wait for me to arrive in Dongzhou by boat and kill me there, but that would be more troublesome. There's a saying that the longer the night, the more dreams there are. As long as there's a possibility, Zhao Dongxing will definitely choose the first method. In this case, I want to use myself as bait to lure Zhao Dongxing out of Yujian City and then kill him outside. You can protect me in secret, and if I am defeated, you can take action. I have contacted Zhao Dongxing twice. This person is very cautious. If I leave the city directly, it will inevitably arouse suspicion. We need to think of a way. Gu Hanya listened carefully and did not interrupt. In her eyes, Lin Moya at this time had a strange charm. Although Lin Moya's realm was not high, he looked confident, as if Zhao Dongxing had been thoroughly planned for. Thinking of herself, she had been calculating for many years. Especially after becoming the master of the Holy Land, she preferred to be straightforward and crush her opponents with absolute strength. It made sense. With Lin Moya's current strength, if he wanted to survive safely in the origin continent, he must be calculating sometimes. Gu Hanya thought to herself, did he calculate me in the same way at that time? His failure at that time was due to various reasons, and it is difficult to explain clearly. Some of them were Lin Moya's calculations, and some were luck. Even if he did it again, it would be difficult to reproduce the same result. Gu Hanyu also thought about whether it was right or wrong to use the Lian Lizzie, but the matter was done, and there was obviously no chance to regret it. Lin Moya quickly formulated a complete plan. While Gu Hanyu was here, he would turn the passive into the active and kill Zhao Dongxing. My plan should be fine. The only trouble now is that if Zhao Dongxing dies here, how will the Dao sect react? Gu Hanyu sneered, no matter how they react, if they want to start a war, this Saint Lord will accompany them to the end. Lin Moya said, once the war starts, lives will be lost, and many people will die every time. Gu Hanyu said, practitioners go against the will of heaven. From the moment they embark on this path, they are prepared to die in battle at any time. Lin Moya said, okay, then follow my plan and kill Zhao Dongxing. Gu Hanyu nodded. Okay, I'll stay in your rule world. If there is any danger, I will take action at any time. Squeak! The gate of the courtyard was pushed open, and Xiaoyu and Xiaowa rushed in with laughter. Suddenly, the two were stunned on the spot. The situation in the courtyard had changed drastically. It was as clean as new and full of flowers. Two pairs of bright big eyes stared at the peerless Gu Hanyu. Gu Hanyu's temperament was far beyond the reach of ordinary people. Xiaoyu felt like an ugly duckling standing in front of Gu Hanyu and said cutely, "Big sister is so beautiful." Xiao Wu was very nervous. Master, who is this beautiful big sister? Lin Moyo introduced, Gu Hanyu, my wife. This little girl who never grows up is called Xiao Wu, and her name is Xiaoyu, my disciple, the only disciple. When Xiao Wu heard that Gu Hanyu was actually Lin Moya's wife, she immediately changed her words. So it's the mistress. I don't like to see the mistress. She looked flattering at this time, but her acting skills were not very good, and she couldn't hide it from Gu Hanyu at all. It was obvious it was fake. Xiao Yu was sincere and bowed to Gu Hanyu. Xiao Yu greets the master's wife. She was about to kneel down but was stopped by an invisible force, and she couldn't move. Lin Moya said, be sincere, no need to kneel. Gu Hanyu also smiled and said, indeed, there is no need to kneel. We cultivators only kneel to our parents. Even the sky is not worthy of our kneeling. People who cultivate have a firm heart of Taoism, and the sky is used to defy, so how can they kneel? For the master and elders, it is enough to be sincere. Xiaoyu said, thank you for the master's teachings, Xiaoyu understands. Xiao Wu also interrupted, Xiao Wu also understands. Gu Hanyu looked at the cute Xiaoyu and the quirky Xiao Wu and couldn't help but smile. She gently lifted her palm upwards and immediately took out two swords. The two swords were exactly the same. Just looking at the aura they exuded, both swords had reached the Tianzun realm, and they were not ordinary Tianzun realms. Each sword was inlaid with 9 origin crystals, and they were all 5th level boutique origin crystals. These were two magic weapons that could drive attacks without realms. Gu Hanyu smiled and said, these two swords are a gift. Xiao Wu jumped up happily. Thank you, mistress. This guy never refuses anyone, and his thickness is second only to Lin Moyo. Xiaoya took the sword from Gu Hanyu after getting Lin Moya's permission and saluted. Thank you, mistress. Gu Hanyu looked at Xiaoyu, her eyes slightly shining. The belt on Xiaoyu is not ordinary. Although Xiaoyu's jade belt was hidden, it still could not hide from Gu Hanyu's eyes. The magic weapon that could be inlaid with 18 origin crystals had reached the level of Daozun. This kind of magic weapon that does not need to be driven by its own realm is much more precious than ordinary Daozun realm magic weapons. Even the Hanshui Holy Land can't produce many of them. Lin Moya smiled and said, this is a gift from Xiaoyu's other master. Xiaoyu has 2 masters, and I am just one of them. Gu Hanyu looked at Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu is blessed with great fortune. She can be favored by 2 masters. It seems that the master must be extraordinary. Lin Moya saw that there was a fire of gossip burning in Gu Hanyu's eyes. After all, in the origin continent, there are not many people who have 2 masters for 1 disciple. Lin Moya couldn't help laughing and said, Madam, don't guess randomly. Xiaoyu's other master is the one in the Lishan Mountains. Gu Hanyu was a little surprised. I didn't expect it was that person. No wonder. Gu Hanyu suddenly stared at Lin Moya. The magic weapon that hurt me before was also given by that person. Lin Moya smiled. Besides him, how many people in this world can hurt you? And you can't blame me. I was always passive, including the matter of Lian Lizzie. Shut up. Gu Hanyu interrupted Lin Moya with a hurried shout. Xiao Wu looked at Gu Hanyu strangely. "Madam, why is your face red?" Gu Hanya did not answer and silently turned away. Lin Moya saw Xiao San sticking his head out of Xiao Yu's clothes pocket with a sly look, and then quickly retracting it. Relying on the protection of Xiao Yu's jade clothes, Gu Hanya did not even notice Xiao San's existence. Chapter 2657. Chapter 2657, 2657. Chapter 2657. Thinking you can use this to get away is too good to be true. The moon reclaims the sky, and the moon symbol shines between Lin Moya's eyebrows. Gu Hanya looks at Lin Moya with a smile, her gaze fixed on the moon symbol. Lin Moya asks, "Have you never seen the moon symbol before?" Gu Hanya replies, "I've only seen it in records. This is the first time I've seen it in person. Don't move, let me take a closer look." Lin Moya smiles, "What's so special about it?" Gu Hanya responds, "You're still at a low level, so you don't understand many things. This is called the origin of the Tao pattern. Studying it thoroughly can be very beneficial." Lin Moya asks, "What are the benefits? Tell me about them." Gu Hanya rolls her eyes at Lin Moya. The records only mention great benefits, but they don't specify what they are. "Anyway, don't move, let me take a look." Lin Moya can't do anything but comply. Okay, take your time." He drank tea and ate cakes slowly. Gu Hanya was so engrossed that when Lin Moya stuffed a piece of cake into her mouth, she instinctively chewed and ate it without reacting. At that moment, Gu Hanya's beautiful face revealed a bit of cuteness, which was quite amusing. Gu Hanya continued to examine the Taiyin talisman, while Lin Moya admired her beauty. After a long time, Gu Hanya sighed, "It seems I don't have the opportunity. I can't understand the origin of the Tao pattern for now." Lin Moya asked, "What exactly is the Tao pattern?" Gu Hanyu explained, "The Tao pattern is each practitioner's understanding of the Tao. The Tao that is understood forms the Tao pattern. When the Tao pattern covers the whole body, it begins to merge into the soul." Through Gu Hanyu's explanation, Lin Moya finally understood what Tao patterns were. Tao patterns are one's own comprehension of the great Tao. The deeper one's comprehension, the stronger one's power and the higher one's realm. When one becomes a Tao master, the first Tao pattern forms in the body. As the realm rises, the patterns increase. Initially, Tao patterns exist in the flesh and blood under the skin. When the flesh and blood are full of Tao patterns, they enter the bones, and finally the blood and soul. In terms of realm, the number of Tao patterns in the flesh and blood represents the first to third realms of Tao master. When the flesh and blood are full of Tao patterns, one can reach the fourth realm of Tao master and summon the true body of the great Tao. Tao patterns then appear on the bones. When the Tao patterns cover every inch of the bones, it is the fifth realm of Tao Zun. Tao patterns then enter the internal organs and blood vessels. When these are also covered with Tao patterns, it is the sixth realm of Tao Zun, and the practitioner is called a Tao body. Tao patterns then enter the soul. Only one Tao pattern needs to enter the soul to reach the seventh realm of Tao Zun. When the soul is also covered with Tao patterns, it is the ninth realm of Tao Zun, also called the great Tao body, where both the body and the soul are fully accomplished. Gu Hanyu was unsure about the next realm, which is a legendary realm, mysterious and elusive. Lin Moya thought of the great figure standing in the avenues above the stars in the sky that he had seen by chance before. Perhaps that was the realm above the ninth realm of Tao Zun. Lin Moya talked with Gu Hanyu for a long time and learned a lot of important information from her. This information was crucial and helped him understand the world in depth. Unconsciously, the power of the Taiyin origin began to weaken. The origin began to alternate, and it would not take long for the Sun origin to replace the Taiyin origin and become the master of this world. The Taiyin talisman on Lin Moya's brow was also gradually weakening. Gu Hanyu said, "Let's start." Lin Moya nodded and said to Xiaoyu and Xiao, "Go to the world of rules." The two girls obediently entered the world of rules. Then Lin Moya said to Gu Hanyu, "It's your turn." Gu Hanyu hummed, stepped lightly with lotus steps, and also entered the world of rules. Allowing Gu Hanyu to enter his own world of rules was Lin Moya's greatest trust in her. Similarly, Gu Hanyu's willingness to enter Lin Moya's world of rules was also the greatest trust in him. Lin Moya stood up, staring at the origin of Taiyin without blinking, and his whole body was in a tense state. At the moment when the Taiyin talisman between his eyebrows disappeared, Lin Moya rushed out of the yard. At this time, a pair of cold eyes appeared on the only 10,000-meter ice tower in the city. Zhao Dongxing emerged from the darkness and stared at Lin Moya. "Finally, you can't help it." A cruel smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, but he didn't act immediately. He was very cautious and wanted to see if Lin Moya really intended to leave or was just trying to deceive him. Lin Moya rushed into a blind spot between the ice tower and its line of sight. In just a moment, 3 identical Lin Moya appeared in Yujian City, each flying in different directions simultaneously. Zhao Dongxing looked at them coldly, with a hint of disdain in his tone. "You think you can use this to get away? That's too good to be true. You dare to show off your tricks in front of me." The 3 Lin Moya entered Zhao Dongxing's blind spot again, and then they divided again. 1 became 3, and 3 became 9. In a blink of an eye, there were 9 Lin Moya moving in Yujian City. Soon, the 9 Lin Moya divided again, and the number grew from 9 to 27. Zhao Dongxing's eyes were still full of disdain. "It's quite divisible, but it's useless to me." 27 Lin Moya kept approaching the outskirts of Yujian City. During this process, they divided again, from 27 to 81. A total of 81 Lin Moya rushed out of Yujian City one after another, leaving in different directions, and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Just 1 second after Lin Moya left, Zhao Dongxing's figure appeared outside Yujian City. A great road emerged on his body, and countless creatures rose and fell in the heavenly way. In an instant, one illusory creature after another rushed out of the road, flying in all directions, and chased Lin Moyo. These illusory creatures were all spirit beasts he had dissected. After death, they were integrated into the road and achieved the great Tao of all spirits. These creatures, evolved from the power of the road, were all in the Dao Zun realm and moved very quickly. In a blink of an eye, they caught up with Lin Moya's clones. Lin Moya's clones had no resistance to the Dao Zun realm creatures and were killed in an instant. Lin Moya's real body sensed that his clones were being killed, but he was not panicked at all. Instead, he showed a faint sneer, finally caught up with him. He took out the Feiyun boat and let Huangxing control it to fly away. Although the Feiyun boat was not the fastest, it was still much faster than Lin Moyo, who was only in the Tianzun realm. Zhao Dongxing saw the Feiyun boat and then saw Huangxing controlling it, immediately realizing that this was Lin Moya's real body. A waste of the Dao Zun realm is your reliance. Zhao Dongxing's consciousness moved, and several creatures flew out of the avenue, quickly chasing after him. These creatures were all in the Dao Zun realm, and their combat power was not weaker than Huangxing's. Zhao Dongxing's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He must die. The space around Lin Moya slightly distorted, and Pajun appeared beside him with the Pajun gun in his hand, stabbing at the creatures on the avenue. Chapter 2658. Chapter 2658, 2658. Chapter 2658, I will kill you and cut you into pieces. Pajun's fighting power was several times stronger than Huangxing's, approaching the second level of Dao Zun. Pajun thrust out his spear, creating spear shadows that pierced through the Dao creatures one after another, causing them to collapse on the spot. Zhao Dongxing raised his eyebrows. I didn't expect there to be a Dao Zun here. But relying on this, you think you can escape? It's just a dream. The Wanling Avenue shook, and more creatures rushed out, stronger and more numerous than before. At the same time, Zhao Dongxing slowly chased Lin Moyo. He seemed slow, but in fact, he was very fast, quickly closing the distance. The illusory creatures of the avenue were faster than him and caught up with the Feiyun boat in an instant. Pajun waved his spear to block the creatures of the avenue. Lin Moya shouted at Huangxing, all strength, fly faster. Huangxing surged with stronger power, and the Feiyun boat accelerated slightly. Zhao Dongxing chuckled, it's useless, you can't escape. Lin Moya didn't answer, continuing to urge Huangxing to speed up. From his expression, he seemed a little panicked. Zhao Dongxing turned into a hunter, and Lin Moya was his prey. He seemed to enjoy the process of hunting his prey. Zhao Dongxing gradually became excited, like a flame that had been dormant for countless years, rekindled. Hurry up, you can't escape like this. If I catch you, you're dead. I will slowly dissect you. I have dissected countless spirit beasts and people, but this is the first time I will dissect the son of Taiyin. It's your great blessing to be dissected by me. Gradually, Zhao Dongxing's flame was completely ignited, and his shouting became more and more frenzied. Lin Moya's heart moved. He actually dissected people, he's really crazy. This guy, when he was chasing others before, did he also shout like this? This person is abnormal, a lunatic. Lin Moyo had a deeper understanding of Zhao Dongxing. The Zhao Dongxing in front of him was completely different from the Zhao Dongxing in the information. The Zhao Dongxing in the information was mysterious, low-key, and powerful. But the Zhao Dongxing in front of him was full of madness, almost insane. It didn't matter if he was just a madman as long as he chased you, it didn't matter what you were. Pajun fought fiercely with the Dao creatures, firmly blocking them, becoming Lin Moya's last line of defense. Huangxing accelerated the Feiyun boat with all his strength, and in a blink of an eye, they had left Yujian City nearly 10,000 kilometers behind. Zhao Dongxing didn't catch up, as if he wanted to wait a little longer before taking action. Lin Moya didn't want to wait any longer. He suddenly turned around and pointed a finger into the void. The skeleton hell emerged, instantly covering thousands of kilometers of heaven and earth. The world changed, and behind Lin Moya appeared the world of the skeleton hell. A winding hellfire river flowed out, dividing into countless streams, covering the entire world. Countless hellish evil spirits sank and floated in the fire river. Fireballs in the air continued to sprinkle flames, falling into the hellfire river like raindrops. On both sides of the fire river were purple flowers, enchanting and beautiful. Zhao Dongxing's Dao creatures, including himself, were shrouded in the skeleton hell. This is. Zhao Dongxing frowned. He seemed to have heard of such a scene somewhere. He looked up, and his face suddenly changed. This is impossible. At the end of the hellfire river, he saw a huge portal, the Gate of Hell. How could the legendary Gate of Hell appear here? It must not be true, not true. Zhao Dongxing was already in a state of madness, and the sight of the Gate of Hell made it worse. He waved his hand, and a huge force blasted out from his sleeves, causing countless cracks to appear in the skeleton hell, almost shattering it. The power of this blow was already at the peak of the Dao Zun realm, more powerful than Pajun. The Eye of Hell opened and looked at Zhao Dongxing. A muffled groan sounded, and Zhao Dongxing's soul was shocked, feeling very uncomfortable. After breaking the seal, his realm had fallen, and his body and soul were no longer the same as before. If it were in the past, the Eye of Hell would have been like a breeze blowing on his face, having no effect at all. But now, the Eye of Hell still had a certain impact on him, causing his actions to stagnate for a moment. At this moment, the evil spirits of hell rushed over, surrounded Zhao Dongxing, and bit him hard. At the same time, the red spider lilies bloomed with purple light, weakening Zhao Dongxing's combat power. Zhao Dongxing felt weak, and his strength was affected. Just a moment of stagnation changed the battle situation completely. The evil spirits of hell kept surrounding him, also surrounding the Dao creatures. The Dao creatures shook the evil spirits away, but they could never really kill them. After Zhao Dongxing came to his senses, he felt insulted. a low-level Tianzun could actually affect him. This is all fake, get out of here. Zhao Dongsheng roared, but the roar was not human, it was from some kind of spirit beast. Behind him, a huge spirit beast in the shape of a bear appeared, roaring to the sky. The roar was like a wave, completely overturning the skeleton hell. The skeleton hell exceeded its endurance limit and shattered. Lin Moya knew that this roar should be the secret method of the bear spirit beast, which Zhao Dongsheng had obtained and turned into his own secret method. Then, Zhao Dongsheng roared again, more violently than before. The sound waves were visible to the naked eye, and the distorted space swept over. Lin Moya's face changed. Block it. Pajun rushed out of the Fiyin boat, and Pajun's spear stabbed out, evolving into a 100-meter giant spear in the void, facing the challenge. Boom! The loud noise was deafening, and Pajun was blown away with his spear. In terms of power, Pajun was completely defeated. However, the sound wave was also weakened by Pajun's block, but it only shook the Fiyin boat. Pajun flew back from a distance, with multiple injuries on his body, and the bones in his right hand were broken. He was not feeling well from the collision just now. Lin Moya used his life force to quickly treat Pajun. At this time, the bear spirit beast behind Zhao Dongsheng roared to the sky again. The third attack was stronger than the previous two. There was no time to speak. Lin Moya gave orders with his mind. The Fiyun boat disappeared in an instant, taken away by him. Huang Xing rushed towards Zhao Dongsheng at the fastest speed, and Pajun took Lin Moya away quickly at the same time. Boom! Huang Xing hit the sound wave and was immediately torn to pieces by it. Immediately afterward, there was a big explosion. Huang Xing died, and as a resurrected person, he immediately exploded upon death. Although Huang Xing's realm was weak, he was still a Daozun, and his explosion was powerful enough. The powerful energy swept the world, and Zhao Dongsheng's attack was annihilated in the explosion, and he was also blown away. Zhao Dongsheng finally stabilized. His clothes were torn in many places, revealing his old body, and he had suffered some minor injuries. Asshole, you dare to hurt me. I will kill you, cut you into pieces, and put your soul and blood on the fire of the great Tao for 10,000 years. Zhao Dongsheng was completely enraged. He flew towards Lin Moya much faster than before, and caught up with him in almost an instant. At this moment, his aura reached the second level of Daozun. Pajun took the initiative to attack. Zhao Dongsheng waved his sleeves, and Pajun was thrown away with a bang, unable to stop at all. Zhao Dongsheng slapped Lin Moya with a palm. Die. Chapter 2659. Chapter 2659, 2659. Chapter 2659. The real battle begins now. Zhao Dongsheng's angry palm was overwhelming, and his playful demeanor vanished, replaced by murderous intent. The second level of Daozun is indeed much stronger than the first level, Lin Moya thought. He knew he could block this palm with the undead army, but the casualties would be significant. There was no need to bear this palm. The void twisted, and the temperature dropped sharply as if the world was about to freeze. Even the palm that Zhao Dongsheng struck was covered with a thin layer of ice. An iceberg appeared behind Lin Moya, and the mountain blade firmly blocked Zhao Dongsheng's palm. The ancestor of the Yin family appeared beside Lin Moya, staring coldly at Zhao Dongsheng. The ancestor, a powerful figure in the third level of Daozun, had been killed by Lei Yining, and his body had fallen into Lin Moya's hands. When formulating a plan to deal with Zhao Dongsheng, Lin Moya had turned him into a resurrected being. Zhao Dongsheng's eyes suddenly changed. There is actually a Daozun. It was one thing for Huang Xing and Pajun to be working for Lin Moya, but he hadn't expected there to be a Daozun level 3 strongman. Lin Moya smiled slightly. It's not that easy to kill me. Zhao Dongsheng hadn't anticipated that Lin Moya had so many tricks up his sleeve. His eyes grew cold, and his aura gradually rose. In a blink of an eye, he had reached the Daozun level 3, even stronger than the Yin family's ancestor. Lin Moya felt the changes in Zhao Dongsheng and knew that he was already sublimating himself, but he had not yet reached the level of extreme sublimation. To sublimate power, a lifespan was required as a price. When the extreme sublimation broke out, Zhao Dongsheng couldn't hold on for long. In this state, he could hold on for a longer time. Zhao Dongsheng wanted to kill Lin Moya to gain his luck and suppress his own lifespan. He wanted to kill Lin Moya at the lowest possible cost. But he didn't know that Lin Moya also wanted to kill him. Lin Moya calculated Zhao Dongsheng's moves, guiding him to increase his strength little by little and consume his lifespan. By consuming a part first, after he sublimated to the extreme, the time he could maintain would be greatly reduced. The ancestor of the Yin family flew away from Lin Moya, and the avenue evolved, turning into a glacier slamming towards Zhao Dongsheng. Zhao Dongsheng's body was quickly covered with a layer of ice, as if he was about to be frozen. Fire! Zhao Dongsheng roared. The avenue of all spirits shook, and a large bird bathed in fire flew out and merged into Zhao Dongsheng's body. In an instant, Zhao Dongsheng turned into a fireman, and the ice melted quickly. Flames burned the sky. Accompanied by a low shout, Zhao Dongsheng turned into a firebird and soared into the sky, hitting the glacier heavily. With a loud bang, a huge hole was knocked out of the glacier, and the ancestor of the Yin family flew back. Zhao Dongsheng crashed through the glacier and reached the sky. Under the shining of the sun's origin, he was majestic, like a god. Suddenly, a spear shadow fell from the sky. Pajun returned with Pajun's spear in hand, stabbing out with all his strength. At the same time as the spear was fired, a drop of ancestral water exploded on Pajun's body, and Pajun's aura increased sharply, breaking through the limit of the first realm and reaching the second realm. Go to hell! Zhao Dongsheng's whole body was ablaze, and the world suddenly became a sea of fire. Pajun was swallowed by the flames. With his cultivation of the first realm of Daozun, he could not stop the flames at all, and his body quickly collapsed. But he was fearless of life and death, and the spear was still as powerful as ever, blasting a road in the sea of fire like a broken bamboo. Zhao Dongxun was shocked by Pajun's momentum. His cultivation is not very good, but he is not afraid of death. He waved his hand, the firebird flapped its wings, and the sea of fire rose. The fire dragon swept towards Pajun. Pajun roared, threw the spear fiercely, and collided with the fire dragon. The fire dragon exploded, and Pajun's spear was blown away in the flames. Pajun broke through the flames and crashed into Zhao Dongxing at an astonishing speed. At this moment, he turned into a spear and almost merged with the avenue. Zhao Dongxing's face suddenly changed, and he suddenly thought of the scene of Huangxing's self-explosion when he died. He instinctively wanted to retreat, but it was too late. Boom! Pajun died, self-exploded. The power of the self-explosion was much stronger than that of Huangxing. With the effect of ancestral water, the power of the self-explosion was further amplified, equivalent to the self-explosion of a cultivator in the Daozun Earth realm. Zhao Dongxing screamed, and the whole person was blown away, and the flames were almost extinguished. A glacier pressed down on Zhao Dongxing's head, without giving him any chance to react, and hit him hard. There was another scream, and Zhao Dongxing fell to the ground with a bang, leaving a huge pit in his wake. The pit was hundreds of meters deep, and water flowed out from the bottom of the pit. Zhao Dongxing was extremely embarrassed at this moment, with wounds all over his body and his clothes tattered. Lin Moya stared at Zhao Dongxing and found that Zhao Dongxing's wounds had not recovered. Even the wounds caused by Huangxing still existed now. It's just that not much blood flowed out, only some tiny bloodlines. Is this the price of self-sealing? Life force is exhausted, even the wounds on the body cannot be healed. He didn't take the elixir, is it because the elixir doesn't work? And he didn't use the protective magic weapon, is it because he doesn't need the protective magic weapon because his realm is high, or because he can't seal the magic weapon when he seals himself? Lin Moya's mind was full of speculations. From the beginning of the battle to now, in just a few minutes, all the scenes flashed in his mind, and Lin Moya got a lot of information. The ancestor of the Yin family did not stop, and the glacier fell like a meteor again. Boom! The earth shook, and countless cracks appeared, circling hundreds of kilometers. After the glacier hit once, it suddenly stopped there and did not move. A huge breath rose from the pit, and in the center of the pit, Zhao Dongxing transformed into a giant hand and held the glacier firmly. Zhao Dongxing's breath was boiling, and countless creatures evolved and changed around him. Dao True Body. Zhao Dongxing finally used the Dao True Body, and his realm had been raised to the 5th realm of Daozun, only one realm away from his former peak. The extreme sublimation was at least 70%, and Lin Moya could clearly sense that Zhao Dongxing's vitality was rapidly draining away. This feeling is very strange, and it cannot be sensed under normal circumstances. At Zhao Dongxing's current speed of life loss, Zhao Dongxing will really die in an hour at most. In this case, Zhao Dongxing will not waste a minute or a second and will definitely kill himself with all his strength. Lin Moya's eyes were filled with fighting intent. The real battle begins now. Zhao Dongxing's killing intent rose, and he punched out, shattering the glacier with a loud bang. The avenue collapsed, and the ancestor of the Yin family was blown away by the majestic force, almost dying on the spot. Zhao Dongxing ignored the ancestor of the Yin family and looked at Lin Moyo. Go to hell. He turned into a tiger and rushed towards Lin Moyo. The true body of the avenue of Wanling Avenue is also unpredictable and can have countless appearances. He was so fast that Lin Moyo couldn't compare at all. A treasured robe appeared on Lin Moya's body, and the treasure was shining. The imitation of the heavenly Dao cloth was fully activated and could block the attack of the 4th realm of Daozun for 10 minutes. Zhao Dongxing slammed into Lin Moya with a majestic force, and the heavenly Dao cloth made a sound like breaking glass. This blow had exceeded the limit of the heavenly Dao cloth, and it was almost broken with just one blow. As long as there was another blow, the heavenly Dao cloth would inevitably collapse. Lin Moya was blown away, but he was not panicked at all. He took out a Dao Immortal pill and threw it into his mouth, and at the same time, a majestic aura rose from his body. Origin of the Art, Concentrate. Chapter 2660. Chapter 2660, 2660. Chapter 2660, Lin Moya's True Limit State. Lin Moya's realm climbed step by step, breaking through at an astonishing speed, intermediate heavenly venerable, high heavenly venerable, peak heavenly venerable. With a slight sound, Lin Moya reached the Daozun realm. At this moment, Lin Moya felt a strange connection between himself and the Dao. The once illusory Dao became dozens of times clearer. Even without truly comprehending the Dao or having Dao patterns in his body, Lin Moya felt he could mobilize some of the power of the Dao. So this is the Daozun realm. There is more than one way to become a Daozun, and the way Lin Moya achieved it was similar to that of spirit beasts. Without comprehending any Dao, he could still call on the power of the Dao. Some powerful spirit beasts are not weaker than practitioners of the same realm. Zhao Dongxing was shocked. Origin magic, how can you have origin magic? Lin Moya ignored him, focusing instead on the wonder of his newfound power. Previously, the limit of his power concentration was the high-level Tianzun, just a hair's breadth away from the peak of Tianzun. The high-level Tianzun was the limit of his soul and body, not the limit of his power concentration. With tens of billions of undead legions, all the power gathered in one body, how could the limit be just the high-level Tianzun? Now, with the help of the Dao Immortal Pill, his body and soul would be immortal for 10 minutes, allowing him to fully demonstrate the power of concentration. Tens of billions of undead, their power constantly gathering, and his realm continued to improve. The first realm of Daozun was just the beginning, far from the end. The second and third realms of Daozun. Boom! Lin Moya's soul shattered, breaking through the fourth realm of Daozun. It was a completely different feeling. Lin Moya felt a new connection with the heavenly Tao, allowing him to mobilize more power and concentrate it more effectively. The three avenues of immortality, space, and time emerged simultaneously. After entering the origin continent, the Starlight Law had fallen silent. Although it still existed, it could no longer be mobilized. After learning about the origin continent, Lin Moya realized that the Starlight Law had no corresponding avenue on the origin continent, rendering it ineffective. However, it was not completely useless. If he could obtain the inheritance of a certain Star Lord, the Starlight Law might be rejuvenated. Unlike other Daozun, whose Tao moves around their bodies, Lin Moya's three avenues remained at his feet. It seemed as if Lin Moya was standing on the avenue, giving him an illusion of being high above. The power of the avenues surged simultaneously, and a powerful figure emerged in each of the avenues. The figures were centered on Lin Moya's will and struck wherever he pointed. The whole process was completed naturally. Lin Moya said to himself, so this is the true body of the avenue. Use your own power as a medium, summon the power of the great Tao to condense your true body, and mobilize the 5 great Taos in both movement and stillness. I have 3 great Taos, which means I have 3 great Tao true bodies. It's a pity that I can't merge them. At this time, Lin Moya's realm had reached the 5th realm of Daozun, and it was the peak of the 5th realm, just a line away from the 6th realm. The power of the Undead Legion had all gathered together, but this was not Lin Moya's limit. Another strange breath rose from Lin Moya's body. Original magic, strong soldiers. It had been a long time since he used this original magic. Strong soldiers could increase his combat power tenfold while keeping his realm unchanged. Lin Moya didn't know whether his combat power reached the 6th realm of Daozun after using strong soldiers, but at least it was stronger than before. Immediately afterward, 10 drops of ancestral water flew out and landed on his body, and Lin Moya's breath suddenly increased sharply. Countless powers of faith burned fiercely, and the whole world became his backing, continuously providing powerful powers of faith, pushing his power forward again. This state was Lin Moya's strongest state, the real extreme combat state. Zhao Dongxing was completely stunned. How could this happen? How did he do it? How did he do it? His thoughts were in a mess, and he couldn't imagine how Lin Moya had achieved this. He was obviously a low-level Tianzun, yet he had suddenly transformed into a terrifying slaughterer of the 5th realm of Daozun. Even if there were source techniques, it wouldn't be so outrageous. No, this was not outrageous, but a miracle. No, it was not just a miracle, it was perverted. Zhao Dongxing was so shocked that he even forgot that Lin Moya had used 2 source techniques before and after. Boom! Lin Moya's body was ignited with raging flames, and the immortal body exploded. Then, a figure on the immortal avenue flew out and merged with Lin Moya. Lin Moya summoned the immortal avenue's true body, and he turned into a gray and white giant. Gray represented death, white represented vitality, and on the outside, it was wrapped in golden flames. This feeling is really good. Lin Moya smiled. He had fallen in love with this feeling of being unrestrained and having unlimited power. Let's see if you die or I die this time. Lin Moya's eyes condensed, and he punched Zhao Dongxing fiercely. The terrifying power surged between heaven and earth, and countless huge fists evolved between heaven and earth, bombarding Zhao Dongxing. Countless cracks appeared between heaven and earth, and the space was broken layer by layer. The space of the origin continent could not withstand such a punch. Zhao Dongxing had been marked before through the skeleton hell, so Lin Moya's attack was also locked. He used the fist of the great power Heavenly Venerable. At this moment, it was as if the great power Heavenly Venerable was reborn, and with the power of the Tao Venerable realm, he showed his invincible will in the origin continent. No matter how many magics you have, I will break them. The great power Heavenly Venerable died in the battle to protect the great world and did not enter the origin continent. But Lin Moya brought his will and his inheritance to the origin continent. Zhao Dongxing finally reacted, and in an instant, he fully opened his power and used all his strength. He dared not hold back anymore, and all his strength burst out. He recovered to his former peak, and his vitality was rapidly lost, in exchange for huge power. The Wanling Avenue roared, and a terrifying giant python jumped out from the depths of the heavenly Tao. This giant python was more than 10,000 meters long, and it occupied the world the moment it emerged. This was Zhao Dongxing's strongest Tao true body. The giant python whipped its tail wildly, facing Lin Moya's fist. The fist and tail intersected, and the world exploded. A large area of space collapsed, and the ground sank, as if the world was coming to an end. The aftermath of the battle spread out, and the Jade Sword City, thousands of miles away, also felt the impact of the aftermath. Daozuns rushed out of the Jade Sword City one by one, looking at the distance in confusion. There are high-level Daozuns fighting. At least Daozuns above the 5th realm. What happened? So strong, I feel that the aftermath alone can kill him. Daozuns ascend to heaven step by step, one realm away. The strength is a drastic change, especially after the 3rd realm, it is even more so. For the sake of your life, it is better not to join in the fun. The Daozuns only felt it from a distance, but no one dared to go over. If you are not careful, one aftermath will kill you. Chapter 2661. Chapter 2661, 2661. Chapter 2661, the Saint Lord will accompany you. The sky and earth collapsed as Lin Moya and Zhao Dongxing fought madly. Lin Moya broke all methods with one punch. No matter what technique Zhao Dongxing used, Lin Moya would break it with a punch. Zhao Dongxing manipulated the Wanling Avenue in a strange and changeable way. In addition to transforming into a giant python to fight Lin Moya, he also used various magic attacks. However, every attack was broken by Lin Moya. Punch after punch, every moment saw thousands of punches. Lin Moya didn't know how many punches he had thrown. Holes were smashed into the body of the giant python, and Lin Moya became more and more courageous. But Zhao Dongsheng grew increasingly anxious. He was trying his best to sublimate, and his vitality was rapidly depleting, making it difficult to last. Lin Moya laughed out loud. You can't hold on much longer. If you have any last words, say them quickly. I won't leave you with a whole body. Zhao Dongsheng shouted angrily, you brat, you're the one who will die today. Lin Moya sneered, if you have any tricks, use them now. Otherwise, you won't have a chance. He could see that Zhao Dongsheng couldn't hold on much longer. In another 3 or 5 minutes, even if Lin Moya didn't kill him, he would die from the end of his lifespan. The effect of the Dao Immortal Pill was just a little longer than Zhao Dongsheng's lifespan. It had consumed part of Zhao Dongsheng's vitality earlier, so it had some effect. Huang Xing and Pajun didn't die in vain. Zhao Dongsheng roared, then let me show you my tricks. A strange Dao pattern appeared on his forehead, flying out and exploding, distorting the space. A man walked out of the distorted space. He was as old as Zhao Dongsheng and had obviously lived for countless years. He stepped forward, his movements stiff at first but quickly becoming smooth, like a baby adapting to his body. Lin Moya's eyes narrowed. He could tell this was an ancient strongman who had sealed himself like Zhao Dongsheng. He had just broken the seal and returned to the world after countless years. Zhao Dongsheng shouted, you come and hold on for a while. My vitality is too depleted, and I can't hold on any longer. But this guy can't last much longer either. If you hold on for a few minutes, he will die. He has 2 original magics and infinite Tei in luck. We will share the spoils. The new old man looked at Lin Moya and knew Zhao Dongsheng was telling the truth. He said in a low voice, okay. He took a step forward, sublimated to the extreme, and his strength instantly recovered to the peak, the 6th realm of Daozun. A huge sword fell on the avenue. The true form of his avenue was a giant sword. This former strongman practiced the avenue of the sword. The old man and the giant sword merged into one. He was the sword, and the sword was him. His eyes became extremely sharp, enough to kill some low-level Daozun with just a glance. With a wave of his finger, the terrifying sword light swept the world, separating Zhao Dongsheng and Lin Moya. He shouted in a low voice, boy, your opponent is now me. While Zhao Dongsheng was speaking, he had already begun to retreat, and his breath dropped rapidly. In the state of full sublimation, his vitality was lost too quickly, and he really couldn't bear it. The purpose of his coming here was to live a few more years, not to die early. Lin Moya said coldly, you said change? I didn't agree. Madam, I leave this guy to you. The rule world opened, and a terrifying cold air shot out. In the cold air, an exquisite white jade sword flew and stabbed at the swordsman with competitive skills. The old swordsman's face changed drastically. Cold water jade sword. The cold water jade sword broke through the space restriction and appeared directly in front of him. His face changed drastically, and the sun finger pointed out. Bang! The old swordsman trembled all over as if electrocuted, and his whole body was shaken away, a layer of ice appearing on him. Gu Hanyu, who had been preparing for a long time, stepped out of the rule world with graceful steps. Leave the great sword Daozun to me. You focus on dealing with Zhao Dongsheng. Lin Moya smiled, so his name is the great sword Daozun. Then I'll trouble you, madam. I'll deal with Zhao Dongsheng and come to help you. Gu Hanyu shook her head. No need, I can kill him alone. Lin Moya smiled and turned to Zhao Dongsheng again. Zhao Dongsheng's face changed drastically, and the breath that had just been restrained rose again, continuing to sublimate to the extreme. He gritted his teeth and shouted, I didn't expect you to be from Hanshui Holy Land. Lin Moya punched out, you're wrong. I am not from Hanshui Holy Land. Zhao Dongsheng fought with Lin Moya again, gritting his teeth and roaring, you're lying. The Hanshui Jade Sword is a secret item of Hanshui Holy Land, and only the Lord of the Holy Land can manipulate it. The Lord of the Holy Land cannot marry outside but can only marry into the family. You are naturally from Hanshui Holy Land. Lin Moya said, are you confused? But I won't tell you. Lin Moya's fists became fiercer, and the sky and earth were filled with fist shadows, giving Zhao Dongsheng no chance at all. On the other side, the great sword Daozun was extremely embarrassed under the attack of the ancient cold jade. The cold air filled the sky, and the great sword Daozun's actions were restricted everywhere. The great sword Daozun was suppressed by Gu Hanyu. Stop, do you want to start a war between us? Gu Hanyu said, if the Dao sect wants to go to war with me, this Saint Lord will accompany you. But before that, this Saint Lord will cut you down first. Now is not the era when you dominated the world. Since you are here, you should die completely. The great sword Daozun roared repeatedly, but it was useless. He couldn't do anything to Gu Hanyu. On Lin Moya's side, Zhao Dongsheng was completely desperate. His vitality was fading faster and faster. His breath was already unstable, and he could no longer maintain the state of Daozun. Feeling his vitality fading, Zhao Dongsheng seemed to see death. No, I have to escape. I must escape. If I don't escape, I will definitely die here. Zhao Dongsheng kept looking around, trying to find a way to escape. Suddenly, a pain came from his leg. Looking down, he saw the three-colored phantom snake flash in his eyes and disappear again. Three-colored phantom snake. Zhao Dongsheng screamed. Even in his peak period, being bitten by the three-colored phantom snake would be very troublesome, let alone now. The three-colored phantom snake, a special spiritual beast, was what he wanted most. He had once tried to capture the three-colored phantom snake but never succeeded. The three-colored phantom snake's venom quickly took effect, and Zhao Dongsheng's breath fell faster and faster. Hearing the words three-colored phantom snake, the great sword Daozun cried out, a sword light burst out, and the ice between heaven and earth broke layer by layer. Gu Hanya snorted and quickly retreated. Lin Moya saw the great sword Daizun turn into a sword light and flee, but the great sword Daizun who escaped was only at the 4th level of Daizun. He had blasted the blockade set up by Gu Hanyu at the cost of a lot of vitality. Lin Moya immediately asked, "Are you okay?" Gu Hanyu shook her head, "I'm fine. It's a pity he escaped." Lin Moya snorted coldly, "He can't escape. Zhao Dongxing is left to you, I'll deal with him." Gu Hanyu nodded, "Okay." The two exchanged opponents. Lin Moya withdrew the Immortal Avenue True Body and replaced it with the Space Avenue True Body. In an instant, his body became distorted and transparent. He seemed to have merged into the space, as if he didn't exist in this world, and as if he was everywhere. Lin Moya pointed his finger, the space distorted, and the great sword Daizun who had already flown far away suddenly flew back and quickly enlarged in his sight. Chapter 2662. Chapter 2662, 2662. Chapter 2662. After getting the sky-swallowing rat, be careful. It was impossible for the great sword Daist master to come back on his own, but he had to come back. Lin Moya twisted the space, manipulating the space in front of the great sword Daist master. Although he was fleeing forward, in reality, he was flying closer and closer. Gu Hanyu saw it and murmured, "It's actually the great Tao of space." At this moment, Lin Moya became mysterious and complex in her eyes. On the Origin continent, there are very few people who can comprehend the great Tao of space, and even fewer who can apply it to this extent. Although there were other thoughts in her mind, the Hanshui jade sword was not soft. Two cold lights flashed, and Zhao Dongxing screamed. His limbs had been cut off. The wounds were frozen, and not a drop of blood flowed out. The space around him was also blocked by ice. There was no escape. Zhao Dongxing's breath had recovered to the realm of Daozun, and the extreme sublimation had completely ended. There was little vitality left. Now he was full of despair and could only wait for death to come. The great sword Daozun thought he had escaped at the cost of his vitality. But a massive fist came forward and completely shattered his beautiful dream. The great sword Daozun was blasted to the ground, his bones broken all over his body, unable to move. He saw Lin Moya and Gu Hanyu, who also saw Zhao Dongxing, whose limbs were broken and turned into a melon. How could it be? I clearly escaped. His question was destined to remain unanswered. Lin Moya put away his true body. "Thank you, madam. If it weren't for your help, Bingtian would be in danger." Gu Hanyu rolled her eyes at him. "Really?" Lin Moya laughed. "Of course. One-on-one is okay, but one-on-two is not. After all, your husband is only a low-level Tianzun, far from Daozun." Gu Hanyu snorted lightly, obviously not believing Lin Moya's words. Based on her understanding of Lin Moya, he must have many backup plans. These backups, one after another, would definitely kill Zhao Dongxing and the great sword Daozun. Gu Hanyu asked, "How are you going to deal with them?" Lin Moya said, "Of course, I will kill them, but I want to keep some of their flesh and blood. I wonder if madam has any way." After the death of a Daist master above the 4th realm, his flesh and blood soul will return to the great Tao, and normally nothing will be left. Lin Moya didn't actually have too many expectations, just asking a few more questions. Gu Hanyu said, "If you want a complete body, then I can't do it. If it's just some flesh and blood, it can still be done." She pointed her finger, and the Hanshui jade sword flew out. With a few swishes, the limbs of the great sword Daist master were also cut off. Then she created suction in her palm, sucking in all the broken hands and feet of the two. An ice blue flame rose, and the two limbs were quickly refined, finally forming 2 drops of blood essence. 1 drop belonged to Zhao Dongxing, and 1 drop belonged to the great sword Daist master. Gu Hanyu asked, "Is this okay?" Lin Moya nodded hurriedly. Yes, thank you, madam." He took the 2 drops of blood essence away and carefully treasured them. Gu Hanyu frowned slightly. "What do you want this for?" Lin Moya said, "I have a magic that requires flesh and blood as a medium. The stronger the flesh and blood, the greater the power." Gu Hanyu thought of her own experience, as if she had also been attacked by Lin Moya with that inexplicable magic at that time, and she said no more. At this time, Lin Moya's breath began to drop sharply, and the time for the Great Tao Immortal Pill was up. Once the power of the Great Tao Immortal Pill disappeared, the power beyond the limit caused Lin Moya to collapse instantly. The soul and the body collapsed together and turned to ashes on the spot. Watching Lin Moya turn to ashes in front of her, Gu Hanyu's eyes showed panic, and she was suddenly heartbroken. A sharp pain from the depths of her soul broke out, and her delicate body could not stop shaking. How could it be? How could he be dead? Gu Hanyu had completely lost the sense of Lin Moya. Only death would make it so. Zhao Dongxing and the great sword Daozun on the ground were also stunned for a moment, and then Zhao Dongxing laughed wildly. So that's it, the price of this source of magic is death." The great sword Daozun also laughed out loud. "I didn't expect that the son of Taiyin would die like this. It's really ridiculous. Gu Hanyu's face turned cold. "What are you laughing at?" She was full of murderous intent and was about to kill the two immediately. Suddenly, a purple light flashed in her eyes, and a warm and familiar voice came out. "What's so funny?" Lin Moya completed his rebirth and appeared in the same place intact. Gu Hanyu's voice trembled. "You're not dead." Lin Moya said, "How could I die for no reason?" Gu Hanyu snorted lightly. "It's good that you're not dead. I'll leave this to you." She turned around and ignored it, giving Lin Moya an infinitely beautiful back view. Her slightly trembling body seemed to be telling something. Lin Moya, an old hand, naturally understood and would not expose it. He looked at Zhao Dongxing and the great sword Daozun. "You two seniors have lived for so many years. How can you still be so naive? I am someone who cherishes my life. How could I joke about my own life?" Is it because you sealed yourselves up and damaged your brains? Facing Lin Moya's ridicule, Zhao Dongxing and the greatsword Daizun were trembling with anger and had nothing to say. Now they were fish on the chopping block, and Lin Moya was the knife. Lin Moya opened the world of rules. Xiao San, come out. Xiao San responded and landed on Lin Moya's shoulder. Lin Moya pointed at Zhao Dongxing. He's in your hands. Xiao San screamed when he saw Zhao Dongxing, and his small body instantly grew larger, returning to the form of the sky-swallowing rat. Zhao Dongxing's body trembled violently, revealing a look of horror. Sky-swallowing rat. The scene of how he had treated the sky-swallowing rat flashed quickly, and he knew that he and the sky-swallowing rat were mortal enemies. Xiao San looked at his blood enemy, murderous aura boiling, and bit down in one bite. Screaming, Xiao San bit off a piece of flesh and blood, chewing it in his mouth, making a sound of sour teeth. Xiao San would return the way Zhao Dongxing treated the sky-swallowing rat. It would bite Zhao Dongxing to death bit by bit and eat all his flesh and blood. Lin Moya let it go. This hatred from the blood, let it vent properly. As for the three-colored phantom snake poison in Zhao Dongxing's body, it didn't matter. Anyway, there were spiritual flowers. Even if Xiao San was poisoned, he could be cured. With a wave of his hand, Lin Moya blocked the sound, and the area became silent. He looked at the great sword Daizun. Senior, do you have any last words? The great sword Daizun snorted. Kill if you want to kill. Lin Moya nodded. Okay, then I'll send you off. Senior, please have a good trip. The shadow mantis appeared beside the great sword Daizun. For cold lights flashed, and the great sword Daizun died. Although his vitality had fallen, his blood and chi had declined, and he looked only at the first level of Daizun, but his real strength was the sixth level of Daizun. After his death, his body and soul turned into countless smoke and disappeared, returning to the heavenly Tao. Gu Hanya turned to Lin Moya. I didn't expect that you also got a sky-swallowing rat. Lin Moya smiled. Just good luck. Gu Hanya said, it seems that fate is also pushing you, but you got the sky-swallowing rat, so you have to be careful. Lin Moya was stunned for a moment. Is there anything special? Chapter 2663. Chapter 2663, 2663. Chapter 2663, no one can object, including yourself. Gu Hanya looked at Lin Moya with a smile, her eyes gentle but filled with amusement. That look made Lin Moya feel like a fool. He realized this should be common knowledge, but he didn't know it. Lin Moya said, don't keep me in suspense, just tell me. Gu Hanya explained, the sky-swallowing rat clan was cursed in ancient times. Their luck is very low. Although they can grow up and become spirit beasts of the Daizun realm, they will always be unlucky and die at some point. I don't know the circumstances under which you got it, but if I guess correctly, Tian Yubeijia got it when it was very unlucky. Lin Moya thought about it and realized it was true. Being stuck in the balance gem for 100,000 years without being able to move was indeed unlucky. The sky-swallowing rat caught by Zhao Dongxing was also tortured in various ways, which was also unlucky. Of course, it could also be considered an accident. But since Gu Hanya said so, it was definitely not as simple as an accident. Gu Hanya continued, not only is the sky-swallowing rat unlucky, but all their owners will also be unlucky. Many people in history have obtained the sky-swallowing rat, but few have had a good end. But your luck should be very strong, maybe you can suppress the curse. Gu Hanya's smile became more dangerous. She knew Lin Moya's luck was strong, not only because he was the son of Taiyan but also because of her influence. Most of her words were just to scare Lin Moya. After listening, Lin Moya seemed to take it seriously. No wonder I met Zhao Dongxing. It seems this little guy also has a share. I wonder why that senior cursed the sky-swallowing rat clan. Gu Hanya said, legend has it that the sky-swallowing rat stole his origin spiritual vein, and he happened to practice the cursed avenue, so the rat clan was unlucky. Is there any way to remove it? Lin Moya asked. Gu Hanya replied, it's difficult. Now the sky-swallowing rat has reproduced for generations, and the curse has long been deeply rooted in their blood, turning from acquired to innate. It's naturally impossible to remove it. Unless we can find the person who cursed them, there may be some hope. Lin Moya asked curiously, is that senior still alive? Gu Hanya smiled, maybe he is still alive. After all, that kind of realm is not something we can speculate about. You can also ask the sky-swallowing rat, maybe there will be an answer in its blood. Lin Moya turned his head and looked. Xiao San was torturing Zhao Dongxing. The scene was a bit gruesome. Gu Hanya stood under the origin of the sun, looking in the direction of Yujian City, and stretched her waist. This sunshine is quite beautiful. Looking at Gu Hanya's infinitely beautiful back, Lin Moya smiled and said, no matter how beautiful she is, she can't be more beautiful than you. Gu Hanya chuckled, and when she turned around, her smile had already faded. What are you going to do next? Lin Moya said, I plan to go to Dongzhou. You were right last time. There is no place in Nanzhou that can accommodate new forces. Dongzhou is the most suitable place for me. Gu Hanya said, Dongzhou is full of disputes and very dangerous. Lin Moya replied, chaos is the soil in which I grow. Since I have lived in a dangerous world, danger is a habit for me. Gu Hanya knew she couldn't stop Lin Moya. After 2 brief contacts, she had roughly understood Lin Moya's character. Once he made a decision, he wouldn't change it. Gu Hanya murmured Lin Moya's words softly, danger is a habit. Such words showed how bad the place where Lin Moya used to live was. Gu Hanya did not ask about Lin Moya's past. She preferred to look forward to the distant road ahead. If you can gain a foothold in Dongzhou, what are your plans? Lin Moya chuckled, I don't have any specific plans. Let's take it one step at a time. If I have a goal, I do have one. Gu Hanya said, tell me about it. Lin Moya smiled and said, practice to the limit and find my 6 wives. Gu Hanya's body trembled violently, and her face was full of disbelief. Are you married? Lin Moya said, I didn't have the chance to tell you before. I am indeed married, and I have 6 wives. Gu Hanya's face darkened, and her eyes were full of anger. Lin Moya seemed not to notice her expression and continued, 4 of them were married before I reached the transcendent realm. The other 2 were married when I was in the supreme realm. I forgot to tell you that I came from the world of the Sea of Boundaries. Oh, by the way, I have a sister, a real sister, who came to the origin continent 1 step earlier than me, and I don't know where she is now. Gu Hanya sneered, you are honest. Lin Moya said, I will never hide anything from people I trust. We are husband and wife. Whether it is because of the intertwined branches or other reasons, I have already regarded you as my wife. When I am strong enough in the future, I will come to you. I know that the Holy Lord of your Hanshui Holy Land cannot marry outside, but it doesn't matter. Everything on the origin continent is based on strength. As long as I am strong enough, the rules can be changed. Gu Hanya said, do you know how strong our Holy Land is? Lin Moya said, it doesn't matter. The strong people I have seen are far beyond your imagination. Have you heard of an old man in a green robe riding a green cow? Gu Hanya shook her head, indicating that she had not heard of it. Lin Moya took out the essence of Zushui. Can you talk about this? Gu Hanya looked at the essence of Zushui and shook her head after a moment, indicating that she had never seen it. Lin Moya said, although you don't know it, you should have heard of it. It's called the essence of ancestral water. Gu Hanyu exclaimed, the essence of ancestral water used in legends. Of course, I have heard of the essence of ancestral water. The ancestor who created the Hanshui Holy Land, Gu Tongtian, once obtained a drop of the essence of ancestral water. But these younger generations have no idea what the essence of ancestral water looks like. Lin Moya said, so, what I have seen is far beyond your imagination. You don't have to tell me how powerful the foundation of the Hanshui Holy Land is. One day, I will come to marry you. No one can object, including yourself. These words were a bit overbearing, but Gu Hanya felt a little warm in her ears. She was indeed a little angry when she heard that Lin Moya had 6 wives. But she is the master of the Hanshui Holy Land. She has seen too many things and calmed down quickly. What has been done is done, and she can't reverse time. Strictly speaking, she is the latecomer, and it was she who used the Lian Lizzie that caused the current situation. Thinking this way, she didn't seem to have the right to be angry. She took a deep breath. Okay, I'll wait for you to marry me. So how long do you want me to wait? Is 100,000 years enough? Lin Moya shook his head. I don't know exactly how long it will take, but 100,000 years shouldn't be necessary. It took more than 2,000 years to cultivate to the low-level Tianzan. Lin Moya was confident in his cultivation speed. 100,000 years, it really doesn't take that long. Gu Hanya said, I hope you can do it. Chapter 2664. Chapter 2664, 2664. Chapter 2664, why do I feel like I've seen this before? Jade Sword City still shone brightly, like a pearl on the earth, extremely dazzling. In this world controlled by the Hanshui Holy Land, there are only a handful of places that can compare with Jade Sword City. Lin Moya and Gu Hanya walked side by side, like a pair of golden boys and jade girls, heading towards Jade Sword City. Zhao Dongxing was tortured by Xiao San until his vitality was completely lost, and he died. If not for this, Xiao San could have tortured him for a long time. After killing Zhao Dongxing, Xiao San avenged his blood feud and swore to be loyal to Lin Moya forever. No matter what Lin Moya asked it to do, it would do it. Lin Moya just laughed it off. He threw Xiao San back into the world of rules to continue playing with Xiao Wu and Xiao Yu. On the way back, Lin Moya told Gu Hanya some of his past, letting her know how his 6 wives were taken away. Gu Hanya whispered, so, the old man in the green robe is easy to talk to, but his deist partner is a bit fierce. Lin Moya smiled, indeed, but I can feel that the senior has no ill intentions. Gu Hanya nodded, I believe you can find them in the future. Lin Moya smiled, I also believe I can, but by then, you will have 6 more sisters. Gu Hanya snorted coldly, that's my business, you don't need to care. As they spoke, the two walked into the gate of Yujian City. The two of them, like a golden boy and a jade girl, attracted countless people's attention along the way. There are many beauties on the origin continent, and female practitioners are generally very beautiful, but few have the temperament of Gu Hanyu. Before returning to the courtyard, Gu Hanya said, then I'll leave first. Lin Moya suddenly reached out and hugged Gu Hanyu, whispering in her ear, wait for me to marry you in the Holy Land. Gu Hanya's delicate body trembled slightly, got it. After hugging for a while, the two finally separated, and Gu Hanya turned and left. Until she disappeared, Lin Moya's ears rang with her words, be careful. Come back if you can't, I'll support you. Lin Moya chuckled. When would he fall to the point where he needed a woman to support him? No matter how bad things got, he wouldn't be like this. In the next few days, Lin Moya's life became ordinary. He no longer went out and drank tea in the yard every day, often looking up at the sky, as if he was appreciating the origin of the sun. 3 days later, a deep voice resounded throughout the Jade Sword domain. Yujian City, Elder Mu Quan, colluded with the Dao sect and has been killed. Wenling Daizun of the Dao sect and Zhujian Daizun sneaked into the Hanshui Holy Land and wanted to harm it. They have been killed. By the order of the Holy Lord of the Hanshui Holy Land, I hereby announce to the world that if the Dao sect wants to start a war, my Hanshui Holy Land will fight to the end. After hearing this voice, Lin Moya slowly stood up and walked towards the direction of the jade sword. Gu Hanya's methods are indeed fierce, and the rules of the Hanshui Holy Land are indeed strict. An elder of the Daozun realm was killed without mercy. Facing the Dao sect, the attitude is even more aggressive. The message was clear: the people who came over have been killed. If you want to fight, then fight. If you don't want to fight, shut up and get out. This news will spread throughout Nanzhou soon. If the Dao sect wants to fight, the Hanshui Holy Land has already stood on the moral high ground. You were the first to come here and cause trouble. You still want to start a war? That's weak. It seems to be just a moral issue, but in fact, it is a matter of luck, and the relationship is very mysterious. If the Dao sect does not start a war, it means that the Hanshui Holy Land has slapped the Dao sect in the face. No matter what it does, the Hanshui Holy Land has the advantage. Especially since the Hanshui Holy Land set an example and killed all its elders, it depends on what the Dao sect will do. When he came to the entrance of the formation again, Lin Moya saw that the people guarding the formation had been replaced, not just one or two, but all of them. It seems those subordinates who originally belonged to Mu Quan are not doing well. I don't know how much benefit Mu Quan received from Zhao Dongxing, but in the end, he didn't get much benefit. He died and implicated others. Lin Moya was disdainful in his heart. He hated those who were traitors. Lin Moya stood in line, handed over the origin crystal, and then followed the crowd into the formation. The formation is two worlds inside and outside. The moment he entered the formation, a series of strong winds came towards him. The earth showed a jade quality, which looked crystal clear. Lin Moya knew that it was the result of the sword energy rubbing against the ground for countless years. There was a tiny sword energy in the strong wind. Although it was not overwhelming for Tianzan, if a cultivator below the other shore realm came in, he would be torn to pieces on the spot. Looking at the jade sword in the distance, Lin Moya walked forward step by step, towards the jade sword. The crowd that was originally lined up was divided at this moment. Some walked fast, some walked slowly. The strong wind blinded them, and some lost their direction while walking. The closer they got to the jade sword, the fewer people there were. Lin Moya walked 20 kilometers in a blink of an eye, completing 1/5 of the journey. The strong wind became more and more violent, and the sword energy in the wind also increased, making it more and more difficult to move forward. The sword energy and the strong wind mixed together, and it was impossible to tell which was which, and there was no way to dodge. There was an invisible force in the jade sword, and everyone who entered the range of 100 kilometers would be attacked. Lin Moya felt the sword energy in the strong wind and seemed to understand something. In fact, the sword energy is not strong. The real trouble is the impact on the heart of Tao. There is an invisible force in the sword energy, which constantly wears away the heart of Tao. This power is very magical. Lin Moya had never seen it and couldn't understand it. It's like there is a voice that keeps persuading him in the depths of his soul: go back, don't get closer, it will be dangerous if you get closer. Go back, there is no benefit in getting closer. Go back, turn back, and you will be in the abyss if you go on. Various voices echoed in the depths of his soul, some persuading, some warning, and some threatening. The most troublesome thing is that even if you don't think about it, you can't help it. This kind of voice will penetrate the soul, enter the subconscious, and eventually affect the instinct. No matter how firm the heart of Tao is, it will be gradually eroded and eventually retreat. For so many years, no one has been able to really touch the jade sword. The higher the realm of the people who come here, the greater the impact they will receive. On the contrary, the impact on those with a lower realm will be smaller accordingly. What is tested here is the heart of Tao, not the realm of cultivation. Of course, the higher the realm, the firmer the heart of Tao. If the heart of Tao is truly firm enough and reaches an indestructible level, the other shore realm can also go to the end. Strange, why do I feel like I've seen this before? Lin Moya's thoughts flew, and he suddenly realized why it seemed familiar. That feeling is the feeling of the intertwined branches. The difference is that the intertwined branches affect oneself imperceptibly, and the influence of the intertwined branches is long-lasting and will eventually become a real instinct. The influence brought by the jade sword is only temporary. As long as you leave the range of the jade sword, you can recover after a certain period of time, and there will be no permanent impact. Moreover, the influence brought by the jade sword is more obvious, unlike the intertwined branches that are imperceptible. In terms of means, the intertwined branches are more terrifying. Knowing is one thing, but how to resist is the real problem. Chapter 2665. Chapter 2665, 2665. Chapter 2665. If you can do this, I will come back immediately. As Lin Moya moved forward, he pondered how to resist the influence of the jade sword. This influence, though not as silent as the intertwined branches, was equally unbearable. Fortunately, Lin Moya's Dao heart was very firm and was not affected for the time being. The wind failed to confuse him, and he approached the jade sword unwaveringly. The sword energy became denser, and the bewitching voice, strong enough to wipe out the Dao heart, grew louder. Gradually, Lin Moya saw many practitioners sitting on the ground, enduring the sword energy. These practitioners' realms varied from heavenly venerables to supreme venerables, but most were below the supreme venerables and above the other shore. There were very few heavenly venerables and no Dao venerables. They sat here to hone their Dao hearts. If they could withstand the bewitching power brought by the sword energy, they could make their Dao hearts more firm. The area around the jade sword was not only a place to verify one's Dao heart but also a good place to hone one's heart. Not only the jade sword but also the 72 origin swords had similar effects. Lin Moya had to sigh that the senior who refined the 72 origin swords was truly a god. The Dao heart is crucial for a cultivator. If one can make the Tao heart firm and not be invaded by any external objects, the future of that person will be limitless. Lin Moya determined his Tao heart and continued to move forward. He had confidence in his Tao heart, and even if he did not find a way to resist, he believed he could reach the end. Getting closer and closer to the Jade Sword. 50 kilometers, 45 kilometers, 40 kilometers. He saw more cultivators, all honing their Tao hearts. The closer to the Jade Sword, the higher the realm of the cultivator. The number of supremes decreased, the number of heavenly venerables increased, and occasionally Tao venerables appeared. What was being competed here was not cultivation but the Tao heart. The firmer the Tao heart, the farther one could go. Lin Moya saw someone stand up and walk forward like him, then after walking a few hundred meters, sit down again to focus their mind. Some people suddenly stood up and left without looking back. Their Tao heart had been affected, so they chose to turn back. Tao heart is not easy to hone. It is much more difficult to improve the Tao heart than to improve the realm of cultivation. Tao heart is invisible and intangible, just a thought, which may be very firm or very weak. Some people seem weak, but their Tao heart is very firm. Some people seem strong, but their Tao heart is very fragile. There are too many things that can affect the Tao heart, and many people have weaknesses and will always be affected. When there were still 30 kilometers left to the Jade Sword, Lin Moya suddenly heard a familiar voice in his ears. Husband, come back. Husband, we are waiting for you at home. Husband, look back quickly, we are behind you. His wife's voice was so familiar and so touching. Lin Moya instinctively wanted to turn back. His neck moved slightly, then stopped abruptly. He couldn't look back. If he did, he would fail. Lin Moya was somewhat shocked. He was actually affected by an illusion. What he just heard was an illusion. The power of the Jade Sword caught the most vulnerable part of his heart, causing an illusion and then affecting him. At 30 kilometers away, the power that eroded the heart of Tao was already very strong. The people who came here were very strange. There were only a few Daozun around, still sitting here, using the power of the Jade Sword to hone their hearts of Tao. To obtain the origin sword energy, one needs to continue to move forward until within 20 kilometers. If Zhao Dongxing had not been killed before, Lin Moya would need to walk within 1,000 kilometers to obtain a strong enough origin sword energy. Everything is not as easy as imagined. Purification. Lin Moya shouted in his soul, and the 10-color dragon soul crystal moved in response, spewing dragon breath to purify the soul. The soul was shrouded and protected by the dragon breath, becoming difficult to invade by external evil. The world tree also dropped countless branches to wrap the soul and protect it. Lin Moya didn't know if it was useful to do this. It was probably not very useful, but it was better than doing nothing, and it was better to comfort himself. Keep going, it's far from time to give up. Lin Moya's eyes became firm, staring at the Jade Sword, and he moved forward again. No matter how wild the sword energy was, Lin Moya took every step firmly, carrying his own goal and moving forward. He caught up with one Tao master after another. Some Tao masters looked surprised and watched Lin Moya surpass them and disappear in the wind. Husband, don't you want us anymore? Husband, why don't you turn around and look at us? Moya, come back, your master is here. Brother, go back quickly, don't go any further, there is danger ahead. Voices rang out one after another, including his wife, Meng Yanwen, Bai Yaiwan, and Lin Mohan. But no matter who it was, Lin Moya ignored them. The voices became more numerous and more complicated, and the power of the Jade Sword kept stirring the softest part of his heart, bringing one irresistible voice after another. Lin Moya did not look back, he just kept moving forward, and the initial illusion was like nothing. Finally, he walked another 10 kilometers, and at this time, there were only 20 kilometers left to the Jade Sword. An invisible force fell, and Lin Moya sensed this change with his extremely keen spiritual perception. This power came from the Jade Sword, and he seemed to have been recognized by the Jade Sword. This power gathered in his body, gradually took shape, and turned into the shape of a sword. This sword seemed to be there and not there, as if it had substance and seemed invisible, between illusion and reality. The sword was not a real sword but actually sword energy. Origin sword energy. Lin Moya seemed to have some realization in his heart. This was the reward given by the Jade Sword. Anyone who enters the 20-kilometer area will get the origin sword chi. As the distance gets closer, the origin sword chi will become stronger and stronger. The current origin sword chi was still very weak, even if it was used to break through the realm. If one could walk to 10 kilometers, the origin sword chi obtained would be enough to kill an ordinary Daozun. However, generally, no one uses the origin sword chi to kill the enemy. It is better to use it for cultivation. Lin Moya continued to move forward, and the pressure on his Tao heart became greater and greater. There seemed to be a voice in his subconscious mind, constantly telling him to go back. His mind was in a mess, and there were constant thoughts of giving up. The hallucinations in his ears continued as well and became more intense. In the hallucination, his wife had already cried, sobbing one by one. It was as if he had become a sinner, a scumbag. Lin Moya suddenly looked up, looked at the Jade Sword, and said loudly, "The old man in the green robe in my memory, the predecessor who gave me Zushi, you have the ability to conjure them all. If you can do it, I will turn back immediately." Lin Moya's voice resounded through the world, and several Daoist masters nearby looked at him in surprise. There was a trace of pity in their eyes. In their minds, Lin Moya seemed to have gone crazy. He actually spoke to the Jade Sword. If he was not crazy, what else could he be? As Lin Moya's voice fell, the voices of his relatives and friends disappeared at the same time. Then Lin Moya heard another voice. "My friend, give up. The voice was exactly the same as the voice of the old man in the green robe in his memory. Lin Moya knew without looking that the jade sword had really transformed into the old man in the green robe. He couldn't help but smile. Interesting. Chapter 2666. Chapter 2666, 2666. Chapter 2666, The Scared Jade Sword. The existence of the old man in the green robe is extremely mysterious, unspeakable, and unthinkable. An entity of his level seems to know everything and can sense everything in the world with just one thought. If someone thinks of him or mentions his name, he will sense it. Lin Moya discovered that the jade sword has some instinctive consciousness and guessed that the sword had given birth to a weapon spirit. Such a powerful jade sword, towering between heaven and earth for countless years, would naturally give rise to a weapon spirit. However, it must act according to certain rules. Perhaps there are some restrictions, and the wisdom of the weapon spirit is not very advanced. So Lin Moya used the rules to deceive it. He knew that the jade sword could spy on some of his scattered memories. While speaking, Lin Moya deliberately thought about the memory of the old man in the green robe, making the memory more vivid and specific. The jade sword was fooled, and the phantom of the old man in the green robe appeared between heaven and earth, simulating the voice and tone of the old man in the green robe, talking to him. This unthinkable and unspeakable existence, being imitated by someone, would inevitably be sensed. Lin Moya really wanted to know how the old man in the green robe would react, whether he was as powerful as others said, unimaginable and unknowable. Lin Moya ignored the jade sword and continued to walk forward, but his pace slowed down, as if he was slightly affected. The jade sword seemed to find this useful, so it simulated the image of the old man in the green robe more concretely. It obtained more information about the old man from Lin Moya's memory, and Lin Moya was not polite and controlled his own memory. If the jade sword wanted it, he would give it, but it would never get the most important parts. The illusion of the old man in the green robe became more and more concrete, and the power of the jade sword was constantly increasing. The mysterious and powerful power of the Tao was constantly eroding Lin Moya's Tao heart. Lin Moya's determination was getting weaker and weaker, and the idea of wanting to retreat was growing stronger and stronger. But he still persisted, believing that his judgment was not wrong. "Old man, if you don't come soon, I will scold you." Lin Moya was angry in his heart. If the old man in the green robe didn't have such great ability, then his challenge this time would end in failure. It would be more difficult next time, and it would be almost impossible to succeed. Lin Moya tried to strengthen his will and continued to move closer to the jade sword. 15 kilometers, 13 kilometers. His speed gradually decreased and became slower and slower. He knew that he was constantly approaching his limit, getting closer and closer to it. Maybe, when I become a Daist master, I can succeed in the challenge. Now I am still a Tianzun, and I am still a little short. Inexplicably, Lin Moya had thoughts that he shouldn't have in his heart. These thoughts kept growing and turned into a force that made him want to give up. He knew that he shouldn't have such thoughts, but he couldn't stop them. That feeling of powerlessness made Lin Moya helpless. There were no Daist masters around him. At this moment, he had surpassed all Daist masters and walked to the front. The hallucinations in his ears became clearer and clearer. Lin Moya could feel without looking back that the mysterious old man in the green robe was right behind him, pulling him with his voice. Finally, he was only 10 kilometers away from the jade sword, a mere 10,000 meters. His Tao heart finally reached its limit. Just when he was about to give up, a terrifying force fell from the sky. The jade sword roared and vibrated continuously, and countless cracks appeared on the ground, spreading over thousands of miles in an instant. The entire jade sword city was trembling, and countless buildings collapsed. With the jade sword as the center, within a radius of thousands of miles, except for Lin Moya, no matter who it was, no matter how skilled they were, they lost all senses at this moment. Everyone could not hear, see, touch, or stand, and they lay on the ground in an extremely embarrassed manner, unable to move. This force overturned the world, and all the avenues were in complete chaos at this moment. The jade sword was buzzing, and large cracks appeared on the sword body, as if it would collapse at any time. Lin Moya looked at the crumbling jade sword and smiled bitterly. Is it necessary to make such a big fuss? This jade sword has stood for countless years. It's not good to be destroyed like this. The old man in the green robe snorted with disdain. Just as you wish. As he spoke, the figure of the old man in the green robe disappeared, and the world returned to normal. The whole process lasted only more than 10 seconds, but it felt like several years. No one knew what happened or why it happened, except Lin Moya. The power that wiped out the heart of Tao retreated like a tide after the arrival of the old man in the green robe. The jade sword was trembling constantly at this moment, as if it was afraid and trembling. The cracks on the sword were recovering, and when Lin Moya looked at it, it trembled even more. It seemed to be very afraid of Lin Moya and never dared to release a force to test him again. Lin Moya smiled. Don't worry, he won't really destroy you. As he spoke, he continued to walk towards the jade sword. The last 10 kilometers were the smoothest for Lin Moya. No trace of sword energy fell on his body, and there was no power to wipe out his heart. As he approached, the origin sword energy in his body became stronger and stronger, and the small sword condensed by the origin sword energy was already substantial. This small sword was very magical. It could break through the bottleneck of cultivation and could also be released to kill enemies. However, Lin Moya knew at this moment that the most important thing was not the origin sword energy, but to get the recognition of the jade sword. No one has ever really owned the 72 origin swords. No one knows whether the legend is true. Lin Moya wanted to try to be the first person to eat crabs. What if the legend is true? There is no smoke without fire, right? Lin Moya walked the last 10 kilometers smoothly and came to the side of the jade sword. Standing under the jade sword, looking up at the top of the jade sword, he reached out and gently pressed on the jade sword. There should be only a handful of people who can look up at the jade sword from this angle. Then he patted the jade sword lightly. Am I right? Lin Moya knew that the jade sword would not dare to do anything to him, thanks to the remaining power of the old man in the green robe. The jade sword was scared to death just now. The jade sword trembled, and an illusory sword appeared in front of Lin Moya. The sword was as beautiful as jade. Lin Moya knew that this was the spirit of the jade sword. The jade sword spirit appeared in front of Lin Moya and responded cautiously. Since ancient times, there have been 3, and you are the 4th. It seems that people in the world cannot be underestimated. I didn't expect that 3 people have come here. Lin Moya has deeply experienced the horror of the jade sword. It is not easy to come here. Although his current Dao heart is firm, it is still a little short. The Dao heart will become stronger with the realm. Maybe in the future, when he becomes a Daoist master, he can come here with his own ability. Lin Moya asked, what realm were those 3 people? The jade sword said, 2 were Daoist masters in the 8th realm, and 1 was a Daoist master in the 9th realm. Such strong men, compared with them, Lin Moya felt that he was not bad. Lin Moya said, so they didn't get the 72 swords of origin. The jade sword spirit said, no, to get the 72 swords, you must be recognized by all of them. Lin Moya continued to ask, how can I get you? The jade sword spirit said, each sword is different. The Dao heart that I tested with Dao sword, and I recognized it, which is equivalent to waiting for Dao sword's recognition. As for the other swords, you need to test them yourself. It turns out that there is this requirement. The requirements for each sword are different, which is really difficult. The 72 swords of origin are distributed across 4 continents. If you want to get their recognition, you must first travel to the 4 continents. Chapter 2667. Chapter 2667, 2667. Chapter 2667, My Future Path. Lin Moya used a clever method to gain the approval of the jade sword. In his danshin, the original sword energy formed a small emerald green sword. On both sides of the hilt, 2 words were engraved, one for jade and one for Dao. This sword symbolized the dual approval of the jade sword and the Dao sword and was called the Jade Dao sword. However, after gaining this approval, Lin Moya realized there were both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage was that the Jade Dao sword could constantly temper the Dao heart, subtly making it stronger, the will more determined, and resistant to external evils. The disadvantage was that the Jade Dao sword lost its 2 functions of breaking through cultivation bottlenecks and killing enemies. Tempering the Dao heart was the real function of the Jade Dao sword. Breaking through bottlenecks and killing enemies were not its main abilities. The Jade sword spirit seemed to sense Lin Moya's mood. You don't have to feel sorry. Using the origin sword chi to break through bottlenecks is not a good thing. Real cultivation requires being down to earth and relying on one's own strength to move forward. Any behavior that relies on external forces will eventually become a hindrance and impede your progress. Lin Moya smiled and asked, who told you this truth? The jade sword spirit replied, it was the person who refined us. Lin Moya detected something unusual in its words. Isn't the person who refined you your master? The jade sword spirit said, no, it just refined us and placed us here to suppress the world. Lin Moya was slightly stunned. Suppress the world. The jade sword spirit explained, it seems that the origin continent lost something, and we are a substitute for that thing. Something was lost, and the 72 origin swords were just a substitute for that thing. Lin Moya felt as if he had stumbled upon an incredible secret. Then he asked the most important question, if someone gets all of you, can they become the master of the origin continent? The jade sword spirit said, I don't know. That person didn't tell us. Even the jade sword spirit didn't know, making it clear that the legend couldn't be taken seriously. However, over the years, no one had ever been recognized by all 72 swords, so it was still hard to say whether the legend was true or not. Lin Moya said, I have a few more questions. Please ask. The jade sword spirit responded politely. It seemed that the appearance of the old man in the green robe had really scared it. Even now, the cracks on the sword had not completely disappeared. Lin Moya asked, what is the power of the avenue you use? The jade sword spirit said, I don't know either. Our power comes from the person who refined us, but we only know how to use it and don't know the source. After chatting for a while, Lin Moya found that the jade sword spirit didn't know much. It had been here for countless years and couldn't communicate with too many people due to restrictions. All the information it knew came partly from the person who refined it. Then do you know who the person who refined you is? What realm is he in? The jade sword spirit gently vibrated the sword body. It calls itself the Supreme Dao Lord, but it is not clear what realm it is in. But a strong man in the 9th realm of Dao Zun is like an ant in front of him. As it spoke, the jade sword spirit projected an ancient picture. A person appeared in the picture, and Lin Moya felt his greatness at a glance. He stood there like a road, lingering in time and space, spanning ancient and modern times. In front of him was the jade sword, standing tall and upright. The jade sword in the picture was obviously just formed and far from having that vast aura. At this time, someone rushed over, and it was a Dao Zun. The Dao Zun carried the great Dao, and the Dao pattern was revealed in the sky and earth, making him extremely powerful. The Dao Zun rushed straight to the jade sword, as if he wanted to seize it. As a result, the powerful Dao Zun was wiped out and turned into nothingness with a casual finger from that person. The jade sword spirit explained, this is the picture I recorded when I was just born. That Dao Zun was in the 9th realm. A Dao Zun in the 9th realm was destroyed by a single finger from the Supreme Dao Lord, showing how powerful he was. Lin Moya thought of those beings he had seen before, standing on the avenue outside the stars. But he couldn't compare who was more powerful between those people and the Supreme Tao Lord. Lin Moya asked, "Who do you think is more powerful, the old man in the green robe or the Supreme Tao Lord who refined you?" The Jade Sword spirit trembled and then vibrated. "I don't know. Anyway, it's easy for both of them to destroy me." The level difference was too big, and the Jade Sword spirit couldn't compare. However, Lin Moya was very clear that the Jade Sword was stronger than the first Zunjiu consciousness but had not reached the realm above Dao Zun. For this question, Lin Moya could only explore it himself in the future. The origin continent was not as simple as he thought. The real strong ones were actually gone. In the origin continent, the strongest person known at present was in the 9th realm of Dao Zun. It was hard to say whether there were Dao Zun in the 9 7-star forces. At least not on the surface whether there were Dao Zun in secret, only they themselves knew. Lin Moya thought there should be, otherwise, a Dao Zun strongman outside could easily destroy them. It was not as easy as one might think to become the top force in the origin continent. Lin Moya bid farewell to the Jade Sword spirit and left the area with the Jade Dao Sword. This time, he gained a lot. The Jade Dao Sword continued to emit magical power, tempering the Dao Heart in a way that Lin Moya could not understand. The body, soul, luck, and Dao Heart, none of them can be missing. Any one of them will become a shackle. If you want to become a real top power, every one of them must be strong. This is the foundation. Only when the foundation is solid can you move forward step by step. On the way back, Lin Moya once again saw those practitioners who were struggling to move forward and temper their Dao Hearts. Dao Zun, Tian Zun, Shi Zun. Lin Moya found that each of them had flaws in their foundation. Either they lacked luck, or they lacked a Dao Heart, or their physical bodies were not strong enough. In short, none of them could be perfect, and it would be difficult for them to reach a higher level when the time came. The 10-colored dragon soul crystal tempers the soul, the sun of the moon strengthens luck, and the Jade Dao Sword tempers the Dao Heart. Now all that's missing is the physical body. How to temper the physical body? It seems that I need to find a corresponding method. Lin Moya saw his future path clearly and knew how to proceed. After returning to Yujian City, Lin Moya suddenly frowned. What happened? Is the Dao sect here? At this moment, Yujian City was in chaos. 7 of the 10 ice towers had collapsed. The highest 10,000-meter ice tower in the center had also collapsed. In Yujian City, a large number of houses had collapsed, and 1/3 of the city wall had fallen. One formation after another had collapsed, and a large number of people and horses from the Hanshui Holy Land were maintaining order. Lin Moya's heart tightened, and he immediately rushed to his yard. Xiaoyu and Xiaowa were still in the yard. He hoped nothing had happened to them. But with Xiaosan there shouldn't be any trouble. He was relieved when he returned to the yard. His yard was not affected at all, and Xiaoyu and Xiaowa were safe and sound. The 2 carefree girls were still playing. When Lin Moya came back, Xiaola just called out and then continued playing. Xiaowa played her heartless role to the fullest. Chapter 2668. Chapter 2668, 2668. Chapter 2668, I'll give you something and ask you something. Jade Sword City was in chaos. After some inquiries, Lin Moya finally understood what had happened. A terrible force had suddenly descended, causing the entire Jade Sword City to collapse. At that time, countless people lay on the ground, unable to move, and all 5 senses disappeared. Lin Moya already knew what had happened, but he could never have imagined that the old man in the green robe would make such a big fuss. This kind of existence is truly powerful and terrifying. Just a breath of energy descended, and it turned the world upside down. If the real body had descended, would the origin continent have collapsed? As strong as the Jade Sword was, it could only tremble there, scared to death. Lin Moya thought of his origin shuttle again. He rushed to the Refining Master Association and found that it had also suffered some damage, but the main body was still intact. Entering it, he saw that the door of Lin Huoguan's refining room was closed, and there were fluctuations from time to time. Obviously, he was refining with all his strength and was not affected. Lin Moya then left with peace of mind. When passing by the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce, he found that it was in a much worse state than the Grand Master of Weapon Refining, with almost half of it collapsed. The people in the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce were busy repairing it. The cultivators were very fast, and it would be completely restored in a few days. The busiest one among them was Lu Fengqing, who needed to rearrange the formation. In the crowd, Lin Moya saw Lu Shui. She also saw Lin Moya and walked over quickly with a smile on her face. "Hello, Mr. Lin." Lin Moya said, "You suffered some losses this time." Lu Shui was a little helpless. Fortunately, most of the property is still there, so the loss is not too big. Faced with this natural disaster, Lu Shui said she had no solution and could only consider herself unlucky. With her realm, she could not understand what happened at all and could only regard it as a natural disaster. Even the Heavenly Venerable probably did not know what happened. Perhaps only some powerful Dao Venerables could understand a little. Lin Moya asked, "Has anything new happened between Hanshui Holy Land and the Dao sect?" Half a day had passed since Hanshui Holy Land announced the matter to the world. If the Dao sect had any reaction, it would have happened soon. The Lufeng Chamber of Commerce was very well informed, and the speed of transmission was far beyond imagination. Lin Moya thought he might be able to get some information from Lu Shui. Lu Shui smiled and said, "Mr. Lin, are you going to buy news?" Lin Moya nodded. "If there is news, it doesn't hurt to buy some." Lu Shui smiled even more brightly. "It's a pity that there is no special news." The Dao sect did not react, as if it had suffered a loss. Lin Moya was a little surprised. When did the Dao sect become so easy to talk to? Lu Shui said, in fact, I also feel strange. The Dao sect has always been domineering and vindictive. When would they be willing to suffer such a big loss? Lin Moya said, if you have any news, tell me as soon as possible. I am very interested in this. As for how to find me, I believe you will have a way. Lu Shui smiled. Okay, I will register this matter. No matter where you are, as long as there is relevant news, we will contact you as soon as possible. But we take the initiative to sell the news, the price. Lin Moya said, don't worry about the price. As long as the news is useful, I can afford it. Lu Shui smiled brightly. Mr. Lin's financial resources, I naturally don't doubt it. Just telling you in advance to avoid any misunderstanding. Lin Moya nodded. Give my regards to Senior Feng Qing for me. I'm leaving first. Sir, take care. After saying goodbye to Lu Shui, Lin Moya bought some snacks and pastries on the way back. The chaos in Yujian City had little impact on ordinary people. They still had to live their lives. The practitioners with lower realms were recruited to repair Yujian City. Of course, they would not work in vain and would be rewarded accordingly. The fact that the Dao sect did not respond at all made Lin Moya a little surprised. It felt like something was unusual. In the Dao sect, Wang Xianzong had received the announcement from the Hanshui Holy Land. Once such an announcement is issued, it will spread quickly throughout the world. In less than half a day, the entire Nanzhou land will know about it. Wang Xianzong stood on the top of the main peak. The top of the main peak of the Dao sect is a forbidden area. Except for the sect master, ordinary elders are not allowed to enter. Wang Xianzong's face was gloomy, and 3 elderly men were sitting in front of him. He told the whole story and then waited quietly for the answer. Time was distorted around the 3 elders, and the time belonging to them was different from the time outside. Wang Xianzong knew that it would take some time for his words to reach their ears, so he was not in a hurry and waited quietly. After a while, the old man sitting on the right spoke. His mouth moved, but no sound came out. The sound was also affected by time, and it took a long time to come out. It's not the right time yet. The ancestor is about to break through. After the ancestor breaks through, we will settle accounts with the Hanshui Holy Land. Be patient. As the leader of the sect, you must learn to be patient. Our goal is not the Hanshui Holy Land. It is just our stepping stone. The voice was few, but it gave Wang Xianzong clear instructions. Wang Xianzong bowed slightly and then left. The Dao sect did not make any movement, as if it had suffered this loss. But those who know the Dao sect know that this matter will not end so easily. In the next few days, Lin Moya did not go out of his yard. He waited for the repair of the Origin shuttle and the arrival of the large ship of the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce. At that time, he would leave Nanzhou and go to Dongzhou, where disputes continued. In Lin Moya's eyes, Dongzhou was more suitable for him than Nanzhou. He did not do nothing in the past 2 days. When the Sun Origin was in power, he took the initiative to activate the Jade Dao Sword to temper his Dao heart. When the Taiyan Origin rose, he felt the Dao and cultivated with the help of the Taiyan Origin. Because of the Son of Taiyan, Lin Moya cultivated very quickly under the illumination of the Taiyan Origin, just like cultivating in the Origin spiritual vein. Various perceptions came one after another, and his understanding of the Dao became deeper and deeper. The Taiyan Origin is his origin spiritual vein, and it is the largest origin spiritual vein. Lin Moya felt that if he continued like this, he would be able to break through to the middle-level Tianzun in less than 3 to 5 years. This speed is already quite fast for Tianzun. Other Tianzun have to cultivate for tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years to break through a realm. How long has it been since he became Tianzun? Lin Moya was already quite satisfied. 4 days passed peacefully, and when the moon was in the sky, a fragrance drifted from outside the courtyard. Gu Hanya's graceful figure appeared outside the courtyard, pushed open the door, and walked in with lotus steps. Lin Moya stopped practicing, looked at the jade girl with a smile. Why are you here? Gu Hanya walked to the table and sat down. Are you not welcome? Lin Moya smiled. How could it be? I'm just a little surprised, and there are some unexpected things. Xiao called to Gu Hanya obediently. Hello, mistress. I haven't seen you for a few days. My biological mother seems to be more beautiful again. Flattery is free, and Xiao had a sweet mouth. Xiaoyu was much more honest. Xiaoyu greets the master's wife. The master's wife as well. Gu Hanya waved lightly, and a large number of snacks and toys suddenly appeared in the yard, forming a small mountain. All of these are for you. The 2 of them exclaimed in delight, their eyes glowing, and they kept saying thank you. Lin Moya smiled. If you come a few more times, these 2 girls will be bought by you. Gu Hanya said, it depends on your performance. Lin Moya said, tell me what you are here for. Gu Hanya said, I'm here to give you something and ask you something. Chapter 2669. Chapter 2669, 2669. Chapter 2669, How is Mr. Lin's luck? Hearing Gu Hanya's words, Lin Moya immediately became interested. What good stuff do you have? Gu Hanya looked at Lin Moya with a smile. Why don't you ask first? I want to ask you something. Lin Moya, thick-skinned as ever, replied, people, interests come first. Naturally, I have to ask what good stuff there is. This is instinct, and it is also my heart. I can't go against my heart. Gu Hanya was slightly startled by what Lin Moya said. I didn't expect you to be so thick-skinned. Lin Moya didn't care at all and continued while drinking tea. Of course, you can also ask first. I don't mind. Gu Hanya took out a bright red silk scarf. The scarf exuded a strong origin breath, hiding a fiery heat. Lin Moya was shocked. Is this a magic weapon refined by the sun? Gu Hanya shook her head. You think too much. It just contains some sun origin. It can't be regarded as a magic weapon refined by the sun origin. Lin Moya sighed. Even if it only contains some of the sun's origin, it is extraordinary enough. What's the use of it? Gu Hanya said, when the Taiyin is in the sky, it can temporarily cover your Taiyin talisman. Lin Moyo immediately took the red silk scarf in his hand. The scarf was warm to the touch, and he could clearly feel the sun's origin contained inside. Lin Moyo exclaimed, this is a good thing. With it, it will be much more convenient to move in the future. Lin Moya didn't want others to know that he was the son of Taiyin. When Taiyin was in power, his actions would be restricted. Unless he killed everyone who saw him, there would always be a time when everything would be exposed. At that time, many Daoist masters from various forces would come to find him. Once his identity was exposed, he would inevitably become the target of all factions. Now, with this silk scarf, it would be much more convenient. However, this red silk scarf is not suitable for his image. Gu Hanya said, don't be happy too soon. The solar essence in it is limited. Once the solar essence is used up, it will be just an ordinary silk scarf. Lin Moyo asked, is there no way to replenish it? Gu Hanya shook her head. I don't know how to replenish it. You have to figure it out yourself. As for its appearance, I think it will be fun for you to wear it. Or, wear it and show it to me. She smiled, wanting to see what Lin Moyo looked like wearing a red scarf. Lin Moyo put the red scarf away without saying a word. I'll wear it for you to see when I have a chance. Gu Hanya sighed, you seem to be getting thinner. Lin Moyo didn't respond. Go ahead, what do you want to ask? Gu Hanya said, what exactly happened to the natural disaster in Yujian City a few days ago? Don't say it has nothing to do with you. I have a feeling that it must be related to you. Lin Moyo smiled. Although I believe in my feelings, I know that since you said so, you must have your own reasons. Gu Hanya said, I know you were near the Jade Sword when the natural disaster occurred, and the natural disaster broke out with the Jade Sword as the center, so it must be related to you. Lin Moya said, your reasoning is very sufficient. You are right. The natural disaster was indeed caused by me, but I was not the one who did it. Gu Hanya snorted lightly. Of course I know it was not you. You can't do it with your ability. After saying this, she suddenly corrected herself, at least you can't do it now. But I can be sure that this natural disaster must be related to you. A pair of bright and beautiful eyes stared straight at Lin Moyo, waiting for an answer. Lin Moya drank a few sips of tea before slowly saying, do you remember the old man in the green robe riding a green bull that I told you about? Gu Hanya's eyes lit up. You mean that one? Looking at her expression, Lin Moyo already understood that Gu Hanya must have known about the existence of the old man in the green robe. Lin Moya nodded slightly. It's that old guy. As for how I did it, don't ask me. I won't tell you even if you ask me. That's what happened anyway. It's not just Yujian City that was affected, even the Jade Sword was scared to death. Gu Hanya was very smart. Although Lin Moya didn't say it explicitly, he actually said a lot. From Lin Moya's words, it could be inferred that even the Jade Sword couldn't stop the old man in the green robe. In fact, what descended at that time was just a trace of the old man in the green robe. In the information Gu Hanya knew, the old man in the green robe was a legendary figure, far beyond her reach. She knew that the old man in the green robe was very strong, but she didn't expect him to be so strong that even the Jade Sword couldn't stop his aura. Lin Moya said, I have already told you what you asked. I hope my answer satisfies you. Gu Hanya chuckled. What you said, if I am not satisfied, what can I do? Lin Moya smiled and said, if you are not satisfied, I will ask him for you in person when I become stronger. This made Gu Hanya laugh. She stood up and said, okay, I have done my work. I wish you all the best in Dongzhou. I will leave first. Lin Moya also stood up. Your husband is about to go to Dongzhou. Don't you show some appreciation? Gu Hanya looked at Lin Moya. Under the illumination of the origin of the moon, a layer of snow like frost appeared on Gu Hanya's face, which looked breathtakingly beautiful. Lin Moya just looked at her and admired her beauty. After a few breaths, Gu Hanya took a half step forward, hugged Lin Moyo, and whispered in his ear, come back alive. After saying that, she kissed Lin Moyo on the face, then left his embrace and turned away with a gust of fragrant wind. In the following days, Lin Moya's life returned to peace again. 3 days later, Lin Moya went to the Weapon Refining Master Association again. According to the agreement between him and Master Lin Huoguang, today was the day to check the progress. I hope it can be restored to the realm of the Supreme Tao. If not, it can only be regarded as fate. After a few days, the building of the Weapon Refining Master Association had been repaired and regained its former bustle. Lin Moya saw Master Lin Huoguang standing in front of the door from a distance, seemingly waiting for someone. Fixed. Lin Moya walked over with some doubts. Seeing Lin Moyo, Lin Huoguang immediately showed excitement and waved to Lin Moyo. Come on. At this time, Lin Huoguang was like a child who was about to get a toy. As a Daoist master, it was indeed a bit strange to show such an expression. Lin Moya took 2 steps at a time and walked over. Master Lin, has the origin shuttle been repaired? Lin Huoguang pulled Lin Moyo into the weapon refining room. Only the last step remains, waiting for you to come. In the weapon refining room, in addition to Lin Huoguang, there were 3 young people, all of whom were Lin Huoguang's disciples. Lin Huoguang opened the formation of the weapon refining room, isolating the inside and the outside. He said to the 3 people solemnly, don't make any noise on the side. Watch closely. How much you can understand depends on you. I have taught you everything that should be taught. If you cannot learn, it only means that you are not suitable for refining weapons. Do you understand? The 3 of them answered at the same time, we understand. After talking to the three disciples, he said to Lin Moyo, "Fellow Deus Lin, the Origin Shuttle is now only one step away from being completely repaired. This last step is related to whether the Origin Shuttle can be restored to the Daozun realm. In advance, Lin would like to ask, how is fellow Deist Lin's luck?" Chapter 2670. Chapter 2670, 2670. Chapter 2670, it's time to set off. Lin Moya said, "My luck is not bad." "I don't know why Master Lin asked this." Lin Huguang explained, "The Origin Shuttle comes from the Tianqian sect, which is different from ordinary magic weapons. Fellow Deist Lin should know that the Tianqian sect emphasizes the power of faith. We can't get the power of faith now, so someone came up with a way to use their own luck instead of the power of faith. But luck is illusory, and ordinary Deist masters cannot sense its strength. I can't do anything, I can only make a preliminary judgment based on good or bad luck. To be honest, my luck is average, so this last step relies on fellow Deist Lin's luck." Lin Moya suddenly realized. The Tianqian sect is famous for using the power of faith, so everything about them is naturally related to the history of faith. It is reasonable that the power of faith is needed to repair the Origin Shuttle. Lin Moya said, "If so, there is no need for this trouble. I have the power of faith." Lin Huguang was stunned for a moment. "Fellow Deist Lin, you said you have the power of faith." Lin Moya nodded and took out a few faith cards. These faith cards were made by him personally, and each card contained millions of units of faith power. There were a total of 10 faith cards, totaling tens of millions of units of faith power. Lin Huguang's eyes lit up, and he blurted out, "Faith cards." Although he did not have the power of faith, as a master refiner, he had seen many things. In the knowledge system of the refiner, you might not have it, but you must know it. He recognized that the cards in Lin Moya's hand were faith cards. "I didn't expect that fellow Deist Lin really has the power of faith." "Then there is no problem." Lin Moyo asked, "Are these enough?" Lin Huguang said, "I don't know if they are enough. I can only try first." Lin Moya said, "It doesn't matter. I still have a lot of faith cards. Tell me anytime if you need them." He had the entire world as a foundation, and the power of faith was as vast as the ocean. 10 faith cards were nothing, and he could refine a large number of faith cards in minutes. Be prepared for a rainy day. Whether it is enough or not, it will never go wrong to refine some first. The soul had already started to gather the power of faith and refine it into faith cards. In a blink of an eye, pieces of faith cards flew up in response, each containing millions of units of faith power. Lin Huguang held the shrunken Origin Shuttle in his palm, and the faith cards danced around the Origin Shuttle. One after another, the power of faith flowed out of the faith cards and drilled into the Origin Shuttle. At the same time, a purple flame rose from Lin Huguang's palm, burning the Origin Shuttle. In the flame, the power of faith and the Origin Shuttle merged into one. The last flaw of the Origin Shuttle was being repaired quickly, and at the same time, a strong and strange aura was growing. The Origin Shuttle, which was originally badly damaged, had now fully recovered. The addition of the power of faith was like igniting the deepest fire of the Origin Shuttle, making it shine. The aura of the Origin Shuttle was getting stronger and stronger, quickly surpassing the heavenly venerable realm, and it was about to break through to the Tao venerable realm. Bangs rang out, and the faith cards broke one after another. Lin Huguang's face changed slightly. The faith is not enough. Lin Moya was prepared, and with a wave of his hand, another 10 faith cards were thrown out. The faith cards completed the relay and continued to provide the power of faith for the Origin Shuttle. The aura of the Origin Shuttle was strengthened again, getting closer and closer to the Tao venerable realm, but there was always a line of difference, and it kept getting closer but could never reach it. Bang, bang, bang. The faith cards began to break again. This time, without Lin Huguang's reminder, Lin Moyo had already thrown out the prepared faith cards. Lin Moya didn't care how much faith power the Origin Shuttle needed. Anyway, he had as much as needed. The accumulation of his own faith power had long reached a terrifying number. Some faith cards were not even a drop in the bucket. Finally, after using hundreds of faith cards and a full 100 million units of faith power, the Origin Shuttle was finally full. It shone in Lin Huguang's palm, and then it exploded and grew larger. Lin Huguang's eyes condensed, and the flames in his palm rose, controlling the Origin Shuttle to keep it at the right size. His right hand turned into fingers, carving complex patterns on the Origin Shuttle. He didn't speak throughout the whole process. At this moment, he was fully focused and couldn't be distracted. The three disciples of Lin Huguang also stared at Lin Huguang's actions with their eyes wide open. This last action contained the essence of the weapon refiner. Lin Moya didn't know how to refine weapons, so he couldn't quite understand what was going on, but he could feel that Lin Huguang was using his Tao power to make the final repairs to the formation inside the Origin Shuttle. To repair the Origin Shuttle, in addition to repairing the damaged shell and restoring the complete shell, the most important thing was to repair the formation. The shell was just the skin, and the formation was the bones. The power of faith that had been integrated into it before was the blood, and none of the three could be missing. It lasted for half an hour, and the breath of the Origin Shuttle finally reached the real critical point. With a slight sound, a strong storm blew up in the refining room. The breath of the Daozun realm permeated the room, and the Origin Shuttle was restored to its new state, exuding a strange aura. This aura was different from the aura of ordinary magic weapons. It was fused with the breath of faith power and accompanied by the breath of the Tao. Lin Huguang admired the Origin Shuttle as if he was appreciating a work of art. After a moment, his eyes were blurred, and he kept muttering, "So that's it, so that's it. I understand, I understand. It turns out that the magic weapon of the Daozun realm is like this." At this moment, the aura of Lin Huguang was also rising. he realized the secret of refining the magic weapon of the Daozun realm. As long as he was familiar with it for a while, he would be able to break through to the 7th level and become a master refiner. Becoming a master refiner is the dream of all refiners. In fact, it is the same to become a master of formation and a master of talismans. Lin Moya felt that he was not a qualified master of talismans, let alone a qualified master of formations. He did not regard becoming a master as a goal at all. He sighed in his heart and said to Lin Huoguang, "Congratulations, Master Lin. I will call you Master Lin from now on." At this time, his 3 disciples also said in unison, "Congratulations, Master. You are about to become a master." Lin Huoguang laughed and was in a very good mood. Lin can become a master, and I have to thank fellow deist Lin. Lin has remembered this favor and will definitely repay it if there is a chance in the future. Lin Moya smiled and said, "You are polite. I also want to thank Master Lin for repairing the Origin shuttle for me." The 2 of them were polite and chatted for a few more words before Lin Moya left with the Origin shuttle. Because the Origin shuttle was integrated with Lin Moya's power of faith, it had been refined when Lin Moya got it and could be used at any time. On the way back, Lin Moya passed by the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce and found that it had been repaired and there was a constant flow of people again. There were several people selling tickets at the door. The big ship would arrive in 2 days. If you missed this opportunity, you would have to wait for many years to go to Dongzhou. 2 days later, a big ship flew from afar and stopped in the sky 1,000 kilometers away from Yujian City. The ticket in Lin Moya's hand shone, and a beam of light shot out, pointing directly at the big ship. For a while, many people rushed out of Yujian City and headed towards the big ship. Lin Moya also said in a deep voice, "It's time to set off." Chapter 2671. Chapter 2671, 2671. Chapter 2671, Fellow Deist, please follow me. One person after another was running on the land. No one was allowed to fly within the 1,000-kilometer range of the Jade Sword, otherwise, they would be attacked by it. Lin Moya was an exception. He was recognized by the Jade Sword and could fly freely. However, the first bird to stick out gets shot, and he didn't want to attract attention, so he just walked among the crowd. Some attention can be paid, but some attention is unnecessary. Lin Moya was not in a hurry. As long as he could get on the ship, the large ship of the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce would stop here for half a day, and then set off again after half a day to the next stop. The large ship of the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce would stop at one stop after another, and would stop in front of dozens of large cities in Nanzhou along the way. The entire route almost crossed most of Nanzhou. Finally, it came to the northeast of Nanzhou, crossed the vast sea of boundaries, and finally entered Dongzhou. Lin Moya saw the large ship from afar. The ship was very large, more than 100,000 meters long, and stopped in the air, like an aerial city, an absolute behemoth. Lin Moya could feel that this ship itself was an extremely terrifying magic weapon. If it was fully launched, it would be no problem to exterminate a clan. In addition to the ship itself being powerful enough, the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce also arranged a number of Daozun to follow the ship to ensure safety. When it was still 100 kilometers away from the ship, Lin Moya saw a rune engraved on the hull. This rune was a very simple rune, and almost every practitioner could understand it. The meaning it represented was a simple one. To be precise, this rune represented the number of this ship, number 1. Lu Fengqing had said that there are a total of 4 large ships like this in the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce, called hurricane warships, numbered from 1 to 4. The 4 large ships are used to travel back and forth between the 4 continents of the southeast, northwest, and northeast for trade. Lu Fengqing accidentally let it slip at the time that their Lu family started with these 4 hurricane warships and eventually developed into its current scale. The name of the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce also came from this, and the wind in it refers to the hurricane warship. As he kept approaching the hurricane warship, Lin Moya deeply felt a sense of desolation. This desolate breath went straight to the soul and impacted the mind. Lin Moya knew very well that only after countless years of refinement could he hone this sense of desolation. Not everyone can sense the sense of desolation. Only people like him who have strong spiritual perception and a keen soul can feel it deeply. This big ship has an extremely long history. It looks new on the surface, but it was actually renovated later. No matter how you do it, you can't cover up the years. Time speaks. Lin Moya stopped and did not get on the ship immediately. He stopped only 10,000 meters away from the hurricane warship, quietly feeling the desolate atmosphere, and admiring the hurricane warship at the same time. This warship has experienced many terrible battles. There are countless scars on it. Even if it is repaired, it is difficult to erase the traces of the past. It has killed countless strong men, and many Daozun died in front of it. The Daozun's avenue is like a trophy, collected by it. Lin Moya felt thrilling in the vast atmosphere, as if he saw those magnificent battles. He stood for several hours, motionless. On the warship, a Daozun from Lufeng Chamber of Commerce stood at the bow. He looked at Lin Moya and smiled slightly. Interesting little guy. Beside him, there was a young man with peak supreme cultivation. The young man was a little confused. Uncle Wu, what is he doing? Uncle Wu smiled. He has a spiritual perception beyond ordinary people and can feel the past of the warship. The young man was slightly surprised. So powerful, could it be that he can see the past? Uncle Wu shook his head. It's not really seeing the past, just feeling the past. Time can speak, but it only speaks to those who can understand. The young man said, "Oh," and seemed not to understand. Uncle Wu smiled and said, "It doesn't matter if you don't understand some things. After all, everyone's path is different. The one who can make it to the end is the winner." This little guy has a strong sense of spirituality. When he gets on the boat, you have a chance to get in touch with him more and see if you can make friends. If you want to grow smoothly in this world, friends are indispensable. If you can't become friends, then don't become enemies. The young man was not stupid. He understood the meaning of Uncle Wu's words. Lin Moyu under the boat has a limitless future. Don't be an enemy of him. The young man immediately said, "Thank you, Uncle Wu, for your teachings." Feng Yuan understands. Uncle Wu nodded with satisfaction. After your sister comes out of seclusion, learn more from your sister. You can learn a lot. Lu Fengyuan immediately nodded in response, looking very obedient. Lin Moya stood for several hours, finally came to his senses, and took out the boat ticket. A beam of light shot out from the warship and fell on him, pulling him into the warship. As Lin Moya approached, Uncle Wu narrowed his eyes slightly. So young? Lu Fengyuan asked, is he very young? Uncle Wu nodded, more than 2,000 years old. Lu Fengyuan opened his mouth wide. How is this possible? A 2,000-year-old Tianzun, how talented must this be? It is simply unimaginable. He considers himself a genius and has used up 3,000 years just to cultivate to the peak of the supreme. He has a good chance of becoming a Tianzun within 5,000 years, which is already a very talented existence and is not inferior to any Tianjiao on the origin continent. On the origin continent, those who can become Tianzun within 10,000 years are all geniuses. If you can achieve the status of a heavenly venerable within 5,000 years, you can be called a heavenly pride. But what is a heavenly venerable who is over 2,000 years old? A top heavenly pride? Lu Fengyuan really wanted to call him a monster. Lu Fengyuan murmured, is his talent stronger than that of my sister? Uncle Wu said, it's hard to say, at least it's similar, not too far behind. You see, there are always people better than you. There are too many geniuses in this world, you must not be complacent. Lu Fengyuan also sighed, with a little helplessness. Before, I only thought that my sister was a 900-meter mountain, but now there is a bigger one. I am so miserable. Uncle Wu laughed and ignored it. Lu Fengyuan has been used to smooth sailing since he was a child, and it's not bad to suffer a little setback occasionally. When Lin Moyu arrived on the boat, someone from the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce came to greet him immediately. At this time, Uncle Wu suddenly said, you all should leave. His words were orders, and the people from the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce immediately left. Uncle Wu came to Lin Moyu and personally entertained him. Lin Moya saluted Uncle Wu, Senior. My friend, please let me see your boat ticket. Uncle Wu was very polite to Lin Moyu and had a very good attitude. In his mind, Lin Moya would sooner or later become a deist master, and become an existence at the same level as himself, or even surpass him. Lin Moya handed the boat ticket to Uncle Wu, and Uncle Wu was surprised when he saw it. Lu Fengyuan on the side suddenly said, it's actually the ticket for room number 3. Uncle Wu nodded, yes, there is no problem with the ticket, it is indeed for room number 3. My friend, I want to ask, how much did you spend on this ticket? Lin Moya said, 10,000 third-level fine origin crystals. Uncle Wu chuckled, this old guy's price is fair. My friend, don't think it's expensive, the ticket for room number 3 is worth this price. You will know it later. Fengyuan, you will lead the way. Remember to introduce the situation on the ship to my friend. Lu Fengyuan immediately understood and stretched out his hand to invite, fellow deist, please follow me. Chapter 2672. Chapter 2672, 2672. Chapter 2672, do you know who that person was just now? He traveled through a vast number of formations, most of which were very secretive. If it weren't for his strong spiritual perception, even a formation master would have difficulty discovering these formations. Lu Fengyuan led the way in front, walking more casually. These formations would not be easily triggered, so there was no need to be too careful. No space formations were used inside the warship. Lin Moya guessed that it was because the internal formations were very dense, with formations within formations. Moreover, these formations were all weapon formations, which required stable space support, so they could not accommodate space formations. In addition, the Hurricane warship was large enough and did not need any space formations to expand the space. The two had to pass through most of the warship to reach the front. The third floor room was located near the bow. While Lu Fengyuan led the way, he also introduced the situation in the warship to Lin Moyo. Battleship number 1 is 100,800 kilometers long and has 3 lower floors and 4 upper floors. The upper 4 floors are where all passengers can move around, and the first and second floors are where passengers live. There are 10,000 ordinary rooms, each accommodating 4 people. There are 1,000 superior rooms, each accommodating 2 people. There are 100 special rooms, each accommodating 1 person. Lin Moya smiled, it seems that mine is a special room. Along the way, they saw many rooms with more than 1 person living in them. According to Lu Fengyuan's introduction, if fully occupied, there would be more than 40,000 passengers on this Hurricane warship. If we count that many people bought multiple tickets and used their own rule world to bring a large number of people to Dongzhou, at least 100,000 people would go from Nanzhou to Dongzhou this time. 100,000 people is not a lot, but it is not a small amount either. Given the vastness of Dongzhou, there are very few people in a field. Even in Nanzhou, there are more than 100,000 people in any small town, but most of the people in Nanzhou are ordinary people. Those who go to Dongzhou are all cultivators, not ordinary people, which is not a small number. Lu Fengyuan didn't know what Lin Moya was thinking but followed Lin Moya's words and said, you are in room number 3. If I remember correctly, this ticket should have been in the hands of Elder Lu Fengqing. The rooms numbered before 10 are special rooms among special rooms, different from other special rooms. Lin Moya showed a little interest. Please tell me in detail. Lu Fengyuan said, the first difference is the origin power. Each room has a formation that refines the origin power of the sun and moon and supplies it to the practitioners in the room. However, the effect of this formation is different. Specifically, the concentration of origin power in the special room is 10 times that of the advanced room, and the advanced room is 10 times that of the ordinary room. The top 10 special rooms are 10 times that of other special rooms. If the ordinary room is regarded as a first-level origin spiritual vein, then your room is at least a fourth-level origin spiritual vein. Your cultivation in it is equivalent to cultivating in a fourth-level origin spiritual vein, and the effect is excellent. From now on, until Dongzhou, it will take about 100 days. This 100 days is enough to equal your usual decades of hard work. Through Lu Fengyuan's introduction, Lin Moya gradually understood the various special features of his room. In addition to the different concentrations of origin power, there are also some other preferential treatments. The third floor of the worship is an area for practitioners to eat, drink, and have fun. It provides a variety of spiritual food and a large number of entertainment venues, all of which cost money. Passengers in the special rooms can get a 20% discount on any consumption here. The spiritual food provided by the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce is not ordinary spiritual food, which can't be eaten outside. Many spiritual foods have a very good auxiliary effect on cultivation. The only problem is that they are expensive. In addition, various entertainments are also very attractive. The Lufeng Chamber of Commerce travels across the 4 continents, providing many things that humans don't have here, some unspeakable entertainment that can satisfy many special desires. The 4th floor of the worship is the trading area opened by the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce, where you can buy various goods. It is also not an ordinary commodity. Many things that cannot be bought outside can be bought here. Many people also come on board for this purpose and buy things, and guests in special rooms can still buy here at a 20% discount. If there are suitable things, as long as you buy a few pieces, it is worth the ticket price. Calculated in this way, the price of my ticket is indeed not expensive, and Lu Fengqin did not cheat me. As for the lower 3 floors, it is the area of the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce, and passengers cannot enter. Under Lu Fengyuan's introduction, Lin Moya came to the door of room 3. The room was shrouded by a formation, and the ticket was the key. Lu Fengyuan finally whispered mysteriously, "Fellow Deus Lin, you can go to the 3rd floor when you have time. There are some areas inside that are very interesting, at least they cannot be seen in the South Continent." Lin Moya showed a hint of interest. "Thank you, fellow Deist Fengyuan. I will definitely go and see it when I have time." Lu Fengyuan smiled, "Then I won't disturb fellow Deist Lin's rest. Call me anytime if you have anything." Lin Moya opened the formation and entered his room. The room was not too big, only 10 meters long and wide. The room was filled with mist, and these airs were all the origin power. Lin Moya took a breath and absorbed a lot of the origin power, muttering to himself, "The origin power is indeed rich." The origin power he absorbed was quickly replenished, and the formation on the top of the room continued to operate, spewing out the origin power continuously. The sun's origin was extremely hot, and after the formation transformation, it became gentle, which was not much different from the ordinary origin power. However, Lin Moya could still feel the difference, as there was still some hot air inside. This formation is extraordinary, as it can refine the origin of the sun. Lin Moya studied the formation on the roof and found that this formation was actually only responsible for sending the origin power to the room, and it was not the one that truly refined the origin of the sun. Lin Moya had a guess in his mind. He felt that the hurricane warship was not actually made by the ancestors of the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce. The ancestors of the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce should have established the huge Lufeng Chamber of Commerce after acquiring 4 hurricane warships. He carefully thought about Lu Fengyuan's words, and he got a lot of information from Lu Fengyuan's words. On this hurricane warship, there is no need to worry about safety issues, and he can use the various resources on this warship to greatly increase the speed of cultivation. At this time, he was not far from the middle-level Tianzun, and perhaps he could be promoted when he arrived in Dongzhou. After docking for an hour, the hurricane ship slowly started and then began to accelerate towards the next stop. Its speed kept increasing, getting faster and faster, and the scenery on the earth was quickly left behind. On the balcony of Lin Moya's room, looking at the scenery that was rapidly retreating through the formation, Yujian City had disappeared in the blink of an eye. It's amazing that the flying speed can reach such a level without touching the laws of space. After flying for a while, the unique source waterfall of the chaotic zone appeared in front. The hurricane warship rushed directly over, intending to cross the chaotic zone. The warship was glowing all over, and the formations lit up one after another, covering the entire warship. The chaotic zone had no effect on it at all. Uncle Wu saw Lu Fengyuan coming back and smiled. "Fengyuan, do you know who that person was just now?" Chapter 2673. Chapter 2673, 2673. Chapter 2673, perhaps the hurricane warship is an opportunity. Lu Fengyuan was slightly stunned. "I know his last name is Lin." Uncle Wu laughed. "His name is Lin Moyo." Lu Fengyuan's face suddenly changed, and he exclaimed, "He is Lin Moyo, the super genius my sister mentioned." Uncle Wu laughed again. "I said, how can a 2000-year-old Tianzun be so easy to see? I checked the identity on his ticket, and it was indeed him." Lu Fengyuan murmured, "So this is the person my sister likes." Uncle Wu smiled even more brightly, half joking, "If your sister hears you saying this, you'll probably be beaten half to death." Lu Fengyuan didn't care and waved his hand. "Anyway, she's not here. Uncle Wu, you won't betray me, right? Uncle Wu shook his head. That's hard to say. Let's see if you can buy me off. Lu Fenjiayuan's face suddenly collapsed, looking bitter. Uncle Wu, you can't do this to me. Who let my sister praise him to the sky? Of course, I thought my sister liked him. Uncle Wu smiled and said, anyway, build a good relationship with him. It shouldn't be bad for you. I can feel that he has strong luck. Our ancestors have long said that we must make friends with people with strong luck and stay away from people with weak luck. Lu Fengyuan nodded. I understand. I know what to do. Uncle Wu said, although your cultivation aptitude is not as good as Feng Yao's, when Feng Yao takes the helm of the Chamber of Commerce in the future, you can at least assist her. In this way, your position in the family can also be consolidated. Lu Fengyuan nodded, indicating that he understood. Although the relationship between the members of the Lu family is good, the rules are strict. Even the direct descendants must abide by many things. This is also the way of survival of the Lu family, just like doing business fairness is important. Through the formation, Lin Moya looked at the familiar chaotic area. He had stayed here for a while and had some magical experiences. Turning his head, he saw someone coming out from the balcony on the right. That was the passenger in room 4, a Daoist master. The Daoist master glanced at Lin Moya, with a hint of doubt in his eyes. It seemed he was wondering why a Tianzun had a room number ahead of his own. Where did a Tianzun get so many origin crystals to buy tickets for the special room? Then he was stunned on the spot. He saw that Lin Moya was only more than 2,000 years old. A Tianzun who was more than 2,000 years old was not something that ordinary people could reach. For such a genius, his eyes couldn't help but change, and he nodded slightly to Lin Moya. Lin Moya had guessed what was going on from the change in the other party's eyes. It seems that I have to find a way to hide my age otherwise, this alone is a big flaw. There are many geniuses in the origin continent, but there are only a handful of people who can reach the heavenly venerable at the age of more than 2,000. This alone can confirm his identity. The identity of the son of Taiyin is too sensitive. If one's own cultivation is insufficient, try not to expose it. After a short moment, the warship crossed the chaotic area, and then the speed began to increase again, flying towards a big city of the Tianjian sect. Across the formation, Lin Moya faintly felt the power of the Taiyin origin, and he knew that the Taiyin origin was about to appear. Before the sun origin appeared, he returned to the room and did not go out. After a moment, the Taiyin talisman on the center of his eyebrows was revealed, and Lin Moya knew that the Taiyin origin had appeared between heaven and earth. The power of the origin ejected from the formation also changed. The scorching heat in the power of the origin disappeared, and it was replaced by the coldness of the Taiyin origin. Lin Moya was very interested in the formation in the warship that could refine the power of origin. If he could master this formation and set it up in his own forces in the future, he could use the sun origin and the moon origin to remind his forces of the power of origin. Even if the level of the origin spirit vein is not enough, they can be used to make up for it. The two origins of the sun and the moon are the two largest and most inexhaustible origins in the origin continent. Lin Moya also knew that he could only think about it. It is impossible for Lufeng Chamber of Commerce to give him this formation. Whether he buys it or uses other methods, it is unlikely that he can even take a look at it. This formation is too magical and unheard of. It is better to practice than to think too much. Lin Moya continuously absorbed the power of the origin and began to comprehend the law of the avenue. A large amount of the power of the origin entered the body, and through the origin, he comprehended the avenue, which was much more efficient than the outside world. Lin Moya could clearly sense that his understanding of the avenue was constantly deepening and his realm was also improving. It is just because he has comprehended 3 avenues. In addition to the immortal avenue of his own life, the avenue of time and the avenue of space are extremely difficult to comprehend avenues. The difficulty of practicing any avenue is much greater than that of ordinary avenues, not to mention that he has to practice 3 at the same time. It is precisely because of this that the difficulty of his practice has increased significantly after he entered the Tianzun realm. If there is no special opportunity, it may take thousands of years to improve a small realm. Compared with his previous practice speed, it is simply a world of difference. Lin Moya felt that the hurricane warship might be his chance. After practicing for a night, Lin Moya left the room and went to the 3rd floor of the ship. The 3rd floor was very lively, with a large number of practitioners here. Listening to their conversation, Lin Moya learned that the ship had docked twice last night to welcome 2 new groups of passengers. At this time, it was flying towards a new city. After passing through 5 more big cities, it would be able to leave the territory of the Tianjian sect in less than 2 days. At this time, many passengers were eating at the table. They were enjoying delicious spiritual food, which had a lot of origin power overflowing. Eating these spiritual foods would be of great benefit to their cultivation. At one of the tables, 4 people were sitting around. The 4 people were wearing exactly the same clothes, with a sword embroidered on their sleeves. It's the people of the Tianjian sect, Lin Moya thought in his heart. When he looked around, he also saw people from the Hanshui Holy Land and people from the Wendao sect. These 3 forces are the top forces in the origin continent, and their momentum is higher than others. In addition, there are some people from other forces. Many people from various forces will go to Dongzhou. Dongzhou is a big piece of fat meat, and they all want to take a bite there. Suddenly Lin Moya narrowed his eyes, turned his head quickly, and then walked towards the 4th floor. Daozun Wei Xian, I didn't expect him to come too. Lin Moya just saw Wei Xian. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and turned around and left before Wei Xian noticed him. If Wei Xian had found him, it would have been trouble. Wei Xian would definitely ask him why he didn't go to find him. The token given to him at that time was completely blocked by himself. Wei Xian's meaning was very clear: either become his person or be killed. In Lin Moya's mind, people like Wei Xian can't be trusted. There was another person next to Wei Xian, a female Daozun, who also came from the Seven Colors layer. After Lin Moya left, Wei Xian seemed to react and looked in the direction where Lin Moya was originally. But after looking, he didn't find anything, thinking that he felt wrong. Brother Wei, what's the problem? The female Daozun next to Wei Xian asked. Wei Xian shook his head slightly. Nothing. Sister Cayenne, you took the initiative to apply to go to Dongzhou this time. Is it to find a disciple? Elder Cayenne sighed. Yes, the disciple born with a jade soul was missed before. I used a magic weapon to calculate, and maybe I can find a suitable candidate in Dongzhou. Wei Xian said, Dongzhou is not peaceful. We must be more careful when we get there. It is common for Daoist masters to fall there. Cayenne didn't care but smiled. Brother Wei, tell me again, is the little guy you met in the Boundary Sea really that talented? Can I accept him as a disciple? Wei Xian sighed. It's difficult. Chapter 2674. Chapter 2674, 2674. Chapter 2674, Spending Money Like Water, a penny is a dime. It was truly a narrow road for enemies. Lin Moya didn't expect to meet Wei Xian here. Lin Moya still avoided this villain, especially in this place. If he dared to attack him outside, he could kill him to prevent future troubles. I hope you are lucky, Lin Moya said softly and proceeded to the fourth floor of the worship. The layout of the fourth floor was somewhat similar to that of the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce, but there was no concept of senior members. On the worship, there were only ordinary rooms, senior rooms, and special rooms. Passengers in special rooms could get a 20% discount, passengers in senior rooms could get a 10% discount, and passengers in ordinary rooms had no discount. It's not that the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce divides guests into different levels, but this world has always been like this. There were not too many people on the fourth floor, perhaps because there were not many guests on the ship yet. However, the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce had not released all the goods at this moment. Only after all the passengers were on board and the warship entered the Boundary Sea would all the goods be released. The goods that could be bought at this moment were still limited. When Lin Moya approached the counter, a young man from the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce came up to him. He was only in the godly realm, looking about 1,000 years old but appearing very young. The young man was very polite. Hello, senior, what do you need? Lin Moya said, I want a magic weapon that can cover my appearance and bone age. The young man continued to ask, I don't know what realm you are in. Lin Moya replied, Heavenly Realm. I'll find it for you right away, please wait. The young man began to look for a suitable magic weapon. After a while, the young man projected the magic weapons he found in front of Lin Moya through the formation. There are only 3 magic weapons suitable for you at present. The first one, Xian Guanyi, a magic weapon in the Supreme Realm, can block detection below Daozun, and the price is 2,000 main level origin crystals. The second one, the Dark Mask, a mid-level magic weapon in the Heavenly Realm, can block detection below Daozun, and the price is 2,000 third-level origin crystals. It has a shortcoming, that is, when wearing it, its own power will be suppressed by about 30%. A mid-level magic weapon in the Tianzun Realm sold at the same price as a magic weapon in the Supreme Realm. Lin Moya felt a little strange at first, but it was not strange after knowing its shortcomings. This magic weapon should be a defective product, otherwise, it would not be sold at this price. Then his eyes moved to the third magic weapon. The young man also began to introduce the third magic weapon. The third one, Twilight Stone, a high-level magic weapon of Tianzun, can block the detection of those below the fourth realm of Daozun, and the price is 5,000 third-level origin crystals. It also has a shortcoming, that is, the effect can only last for 6 hours each time it is used, and you need to wait for 6 hours before you can use it again. Another defective magic weapon, otherwise it would not be priced so low. Lin Moyo asked, is there no flawless magic weapon? The young man thought for a while, there should be, but it has not been released yet. It may have to wait until all the passengers are gathered and the warship reaches the Boundary Sea before it can be released. Senior can come and have a look then. Lin Moya knew this rule, then I will buy the Twilight Stone first, and we will talk about the future later. Although the Twilight Stone has defects, it is not unusable. Buy it first to deal with emergencies, and buy another one when a suitable one appears in the future. Now Lin Moya was rich and powerful, and a mere 5,000 third-level origin crystals are nothing at all. Not to mention that they are only ordinary level origin crystals. Even if they were boutique level, they would still be nothing. Lin Moya took out 4 6th level origin crystals. Is this enough? The young man's eyes lit up and nodded immediately. Enough, enough. Passengers in the special room can get a 20% discount, so only 4,000 third-level origin crystals are needed. Lin Moya used 4 6th level origin crystals to settle the bill, and their value was obviously more than 4,000 third-level origin crystals, so how could it not be enough? The young man collected the origin crystals and quickly sent the Twilight Stone through the formation. Lin Moya left a soul mark on the Twilight Stone and completed the recognition of the master. As long as it is activated, the Twilight Stone can form a special protective force to prevent others from snooping on his information. Whether it is bone age, realm, or appearance, it will be obscured. No one below the 4th realm of Daozun can detect it. Lin Moya suddenly felt a familiar breath coming from the stairs. Wei Xian actually came to the 4th floor. He immediately activated the Twilight Stone, and a special and invisible power enveloped his whole body. In the eyes of others, Lin Moya was like a mysterious person shrouded in clouds and mist. No information could be seen, not even his appearance. Wei Xian passed by Lin Moyu and went to another counter. He didn't notice anything unusual during the process. There are too many people like Lin Moyu who hide their identities. It's not strange at all. When the young man saw Lin Moyu using the Twilight Stone, he thought he was testing the magic weapon. He didn't feel strange at all and continued to ask, "I wonder if the senior needs anything else." Lin Moyu said, "Is there anything that can improve the efficiency of cultivation?" The young man immediately started looking and soon found a few items. They were all good things that could speed up cultivation. Lin Moyu waved his hand and bought them all. There is no shortcut to cultivation, but it is okay to get some small assistance. These things can only speed up the cultivation effect by 10% to 20% at most, and it depends on oneself in the end. Of course, there are also good things that can directly improve the realm, but Lin Moyu avoids them like snakes and scorpions. This kind of thing will only affect the foundation and must not be used. Lin Moyu bought a bunch of things and spent 20,000 third-level origin crystals, which is equivalent to 2 7th-level origin crystals, a mere drop in the bucket. But to this young man, Lin Moyu is an absolute big customer, and his attitude became more and more polite. The way Lin Moyu buys things is simply like a big local tyrant. It's just missing 4 words written on his forehead: "I have money." Lin Moyu asked, "Are there any spiritual materials above the Tinzun realm?" The young man showed some helplessness. "Not at the moment. Based on past experience, there may be some after everyone has arrived, but I can't guarantee it." "Senior, please come back and take a look then. Spiritual materials are too rare, even the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce cannot just take them out casually." Lin Moyu actually just asked casually, it doesn't matter whether there are any or not. After a few days, when everyone is gathered and the warship arrives at the Boundary Sea, he will come back to take a look. After buying things, Lin Moyu left and returned to the 3rd floor. On the 3rd floor, he spent tens of thousands of origin crystals and bought a lot of spiritual food. These spiritual foods are also helpful for cultivation, but their greater role is to feed Xiaoyu and Xiaowo. Spiritual food is the same as the treasures on the 4th floor. There are still many rare spiritual foods that have not been taken out. They will appear only after everyone is gathered. After returning to the room, Lin Moyu led Xiaoyu and Xiaowo out and gave them the spiritual food. He then started to practice again, and with the help of the treasures he bought before, the speed of his practice was accelerated. As time went by, the hurricane warship passed through the territories of top forces such as the Tianling sect, Lifanjaya dancers, and Jukongshan Holy Land. It kept stopping in various cities. There were more and more people on the ship, and it was getting more and more lively. Lin Moyu stayed in the room these days and did not go out. Xiaoyu and Xiaowo had no identity, so they could only stay in the room. Fortunately, they had enough toys to play with, and sometimes they would go back to the real world to change their environment. Finally, 20 days after Lin Moyu boarded the ship, the warship officially left Nanzhou and entered the Boundary Sea. Chapter 2675. Chapter 2675, 2675. Chapter 2675, Money Can't Buy Me Happiness. As soon as the warship entered the Boundary Sea, everyone received a notification from the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce. From this moment on, all the prepared goods, including spiritual food, magic weapons, materials, and other rare items, would be available. However, there were also many restrictions on purchasing. The specific restrictions could be checked on the 4th floor. The hurricane warship had a structure of 4 floors on top and 3 on the bottom. Above the 4th floor was the roof. No one had ever been on the roof before it was closed until this moment. Lin Moyu activated the Twilight Stone and went to the roof. There were many people on the roof, but it was large enough to accommodate them all. On the roof, one could see a layer of transparent light curtain covering the entire warship. Not far ahead, there were dark clouds belonging to the Boundary Sea. The sea water was rapidly getting deeper, and when it reached the range covered by the dark clouds, it appeared black. The sea water was naturally not black, it just looked black. Whether it was the origin of the sun or the origin of the moon, their light was greatly weakened after passing through the dark clouds. Lin Moyu noticed that many people were seeing the Boundary Sea for the first time, and they all exclaimed in admiration. Having come out of the Boundary Sea before, Lin Moyu felt indifferent about it. He knew that in 2 days, when they truly went deep into the Boundary Sea, if the flight route was suitable, they might be able to see the Boundary Sea worlds one by one. As the warship gradually went deeper into the Boundary Sea, the light curtain covering the outside of the warship began to deform, seemingly under a lot of pressure. The speed of the warship started to slow down, eventually matching that of an ordinary Tinzun. At this speed, it would take a lot of time to cross the Boundary Sea. More and more people came to the 4th floor. After waiting for about half an hour, a light lit up from the top of the ship. Then, a large light curtain rose, displaying information about countless items. Everyone could view the content, which stated the level, function, price, and purchase conditions of the items. All the items that could appear here were top quality and extremely rare. Good items that met these 2 conditions would naturally not be easily sold by the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce. They set various conditions to increase the value of the items. Lin Moyu also looked at the information on the items, searching for what he needed. Divine Light Wood, extremely rare natural Daozun realm item. After recognizing the master, wearing it will cover the whole body with divine light, preventing the prying of Daozun below the 7th realm. Starting price, 10,000 fine origin crystals. Selling requirements, consumption exceeds 10,000 ordinary origin crystals. When there is no explanation, the price is calculated based on 3rd level origin crystals, divided into fine and ordinary. 10,000 third-level fine origin crystals was only the starting price, not the final price. Obviously, this item would still need to be bid on with others. The condition for wanting to buy it was that you must have consumed more than 10,000 ordinary origin crystals on the ship before. Whether you ate a lot on the third floor or bought a lot on the fourth floor, it could be counted. If you had not consumed it before, you were not eligible to buy this item. But it didn't matter, you could consume it now and become eligible. Some people did this, they didn't spend much money before but would spend when they saw what they needed. Those who did this were obviously veterans, having taken the Hurricane warship more than once and being quite familiar with the rules on the ship. Lin Moya did not ask about the starting price, but someone else had already inquired. The person in charge of the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce finally arrived, the fifth uncle who had taken everyone on board before, and Lu Fengyuan was still with him. The fifth uncle said loudly, "Everyone, please be patient. I will explain the purchase rules. For all items, each round of sales lasts 12 hours. The items rotate every 12 hours, and each time they rotate, a new batch of items will be updated. If no one buys the items that appeared this time, whether they will appear again next time depends on luck. After the sale begins, all eligible guests can bid for the items they like. However, each guest has only one chance to bid for each item, so I hope you will cherish it. You can also rest assured that no matter who bids or how much, we will keep it confidential and it will never be known to others. But before the sale starts, there is a rule that needs to be made clear. If you bid and buy the goods but cannot redeem them in the end, then I'm sorry, we will also have corresponding penalties. So everyone, cherish the opportunity and don't bid maliciously." Uncle Wu explained the rules in great detail, and anyone who was not a fool could understand them. Lin Moyo pondered the meaning behind the rules. The rules were actually very simple and straightforward. Lufeng Chamber of Commerce set the basic requirements and the reserve price, then let everyone bid by themselves. The key to the problem was that everyone had only one chance to bid, and they didn't know how much others bid. This led to a problem. If you really wanted an item, you had to bid as high as possible. If the price you bid was not high enough, it might end up in someone else's hands, and in the next round, there was a high probability that the same item would not appear again. The items here were extremely rare. Once you missed it, you didn't know when you would get another chance. Of course, some people wanted to pick up a bargain, so they offered the starting price. What if no one else wanted to buy it? In Lin Moya's view, this way of buying was more of a psychological game, an invisible battle. If you were rich, you could give a high price directly. Anyway, money couldn't buy happiness. Lufeng Chamber of Commerce could make a lot of money from it. Lin Moya thought to himself, the person who thought of this method is really a genius. Compared to an auction, this format may not earn every penny, but it will not cause conflicts, and it may earn even more. The sale finally began, and Lin Moya went directly to the Divine Lightwood and used the consciousness communication array to bid. The starting price of the Divine Lightwood was 10,000 third-level fine origin crystals. Lin Moya thought about it and directly bid 20,000. Originally, he wanted to bid 50,000, but thought that it would be too conspicuous. Even if he was rich, he couldn't do that. 20,000 was already high enough. After all, the role of the Divine Lightwood was only auxiliary and could not be used in combat. In the eyes of many people, its value was far less than other magic weapons of the same level. Then Lin Moya looked at the other items one by one. Everything here was fine, but unfortunately, no spiritual materials were found. There were only a few auxiliary materials for cultivation. Lin Moya casually offered a price. As for whether it succeeded or not, it was not of great concern. Calculating the time, the effect of the Twilight Stone was about to end, and the Taiyan origin was about to appear. Lin Moya turned and left. In a room on the lower deck of the warship, Uncle Wu and Lu Fengyuan were staring at the screen projected by the formation, which showed the situation on the top of the ship. Lu Fengyuan suddenly said, "He's gone." At this time, Lu Fengyuan paid close attention to Lin Moya's every move. Uncle Wu nodded, "See what he bought." He called up the items Lin Moya bought and couldn't help laughing. The Divine Lightwood, it seems that he hates others snooping on him. Lu Fengyuan saw Lin Moya's bid, the Divine Lightwood is his. Uncle Wu also nodded, indeed, no one should bid higher than him. Lin Moya bid 20,000, while others who also wanted to buy the Divine Lightwood bid less than 15,000, a huge difference. Chapter 2676. Chapter 2676, 2676. Chapter 2676, Lin Moya has a high-level origin spiritual vein. Lin Moya returned to his room and waited quietly. He was confident that no one would bid higher than him for the Divine Lightwood. It wasn't particularly useful to most people, and its value wouldn't be too high unless someone went crazy. Sure enough, not long after the first round of sales, someone delivered the goods to his door. It was just when the power of Taiyan was in effect, and the Taiyan talisman shone brightly at the center of Lin Moya's eyebrows. He took out the red scarf and put it on. The scarf flashed a hint of burning, and the Taiyan talisman was quickly covered. After using the red scarf, Lin Moya exclaimed softly. Once the scarf took effect, it disappeared along with the Taiyan talisman. He could sense its existence but could not see it. This is good, it saves the embarrassment. Otherwise, it would be a bit weird for a grown man to wear a red scarf. I guess Hanyu didn't expect that the red scarf could also hide the effect of the body, otherwise, he wouldn't have asked me to wear it. Lin Moya opened the door and saw that the delivery man was Lu Fengyuan. He couldn't help laughing. Why did Lu Daiao deliver the goods in person? Lu Fengyuan smiled, of course, I came for Lin Daiao. Fengyuan won't deliver other people's goods. He was straightforward and made it clear that he was giving Lin Moya face. Lin Moya welcomed Lu Fengyuan into the room. I also happen to have something to ask Lu Daiao. Lu Fengyuan's eye showed a hint of joy. Lin Dao, please tell me. As long as Feng Yuan can help, I will not refuse. He wanted to get closer to Lin Moyu, and now that Lin Moyu had something to ask, it was naturally the best thing. Lin Moyu said, I want to buy spiritual materials, not limited to the type, only the realm. Anything above the Tinzun realm is fine, but Daozun realm is the best. After thinking for a moment, Lu Fengyuan said cautiously, to be honest with you, although I am also a direct descendant of the Lu family, the rules in the Chamber of Commerce are very strict. Lin Moyu knew what Lu Fengyuan meant as soon as he heard it and said with a smile, no problem, I will go and see it myself. Lu Fengyuan hurriedly explained, you misunderstood. It's not that Fengyuan can't tell, but even I don't know if there are any spiritual materials in the goods this time. Lin Moyu was speechless. He didn't expect that the rules of the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce would be so strict. Lu Fengyuan thought about it and said, why not do this every time the goods are renewed? If there are spiritual materials, Fengyuan will notify you as soon as possible. Anyway, every time the goods are renewed, it takes 12 hours, and it won't be too late for you to bid after you get the news. Lu Fengyuan's method was already very good. This way, Lin Moyu wouldn't have to check every time, wouldn't waste time, and wouldn't worry about missing out. Lin Moyu said politely, will it be too much trouble for you, Lu Dao? Lu Fengyuan shook his head, fellow Daos Lin, you are too serious. It's just a small matter, why bother? Lin Moyu smiled, then I, Lin, will be thick-skinned in trouble Lu Shafa. After the two completed the transaction, they chatted for a few more words before Lu Fengyuan left. Lin Moyu could feel that Lu Fengyuan was a bit deliberate, as if he wanted to make friends with him. There is nothing wrong with being so deliberate. Everyone has their own goals. As long as they don't hurt others in the process of achieving their goals and treat others sincerely, there is nothing wrong with it. Just like Lu Fengyao, who also wanted to make friends with him at that time, but after several contacts, both of them treated each other sincerely and became good friends. After Lu Fengyuan left, Lin Moyu took off the red scarf and put it aside casually. The power of the sun's origin in the red scarf is limited. Once it is used up, it will lose its effect. It is better to use it sparingly. In just a short while, the solar essence inside had been reduced by almost 1/5. Lin Moyu calculated the time and found that the red scarf could still be used for about 4 hours in total. 4 hours is a short time, so it needs to be used carefully. It seems that we need to find a way to replenish the solar essence for the red scarf. If he can't find a suitable method, the solar essence will be exhausted. At least before Lin Moyu reaches the Daozun realm, the red scarf is still very useful. Lin Moyu began to check the things he bought this time. 2 items were to assist in cultivation, both of which were spiritual food. After eating, they could temporarily enhance the speed of understanding the laws of the Tao. The effect varies from person to person and can be increased by up to 50%, which is much better than the spiritual food he bought before. For Lin Moyu, it is also a help. In addition to the 2 spiritual foods, the most important item was the divine lightwood. This time, Lin Moyu spent a total of 26,000 third-level fine origin crystals, of which 20,000 were spent on the divine lightwood. Lin Moyu studied the divine lightwood and tested its effect. Compared to the divine lightwood, the twilight stone immediately lost its luster, but at least it played a role once, so it was not a loss. Lu Fengyuan returned and handed the origin crystals paid by Lin Moyu to his 5th uncle. There were 2 7th level and 6 6th level origin crystals in total. The high-level origin crystals of the boutique grade exuded a powerful aura, which was completely different from ordinary origin crystals. Uncle Wu was a little surprised, he actually paid with high-level origin crystals. Lu Fengyuan's face was a little strange, I was also surprised at the time, and I had a hard time holding it back. I also told him that it was not cost-effective to pay like this, but he obviously didn't care. Uncle Wu said, it seems that he is really rich. I guess he had some adventure. It's rare to see such a wealthy Tinzun. He looked at Lu Fengyuan with a smile, even if it's you, you don't have such a fortune. Lu Fengyuan said, don't talk about me. Even my sister couldn't be so rich when she was a Tinzun. No, even my sister now can't be so rich. Do you know what else he wants to buy? Uncle Wu showed interest. From your appearance, it seems that what he wants to buy is very expensive. Lu Fengyuan sighed, he wants to buy spiritual materials, and spiritual materials above the Tinzun realm, preferably in the Daozun realm. Spiritual materials are very rare and extremely expensive, more expensive than magic weapons of the same realm. If spiritual materials are used in magic weapons, this magic weapon can almost 100% give birth to a weapon spirit, and the level of the magic weapon can also be raised by 1 or 2 levels. If spiritual materials of the corresponding level are added to a magic weapon of the Daozun realm, this magic weapon is very likely to be promoted to the Daozun realm of the 2nd or even the 3rd realm and can also give birth to a spirit. Magic weapons with weapon spirits and without weapon spirits are simply not the same. In addition to refining magic weapons, spiritual materials have some other functions, such as cultivating the origin of spiritual veins. They are extremely rare in themselves, and their very important role results in an extremely shocking price for spiritual materials. Even the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce only has a handful of spiritual materials traded each year. Uncle Wu's eyes sparkled slightly, it seems that he is much richer than we thought. I even suspect that he has obtained a high-level origin spiritual vein otherwise, how could there be so many high-level origin crystals? Lu Fengyuan said, Uncle Wu is joking. High-level origin spiritual veins are so rare. As long as high-level origin spiritual veins appear in Nanzhou, how could we not know about them? Uncle Wu laughed, what if his high-level origin spiritual veins are not obtained from Nanzhou? Don't forget where he comes from. Lu Fengyuan was shocked and exclaimed, Boundary Sea. Chapter 2677. Chapter 2677, 2677. Chapter 2677, Creatures in the Clouds, Brilliant Star Python. As far as they knew, the origin spiritual veins in Nanzhou had long been divided up. Occasionally, low-level origin spiritual veins might be discovered, but high-level origin spiritual veins were definitely gone. However, the Boundary Sea was different. The Boundary Sea was like an undeveloped area, much larger than the continents. It was normal for one or two high-level origin spiritual veins to appear in the Boundary Sea. When Lu Fengjao returned, he talked a lot about Lin Moyo. They all knew that Lin Moyo had won the favor of the king of the Boundary Sea. It was not impossible for the king of the Boundary Sea to give Lin Moyo a high-level origin spiritual vein. Only in this way could Lin Moyo have so many origin crystals. The two thought so, and the logic formed a perfect closed loop. If Lin Moyo knew that the two thought this way about him, he would probably laugh in his sleep. Lin Moyo thoroughly studied the divine lightwood, then ate some spiritual food, and began to practice with its help. Although the auxiliary effect of spiritual food was not strong, it could be used for a long time. One piece of spiritual food was enough for Lin Moyo to eat many times, each time for several hours, and the added effect was not small. After practicing for a while, the sun origin finally appeared again, and the origin power converted by the formation contained a trace of heat from the sun origin. As the son of Taiyan, he was closer to the Taiyan origin. The speed of practicing under the Taiyan origin was much faster than under the sun origin. Ha! Lin Moyo suddenly saw the red scarf glowing slightly. He felt that the sun origin consumed in the red scarf had been fully replenished. After searching everywhere for something, it is easy to find it. I never thought that the formation in the warship could replenish the power of the red scarf. Lin Moyo had the idea of controlling this formation in his heart, but he knew it was difficult, but he could try it and see if it worked. Lin Moyo put away the red scarf that had been replenished with power and left the room again. He went to the top of the warship, and a new round of goods had appeared. A small part of the goods in the previous round were bought, and most of them were not bid for. No one knew whether they would appear again on this voyage, not even Lu Fengyuan. The prices of goods here were not cheap. The cheapest one cost 1,000 third-level fine origin crystals. For many people, this was not a small amount, so everyone would not buy randomly, only buy the right ones, not the expensive ones. Lin Moyo used the divine lightwood to hide his aura, including realm, bone age, appearance, etc. In the eyes of others, his whole body was covered by a layer of faint light. They only knew that he was a person but didn't know who he was at all. Lin Moyo walked past the merchandise one by one. He didn't like any of the merchandise this time, so he turned around and returned to his room to continue practicing. In the following days, the merchandise was updated and replaced in rounds, and Lin Moyo would almost always go to take a look and buy if he needed it. But most of the time, he just looked. Lin Moyo had high standards, and ordinary things were not worth his attention at all. In the past few days, Lu Fengyuan came twice, and each time he met with Lin Moyo before leaving. From him, Lin Moyo learned that the merchandise for sale would be better after the journey was halfway through. Once spiritual materials appeared, he would tell Lin Moyo as soon as possible. Dark clouds covered the Boundary Sea, and the whole world became dim. The hurricane warship flashed with a faint light, like a star flying under the dark clouds, at a very fast speed. There was always a constant flow of people on the top of the warship, and it was extremely lively. According to the current flight speed, the hurricane warship would take 60 days to cross the Boundary Sea and reach the easternmost part of Dongzhou. The warship would then continue to fly in Dongzhou for 10 days, passing through 6 cities controlled by the human race, and then start the return journey. Today was the 20th day of entering the Boundary Sea. The dark clouds were getting thicker and thicker, accompanied by lightning and thunder from time to time, illuminating the Boundary Sea. Along the way, everyone saw many magnificent scenes. Waterspouts rose in the Boundary Sea. Tens of thousands of waterspouts were densely packed, connecting the sky and the earth, and spinning fast. Countless big fish flew out of the Boundary Sea and rushed into the dark clouds with the waterspouts. They tried to leave the Boundary Sea and rush into the sky. This phenomenon is called fish leaping into the sky. There is a legend that if the fish in the Boundary Sea can rush above the dark clouds, they can evolve spiritual wisdom and turn into dragons. Of course, this is just a rumor, and no one has ever verified it. No one knows how thick the dark clouds above the Boundary Sea are. Anyway, those who go in basically never come back. Once a strong man in the 6th realm of Daezun went to explore the depths of the dark clouds, and he also disappeared. From then on, the dark clouds in the sea became a restricted area. Under normal circumstances, no one would touch them. Many people stood on the warship, looking at the dark clouds, as if they wanted to see what was in the dark clouds. Suddenly someone pointed to the depths of the dark clouds. Look, there is something falling from the dark clouds. A loud roar broke the calm on the top of the ship and attracted the attention of countless people. Everyone looked up at the dark clouds. Electric snakes were flying in the dark clouds. At the moment when the electric snakes lit up, it seemed that a huge monster was moving through the dark clouds. What is that? It looks like a dragon. What nonsense are you talking about? It's not a dragon. It's just a python at most. Be careful that the dragon clan will come to settle accounts with you. Indeed, it should be a python, or a dragon. The huge figure shuttled back and forth in the dark clouds. Because of the dark clouds, everyone couldn't see its true appearance. From a distance, it looked like a python and also like a dragon. It was extremely huge, and it didn't seem to be much different from the hurricane warship. The hurricane warship was moving forward rapidly, but its speed was not slow either, and it was on par with the hurricane warship. Lin Moyu, who was practicing, felt something strange, and his keen spiritual sense told him that something happened outside. He came to the balcony and saw the huge monster flying in the dark clouds. It's the brilliant star python. Lin Moya was shocked and showed a little horror. The brilliant star python actually appeared. What is it going to do? Lin Moya's understanding of the boundary sea is far beyond that of ordinary practitioners. Zishui Tianzun talked to him a lot about the boundary sea. The dark clouds that almost covered the entire boundary sea are a special existence. This dark cloud is like another world. Like the boundary sea, it also has many strange creatures. It's just that these creatures will not appear under normal circumstances, let alone leave the dark clouds. Among the many creatures living in the dark clouds, the brilliant star python is one of them. They occasionally leave the dark clouds and rush into the boundary sea to find food. The fish in the boundary sea are their food. In addition, the brilliant star python will also attack the human race passing by. There have been records of brilliant star pythons attacking the world of the Sea of Boundaries, but the probability is extremely low. The most important thing is that the brilliant star python is a social creature. If there is one, there will definitely not be only one. Is the brilliant star python here for the hurricane warship? Could it be that there is something in the hurricane warship that the brilliant star python likes? What could it be? Lin Moyo believed that the brilliant star python would not appear here for no reason. The biggest possibility is that there is something in the hurricane warship that it is interested in. Just as Lin Moyo was thinking, a large number of brilliant star pythons appeared in the dark clouds. The next second, the star pythons rushed towards the hurricane warship. Chapter 2678. Chapter 2678, 2678. Chapter 2678, it's finally here. The brilliant star pythons varied in size, with the smallest being about 10,000 meters long and the largest reaching 30,000 meters or even 50,000 meters. The one hidden in the dark clouds was nearly 100,000 meters long, almost as long as the hurricane warship. With a deafening roar accompanied by countless lightning bolts, a large number of brilliant star pythons rushed towards the hurricane warship. The surface of the brilliant star pythons was covered with star-like marks that sparkled and shone as they moved. When they approached, it was like a bright starry sky coming towards you, a spectacular yet terrifying sight. The power of the brilliant star pythons was immense. They could control the thunder in the dark clouds, and these thunders were not ordinary. They contained the power to corrode objects. Countless brilliant star pythons, carrying a lot of thunder, bombarded the warship. The light curtain of the warship deformed under the bombardment, struggling to maintain its shape and seemingly on the verge of breaking. The faces of the practitioners on the top of the ship changed drastically, and even some of the original courtyards appeared. At this moment, even the Daozun felt a sense of fear. The weakest of these brilliant star pythons were all in the Daozun realm. The strongest ones had surpassed the third Daozun realm, and their numbers were astonishing. If the formation of the hurricane warship was broken, the people on the ship would likely have difficulty surviving in this perilous sea. Activate the formation. As everyone panicked, a loud shout resounded through the world. The warship suddenly lit up, and countless formations emerged. Many formations that had not been activated before were all activated at this moment. The formations appeared outside the warship, absorbing the majestic and ownerless source power between heaven and earth, quickly refining it into usable source power. The formations of the entire warship were fully activated, significantly increasing the defense power and quickly stabilizing. Lin Moya's eyes flashed with brilliance. Yes, it's this formation. Unexpectedly, the formation he had been trying to obtain before was now revealed in front of him without reservation. The formations on the hurricane warship were very complex, with one formation nested inside another. With Lin Moya's current attainments in formations, he couldn't analyze them at all. Not to mention him, even a formation master like Lu Fengqin couldn't analyze all the formations on the hurricane warship. However, Lin Moya didn't need to analyze the complex formations in the hurricane warship. He just needed to figure out the formation that could refine the origin. The function of this formation was to absorb and refine the power of the origin, purify and quench it, and finally supply it to other formations for driving. There were many such formations in the entire warship. It was precisely because of their existence that the warship had almost inexhaustible power of the origin. Lin Moya didn't care about the brilliant star pythons at this moment. He only had the formation in his eyes. As long as he could master this formation, it would have unimaginable benefits for his future. His spirit was unprecedentedly concentrated, and his soul power was driven to the extreme to imprint this formation into his mind and integrate it into his soul. However, this formation was nested with other formations, and there were too many interferences. It was too difficult to understand it. Unconsciously, the Teian origin appeared, and the Teian talisman appeared between Lin Moya's eyebrows. Fortunately, everyone's attention was now attracted by the brilliant star pythons, and no one cared about Lin Moya at all. Under the illumination of the Teian origin, all of Lin Moya's abilities were enhanced by 30%, and his luck was also enhanced by 30%. In an instant, the formation that was not very clear at first seemed to become a little clearer. Lin Moya's heart moved, and he said to Xiao Wu in the world of rules, "Xiao Wu, I need luck." Xiao Wu, who was playing, did not say anything and directly used the avenue of luck. "Master, you are going to have great luck." The luck between heaven and earth seemed to have heard Xiao Wu's order and fell on Lin Moya like a waterfall. Lin Moya's luck suddenly boiled wildly. For a while, there were waves of dragon roars in his ears, and the luck turned into golden red in Lin Moya's eyes, entering a state of great luck. In this state, Lin Moyo almost got what he wanted, and everything was different from before. The formation in front of him changed again, various useless information was eliminated, and a separate formation gradually took shape in Lin Moya's mind. While Lin Moya greedily learned the formation, the brilliant star pythons finally collided with the hurricane warship. The countless star-like patterns on the brilliant star pythons shone, and they turned into a sea of stars, directly hitting the hurricane warship. The hurricane warship shook violently, as if it was hit head-on by a real star. The formation that had just stabilized was distorted again. One after another, the brilliant star pythons, carrying unimaginable power, continuously hit the warship. Impact was their most powerful means of attack. The star patterns on the brilliant star pythons connected into one piece, forming a layer of armor stronger than scales. The hurricane warship shook continuously during the collision. The formations on the surface of the warship were fully activated. At this moment, the warship was like a big light, extremely bright. Lu Fengyuan and his fifth uncle came to the bow. The two did not panic at all, especially the fifth uncle, who seemed accustomed to such scenes. Lu Fengyuan smiled and said, "Fifth uncle, it is really as the ancestor predicted. The brilliant star python is really coming." The fifth uncle smiled and said, "Could the ancestor's words be wrong?" Lu Fengyuan asked, "When does the fifth uncle plan to take action?" The fifth uncle said, "Wait a little longer, the biggest one has not come yet." He held a square formation plate in his hand. As he manipulated the formation plate, the formation of the warship was strengthened again and quickly stabilized. The formation of the hurricane warship seemed endless. No matter how the brilliant star pythons attacked, it remained unmoved. The brilliant star pythons were tireless, constantly hitting the hurricane warship with their huge bodies, but the hurricane warship continued to do its own thing and was not affected at all. The only impact was that the forward speed of the hurricane warship slowed down. Uncle Wu manipulated the formation again, and the hurricane warship, which had already slowed down, began to speed up again. While manipulating the array, Uncle Wu looked at the strongest brilliant star python hidden in the dark clouds. It's time to encourage it. Sure enough, not long after the warship accelerated, the largest brilliant star python in the dark clouds moved. It rushed towards the hurricane warship with boundless thunder. Its power was much stronger than other brilliant star pythons. According to the realm of the cultivator, it was infinitely close to the sixth realm of Daozun. If its extremely powerful defense was taken into account, it was comparable to the sixth realm of Daozun. Uncle Wu laughed softly, "It's finally here." He pressed one hand on the array, waiting for the giant brilliant star python to approach less than a kilometer. Uncle Wu's eyes showed a trace of murderous intent, hurricane strangle. The hurricane warship roared, and a strong force rushed out of the warship. Before, only the array on the surface of the warship was activated, and now the array inside the warship was also activated. These arrays were the essence of the hurricane warship. A series of terrible hurricanes appeared out of thin air around the warship, and the hurricane rolled up the water of the boundary sea, forming countless water tornadoes. However, its power was tens of thousands of times greater than that of a waterspout. The hurricane was flying, like a sharp blade, and the defensive brilliant star pythons were cut into pieces the moment they came into contact with the hurricane. Even the largest brilliant star python was no exception. No matter how strong it was no better than tofu in front of the hurricane. Uncle Wu was prepared. He waved his hand and threw out a huge cloth bag, taking away all the flesh and blood of the brilliant star pythons. Chapter 2679. Chapter 2679, 2679. Chapter 2679, the spiritual material finally appeared. Uncle Wu was very decisive. He didn't make any move himself. He just slightly manipulated the array plate and used the array of the hurricane warship to easily kill all the brilliant star pythons. The hurricane warship is indeed worthy of its reputation. It is said that if the hurricane warship is fully operational, it can crush cultivators of the 7th realm of Daozun and can be on par with the 8th realm of Daozun. It seems that what they said is true. The hurricane warship has traveled to and from the continent countless times. How could it not be prepared? The brilliant star python is nothing at all. Indeed, I have never heard of any accidents with the hurricane warship in so many years. Someone once wanted to rob the hurricane warship, but later that group of people was directly wiped out. It was simply seeking death. Everyone talked about it, and only a few smart people understood the whole process. This was not an encounter with the brilliant star python, it was just waiting for the brilliant star python to come. Before encountering the brilliant star python, the warship had already slowed down unconsciously, but it was done very secretly, and not many people noticed it. The purpose of absorbing the brilliant star python was to collect its flesh and blood. Most of the people present did not know that the flesh and blood of the brilliant star python were very useful, but the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce obviously knew it. Hundreds of brilliant star pythons of all sizes, countless flesh and blood were all taken away, not a drop left. The formation on the warship gradually weakened, and it accelerated again to fly towards Dongzhou. The formation in front of Lin Moya disappeared, and he sighed, "It's just a little bit." He had already seen this formation, and only the last bit was left. If he could be given a little more time, he could completely dismantle this formation. This formation can refine the power of origin, even the most violent power of the sun's origin can be refined. Once he has it, it will be of great benefit to him. However, Lin Moya was not disappointed. He returned to the room, revealing a thoughtful look. Although it's still a little short, it's basically complete. As long as I try a few more times, I can set it up. When we get to Dongzhou, we must give it a try. Given the complexity of this formation, it should be equivalent to a 7th level formation, and it is a combination of a weapon formation and a talisman formation, which is not easy. With my attainments in formation, I don't know if it can succeed. It seems that I have to collect some materials for the formation, and I can't set up the formation all ahead of the origin crystal. The 7th level formation is a realm that only formation masters can reach. Lin Moyo has only memorized the formation now, and he doesn't know if he can set it up. In the next few days, Lin Moyo still maintained a regular rhythm of practice. Whenever the Taiyan origin appeared, he would practice in the room and comprehend the Great Way. With his identity as the son of Taiyan, with the help of the Taiyan origin, his practice speed was originally increased. Coupled with the help of spiritual food and the materials he bought, Lin Moyo's practice speed almost doubled. Even so, it was still too slow for Lin Moyo. He calculated the time. At the current speed, when the warship arrived in Dongzhou, he would almost be able to reach the middle-level Tianzun. After encountering the Brilliant Star Python once, the Hurricane warship never encountered any other obstacles in the Boundary Sea, and it was unimpeded all the way. When the warship flew half the distance in the Boundary Sea, Lin Moyo felt vaguely that it was as if a pair of eyes were staring at the warship. The other party's gaze was not directed at him. If it weren't for his strong spiritual perception, he would not have sensed it at all. Is it someone from the Sea Clan? It seems to be telling the Hurricane warship not to attack the creatures in the Boundary Sea again. Lin Moyo could vaguely sense what the other party meant. Lu Fengyuan whispered, "The people from the Sea Clan are here." Uncle Wu nodded, "They come every time, just get used to it. The Brilliant Star Python is already in hand, and we don't need to take action anymore." Lu Fengyuan sighed, "If it weren't for the Sea Clan watching us, our gains would be far more than this." Uncle Wu chuckled, "Don't think so. Everything is too much or too little. The Sea Clan is very polite to allow us to take action once each time. If it weren't for the friendship between our ancestors and the Sea Clan, let's try it with other forces. Even if it's a holy land, would they dare to mess around on the Sea Clan's territory?" Lu Fengyuan nodded, indicating that he understood. The items were replaced in rounds. As the journey was halfway through, the quality of the items that appeared became higher and higher, and the prices also rose. When the items reached the Daazun realm, their prices would increase with each upgrade. Lin Moyo would come to take a look from time to time, and buy some if he saw something suitable. He bought some materials for the formation, and a few magic weapons that could be used as the center of the formation, and spent a lot of fine essence. Everything he bought was delivered to his door by Lu Fengyuan himself, and he would negotiate with Lin Moyo. Sometimes, it was just when the sun essence was in power. If it weren't for the formation on the ship that could replenish energy with a red scarf, Lin Moyo really wanted to kick Lu Fengyuan out. He naturally knew that Lu Fengyuan was deliberately trying to get close to him, but fortunately, he was honest and sincere, and he was not annoying. When the warship flew for the 78th day, Lu Fengyuan suddenly sent a message, "Fellow Deist Lin, come quickly, it's time to collect spiritual materials." Lin Moyo woke up from his practice and touched the shining Taiyan talisman between his eyebrows. "Okay, I'll come right away." He took out the red scarf and put it on, and the Taiyan talisman disappeared, and then he went to the top of the ship. There were obviously not many people on the top of the ship, and Lin Moya's arrival immediately attracted the attention of the Daozuns. Now all those who stayed on the top of the ship were Daozuns, and there were no Tianzuns. The price of the items that appeared now has exceeded the limit that Tianzuns can afford, and even the cheapest things cannot be afforded. Even for Daozuns, only some people with rich wealth can afford it. What is a Tianzun doing here? The price of items nowadays is simply not affordable for Tianzuns. Unless there is some adventure and he gets a lot of wealth, it is possible. How can there be so many adventures? I think he just came up to take a look. In fact, it is not a bad thing to broaden his horizons. Indeed, sometimes, experience is also very important. He also used magic weapons to hide himself. He was very cautious. Is he afraid of being robbed? Some of the Daoist masters were kind, but more were full of disdain. They wanted to see what Lin Moyo was doing. For the long and boring years of cultivation, some small pleasures can also be infinitely magnified. In their eyes, Lin Moyo was shrouded in a faint divine light. It was unclear about age, appearance, and even the realm of cultivation. It could only be distinguished that he was a Tianzun. As for which level of Tianzun he was, it was unclear. Lin Moyo swept his eyes over the crowd and saw the old acquaintance Wei Xian Daazun. As a Daoist master of the seven-colored snake, Wei Xian's wealth is also very rich. Facing the eyes of many Daoist masters, Lin Moyo walked past the products as if nothing had happened. Finally, he stopped in front of the spiritual material product. This product looked like a branch, with flames all over it. The flames transformed into the shape of a phoenix, which was very spiritual. Fire Phoenix Branch, a spiritual material of the third level of Daozun. It can be used to refine weapons to improve the level of fire-attributed magic weapons and generate spirituality. It can be used to refine elixirs to refine fire-attributed elixirs, which can be used to evolve elixir children. If used to set up an array, there is a chance to generate an array spirit. The practitioners of the Flame Avenue can use it to practice, which can increase the power of the magic by 30% and accelerate the comprehension of the Flame Avenue. Price, 300,000 third-level fine origin crystals. Chapter 2680. Chapter 2680, 2680. Chapter 2680, the wealth has been revealed, be careful. The spiritual materials of the third level of Daozun are indeed valuable, and the price is equally shocking. 300,000 third-level fine origin crystals, this price is enough to scare off most people. Lin Moyo estimated that even a 6-star force like the Lei family would probably feel the pain for a long time. If it were a 5-star force like the Yin family, they wouldn't be able to come up with so many origin crystals even if they went bankrupt. Although each of the Daozun present was worth a lot of money and had a big force behind them, it was still not easy to come up with 300,000 third-level fine origin crystals. Lin Moya could see from their eyes that they cared a lot about the Fire Phoenix branch. Spiritual materials, no matter who they are highly sought after. It was estimated that they had already bid, but no one knew how much others had bid. It seems that the bid cannot be too low. Spiritual materials are too rare, and they are of great use to this little guy, Infinite Fusion. We must get it. The spiritual material had other uses for Lin Moya, with even greater effects than described in the information. To be on the safe side, Lin Moya offered a price that he thought was relatively safe, then turned around and left. His action immediately shocked the Daozuns. He actually made an offer. What he wanted to buy was the Fire Phoenix branch, which was worth 300,000. Could it be that he has more than 300,000 third-level fine origin crystals? Impossible. How could a heavenly venerable have so many origin crystals? Even Daozuns like you and me, without the support of the forces behind us, can't afford so many. Some Daozuns flatly denied that Lin Moya could have so much wealth. Others laughed sinisterly. It's hard to say. What if there is a big force behind him? We think he is a heavenly venerable, but he also uses magic weapons to cover up his aura. Maybe he is a Daozun, and he is still an old acquaintance. Humph, I think he is just bluffing. It's hard to say. Just wait and see. Maybe he is rich and powerful. Just wait and see. There will be a result soon. Time passed by little as the Daozuns discussed. Finally, this round of sales ended. All Daozuns moved in unison and returned to the first and second floors. After the sales ended, it was time to deliver the items. The people from the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce would deliver the items they bought to the bidders. In this round of sales, there were very few bidders, and they were all Daozuns. If the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce wanted to deliver the items, it would only be delivered to them, with the only exception being Lin Moya. If none of them got the Fire Phoenix branch, it would mean that Lin Moya's bid exceeded theirs. Lu Fengyuan appeared on the first floor and walked towards the room where Lin Moya was. It was the young master of the Lu family. He delivered the items himself this time. I can feel the flame spirit in him. He delivered the Fire Phoenix branch. Who won the Fire Phoenix branch? The answer will be revealed soon. Lu Fengyuan had no idea that he was being targeted by the Daozuns. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. He only delivered the items and didn't care about anything else. When he saw Lin Moya's bid, he was also shocked. The price of the Fire Phoenix branch was 300,000, but Lin Moya directly raised the price to 900,000, raising the price by 600,000 in one breath. Looking at the pitiful bids of others, and then comparing them with Lin Moya's wealth, they were simply not on the same level. Even the fifth uncle, who was used to the world, was shocked by Lin Moya's generosity. A single transaction was as high as 900,000 third-level fine origin crystals, and the purchase was only one item, which is rare in the records of the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce. At this price, if you buy a magic weapon, it is enough to buy a magic weapon above the 5th level of Daozun. Lu Fengyuan brought the Fire Phoenix branch to the door of Lin Moya's room and walked in. The one who went in, room number 3, it was really him. My god, the price he offered was actually higher than ours. Come on, check it out, everyone, tell us how much you offered. The Daozuns began to check their accounts with curiosity. Some offered 320,000, some offered 350,000, and some offered 360,000. The highest Daozun, from the Tianjian sect, offered 420,000. But even so, he still couldn't buy the Fire Phoenix branch. How much did that guy offer? With such a high bid, does he have the origin crystal to pay? If not, he will be thrown off the boat. I think he has. No one will joke about his life. The rules of the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce are very strict. Just wait and see how the transaction turns out. According to the rules of the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce, if Lin Moya offers a high price but has no money to pay, he will be punished and thrown off the boat after being seriously injured. In the Boundary Sea, this is tantamount to sending himself to death. And if the transaction fails, the Phoenix branch will fall into the hands of the second highest bidder. The Daoist master of the Tianjian sect stared at Lin Moya's room number 3. He sincerely hoped that the transaction would fail. In the room, Lu Fengyuan did not take out the Fire Phoenix branch immediately but asked sincerely, Brother Lin, are you really determined to use so many origin crystals to buy the Fire Phoenix branch? If you don't want to buy it, it's not too late to regret it now. Over the past few days, the relationship between the two had become closer, and they had changed from Daoist friends to brothers. Under normal circumstances, you can't regret it. However, Lu Fengyuan has some small privileges and allows Lin Moya to regret it. In case Lin Moya doesn't have so many origin crystals, as long as the transaction has not started, the impact will not be great. Lin Moya smiled and said, it doesn't matter, I can still afford this price. He took out 97th level exquisite origin crystals and placed them in front of Lu Fengyuan. The 7th level origin crystals sparkled in front of Lu Fengyuan, and the pure and majestic origin power was so attractive. The high level origin crystals have their own special beauty, which is more perfect than the low level origin crystals. Lu Fengyuan found that he still underestimated Lin Moya's financial resources. From the way he took out the origin crystals, it could be seen that he had no spare time. Lu Fengyuan said no more nonsense and took out the Fire Phoenix branch. The Fire Phoenix branch was placed in a special transparent box. The Fire Phoenix was burning in the box, constantly changing into the appearance of a flaming phoenix, as if it was about to rush out at any time. Lu Fengyuan warned, the Fire Phoenix branch is a spiritual material and may escape. Be careful when opening the box. Lin Moya smiled, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Lu Fengyuan nodded, put away the origin crystal, and completed the transaction. He said again, Brother Lin, your wealth has been exposed this time. When you arrive in Dongzhou, you must be careful. Some bad things have happened before. Lin Moya didn't seem to care. Thank you for reminding me, Brother Lu. I will be careful. Seeing Lin Moya like this, Lu Fengyuan wanted to give him a few more words, but he thought about it and gave up. Some things can't be changed by his 2 more words. Lin Moya is not an ignorant person. Maybe he has his own ideas and methods. This can be seen from his purchase of Twilight Stone and Divine Light Wood. After Lu Fengyuan completed the transaction, he said goodbye and left. As soon as he left the room, he was quickly stopped by a Daoist master. This Daoist master carried a long sword on his back, and there was also a sharp sword embroidered on his cuffs. He was even more sword-like, like a sharp sword. Lu Fengyuan knew the other party's identity. He was an elder from the Tianjian sect. His surname was Jiu and his given name was Jian. He was known as the Jujian Daozun, and his strength reached the 4th level of Daozun. Lu Fengyuan was neither humble nor arrogant. He bowed and said, Senior Jujian, I wonder what you want me to do. Chapter 2681. Chapter 2681, 2681. Chapter 2681. The more chaotic Dongzhou is, the greater the opportunity. The Nine Swords Daoist master was like a sharp sword, staring at Lu Fengyuan with a piercing gaze. It was a bit difficult for Lu Fengyuan, a small supreme master, to bear it. However, Lu Fengyuan did not dodge. After all, this was a hurricane worship. Not to mention the Nine Swords Daoist master, even the leader of the Heavenly Sword sect would not dare to mess around here. The Nine Swords Daoist master waited for 2 breaths and said, how much did that person bid? Lu Fengyuan shook his head, the Chamber of Commerce has rules, and I can't say it. The Nine Swords Daoist master's eyes narrowed, no need to be specific, just give me a rough idea. Lu Fengyuan shook his head again, Nine Swords Daoist master, please don't embarrass me, it's really not possible to say. The Nine Swords Daoist master's voice sank. I said, no need for specifics. If it were someone else, Lu Fengyuan might have revealed some information slightly, but that was Lin Moya. He would never reveal any information about him. He was under pressure but still whispered, I'm sorry, I can't break the rules. Please let me go, Senior Jujian. I have something to do. Jujian Daozun took a deep breath and slowly let Lu Fengyuan go. After Lu Fengyuan left, someone came over and asked, how is it? Jujian Daozun looked at room 3, he offered a very high price, much higher than expected. Everyone was shocked after hearing this. Jujian Daozun's words indicated that Lin Moya's offer was indeed amazing. Some Daozun's eyes shone with a glimmer of greed. After Lu Fengyuan went back, he said to his uncle that Jujian Daozun wanted to break the rules, but fortunately, I didn't say anything. Uncle Wu smiled and said, in fact, he already knew it. Lu Fengyuan exclaimed, but I didn't say anything. Uncle Wu explained, the Nine Swords Daoist master has a secret method called Heart Sword. He can slightly sense your inner thoughts by covering you with sword energy. The greater the difference in realm, the clearer the sense. There is a big gap between you and him, so part of your thoughts have been sensed by him. Lu Fengyuan's face changed drastically. This secret method is really disgusting. What about Brother Lin? Will they deal with Brother Lin? And does he break the rules by doing this? Uncle Wu said, of course not. He didn't attack you, and you don't have evidence. If he were just an ordinary person, then we could be unreasonable, but he is an elder of the Tianjian sect. What do you want without evidence? As for Lin Moya, he is not as simple as you think. Don't worry about him. If you have this free time, you should take care of yourself, practice well, and reach Daozun as soon as possible, so as not to be plotted against without knowing it. Lu Fengyuan's face collapsed, very helpless. The realm is low, it's not what I thought. Cultivation is a slow process. How can you just practice and improve it? Lin Moya brought the box with the Fire Phoenix branch into the center of the world of rules, and then came to the side of Infinite Fusion. Little guy, here's your food. Lin Moya's attitude was gentle, just like coaxing a child. Before, Infinite Fusion was busy for a long time and completed the fusion of the origin crystal. It was obviously exhausted. After that, it was too lazy to move and kept resting. So this time, Lin Moya brought good things and delivered them to the door, which was more like flattering it. Putting the box with the Fire Phoenix branch in front of Infinite Fusion, a faint spiritual breath came out through the box, and Infinite Fusion immediately responded. It was like a child who had just woken up, and the breath on its body gradually strengthened. Lin Moya opened a gap in the box, and the spiritual breath that flowed out became stronger and stronger. He was more and more like a weird uncle coaxing a child with a lollipop. Infinite Fusion finally woke up and started to get anxious. Eat, eat. It transmitted a clear consciousness. As it ate more and more spiritual materials, Infinite Fusion's consciousness became clearer and clearer. Lin Moya stopped teasing it and opened the box directly. Before the Fire Phoenix branch inside could escape, Infinite Fusion swallowed the Fire Phoenix branch in one gulp. After swallowing it, Infinite Fusion instantly lost its function, fell asleep on the spot, and began to digest. After it digested it, it would definitely be able to go to the next level, and then it might be able to fuse the 8th level origin crystal. The expensive spiritual material of the 3rd realm of Daozun was gone in one gulp, which seemed a bit wasteful. However, Lin Moya was very happy. As long as Infinite Fusion needed it, a mere origin crystal was nothing, and he knew very well that the reward Infinite Fusion gave him was far greater than the value of the Fire Phoenix branch itself. Lin Moya didn't care about spending money at all, but it was a pity that there were too few spiritual materials and he couldn't buy them even if he had money. Infinite fusion requires spiritual materials, while the world tree requires the origin spiritual veins. These two are both arrogant guys, and ordinary people can't afford them. Compared with spiritual materials, the origin spiritual veins are even rarer. It seems that I have to tell Lu Fengyuan that if there are spiritual materials and origin spiritual veins in the future, even if they are just wreckage, they must be sold to me first. I just don't know if Lufeng Chamber of Commerce is willing, but I can offer a high price. They are a chamber of commerce, so they should put interests first and know how to weigh the pros and cons. In the following days, Lin Moya rarely left the room. The items on the top of the warship were still being updated. Lin Moya occasionally went to take a look, and there was nothing to buy. There were many magic weapons in the Daezun realm, but at most, they could only deal with those below the third realm of Daezun. Even the fourth realm Daezun is difficult to deal with. This kind of thing is useless to him. The Great Dao Immortal Pill has never appeared. Obviously, this thing is also rare. As time passed, Lu Fengyuan would occasionally come over and chat with Lin Moya. The two talked a lot about this and that. From his mouth, Lin Moya learned some things about Dongzhou. Dongzhou was extremely chaotic. Although the human race had built some cities and divided the territory, the war was still endless. The human race's cities were often attacked by the demons and spirit beasts, causing heavy casualties. Sometimes, the Zerg would come to make trouble, but the Zerg was not afraid of any race and dared to provoke anyone. The dragons and Zerg were mortal enemies and often fought. The wars between them did not care about time and place at all. They would kill each other when they met, regardless of winning or losing, only death. If the realm was higher, the war would affect a large area. The forces of the human race and the demon race were often destroyed because of their wars, and they could not even find anyone to avenge them. On the surface, the most peaceful is the Baiko Alliance, but it was only on the surface. If there were any spiritual plants, they would come to guard like crazy. In their eyes, spiritual plants were their people. The Baiko Alliance was extremely united and stubborn. They were plant-based and had amazing vitality, making them difficult to deal with. If it wasn't necessary, no one would take the initiative to provoke them. In addition, the human race was not united either, and they often fought for territory and resources. The same was true for the demon race, which also had countless populations and didn't deal with each other. In addition, there was the Buddhist race, which was also preaching in all directions of the East Continent, building temples, and gaining believers. Just by listening to what Lu Fengyuan said, Lin Moya's mind already showed how chaotic the East Continent was. But it was precisely because of this that the more chaotic the East Continent was, the greater the opportunity. Chapter 2682. Chapter 2682, 2682. Chapter 2682. As soon as the money is revealed, someone will immediately take notice. The dark clouds gradually lightened and finally disappeared behind them. A new scenery appeared in sight, no longer the unchanging boundary sea. The hurricane warship had finally arrived in Dongzhou. As soon as it entered the territory of Dongzhou, Lin Moya felt a solemn and desolate atmosphere. Compared with Nanzhou, this place was more primitive, similar to the wild lands occupied by spirit beasts in Nanzhou, but even more untamed and wild. The two continents had completely different environmental conditions. After the hurricane warship entered Dongzhou, its speed gradually decreased. After flying for half a day, it stopped in front of a city called Xuanchuan. This city was the first stop of the hurricane warship in Dongzhou. It was said that Xuanchuan city was also the oldest city built by the human race in Dongzhou. 100 kilometers outside the city, two large rivers flowed on the north and south sides, directly reaching the boundary sea, hence the name Xuanchuan. In fact, Xuanchuan city was still a long way from the boundary sea. Even the hurricane warship, after entering the mainland area, had to fly for half a day to reach the city. After the warship docked, some people left the warship. Their destination was Xuanchuan city, so there was no need to go deeper. Lin Moya saw that many people immediately opened their rule worlds and released more people after getting off the warship. It seemed that there were only 100,000 people coming, but in fact, some people brought many others with them, and there might be hundreds of thousands of people arriving. Those who brought people here actually wanted to earn origin crystals. They all seemed very happy to have arrived in Xuanchuan city safely. They only needed to wait in Xuanchuan city for a while, and when the hurricane warship returned, they would buy a ticket and follow it back. They could earn a lot of origin crystals in one round trip. Lin Moya, who was rich and powerful, naturally looked down on such small amounts of origin crystals. He suddenly felt several eyes on him. The gazes came from the Daoist master in the next room. Fortunately, he was using the divine lightwood, so they couldn't see his appearance clearly. These Daozuns seem somewhat hostile to me. Sure enough, once wealth is exposed, someone will be eyeing it. If they come, I don't know whether they are here to rob wealth or to give it to others. Lin Moya showed a trace of disdain. If they dared to come, he would teach them a lesson. In the 10 days after the hurricane warship entered Dongzhou, it would stop at several cities controlled by the human race. Lin Moya could leave when it stopped at a certain city or leave at any time to enter the wilderness. Not only Lin Moya, but everyone could choose this way, and the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce would not care. They just sent people there. Once they left the hurricane warship, life and death had nothing to do with them. While the warship was docked, Lin Moya asked Xiao Wu to check his luck again and determine the direction he was going. At this time, the distance was still a bit far, and he needed to stay on the warship for a few more days. After leaving Xuanchuan city, the hurricane warship went to the next city. The cities in Dongzhou were not as magnificent as those in Nanzhou. The city was full of traces of war, and on the walls, there were cultivators patrolling day and night, ready for war at any time. On the fourth day after the hurricane warship entered Dongzhou, they arrived at the third city. At this time, they were already far away from the boundary sea and could be considered to have penetrated deep into the land of Dongzhou. Suddenly, the formations on the warships lit up one after another. What happened? The cultivators who were still on the warships were shocked and looked outside. They knew something must have happened. Lin Moya stood on the balcony and looked in the direction of the voyage. The city they were about to dock in had now turned into ruins, with no trace of life inside. The cultivators had good eyesight and could see clearly from thousands of miles away. From a distance, they saw that the city was covered with blood everywhere. But the strange thing was that there were no corpses in sight. Not to mention corpses, there were not even broken bones. Dao Zun had a solemn look on his face. This city should be called Fengjian City. There should be 100,000 people in the city. The one who controls this city is the Tianjian sect. I didn't expect that this city was actually massacred. It seems that no one in the city survived. How could the city of the Tianjian sect be massacred? With the strength of the Tianjian sect, it shouldn't be possible. The Tianjian sect is a top force in Nanzhou and one of the 3 super sects. Someone actually dared to provoke them, and it doesn't look like it was done by the demon clan, otherwise, there wouldn't be even a corpse. Dao Zunjujian's face was gloomy at this moment, and the murderous intent in his eyes was surging, as if he would draw his sword and kill people at any time. This time he came to Fengjian City to guard this place with another elder of the Tianjian sect. The elder had received news that Dongzhou was not peaceful and hoped to send more people. So this time, the Tianjian sect sent him here and also brought some experienced disciples. But he never thought that Fengjian City would be slaughtered. The hurricane warship stopped over the ruins of Fengjian City. The formation was running, a ray of light fell, and the Avenue of Time suddenly appeared. Looking for traces of the past in the Avenue of Time, what happened was played out in the light and shadow. Time went back to 3 years ago. That day, the origin of the moon was shining in the sky, and it was particularly bright. A large number of black shadows suddenly appeared in the wilderness. At the same time as the black shadows appeared, there were also large crystal clouds flying in the sky. The black shadows and the dark clouds were all spirit beasts, with a large number and amazing strength. They covered the sky and rushed towards Fengjian City. Fengjian City responded quickly, and countless strong men rushed out, using the formation in Fengjian City to fight against the spirit beasts. Unfortunately, after a great battle, Fengjian City still failed to withstand the impact of the spirit beasts and was completely destroyed. A small number of people in the city saw the opportunity and fled to the wilderness. Most people were killed by the spirit beasts, and their flesh and blood became the food of the spirit beasts. In this battle, the people of the Tianjian sect showed amazing fighting power. An elder of the 4th realm of Daozun turned his body into a sword and suppressed the entire battlefield. Unfortunately, he was still defeated in the end. The sword body was torn into pieces, and the true body of the great Dao also collapsed, and the body died. Then the spirit beasts flooded the city, and Fengjian City completely collapsed. Except for those who escaped early, all the practitioners in the city were spared. Zhujian Tianzun trembled all over and was filled with murderous intent. He gritted his teeth, and the sword behind him kept making sword sounds, and the terrifying sword intent rose from his body. The light and shadow faded, and a voice sounded from the ship, saying that Fengjian City had been destroyed in the beast tide, and this station would not be used for docking. If anyone wants to get off the ship, they can leave now. 9 swordsmen roared, "People of the Tianjian sect, follow me to get off the ship and rebuild Fengjian City." He took the lead and rushed out of the warship. After him, rays of light lit up, and the disciples of the Tianjian sect who came with him also got off the ship. Fengjian City had been destroyed, and it would not be easy to rebuild it. However, the Tianjian sect would not easily give up its base here. It is estimated that the next trip will send more and stronger people. The warship accelerated again after a moment and flew away. In a blink of an eye, the ruins of Fengjian City had been left far behind the ship and disappeared from sight. Chapter 2683. Chapter 2683, 2683. Chapter 2683, we still have this morality. Fengjian City served as a stark reminder of how chaotic Dongzhou is. Although Nanzhou experiences beast tides, they are never on such a scale. In Nanzhou, the human race leads the entire world, and spirit beasts instinctively seek benefits and avoid harm. While there are many spirit beasts in Nanzhou, beast tides are rare. In contrast, beast tides are common in Dongzhou. Unfortunately, Fengjian City failed to stop the beast tide this time. The situation in Tianjian City was unknown to everyone. The many years of accumulation by the Tianjian sect in Dongzhou have been destroyed just like that. What a pity. That's right, but then again, this kind of thing is not the first time in Dongzhou. It's commonplace. The Tianjian sect wants revenge but has nowhere to take it. If it's the demon race, they can't find anyone to vent their anger on. Revenge? Don't be kidding. Didn't you see the look on Zhujian Daozun's face just now? He was almost furious, but what can he do? Everyone's words revealed a sense of helplessness. Things like this are common in Dongzhou. Even if it's not a beast tide, there may be demons, insects, and sometimes even the annoying Buddhas. All kinds of disasters are not surprising in Dongzhou. As long as you stay long enough, you will get used to it. Lin Moya secretly thought, if my own forces encountered such a beast tide, what should I do? It is difficult to really stop it by relying on formation defense alone. Unless there is a top formation like the hurricane warship, but such a top formation is far beyond what he can arrange now. Since the formation is not enough, he needs to find other ways. Lin Moya was thinking about the layout of his own forces in his mind, how to gain a foothold in Dongzhou safely. The matter of Fengjian City was like an episode. Fortunately, the two cities where the warship docked next were safe and sound. On the 7th day after the hurricane warship entered Dongzhou, Lin Moya took out the ticket and used it as the key to open the formation in the room. The next second, he left the warship and disappeared into the boundless wilderness. When Lin Moya left, Uncle Wu immediately sensed it. He left. Lu Fengyuan nodded. Brother Lin told me yesterday that he would leave today. Uncle Wu said, this is a wilderness. There is no city in front or behind. I don't know where he is going. Lu Fengyuan said, I feel that Brother Lin should have a goal. He may have chosen a destination long ago. Uncle Wu's eyes were thoughtful. It seems that he wants to establish his own power. The old man is cunning, and he has guessed the real purpose of Lin Moya's coming to Dongzhou. In fact, Lin Moya has never wanted to hide anything. If you know it, you know it. It's not a big deal. There are many people who want to come to Dongzhou to establish a foundation, and he is just one of them. Uncle Wu said, it seems someone is targeting him. Lu Fengyuan asked, how many? Uncle Wu said, 6, all Daozun. One of them is already in the 4th realm of Daozun. Lu Fengyuan's eyes became solemn. Brother Lin said that someone would definitely target him, but he can handle it. Uncle Wu smiled, I also believe he can handle it. He must have a backup plan. It's not easy for Daozun to kill him. It sounds a bit far-fetched for a Tianzun to want to deal with Daozun. But this world is so wonderful, there are always some strange people and things. Although it is rare for a Tianzun to kill a Daozun, it has happened. The origin of the sun spread its heat to the earth. No matter which continent it is under its control. The temperature was rising, and the sky and the earth were filled with a hot breath. Lin Moya turned into a ray of light and flew towards the distance, with mountains and wilderness passing by. In fact, flying like him is not safe. There are countless spirit beasts in the wilderness, and too much movement is likely to alarm them. But the route chosen by Lin Moya is very strange. He does not fly in a straight line but keeps changing the route to go around. The eye of the dead flashed, and Lin Moya saw a bunch of soul flames, dazzling and beautiful. Each soul flame represents a spirit beast, and the strength of the soul flame can roughly determine the realm of the spirit beast. The number of spirit beasts in the Daozun realm here is quite amazing, and there are also many in the Tianzun realm. Sure enough, it's different from Nanzhou. The spirit beasts here don't have boundaries, Lin Moya said to himself. The spirit beasts in Dongzhou are not like those in Nanzhou. They don't seem to have the concept of territory. Spirit beasts of different realms actually live together. The spirit beasts in Nanzhou all have their own territories and generally do not allow other spirit beasts to enter their territories. The more powerful the spirit beast, the larger the territory it occupies. But Dongzhou is obviously not like that. Lin Moya saw dozens of spirit beasts of different realms living together in a small area. And this situation is not accidental but extremely common. Out of instinct, Lin Moya still bypassed them and did not pass by them directly. This also made his flight route very strange, flying east and west, without any regularity. In the distance behind him, several Daoist masters showed doubts. Why is this kid turning around? Did he find us? But even if he wants to get rid of us, it's meaningless. In my opinion, this kid knows that he can't run away and is looking for a suitable burial place for himself. The longer the night, the more dreams there are. You have seen the situation in Fengjian City. The longer we stay here, the greater the danger. The Daozun with the highest realm among the 6 people whispered, don't play, catch up, and fight quickly. Someone sighed, what a pity. I originally wanted to play cat and mouse. Since the eldest brother said so, let's not play. The wilderness of Dongzhou is not like Nanzhou. Even Daozun like them can't guarantee their safety here. The 6 people immediately sped up and chased Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo actually sensed that 6 Daozun followed him off the boat and knew their real purpose. He kept changing directions, not because of these Daozun, but just because he didn't want to provoke the spirit beasts in the wilderness. Now these Daozun suddenly accelerated, and Lin Moya smiled, I can't help it anymore. He chose a relatively open place far away from the spirit beasts, stopped, and waited. After a while of testing, he already knew the habits of the spirit beasts in Dongzhou. They really don't have the concept of territory. As long as you don't fly over their heads, they basically won't react. Next, let's see if the spirit beasts will react to fighting here. Spirit beasts are a force that cannot be ignored in Dongzhou. Understanding their habits is very important for building a foundation. The 6 Daoist masters sneered when they saw Lin Moya stop. They sped up and came to Lin Moyo in a blink of an eye. Then the 6 of them separated and surrounded Lin Moyo. One of them said, boy, is this the burial place you found for yourself? It seems that the feng shui is also average. The feng shui is average, but the scenery is pleasant, and it is also a good place. Don't worry, when we kill you, we will bury you. At least we won't let the spirit beasts eat you. We still have this morality. Chapter 2684. Chapter 2684, 2684. Chapter 2684, 6 Netherworld Lords, Lin Moyo's confidence. Lin Moyo looked at the 6 people. They were similar in shape and temperament. Lin Moyo had seen them before on the Hurricane warship and knew that they were actually in the same group. Lin Moyo looked at them, if I remember correctly, you should be called the 6 Netherworld Lords, right? The 6 people smiled at the same time, I didn't expect that you actually knew us. Lin Moya smiled, I heard about you from others. It seems that you were in Nanzhou and were hunted down by the Dongfang family of Duanation Yu. With nowhere to escape, you came to Dongzhou. It is said that you often commit robbery and never leave any survivors. According to what Lin Moya knew, these 6 people were notorious. As Dao Zuns, they did not establish their own schools, nor did they join sects to enjoy the privileges of being respected. Instead, they liked to rob and were cruel, never leaving anyone alive. They called themselves the 6 Netherworld Lords and were infamous. It's just that they are all Dao Zuns, and the strongest among the 6 has reached the 4th level of Dao Zun. Ordinary Dao Zuns can't afford to provoke them. Only some top forces can deal with them, but they are also smart and never provoke the real top forces. Things that have no benefits, the top forces will not do, so they can do whatever they want. Until this time, they accidentally killed a direct descendant of the Dongfang family in Duanation Yu and were then hunted down by the Dongfang family. The Dongfang family in Duanation Yu, like Hanshui Holy Land, is a top 7-star force with countless masters in the family. They were hunted down and had nowhere to escape, and finally had to flee to Dongzhou. The 6 people all used the name of Netherworld. The 3rd Netherworld sneered, "It seems that you know us very well. In this case, you also know that you have no chance of survival. Do you choose to kill yourself, or do you want us to do it?" The 4th Netherworld said, "You should know our methods. Don't think about destroying the origin crystal. Even if you put the origin crystal in the rule world, we can still find it." A bead appeared in his hand, the bead glittered, and an invisible force swept the world. A shadow appeared behind Lin Moyu, and a huge world of rules suddenly appeared. However, only the appearance was revealed, and no one could see the specific situation inside. Lin Moyu was slightly stunned. Boundary bead. The 4th Netherworld Lord laughed. "The boy is really knowledgeable. Even the boundary bead knows about it. Then you should know that with the boundary bead, your rule world no longer belongs to you. The boundary bead is a very special magic weapon, with no attack power or defense power, and its function is single. Its only function is to lock the rule world. Within the range of the boundary bead, the practitioner's rule world will be revealed and locked. Even if the practitioner dies, the rule world will not collapse in a short time, and the 6 Netherworld Lords have enough time to plunder everything in the rule world. So the boundary bead is very useful for robbing. The boundary bead also has corresponding shortcomings. Its function is range-based, regardless of enemy or friend. When Lin Moya's rule world was revealed, the rule worlds of the 6 Netherworld Lords were also revealed. However, their rule worlds were much smaller than Lin Moya's. The 6 Netherworld Lords also discovered this situation. The 5th Netherworld Lord exclaimed, "How can your rule world be so big?" The 6th Netherworld Lord was also surprised. "No, you are just a heavenly lord. Your rule world can't be so big." Not only is it big, but the aura emanating from Lin Moya's rule world is also far beyond that of ordinary heavenly lords. You must know that Lin Moya is just a heavenly lord, and these people are Dao lords. Lin Moya's rule world is only a little smaller than theirs. Lin Moya chuckled, "Can you guess why this is?" And the boundary bead is not omnipotent. He could feel that his rule world was locked by the power of the boundary bead and thus revealed. But that was because he did not resist. As long as he resisted slightly, with a humming sound, the rule world vibrated, and the power wrapped around it was immediately dispersed. Lin Moya's rule world immediately disappeared. The 6 people were stunned. This was the first time they had seen such a thing. Lin Moya also felt the benefits of the legendary rule world for the first time, but he had not yet explored the role of the legendary rule world. The 6 Netherworld Lords were stunned on the spot and were a little confused for a while. After a breath, the leader of the 6 Netherworld Lords suddenly spoke, "Boy, although I don't know how you hide the rule world, you should know that this is useless. We have many ways to make you hand over your things. So you hand over your things quickly, and I can keep your body intact and bury you properly." Lin Moya shook his head, "I don't want to die, and I don't want to hand over anything, so I can only ask everyone to die." The space around Lin Moya suddenly twisted, and Zhao Dongxing appeared beside Lin Moya, and 10 terrible forces swept out. The dazzling Wanling Avenue appeared in the sky, and countless creatures were staring at it. The faces of the 6 Netherworld Lords changed drastically. They could not imagine that the silent body actually hid such a powerful Dao Master. This was also Lin Moya's confidence. Before Zhao Dongxing was killed, Gu Hanyu helped him leave a drop of Zhao Dongshen's blood. Afterward, he resurrected Zhao Dongxing through the resurrection of the dead and made him a resurrected person. In addition to Zhao Dongxing, the same was true for the giant sword Dao Master. Now he has 2 super fighters of the 6th level of Dao Master around him, and the 6 Netherworld Lords are nothing at all. After the resurrection, Zhao Dongshen's combat power is even stronger than his peak state. Even if the former Zhao Dongxing is resurrected, he is not the opponent of the resurrected. The Wanling Avenue merged with Zhao Dongxing, and he summoned one of the Avenue's bodies. He turned into a flaming tiger, spewing out flames all over the sky, evolving into a sea of fire that covered the world and swallowed the 6 Netherworld Lords. The true form of the Great Dao. The Netherworld boss roared, and a dark and cold Great Dao appeared around him. The Great Dao merged with his body, and his body turned into a dark pool, exuding an aura that almost did not belong to this world. Countless black air emerged, and the temperature dropped sharply, full of cold air. This kind of cold is different from the coldness of the ice Great Dao, but a kind of chill from the depths of the soul. The Netherworld is a legendary place. The legendary Netherworld is located in Hell and is part of Hell. It is said that there is a bottomless black pool in Hell. If someone makes a mistake in Hell, he will be thrown into the black pool by the Lord of Hell and suppressed forever. Of course, this is just a legend because no one has seen it. The Netherworld Great Dao is also a unique Great Dao, and there are not many practitioners who have comprehended this Great Dao. The 6 Netherworld Lords are from the same clan and have blood ties with each other. Because of their own blood, the 6 people comprehended the same Great Dao, so they called themselves the 6 Netherworld Lords. The leader of the 6 Netherworld Lords used his true body, and the other 5 also revealed their true bodies. The 6 people merged with each other through the same Great Tao, and their combat power increased dramatically. The Netherworld Great Tao evolved into a black pool, which was bottomless and swallowed all the flames. At the same time, it spewed out a cold air that was enough to freeze the soul. The cold air turned into a terrifying beast and rushed towards Zhao Dongxing. Zhao Dongxing said with disdain, "It's useless." The tiger claws were raised and slapped down heavily. Chapter 2685. Chapter 2685, 2685. Chapter 2685. The Netherworld clan does not exist in this world. The giant beast transformed by the Netherworld Avenue was smashed to pieces on the spot. Even the surrounding space was shattered into pieces with this slap. The difference in power between the two was too great. Zhao Dongxing, as a resurrected person, was a leader even among the 6th realm of Daozun. Even if the 6 Netherworld lords were united, their power would only reach the peak of the 4th realm of Daozun at most, not even the 5th realm of Daozun. There was an essential difference in the power level between the two. Amid screams, the 6 Netherworld lords were scattered, and the 6 people spat out blood simultaneously, all seriously injured. Zhao Dongxing let out a long roar, and the avenue of all spirits emerged. One by one, illusory spirit beasts rushed out of the avenue and attacked 5 of them. As the boss of the 6 Netherworld lords, the Netherworld boss, with the cultivation of the 4th realm of Daozun, was naturally greeted by Zhao Dongxing himself. "Run!" The Netherworld boss roared, summoning the Great Tao True Body again, turning into the Netherworld Cold Pond, and forcibly blocking Zhao Dongxing's spiritual pursuit for everyone. He did this to buy some time for the other 5 people. Lin Moya shook his head gently, "You can't escape." A scream sounded, and the Netherworld Old 6 suddenly broke his hands and feet. Among the 6 people, he had the lowest realm and the weakest strength. The Shadow Mantis showed its figure at the moment of attack, and the Netherworld Old 6 screamed, "It's a Shadow Mantis, be careful." Before he finished speaking, another scream rang in his ears. The 3-color Phantom Snake bit the Netherworld Old 5's leg. If he was attacked by the shadow, he might have a glimmer of life. But if he was bitten by the 3-color Phantom Snake, he was not far from death. The Star Arrow Lich appeared beside Lin Moyu, and the Great Tao of Arrow was activated. The Star Arrow Lich turned into a sharp arrow and flashed through the broken space. Another scream, the 4th Netherworld Master's chest was pierced, his body shattered like glass, and he was severely injured instantly. In a split second, the 3 of them were severely injured at the same time. But they shouted frantically, "Don't worry about us, run away." The 2nd and 3rd of the 6 Netherworld Masters fled without looking back. They knew how to make the right choice. If they stayed now, they would only die together. The 2 looked at each other, roared at the same time, and summoned the avenue. The Netherworld Avenue turned into the Netherworld Black Pool, and the 2 rushed into the Black Pool. The Black Pool crossed the space, like teleportation, and sent the 2 thousands of kilometers away in 10 seconds. Seeing the 2 disappear from sight, the eldest of the 6 Netherworld Masters laughed wildly, "Just wait for our endless revenge, my clan will not let you go." Lin Moya chuckled, "I said, they can't escape." As he spoke, a giant sword suddenly appeared thousands of kilometers away. The giant sword connected the sky and the earth, and a terrifying avenue emerged in the air. The shape of the avenue is a sword. The Avenue of Sword is a terrifying avenue that can be ranked among the best in terms of attack. The great sword Daozun turned into a giant sword and slashed down into the air. The sword light flashed, and the 2 people who had just escaped thousands of kilometers were killed on the spot, truly turning into ashes. Among the 6 people, the 2 who had the greatest hope of escaping were the 2 who died the fastest. The remaining 4 people were immediately disheartened, and they knew that they could not escape this time. Zhao Dongxing summoned the avenue's true body again, transformed into a big bear, and suppressed the world with his bare paws. In just a few moves, he smashed the boss of the underworld into pieces. However, he did not die but fell to the ground, with blood gushing out of his body, unable to move. Then Zhao Dongxing evolved into the 10,000 spirits and threw the other 3 people over like dead dogs. Although the boss of the underworld was injured, he still said stubbornly, "This time we are defeated, kill if you want." Lin Moya chuckled, "Of course I have to kill you, but I'm a little curious. You just said that your clan won't let me go, so, your clan can know that I killed you." The Nether boss didn't say anything, but Lin Moya continued, "It doesn't matter if you don't answer, I naturally have a way to know. In fact, I have long suspected that although the 6 of you are from the same clan, you can practice the same avenue, and it's exactly the same. This is very strange. There are so many families on the origin continent, and it's not uncommon for brothers and sisters in the same clan to practice the same avenue, but it's really rare to see them exactly the same. It seems that your clan is very special. Is it the Nether clan? Information about the Nether clan, I'll find it." Lin Moya immediately asked the human emperor to find some information about the Nether clan. The Nether boss sneered, "You have a rich imagination. I just said it casually, and you took it seriously." Before he finished speaking, Lin Moya had already spoken again. "It turns out that there is really a Nether Feast clan. There is very little information about the Netherworld clan. In the vast sea of information, only a tiny part of the information about the Netherworld clan is available. If it weren't for the human emperor, an ordinary person would probably miss it because they are too inconspicuous. Many years ago, there was no Hanshui Holy Land, nor the Dao sect, and the entire Nanzhou was far from the ancient times it is today. There was once a race called the Netherworld. This race did not exist in the world. They claimed to be from hell and came to the world for some reasons. Because they were incompatible with the world, they had conflicts with some forces in Nanzhou at that time, and some conflicts broke out. The time was too long, so long that it was difficult to trace, and the records of that year were not very clear. Later, the Netherworld clan disappeared, and the specific reason for its disappearance has been submerged in the long river of history. Only sporadic information shows that the Netherworld clan had fought a war with humans and then was defeated and retreated to the Netherworld. As time passed, the existence of the Netherworld clan had long been forgotten, and no one connected the 6 Netherworld lords with the Netherworld clan. Lin Moya was curious. The Netherworld clan comes from hell and does not exist in this world. Interesting. What kind of race are you? The few living people did not speak, and Lin Moya did not think they would answer. Compared to the living, Lin Moya believed the words of the dead more. The great sword Dao Zun came back and brought back 2 pieces of broken meat. According to Lin Moya's instructions, although the great sword Dao Zun chopped the 2 into ashes, he kept the 2 pieces of broken bodies. Lin Moya shot out 2 balls of immortal flames and fell on the broken bodies and flesh of the second and third brothers of the Netherworld. The broken bodies immediately began to regenerate, and the dissipated souls also began to reorganize rapidly. The pupils of the Netherworld boss suddenly shrank, and he exclaimed, "Immortal flame." Lin Moya exclaimed, "You actually know the immortal flame." He didn't know how many times he had used the immortal flame, but no one had ever recognized it. At most, they just regarded it as a special flame. Unexpectedly, the boss of the 6 Netherworld masters actually recognized the immortal flame at a glance. The immortal flame is related to hell. It seems that the Netherworld clan is inseparable from hell. Lin Moya's curiosity grew. He really wanted to know what the Nether clan was. The Nether boss seemed to know what would happen next. He suddenly laughed. "It's useless. You think you can get something from us by resurrecting us? It's useless. You will get nothing. You are destined to be disappointed. Be prepared to be hunted down by our clan. Hell will collapse again. You can't survive." Following the words of the Nether boss, the second and third brothers who were resurrecting suddenly emitted a black gas, and the resurrection came to an abrupt end. The 2 were surrounded by the black gas and turned to ashes without leaving any trace. The Nether boss laughed even crazier. "Nether God Lord, protect our clan." The other 3 also shouted at the same time, "Nether God Lord, protect our clan. Nether God Lord, protect our clan." In the shouting, the 4 people emitted black gas at the same time and turned to ashes. Chapter 2686. Chapter 2686, 2686. Chapter 2686, The Origin Spiritual Vein is a little weird. Lin Moya narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze solemn. The religious slogans of the Netherworld 6 before their death were like a layer of dark clouds, covering his head. It seemed that he had provoked a very scary existence again, the Netherworld clan, a race that almost disappeared in the long river of history. How scary is this race from hell, not belonging to the human world? What level are the Netherworld 6 and the Netherworld clan? Why can they be so confident that they can definitely kill him? The 6 people turned into black gas and completely dissipated between heaven and earth, leaving no trace. It was impossible to use the resurrection of the dead on them, but even if there was flesh and blood left, the resurrection of the dead seemed to be ineffective. This was the first time that Lin Moya encountered the failure of the resurrection of the dead. After thinking about it, Lin Moya realized it was not a problem with the magic but the special nature of the Netherworld clan. In addition, they could recognize the immortal flame, and Lin Moya had a guess in his heart. It seems that they are really inseparable from hell. It is said that there is a dark pool in hell. What exactly is the dark pool? Scanning his eyes, he saw the boundary bead. The boundary bead glittered, and an invisible force surged from it. In addition to the boundary bead, there were 6 rule worlds. Because of the influence of the boundary bead, the rule world did not collapse immediately after the death of the 6 Netherworld lords. However, the boundary bead has a time limit and cannot last too long. Lin Moya's consciousness moved slightly, and a large number of skeleton gods appeared and rushed into the rule world. Perhaps some clues could be found from the rule world of the 6 Netherworld lords. The skeleton gods kept taking out things from the 6 rule worlds. No matter what they were or whether they were useful, they would get them first. The rule world of Dao Zun was very large, and Lin Moya didn't know whether it was safe inside. If its master was still alive, Lin Moya would not dare to go in at all, which would be no different from seeking death. Now, once the master is dead, the danger of the rule world will naturally no longer exist. The skeleton generals moved quickly, taking out everything inside as if they were raiding a house. After a while, Lin Moya had piled up a mountain in front of him. Lin Moya did not sort out the things immediately but took them away directly and looked back slowly. There were faint breaths rising in the distance, and the spirit beasts here did not welcome him as a stranger. If it were not for Zhao Dongxing and the great sword Dao Zun, there would have been spirits coming to kill him. Lin Moya felt that in a farther place, beyond the sight of the Eye of the Undead, there were more powerful spirit beasts, and they also began to pay attention to this place. If he did not leave, those powerful beings would come. Although Zhao Dongxing and the great sword Dao Zun were powerful, they were also extremely powerful among the spirit beasts. As time passed, more and more spirit beasts came to pay attention, and roars kept ringing in his ears. Can't wait any longer. It was not wise to fight with the spirit beasts in the wilderness now. Lin Moya took back the skeleton generals, grabbed the boundary bead, and took out the origin shuttle at the same time. The whole person got into the origin shuttle, and the origin shuttle suddenly turned into a stream of light and shot into the distance. As Lin Moya left with the boundary bead, the rule world of the 6 Netherworld lords also collapsed, and the items inside fell into the endless void and disappeared completely. The origin shuttle was once the flying magic weapon that the Tiantian sect was proud of. The fame of the origin shuttle was unimaginable. The origin shuttle of the first level of Daozun is faster than many flying magic weapons of the second and third levels of Daozun. If Lin Moyo had used the origin shuttle to leave at the beginning, the 6 netherworld lords might not have been able to catch up with him. Lin Moyo stood in the origin shuttle, and with his consciousness, the surrounding pictures became transparent, and the situation outside the origin shuttle was completely revealed. The wilderness retreated quickly under him, and Lin Moyo opened the Eye of the Dead and adjusted the flight path of the origin shuttle. He tried to avoid the territory of powerful spirit beasts as much as possible and did not provoke them for the time being. The origin shuttle flew tens of thousands of kilometers in a blink of an eye and entered another area. A high mountain appeared in front of it, and the origin shuttle suddenly stopped. The mountain was 100,000 meters high, and the peak was not sharp but very flat. It was as if someone had flattened the peak with a sword. The mountain gave Lin Moyo a sense of danger. Lin Moyo believed in his spiritual sense and did not approach. An extremely powerful soul flame appeared in the Eye of the Dead. After just one glance, Lin Moyo immediately closed the Eye of the Dead and dared not look again. This soul flame was very powerful, even comparable to Gu Rangjaya. This is a spirit beast of at least the 6th level of Daozun. The stronger the soul flame, the more terrifying its strength. This kind of existence is better not to be provoked. After staying for only a few seconds, he turned around and detoured far away. Lin Moyo was relieved until the mountain disappeared from sight. The origin shuttle flew all the way, flying towards the direction that Xiao Yuan had seen in advance. This flight lasted for more than 10 days. Most of the time, it passed through wilderness and occasionally passed through some small cities. It is not easy to build a city here. The first thing is the origin spiritual vein. After finding the origin spiritual vein, you must also find an area where the number of spirit beasts is small and not strong, otherwise, there will be a crisis of destruction at any time. The forces that can build a city here are extremely powerful, and most of them have backgrounds. Not all the cities that Lin Moyo passed by belonged to the human race. There were also cities of the demon race. The demon race city is very different from the human race, and the biggest commonality is the origin spiritual vein. Like the human race and the demon race, both need the origin spiritual vein. These days, the war trophies obtained from the 6 netherworlds were handed over to the human emperor for sorting. There were many magic weapons and origin crystals in them, which were all obtained by the Wei people from robbing houses. The wealth of the 6 people was not small, and there were quite a lot of origin crystals alone. Lin Moyo was too lazy to count and threw them all into the warehouse. Now he was rich and powerful, so he didn't care about such a small amount of origin crystals. Unfortunately, nothing related to the netherworld was found. Lin Moyo guessed that even if there was such a thing, it might have been destroyed by them. The matter about the netherworld can only be discussed in the future. 18 days later, the origin finally arrived at the destination of this trip. The mountains are endless, the ancient forests are towering, and they exude a vast atmosphere. At this moment, Lin Moyo has already gone deep into the hinterland of Dongzhou, where few people go, and it is the territory of spirit beasts. The Eye of the Dead opened, and he saw countless spirit beasts in the dense forests of the mountains. Fortunately, the spirit beasts are not strong. The strongest one is only at the Daozun level, so it is not difficult to deal with them. The only question is whether there will be a chain reaction and whether there are more powerful spirit beasts in the deep mountains and forests. These are unknowns, and we can only know them after we go in. Lin Moyo called Xiao out. Xiao, confirm it again. Xiao's eyes were filled with mist, and a road emerged. Xiao connected the road to observe the terrain and luck. She pointed to the front. Yes, it's there, and there are still about 600 kilometers. As long as the direction is right, 600 kilometers is not too far, and it can be reached in a blink of an eye. Lin Moyo did not act immediately but released the heaven-swallowing rat. Xiaosan, take a look here. Is there an origin spirit vein? Xiao San looked around with shifty eyes, his nose trembling constantly. After searching for a long time, he was a little unsure. It seems that there is an origin spiritual vein, but this origin spiritual vein seems a little strange. Chapter 2687. Chapter 2687, 2687. Chapter 2687. The things behind the formation are coming out. The origin shuttle slowed down and flew silently into the forest. The area was full of mountains, and many spirit beasts lived in the forest. Lin Moyo had to be careful. Lin Moyo activated a formation in the origin shuttle. The power of faith enveloped the shuttle, completely masking its presence. Xiao San's nose kept twitching as Lin Moyo pointed in a direction. Coincidentally, the direction he pointed in was exactly the same as the one Xiao Wu had indicated. The origin spiritual vein has the function of suppressing luck. It is normal for an origin spiritual vein to exist in a place with strong luck. However, Xiao San mentioned that this origin spiritual vein felt a bit strange, though he couldn't pinpoint exactly why. The high mountains and ancient forests were full of green vitality, but gradually, Lin Moyo frowned. Strange, how can there be a trace of death in such a vibrant place? As someone who mastered the immortal Tao, he was particularly sensitive to death. It was too unusual for death to suddenly appear in a forest full of vitality. Normally, death energy only accumulates after battles and the death of countless lives. Could it be that a war broke out there? Many lives died, producing this death energy. Full of doubts, the origin shuttle passed through the mountains and finally stopped in front of a canyon. This canyon was not an ordinary one but a mountain that had been split by a sword. However, it was not completely split, and there was no crack on the top of the mountain. It was more like a huge cave than a canyon. Even after countless years, one could still feel the powerful sword energy emanating from the canyon. Based on the appearance of the canyon, Lin Moyo speculated how the strong man had done it. The sword should have been inserted into the mountain first and then cut down, so the top of the mountain was not split. This is the origin continent, not the big world. Not only is the space solid, but everything within it is solid. On the origin continent, it is impossible for stars to be destroyed and galaxies to collapse. Even destroying mountains and rivers requires significant effort. Lin Moya thought that splitting a mountain was possible, but maintaining the power within it for countless years was something only a Daozun could achieve with the power of the Great Tao. Most importantly, there must be an origin spiritual vein here, otherwise, the terrain would have changed over the years and would not be stable at all. Xiao San whispered, "The origin spiritual vein is in the canyon." The direction Xiao San pointed to was the same as the place Xiao Wu had indicated. The origin shuttle slowly flew into the canyon, and the light suddenly weakened. Not long after, the light had completely disappeared. In the canyon, there was an invisible force that seemed to absorb the light. Upon careful observation, Lin Moya found that this force came from the canyon itself. The material of the canyon was a special substance that could absorb light. The surface of the canyon was not smooth, it looked like a honeycomb with countless small holes. Lin Moya did not recognize this material, but judging from its ability to absorb light, it should be valuable. Lin Moya remained extremely alert. In this unfamiliar environment, anything could happen. Even the Eye of the Dead could not be completely trusted. What if there was a spirit beast that could evade the Eye of the Dead? Xiao San kept sensing the origin spiritual vein. It was getting closer and closer. The canyon was 500 kilometers long. The origin shuttle passed through silently without encountering any danger. Finally, it came to the end of the canyon. It was already dark here, all the light had disappeared. The origin shuttle stopped again. In front of it, in the darkness less than a kilometer away, wisps of death energy were bubbling out like a fountain. Only then did Lin Moya realize that the canyon itself not only absorbed light but also absorbed this death energy. The death energy that emerged was absorbed by the canyon, so it did not leak out. This death energy is deadly for living beings. Whether it is a spirit beast or a plant, as long as it touches the death energy, its vitality will quickly disappear. There seemed to be a barrier at the end of the canyon. This barrier greatly reduced the speed of the death energy leakage and allowed the canyon to absorb and digest the death energy in time. But the spiritual vein that Xiao San mentioned and the place with strong luck that Xiao Wu pointed out were just behind the canyon. Lin Moya thought that to get there, he must pass through the death energy barrier. No one knows what is behind the death energy barrier. Suddenly, a swarm of spirit beasts rushed into the canyon. Lin Moya was shocked and immediately wanted to let the origin shuttle dodge. There was no place to hide in the canyon. Lin Moya could only control the origin shuttle to fly upwards until it reached the top of the canyon. After a while, he saw thousands of spirit beasts rushing in like they didn't care about their lives, crashing into the barrier densely. There were all kinds of spirit beasts, some looked like eagles, some like jackals, and some like rabbits. They ranged from the other shore realm to supreme beings and heavenly beings. They were smashed to pieces on the barrier and died on the spot. The originally dark screen suddenly lit up, and Lin Moya was shocked. Formation. The barrier at the end of the canyon turned out to be a formation. Not only the barrier but also the two sides of the canyon were arranged with formations. These spirit beasts used their lives to attack the formation, as if they wanted to smash it. The formation was extremely powerful, and no matter how these spirit beasts attacked, it did not move at all. The spirit beasts died, and their flesh and blood were absorbed by an invisible force. More death energy emerged and was quickly absorbed by the canyon. Lin Moya felt it carefully and sensed that after this wave of impact, the formation in the canyon seemed to be weakened by a tiny fraction. This kind of weakening is not felt by ordinary people at all, but Lin Moya still sensed it. These spirit beasts, at the cost of their own lives, are using a slow grinding method to try to break through the formation. After they die, their blood and flesh power is absorbed by the existence behind the formation. Then more death energy erupts, as if something is about to come out but is blocked by the formation. The death energy is absorbed by the special material of the canyon. What is hidden behind the formation? After watching the whole process, he also had his own guesses. The person who split the mountain set up this formation to prevent the things behind the formation from coming out. As all the spirit beasts were killed, the formation gradually dimmed, and darkness enveloped the canyon again. Lin Moya suddenly saw a protruding stone in a corner in front of the formation. The whole canyon was very flat without any rocks, and this protruding stone looked very abrupt. He also saw that there seemed to be words engraved on the stone. He put away the origin shuttle and descended. Death Chi. Without the protection of the origin shuttle, Lin Moya immediately felt the death energy in the canyon. The closer he was to the formation, the thicker the death energy. This death energy continued to spread outward until it was all absorbed by the canyon after 1,000 meters. However, the mere death energy was nothing to Lin Moya. The vitality in his body was running, and the majestic vitality directly melted the death energy without being affected at all. He came to the protruding stone, which was about 2 meters high and half of it was broken. There were words engraved on the stone, and Lin Moya ejected a ball of immortal flame, illuminating the surroundings. Chapter 2688. Chapter 2688, 2688. Chapter 2688, a bit difficult, but not impossible. The stone was inscribed with an extremely ancient language, vastly different from the current language. This language had long been lost, and very few people could understand it now. Fortunately, Lin Moya had purchased a large amount of information, including information on ancient characters, so he could still understand it. The world was destroyed, and the 5 continents fell apart. Yin and Yang collided, hell was broken, and swept the world. Now there is hell. The text stopped here. Lin Moya looked at the broken end of the stone. It didn't look like it was broken by a sharp weapon but more like it was broken by a huge force. Without a doubt, it was broken by a spirit beast. If the stone was not strong enough, it would probably not even have left any fragments. Looking at the few words left on the stone, Lin Moya's heart was in turmoil. Juzhu. The word written on the stone was Juzhu. Even a 3-year-old child knew that there were only 4 continents in the origin continent today: southeast, northwest, and northeast. He had never heard of Juzhu. Could it be that there were 9 continents on the origin continent, but only 4 continents remained after the catastrophe? Hell is the power of Yin, and the world is the power of Yang, so Yin and Yang conflict with each other. After Hell was shattered, the 6 lords of the netherworld also said something similar. In Lin Moya's understanding, after Hell was shattered, the power of Hell came to the world. The conflict between the Yin and Yang of the origin power would bring terrible disasters to the world. But how could Hell be shattered? And his own skeleton Hell, resurrection of the dead, undead flame, etc., all seemed to be related to Hell. Lin Moya was infinitely curious, and he felt that the things behind the formation were very important to him. He stretched out his hand and pressed on the stone and tried it. The stone was extremely solid, and it was difficult for him to destroy it with his power, and he could not leave any marks on it. Then Lin Moya summoned Zhao Dongxing and asked Zhao Dongxing to try it. Surprisingly, even Zhao Dongxing could not damage the stone. The stone was more solid than he imagined. Even the Daozun 6th realm can't leave a mark on it. How can such a solid stone be broken? Lin Moya stroked the broken part with his palm and suddenly felt an unusual force. Death Qi is caused by the long-term corrosion of Death Qi. However, Death Qi can't completely corrode the stone, it can only form a relatively weak crack. Then this crack caused the stone to break under the repeated attacks of the spirit beast. It is the existence behind the formation that doesn't want anyone to see the information on the stone, so it did it on purpose. So, Lin Moya looked at the formation and realized that the broken stone was likely to have entered the formation. Such a solid stone is difficult to be truly destroyed, and it may still be there. If he could read all the words on the stone, he could get more information. He shot out a lot of fire, and the fire illuminated the depths of the canyon. Lin Moya searched in the formation for a moment and finally found a clue. In the formation, there was a place where the black gas was particularly abundant, more than in other places. It was as if a hole was torn in the formation, and the existence inside could not come out, but it was enough to accommodate some small objects. For example, the broken stone. If the stone could go in, then he should be able to go in too. However, Lin Moya did not go in immediately. He summoned a skeleton god and asked the skeleton god to go in and explore first. The skeleton god general came to the gap in the formation and drilled in. The death energy had no effect on the skeleton god general. The skeleton god general was originally an immortal creature, and it was constantly emitting death energy. It was good enough that it did not corrode others, so how could it be affected by external death energy? After the skeleton god general entered, he lost contact with Lin Moya. However, Lin Moya could sense that the skeleton god general was not dead and was currently in a safe state. After waiting for 2 minutes, he found that the skeleton god general was still alive, and Lin Moya finally felt relieved. He sent a few more skeleton god generals in, and after finding that these skeleton god generals were safe and sound, Lin Moya took action himself. The power of death surged throughout his body, and he used the power of death to protect himself and drilled into the formation from the gap. The death energy and the power of death seemed to have the same origin. Although there were differences, they did not invade each other. After passing through the formation, the picture suddenly changed in his eyes, and a strong source of power rushed towards him. Lin Moya was delighted. Such a rich source of power, this source of spiritual vein is not low in level. According to Lin Moya's perception, this source of spiritual vein in front of him is at least above the 5th level, and it is very likely to be the 6th level. The reason why the luck here is so strong is also because of the existence of this source of spiritual vein. Looking around, he did not find any broken stones. The earth was clean, without any grass or trees, and there was no vitality. The air was filled with a lot of dead air. How could there be flowers, plants, and trees in a place full of dead air? There was a touch of red light in the distance, and red waterfalls were falling. These red waterfalls were not flowing with flames but magma. The magma turned into waterfalls, flowing down from the 9 heavens, forming rivers of fire on the earth. It looks a bit like the Hellfire River. Lin Moya narrowed his eyes slightly. This scene is too similar to the Hellfire River in the Skeleton Hell. With a thought in his mind, a large number of skeleton gods appeared and flew in all directions. Lin Moya didn't even spare the top of his head, and he had to explore every corner clearly. He knew that he had entered an independent world, and the laws of the Great Way here were different from those in the outside world. This feeling was a bit similar to the origin of the secret treasure. The skeleton god general came to the nearest fire river, and suddenly, the fire river exploded, and the creatures made of magma rushed out of the fire river. It was so fast that it knocked the skeleton god general away. The terrible flame instantly ignited the skeleton god general, and in just 2 or 3 seconds, the skeleton god general was burned to ashes. The magma monster quickly returned to the fire river and disappeared. The burned skeleton god general was resurrected in the ashes, but at this moment it was far away from the fire river, and no magma monster rushed out. Everything seemed to have returned to calm, as if nothing had happened. The monsters rushing out of the fire river are somewhat similar to the evil spirits of hell. Lin Moya saw it and felt that this world was very similar to the skeleton hell. Boom! The earth shook, the magma waterfall exploded, and firebirds flew out of the waterfall and rushed straight to the skeleton god general. Their power was much stronger than that of the skeleton god general. Under the collision, the skeleton god general was quickly burned to ashes and had no chance of resistance. Lin Moya felt it carefully and found that the power of these magma monsters had reached the level of high-level Tinzun, which was indeed far superior to the skeleton god general, who was only a low-level Tinzun. At the end of this hurricane warship trip, Lin Moya expected some mistakes. He did not enter the middle-level Tinzun and was still a step away. If he could enter the middle-level Tinzun, then the Dragon Rider Corps could deal with these magma monsters. Although it is a bit difficult, it is not impossible to fight. Lin Moya was confident. He controlled the skeleton god general to come to the river again. The fire river exploded, and a magma monster rushed out. Lin Moya pointed his finger, and the skeleton hell was released, instantly engulfing the magma monster. Chapter 2689. Chapter 2689, 2689. Chapter 2689, unable to obtain what you seek, yet obtained without seeking. The skeleton hell covered a large area of the fire river. In an instant, the fire river exploded, and a large number of magma monsters rushed out of it. The skeleton hell was not to be outdone. A large number of hell evil spirits rushed out and fought with the magma monsters. They bit and wrestled with each other, neither giving in. Lin Moya found that the hell evil spirits had no effect on the magma monsters' flames. The hell evil spirits usually bathed in the hell fire river and had extremely strong resistance to flames. As long as the flames were not too outrageous, they were not afraid at all. Both sides were high-level Tinzun, and they were evenly matched in terms of combat power. However, in terms of quantity, the hell evil spirits had an absolute advantage. One by one, the magma monsters were destroyed. After they died, the hell evil spirits rushed into the magma and swallowed it in big mouthfuls. The extremely hot magma had no effect on them. The hell evil spirits swallowed the magma at an astonishing speed, like a dragon sucking water, and the magma decreased rapidly. As the hell evil spirits devoured the magma, the hellfire river became stronger and stronger. Lin Moya was delighted. These magmas are a great tonic for the hellfire river. The next second, he expanded the scope of the skeleton hell, covering more magma and releasing more hell evil spirits. At the same time, he was sure that there must be a certain connection between his skeleton hell and the real hell. The gate of hell, the hellfire river. Nothing comes for no reason. There must be an internal cause. A large amount of magma was swallowed up, and the hellfire river rolled more violently, like a big river with turbulent waves. Suddenly, the death energy flowing in the air began to roll. Originally, the death energy just kept flowing towards the exit, smoothly and naturally. Now it suddenly became crazy, and the death energy gathered into a ball, forming a group of black mist, which formed a sharp contrast with the red magma. The death energy evolved into humanoid swordsmen, each of them holding a sharp sword, and there were thousands of them. Peak Heavenly Venerable. The peak heavenly venerables formed by the gathering of death energy were more powerful than ordinary peak heavenly venerables. The living beings touched by them would be polluted by the death energy. But for Lin Moya, these death energies were nothing. With a thought in mind, the skeleton hell expanded its range again, swallowing up these death energy swordsmen without any courtesy. The flames were boiling, and the hell evil spirits attacked frantically. With an absolute advantage in numbers, the death energy swordsmen were torn to pieces. The death energy swordsmen were torn to pieces, and the death energy was eaten by the hell evil spirits. They really accepted everything and ate everything. Finally, the magma became dry, and the bottom was exposed. This is an origin spiritual vein. An origin spiritual vein was revealed, but this origin spiritual vein was very strange, and it actually exuded the breath of death. But in the breath of death, there was a trace of vitality. Some of the origin spiritual veins in the world do not have special properties. Only a few origin spiritual veins have specific properties. However, many practitioners, in order to facilitate their own cultivation, will cultivate the spiritual veins after obtaining the origin spiritual veins, so that they have specific properties. Like the 8th level spiritual vein in the Hanshui Holy Land, it did not have any properties at the beginning, and then it was cultivated by the Hanshui Holy Land for generations. Nowadays, a part of it has the property of ice and cold, which is in line with the inheritance of the ancient family of the Hanshui Holy Land. However, there are still some parts that still have no properties. This part of the origin spiritual vein flows outward and spreads, becoming the territory controlled by the Hanshui Holy Land. Not only the Hanshui Holy Land does this, but many major forces that have origin spiritual veins are doing this. And the origin spiritual vein in front of him has most of the breath of death and a few vitality, forming a sharp contrast. Lin Moya couldn't tell whether it was formed naturally or modified by human effort. Suddenly, his heart was throbbing, and a flash of inspiration appeared in his mind, as if he had a sudden insight. Opportunity. In the Hurricane battleship, he didn't become a mid-level heavenly venerable until the end. He was always a step short of the mark, a little worse than expected. It can only be said that the opportunity had not arrived. Unexpectedly, the opportunity had arrived now. Lin Moya was not polite. He opened his mouth and sucked. A huge amount of origin power suddenly rolled out of the revealed origin spiritual vein. The origin power contained both life and death, which corresponded exactly to Lin Moya's immortal Tao. Lin Moya sucked greedily, and the level of the origin spiritual vein was high enough. A large amount of origin power entered his body and resonated with the laws of heaven. Not only was the immortal Tao resonating, but also the space and time Taos were resonating. Before, Lin Moya had already reached the limit of the 3 Taos to the low-level Tinzun and was only a line away from the middle-level Tinzun. And this line was crossed at this moment. Lin Moya's breath climbed up step by step, and a sound like glass breaking sounded in the soul world. The bottleneck leading to the middle-level Tinzun was blasted to powder, and Lin Moya's breath soared sharply, officially entering the middle-level Tinzun. As the realm was raised, the power of the entire undead army was rapidly increasing. The skeleton god went directly from the low-level Tinzun to the middle-level Tinzun and was even more powerful than Lin Moya himself. The leaders and captains of the Dragon Riders Corps have all become high-level Heavenly Venerables. The Dragon Riders in the Corps have also entered the middle-level Heavenly Venerables. Their fighting power is stronger than that of the Skeleton God Generals. A small realm upgrade is a revolutionary change for Lin Moya. It is really something I can't get, but I can get it without asking. Lin Moya smiled. His choice was not wrong. It was indeed an opportunity to come here. The Taiyan talisman appeared, shining. Its appearance told Lin Moya that the outside world was once again controlled by the Taiyan origin. The appearance of the Taiyan origin has greatly increased the power of the skeleton hell. As the son of Taiyan, the most important thing is not to improve strength, but to improve luck. If the luck is strong enough, everything can be turned into good luck and solved. Taiyan talisman. Suddenly, a low voice sounded. The voice was full of surprise and contained a vast atmosphere. Just hearing this voice, Lin Moya felt that the other party had existed for a very long time. Lin Moya looked in the direction where the voice came from and vaguely saw a palace suspended in the air above the lava waterfall. Before entering here, Lin Moya knew that there were living beings inside. Now hearing this voice, it doesn't feel strange. Lin Moya was just curious about what kind of existence can survive from such a long time ago. Do you want to go and see? Lin Moya actually has the answer to this question in his mind. Whether it is out of curiosity, or because this place is related to hell, or for the origin spiritual vein. For various reasons, Lin Moya will go to see what is going on. However, if you go to see it, you must also pay attention to countermeasures and not be blind. There is nothing wrong with being cautious, and being prepared before going. Lin Moya sent a voice message to Xiao in the Rule World. Xiao, luck. Xiao, who was playing with Xiao, pointed at the void and said, here you go. That impatient look made Lin Moya speechless for a while, as if he had disturbed her. But it doesn't matter, as long as there is luck. Dragon roars sounded, and luck rose sharply. Lin Moya was once again blessed with good luck. With strong luck, Lin Moya headed towards the palace in the sky. All the magma waterfalls exploded, and hundreds of thousands of firebirds flew out densely and attacked Lin Moya. Lin Moya summoned the Dragon Riders Corps, and the Corps leaders led the Dragon Riders Corps to fight with the firebirds, and forcibly cut a path for Lin Moya. After entering the middle-level Tinzun, the combat power of the Dragon Riders Corps is almost the same as that of the magma firebirds. Coupled with the absolute advantage in numbers, it can completely form a crushing victory. Chapter 2690. Chapter 2690, 2690. Chapter 2690. No matter how true it is still fake. Hundreds of thousands of firebirds were torn to pieces by the Dragon Riders, opening a wide path for Lin Moya. Lin Moya spread his wings of the dead and flew towards the palace. The Dragon Riders protected Lin Moya on the left and right wings, blocking all enemies for him. As the distance got closer, the palace that was only vaguely visible gradually became clearer. Lin Moya frowned slightly, feeling that there were two forces in the palace. These two forces were constantly fighting, and groups of dead air rushed out of the palace. At the same time, at the bottom of the palace, magma gushed out. The palace was the source of dead air and magma. All the problems here stemmed from the palace. As Lin Moya approached, the vibration of the palace became more intense. Suddenly, a gate appeared on the palace. The Gate of Hell. Lin Moya was shocked. The Gate of Hell that appeared on the palace was 80% similar to the Gate of Hell in his Skeleton Hell. Compared with the one in the Skeleton Hell, the gate in front of him was more exquisite, magnificent, and powerful. However, it was illusory and real. The Gate of Hell in the Skeleton Hell was much more real. A black shadow appeared in the Gate of Hell. The shadow was so deep that it seemed one would fall into it if they looked at it. The shadow turned with a buzzing sound, and all the dead air in the space was sucked away by the shadow in an instant. In just half a second, there was no more dead air in the space. It had all been sucked away by the shadow. The shadow appeared on the ground like teleportation, turning into a black pool. Lin Moya took a deep breath. Netherworld black pool. Someone used a secret method to evolve the Gate of Hell and then evolved the Netherworld black pool from the Gate of Hell. As soon as the thought came up, his body sank suddenly, and the Netherworld black pool generated infinite suction, trying to drag him down. Lin Moya fell quickly towards the Netherworld black pool. The wings of the undead vibrated rapidly to resist this suction. Unfortunately, Lin Moya's own power was not strong enough to resist, and he was still dragged down. A pair of bloody giant eyes appeared in the Netherworld black pool, and a huge creature poked its head out of the Netherworld black pool. Lin Moya was not panicked. He snapped his fingers, and the Skeleton King, who had not moved for a long time, responded. The Skeleton King now had the combat power of the peak Heavenly Venerable and was the strongest in the Undead Legion. Thousands of Skeleton Kings appeared in the sky. Lin Moya stepped on the shoulder of one of the Skeleton Kings, and the Skeleton King immediately flew up with all its strength. The rest of the Skeleton Kings waved their bone swords at the same time and attacked the Netherworld black pool. Lin Moya tapped his finger lightly, and the Skeleton Hell appeared above the Netherworld black pool, covering it. The suction of the Netherworld black pool fell on the Skeleton Hell and was instantly marked. Spell, White Bones / God. The Skeleton Kings waved their bone swords simultaneously, and the bones behind them sank and floated. The law of bones connected into a sea of bones. With this sword, the bones in the sea of bones shook simultaneously, turning into countless sharp swords, and also broke into the Netherworld black pool. The sword light engulfed the netherworld black pool, and the creature in the netherworld black pool was beaten back by the sword light before it really appeared. Lin Moya vaguely heard a scream, and the scream came from the palace. The gate of hell shook for a while, as if it would collapse at any time. The huge head in the netherworld black pool poked out again, and the netherworld black pool rolled up waves, turning into a long whip, madly whipping the skeleton kings. The skeleton kings swung their swords and fought with it. Lin Moya snorted coldly, "Skeleton God General, come out." In an instant, every corner of the space was filled with skeleton god generals. The upper limit of skeleton god generals is 30 billion, which is obviously not so large in this space. Just summoning 10 billion skeleton god generals has occupied most of the space. 10 billion, enough. Lin Moya sneered, "Do it." Hundreds of billions of skeleton generals swung their swords simultaneously, inheriting the skeleton king's magic. Magic, white bone god slash. In an instant, hundreds of billions of sword lights fell on the netherworld black pool and the monster's head simultaneously. Although each sword was far inferior to the skeleton king's, the sheer number made up for the difference. Even if each sword could only cause insignificant damage, a million times increase was not so easy to withstand. Screams were heard again in the palace, the gate of hell shook more violently, and the netherworld black pool collapsed even more. The monster with only its head was almost chopped to pieces. The skeleton king got rid of the entanglement, rushed to the edge of the netherworld black pool, and swung the bone sword frantically. The monster was injured again, and its head was broken before it could achieve success. Under the skeleton king's bombardment, the netherworld black pool finally shattered. Before it was broken, the monster that didn't appear in the end screamed unwillingly. The gate of hell shook again, and then a huge black shadow appeared. "I am the first judge under the seat of the Lord of Hell. Those who violate my hell will fall into the netherworld forever and never be reborn." The black shadow held a huge axe in his hand, walked out of the gate of hell, and attacked Lin Moya. Lin Moya murmured, "Lord of Hell? First judge? I don't care who you are." The real fire had been struck, and the first judge who appeared in front of him was only at the level of Daozun, which was nothing at all. The star arrow lich appeared beside him, and the great Tao of arrows was activated. The star arrow lich turned into a sharp arrow and instantly pierced the first judge's eyebrows, then turned back twice, piercing its neck and heart respectively. The star arrow lich was too fast and completed the attack in an instant. The huge force directly crushed the first judge. Lin Moya stood on the shoulder of the skeleton king, still flying towards the palace, getting closer and closer. The gate of hell shook again, and it continued to evolve. Lin Moya had discovered that as the gate of hell continued to evolve, its power had become weaker and weaker. "I want to see what you can come up with." Lin Moya sneered, even with some disdain. Fake is always fake, no matter how real it looks, it is still fake. The gate of hell completed its evolution again, and at this moment it had become illusory and ethereal, and it would collapse at any time. It could be predicted that this was its last evolution. Another figure appeared at the gate of hell, flying out slowly, stretching its body, and turning into a dragon. Lin Moya frowned, evolved into a dragon. The dragon roared, "I am the guardian dragon under the seat of the Lord of Hell, and you, the young man, have violated the dignity of hell, damn it." It sprayed dragon breath towards Lin Moya, and wherever the dragon breath passed, dense cracks suddenly appeared in the space. This guy who claimed to be the guardian dragon had reached the 4th level of Daozun in terms of power. Lin Moya snorted coldly, "Giant sword, kill him." The great sword Daoist master appeared beside Lin Moya, his hands turned into swords, and he waved gently. A terrifying giant sword suddenly appeared in the air and slashed towards the guardian dragon. Under the absolute power suppression, the guardian dragon had no power to resist and was destroyed by the sword light. Lin Moya said with disdain, "It was originally a fake thing. If it was really a guardian dragon, I would have to die." Although he didn't know what the identity of the Lord of Hell was, he thought he must be a terrifying and powerful person. The guardian dragon under the seat of such a strong person was probably not weak. It would be strange if a rookie like him didn't die. The illusory gate of hell collapsed, and Lin Moya finally came to the front of the palace and strode in. Chapter 2691. Chapter 2691, 2691. Chapter 2691, Qingshan Xingjun, the old man in green robes again. The palace was simple and quaint, exuding a vast atmosphere that told of its ancient existence. Lin Moya had seen the 3 large characters on the Jade Sword City, which also exuded a vast atmosphere filled with the weight of time. But compared to this palace, the difference was immense, not even in the same order of magnitude. Lin Moya knew he was the first person to come here in countless years. If it were someone else, even a Daozun in the 4th realm, they would not have been able to reach this place. It wasn't that he was so powerful, but the terrifying death energy outside was enough to make any Daozun retreat. He could ignore the interference of the death energy, which alone set him apart from most people. The repeated evolution of the Gate of Hell would prevent even a 4th realm Daozun from retreating. Walking in the palace, he found it empty except for one thing. His eyes naturally fell on the only item in the palace, a 2-meter-high block of ice. Although it looked like ice, it wasn't. Lin Moya could feel that the ice block was made up of the power of origin and was also filled with the power of destiny. Seeing this, Lin Moya suddenly thought of something, self-sealing. To confirm his guess, Lin Moya asked the giant sword Daozun, "Is this self-sealing?" The giant sword Daozun nodded. "It is a self-sealing jade, and the materials used for self-sealing are excellent, better than ours. It uses an entire origin spiritual vein to suppress the luck and seal itself. In this state, he can live longer than us, and the speed of weakening of power is also better than ours." The giant sword Daozun knew more than Lin Moya and had more experience, but his analytical ability was far inferior to Lin Moya's. This was even more so in terms of spiritual perception, which was vastly different. Lin Moya could see that the self-sealing jade in front of him had existed for a very long time. This was no longer a matter of hundreds of thousands or millions of years, it was at least tens of millions of years, far exceeding the lifespan limit of a Daozun. It could only be said that the Daozun here was not an ordinary Daozun, or perhaps not a Daozun at all. Finally, someone is here. A sigh interrupted Lin Moya's thoughts. Lin Moya looked at the self-sealing jade and knew that it was the person inside who was speaking. He was a little alert. Senior, are you waiting for someone? The voice replied, yes, I am waiting for someone, but I don't know if it is you. But you have the Taiyan talisman. As the son of Taiyan, you should be the one who can come here. There was an inexplicable confidence in his voice. Lin Moya didn't know where his confidence came from. Was it you who evolved the gate of hell just now? The voice said, it was not me, but someone else. Someone else? Lin Moya looked around and didn't find anything else. At this time, the man's tone became serious. You have to listen carefully to what I am going to say next. It concerns your own life and death, as well as the survival of the Juzhu land. Lin Moya was slightly stunned. It's so serious, but I don't know whether the Juzhu land that you mentioned is the origin continent where I am. Origin continent. The voice was stunned for a moment, obviously not understanding. Lin Moya looked at the giant sword Daozun. Do you know the Juzhu land? The giant sword Daozun shook his head. I don't know. Lin Moya thought about it and called Xiaosan out. Xiaosan, do you know the Juzhu land? The sky-swallowing red has a bloodline inheritance, and its inheritance is extremely ancient. Perhaps it can know the information of the Juzhu land from its bloodline. Xiaosan tried hard to find the memory in his bloodline and finally got the answer after a few breaths. I found it. It turns out that our origin continent was originally called Juzhu land. Lin Moya was slightly surprised. He had guessed it when he saw the land of Juzhu on the stone before. Unexpectedly, the guess came true. It seems that there were not only 4 continents in the origin continent but 9 continents in total. For some reasons, the 5 continents became the 4 continents today. The voice was silent for a moment before whispering, it seems that this war was more tragic than we imagined. Lin Moya said, Senior, can you tell me about that war? The voice said, it's better not to talk about things that have been buried in history. You are still alive and well now, which means that we won that war. As long as the result is good, there is no need to pursue the process. Lin Moya was a little unwilling, but we can learn from the process. If something similar happens again, we may be able to avoid it. The man said, it's good that you have the intention, but your strength is too weak. It's meaningless to know. Okay, listen to what I say next, otherwise, you may die here today. Lin Moya knew that the other party was unwilling to say more, so he stopped asking, Senior, please speak. The man said, my name is Qingshan, and people call me Qingshan Xingjun. I sealed myself here to suppress something. This thing comes from hell, and it should be one of the remaining fragments of hell. When hell was destroyed, a small amount of fragments may have fallen into the world. The origins of yin and yang conflicted, and the fragments of hell produced a weak spiritual intelligence. It began to pollute the spiritual veins and wanted to evolve the entire world into a new hell. I found it and suppressed it with all my strength. You must be wondering how I can live so long. Because I am a Star Lord, I have already partially left the realm of Daozun, and I have abandoned my physical body and only use my soul to suppress it. Plus, I have sealed myself up, so I can exist for many years. But I also know that this is not a long-term solution. Someone told me that someone would come to help me in the future. That person has great luck, and you are the son of Taiyan, with unparalleled luck, so it should be you. Lin Moya's heart skipped a beat. It turned out to be like this. The one who sealed himself here turned out to be Qingshan Xingjun, one of the 28 constellations and the most powerful Star Lord. With his power, suppressing a piece of hell fragment actually cost such a huge price. How powerful are hell fragments? If hell fragments are so terrible, how terrible should the complete hell be? Lin Moya was puzzled. Senior Qingshan, what do these things you said have to do with whether I can save my life? Qingshan Xingjun continued, my suppression has its limits. Even if you don't come, my limit will be almost over in hundreds of thousands of years. But since you are here, the next thing can be handed over to you. Lin Moya was stunned on the spot. Leave it to me? What's the point of handing it over to me if even Qingshan Xingjun can't handle it? I am not a great man of the 8th or 9th level of Daozun, I am just a mid-level Tianzun. Qingshan Xingjun said, that person told me that the person who came will take over from me and solve the problem of the hell fragments. Lin Moya immediately shouted, wait, Senior Qingshan, what is the name of the person you are talking about? Qingshan Xingjun said, I can't say. What I can tell you is that he likes to wear green robes. Green robe old man. Lin Moya's heart skipped a beat, and naturally, such an old guy appeared. Chapter 2692. Chapter 2692, 2692. Chapter 2692. One cauldron appears, thousands of spiritual veins bow down. Lin Moya was so angry that his teeth itched. It was the old man in the green robe again. That old man and his wife not only forced his wife to become their apprentice but were also plotting against him. When Qingshan Xingjun mentioned the old man in the green robe, Lin Moya was sure that he was waiting for him. Lin Moya felt like he had fallen into an extremely huge pit, and the one who dug the pit was the old man in the green robe. At this point, he had no choice. After all, he came here on his own initiative, not forced by the other party. Curiosity kills the cat. Lin Moya sighed in his heart and said, Senior Qingshan, please continue. Qingshan Xingjun continued, wait a minute, I will lift the self-sealing and then use my last strength to suppress the fragments of hell. But my power is not much left. Once I lift the self-sealing and use extreme sublimation, my existence will be very short. You must get rid of the hell fragments in a short time. Lin Moyo exclaimed, you mean, I have to find a way myself? Qingshan Xingjun said, that's about it, but it's not entirely up to you. I will use all my strength to help you. Over the years, the power of the hell fragments has actually diminished, not even 30% of its heyday, and in the last wave of suppression, I can still wear it down by about 20%. You only need to face the last 10%. It didn't sound too difficult. Only 10% of the hell fragments' power was left. It shouldn't be hard to deal with. But on second thought, it wasn't the case at all. Just ask, can I deal with a Daozun of the 9th realm with only 10% of its power? Although Lin Moyo was confident, he was not arrogant. What's more, the hell fragment was obviously stronger than a Daozun of the 9th realm. What could he do to deal with it? Would he risk his life? Lin Moyo asked, what if I fail? Qingshan Xingjun said, it's nothing. The hell fragment will drag you into the hell it evolves and make you its servant, or kill you directly. But I think you would prefer it to kill you directly. Once you become its servant, you will never be reincarnated. Then the hell fragments will devour the origin spiritual veins here, restore their full strength, and finally begin to evolve into a real hell. According to what you said, we are in Dongzhou. Maybe in 100,000 years, the entire Dongzhou will become a real hell. Then the scope of hell will become larger and larger, devouring the boundary sea and even other continents, until finally, the origin continent will become a hell world. Lin Moyo looked solemn. You actually gave me such a heavy task. You really think highly of me. Why don't those guys outside the stars come down to stop the hell fragments? Lin Moyo thought of those guys standing on the avenue outside the stars. They are extremely powerful. Can't they come down to stop them? Qingshan Xingjun said, it's not that they won't come, but they can't come down. If they come, the world will collapse. Lin Moyo immediately thought of the old man in the green robe. He almost destroyed the sword pressure city with just a breath of energy. If the real body comes, I'm afraid the whole world will collapse. Lin Moyo said, this doesn't work, and that doesn't work. It seems that I can only rely on myself. Senior, do you know that I am only a mid-level Tinzun, and I have just been promoted? It is difficult to destroy the fragments of hell. Qingshan Xingjun said, I believe what that person said, and I have confidence in you. You can come here, which has proved your strength. Many times, realm does not mean anything. The most important thing is real combat power. I have seen some Daozun in the 9th realm who are not as good as Daozun in the 6th realm. I have also seen Daozun killed by low-level Tinzun. There are many geniuses whose combat power cannot be measured by realm. Lin Moyo said, the era where the senior is really wonderful. In today's era, every realm difference is a world of difference in strength. It is not uncommon for a heavenly venerate to defeat a deist venerate, but that was a peak heavenly venerate who defeated an ordinary deist venerate. It was not what Qingshan Xingjun said, a low-level heavenly venerate who defeated a deist venerate. But thinking of what happened to him, Lin Moyo felt that it was not impossible. After all, he did it. Qingshan Xingjun said, are you ready? Lin Moyo immediately waved his hand. Wait, I have a few questions. Anyway, you have been waiting for so many years, so it doesn't matter if you wait for a while. Qingshan Xingjun said, ask. Lin Moyo said, do you know about the Netherworld Blackpool and the Netherworld clan? Qingshan Xingjun said, yes, the Netherworld Blackpool is part of hell. When hell was broken, the Netherworld Blackpool was also broken. However, the Netherworld power in the Netherworld Blackpool did not disappear. The Netherworld power formed a road called the Netherworld Avenue. Some of the Netherworld black water in the Netherworld Blackpool also escaped and disappeared. The Netherworld clan should have been contaminated by the Netherworld black water, and their bloodline has changed. But there may be more than one Netherworld black water that escaped that year. If you encounter one in the future, be careful. Lin Moyo finally understood the origin of the Netherworld clan. They were contaminated with the Netherworld black water of the Netherworld black pool, which changed their blood and made them no longer human beings. The power from hell is naturally incompatible with the power of the world. Lin Moyo thought of the black water realm in the boundary sea, which is somewhat similar to the Netherworld black water. But it is not completely certain for the time being, and it can only be said that there are some similarities. Lin Moyo continued to ask, actually, I am very interested in the war that year. I don't know what happened, senior. Qingshan Xingjun said, you will know it naturally after you surpass the 9th realm of Daozun. Well, he still didn't want to say it, so Lin Moyo didn't ask any more questions. Lin Moyo asked a few more questions, and he found that what he could ask was actually very limited. Although Qingshan Xingjun was very strong, he had fallen behind this era too much. The things he knew were all very ancient, and they were not very useful now. Lin Moyo thought for a while. The last question, do you know the 72 Swords of Origin? Qingshan Xingjun shook his head. I have never heard of it. This shows that Qingshan Xingjun existed earlier than the 72 Swords of Origin. Lin Moyo said, I heard that a treasure that suppressed the heaven and earth was lost, and then someone refined the 72 Swords of Origin to replace the treasure to suppress the origin continent. Qingshan Xingjun's tone suddenly became excited. The tripod was lost. Lin Moyo was stunned for a moment, then said, I don't know what treasure it is. I just heard from a weapon spirit. Is that thing called Shenzhou Ding? Why not Juzhu Ding? Qingshan Xingjun said, Juzhu is Shenzhou, just a different name for the same thing. I didn't expect that even the Shenzhou Ding was lost. No wonder Juzhu became 4 continents. But think about it, hell is broken, and losing a Shenzhou Ding seems normal. Lin Moyo asked cautiously, what is the Shenzhou Ding used for? Qingshan Xingjun said, it suppresses the heaven and earth and controls all the origin spiritual veins in the world. When a cauldron appears, thousands of spiritual veins bow their heads. What do you say it is used for? Lin Moya took a breath. He didn't expect the Shenzhou Ding to be so powerful. And what's more unexpected is that the Shenzhou Ding is in his hands. And Terry's was shocked when he got the Shenzhou Ding. Obviously, he knew something, but he didn't tell him. Controlling the spiritual veins of the world is really a good thing. Lin Moya felt like he was holding a treasure without knowing it. Qingshan Xingjun didn't know what he was thinking and said lightly, are you ready? Chapter 2693. Chapter 2693, 2693. Chapter 2693, I did what I thought I should do. Lin Moya felt like he was being forced into something. Even if he wasn't ready, he had to do it. He had no choice but to proceed. Old man, I've got this in mind. Don't let me get a chance in the future, or I'll pull out all your beard, he thought viciously. At this point, he could only trust the old man in the green robe. Taking a deep breath, he said to Qingshan Xingjun, let's get started. Qingshan Xingjun replied, okay, get ready. I'll start unsealing. The self-sealing jade burst into a brilliant light, gradually dissolving. A powerful aura gushed out from the self-sealing jade. Lin Moya could clearly feel two powerful forces within it. One belonged to Qingshan Xingjun, full of vitality. The other belonged to the Hell Fragment, full of death. But Lin Moya also sensed that at the extreme of death, in the deepest corner, the Hell Fragment contained a little vitality. This small vitality seemed insignificant but was difficult to destroy. This situation was exactly like the Immortal Avenue. Not only the Immortal Avenue but also his own skeleton hell was the same. It seemed full of death but actually contained a bit of indelible vitality. It was precisely this indelible vitality that made the Immortal Avenue truly immortal. The self-sealing jade gradually melted, revealing the true situation inside. Lin Moya saw a soul, very powerful and almost tangible. If you didn't look carefully, you couldn't tell it was a soul at all. The soul was shining and extremely dazzling, with Dao patterns flashing inside and outside. The whole soul looked extremely noble. Starting from the 7th realm of Dao Zun, the soul will produce Dao patterns. Until the 9th realm, the whole soul body will be covered with Dao patterns. Usually, Dao patterns are invisible, but when the soul fights with all its strength, Dao patterns will appear and bring great power to the soul. This is what Lin Moya knew about the changes in the Dao Zun realm, but he didn't know what it would be like to continue moving forward. Now, seeing the soul of Qingshan Xingjun, Lin Moya suddenly realized something. So that's how it is. After reaching the 9th level of Dao Zun, one must integrate the Dao patterns into the soul, merge the scattered Dao patterns together, and form a complete Dao pattern. Lin Moya saw that the Dao patterns of Qingshan Xingjun had already shown a trend of fusion. It's just that the fusion had not been truly completed, only a small part had been merged. The fusion of only this small part of the Dao patterns had already given Qingshan Xingjun power that exceeded the 9th level of Dao Zun. The soul of Qingshan Xingjun held a dark stone tightly in his hand, and the stone exuded a terrible death aura while flames continued to pour out of it. This stone was the fragment of hell. When Lin Moya saw the fragment of hell, he inexplicably felt a sense of familiarity, as if he had seen it somewhere. This feeling was like the first time he saw the rune. He also had a similar feeling. This feeling was very strange, with no apparent source, but it truly existed. The soul of Qingshan Xingjun generated a majestic force, suppressing the fragment of hell. A road emerged, with billions of mountains and rivers on it, boundless. This was the road of Qingshan Xingjun, though Lin Moya didn't know its specific name. There are too many great ways in the world, endless, and no one can fully recognize them. The great way gushed out infinite power like a waterfall, and the Dao patterns in the soul of Qingshan Xingjun shone and became more brilliant. Boom! The palace exploded, and countless Dao patterns emerged. Not only the palace but also the entire space in all directions had Dao patterns emerging. These Dao patterns evolved into high mountains and dense forests, with majestic power, suppressing the world. The magma waterfall stopped flowing and completely stagnated. Lin Moya suddenly realized, the soul merges with the Dao, and the body becomes the Dao. So that's it, I understand everything. He originally thought that after the 9th level of Dao Zun, the Dao pattern merged into the soul became the main body, and the body became dispensable. Now it seemed that this was not the case. The soul is naturally the top priority, but the body is still equally important. The soul merges into the Dao, and the body evolves into the Dao. At this time, the body becomes a weapon and magic weapon, and the soul is the person who controls the weapon and magic weapon. If the two are separated, the power will be greatly reduced, and if they are combined, the power will be greatly increased. Qingshan Xingjun controlled the fragments of hell with his soul and sealed them with his soul. The physical body evolved into the secret space to suppress all the power emitted by the fragments of hell. The mountain in the outside world is the result of his evolution of the great Dao. So the material of the mountain in the outside world is special, and Lin Moya had never seen it before. Because it is not a real material at all, but a mountain evolved from the great Dao. Qingshan Xingjun used his Dao to suppress the fragments of hell for countless years until Lin Moya arrived. The fragments of hell are very powerful, and even if they are suppressed, it is difficult to truly erase them. Lin Moya didn't know why the old man in the green robe was so sure that he could get rid of the fragments of hell, but now, he could only try his best. He had no choice. The power of the great Tao suppressed down, evolving into billions of mountains, and hitting the fragments of hell like iron. The roar exploded in his ears, and unimaginable majestic visions exploded in front of Lin Moyo. The distance between the two was less than 100 meters. This level of power, even if only a trace leaked out, Lin Moyo felt that he would be torn to pieces. But under the control of Qingshan Xingjun, all the power did not leak out. What terrible control! Lin Moyo admired in his heart. This control was really terrible. There are always after effects in the Battle of Daozun Realm, but the great battle supported by Qingshan Xingjun did not even have any after effects. The fragments of hell kept trembling under the bombardment, and the dead air emitted became less and less. The magma in the space declined rapidly until it cooled and became cold. The power of the fragments of hell was being rapidly weakened, and at the same time, the power of Qingshan Xingjun was also rapidly weakened. He used the power of the great Tao to erase the power of the fragments of hell, and he himself was also seriously damaged. This kind of thing hurts the enemy 1,000 times and hurts himself 800 times. Lin Moyo knew that the fragments of hell could not be truly erased, and Qingshan Xingjun also knew that he had no way to truly erase the fragments of hell. He could only try his best to temporarily suppress the power of the fragments of hell to the lowest level and create opportunities for Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo's heart was touched. "Senior Qingshan, why did you do this?" Qingshan Xingjun chuckled. "Some things have to be done by someone, either you or me. I did what I thought I should do, and the rest is up to you." Lin Moyo said, "Do you really believe what that old guy said?" Qingshan Xingjun laughed. "Believe? How can I not believe it?" Since he met Qingshan Xingjun, his voice and tone had been extremely stable. Until now, his power was about to run out, as if his life was coming to an end. Qingshan Xingjun suddenly laughed out loud. In the laughter, his avenue evolved into the last brilliance. Lin Moyo saw that Qingshan Xingjun's soul was becoming dim, and the Dao pattern used by the soul was becoming brighter. The same was true for countless Dao patterns in the space. The Dao patterns were getting brighter and brighter, and Qingshan Xingjun's breath was getting weaker and weaker. Just like a person's last moments, he had reached the last moment of his life. "Little guy, leave it to you." As he spoke, Qingshan Xingjun's soul was extinguished. Lin Moyo took a step forward and took over from Qingshan Xingjun, his eyes solemn. Suppress. Chapter 2694. Chapter 2694, 2694. Chapter 2694. I don't believe that I can't smash you to pieces. The power of the hell fragment was less than 10% of its heyday, which was already its weakest state. But even so, it was still not something Lin Moyo could deal with. When Lin Moyo's hand just touched the hell fragment, a terrible heat surged out, and Lin Moyo instantly turned into a fireman and was burned to ashes. With a flash of purple light, Lin Moyo completed his rebirth and resurrected. After the rebirth, Lin Moyo was still in fear, looking at the hell fragment, unable to speak. It was just a moment, really just a moment. He didn't even have time to think about it, and he was burned to death. This gap in power level was simply impossible to fight. Lightning and thunder flashed in his mind as he thought about how to deal with the hell fragment. In just a moment, Lin Moyo thought of a way, and it was the only way. All his magic, including the origin magic, was not enough to deal with the hell fragment. Even if he used the great Dao immortal pill and raised his realm to the limit, Daozun's 7th realm, 8th realm, even if he could reach the 9th realm, he could not deal with the hell fragment. If the hell fragments were so easy to deal with, Qingshan Xingjun would not have had to seal himself here for countless years. So there was no need to try these common methods. There were only two useful methods. One was the Calamity Scepter, which was the last trump card. The second was the Shenzhou Ding. If the Shenzhou Ding was really the terrible magic weapon that once suppressed heaven and earth, it must also suppress the hell fragments. But he didn't know how to use the Shenzhou Ding, so he wouldn't consider it for the time being. Just as Lin Moyo was thinking about the method, the hell fragments recovered a little power. Its recovery speed far exceeded Lin Moyo's imagination, and a large amount of dead air rushed out, flowing out from it. The space roared, Qingshan Xingjun disappeared, and the space he transformed into with his flesh and blood was about to collapse. Lin Moyo had very little time left, and it was no longer a race against time. Even if every tenth of a second passed, the situation would be completely different. The Calamity Scepter appeared in his hand. Whether it was useful or not, Lin Moyo waved the Calamity Scepter and smashed it directly on the hell fragments. Boom! The terrifying power swept out, Lin Moyo was blown away, his whole body turned into a fireman again, and he was instantly burned to ashes. In the purple light, Lin Moyo completed his second rebirth. It works! Lin Moyo saw cracks appear on the fragments of hell. Although the cracks were very small and were recovering rapidly, the appearance of cracks meant that the Calamity Scepter could cause damage to it. It was not enough to just hit it once, but many times. Lin Moyo held the Calamity Scepter and rushed up again, hitting it hard. Boom! The flames burst out, Lin Moyo was blown away again and burned to ashes at the same time. The power of the hell flames was too strong, and Lin Moyo had no power to resist. For the third rebirth, Lin Moyo rushed up again with the purple light that had not dissipated. Boom! The same scene appeared, and Lin Moyo got the fourth rebirth. In just 2 seconds, Lin Moyo completed 4 rebirths. This was unprecedented. There are only 6 chances to rebirth in 20 seconds. If it happens twice more, he will really die. After several hits, many cracks appeared on the hell fragment, but it was still a long way from being truly broken. And as long as you stop, the hell fragment will quickly recover. You can't stop, but you can't continue to hit it. If you die twice, you will really die. But if you stop for 20 seconds, the hell fragment will have recovered as before, or even become stronger. Lin Moyo's heart moved, took out the last Dao immortal pill, and threw it into his mouth. Origin of the art, gathering power. Origin of the art, powerful soldiers. His breath rose sharply, almost instantly breaking through the heavenly venerable realm and entering the Tao venerable realm. Then the breath rose steadily, and Lin Moya temporarily entered the state of immortality with the help of the great Tao immortal pill. Before the realm reached its peak, Lin Moya had already rushed to the fragment of hell again. I don't believe that I can't smash you. He reached out and grabbed the fragment of hell, and in an instant, the flames attacked his body, and Lin Moya turned into a fireman. The terrible power in the fragment of hell penetrated into Lin Moya's body and burned his soul. But because of the existence of the great Tao immortal pill, Lin Moya was not burned to ashes this time. In the flames, Lin Moya smiled, and his eyes were even more crazy. The calamity scepter smashed down like lightning, thousands of times in an instant. The bangs kept ringing, and each one could shake the entire space and then break it. Lin Moya's power was getting stronger and stronger. Under the effect of the two original magics, Lin Moya's realm was directly promoted to the 7th realm of Daozun. Although he was not a real 7th realm of Daozun, his soul and body had no Dao patterns. A body of magic can't be as strong as the 7th realm of Daozun, but his pure power was just the 7th realm of Daozun. This state was very similar to those spirit beasts of the 7th realm of Daozun. No skills, only pure power. Lin Moya turned into a fire giant of the 7th realm of Daozun, holding the calamity scepter, smashing the hell fragments crazily. The cracks of the hell fragments were getting more and more densely packed, covering every corner. Finally, after Lin Moya smashed it crazily for 2 minutes, and it is unknown how many tens of thousands of times he smashed it, the hell fragments were finally smashed. The calamity scepter silently told Lin Moya how hard he was. The hell fragments exploded, from one piece to thousands of pieces, broken into powder. A large amount of magma gushed out from the powder and intertwined with each other. Using the magma as a line, they wanted to regroup and recover again. It was not easy to smash this plaything. How could Lin Moya restore it again? With a thought in his mind, the skeleton hell emerged and swallowed all the powder. The Hellfire River raised huge waves and swallowed the powder of the hell fragments into the Fire River. The Hellfire River is not afraid of the magma gushing out of the fragments. On the contrary, the Hellfire River can swallow the magma to strengthen itself. The skeleton hell was not used before because the hell fragments were too strong and the skeleton hell could not bear it at all. But now the situation has changed. The hell fragments have been smashed and the power has been greatly weakened. Each powder may not even have 1/10,000th of the fragment. The skeleton hell can already be divided and swallowed. The hell evil spirits made excited calls in the fire river, and they bit the powder one by one. Countless hell evil spirits were burned to ashes, but soon resurrected in the hellfire river. They continued to fight and were not afraid of death. The evil spirits of hell originally had no life. They devoured everything and were reborn in death, becoming stronger and stronger. Lin Moya discovered that his skeleton hell was transforming. The fragments of hell became the best nutrients for the skeleton hell, much better than the crystal of origin, and not comparable to other creatures. In the skeleton hell, the gate of hell appeared again, bathed in flames, becoming more and more exquisite, more and more powerful and magnificent. Lin Moya vaguely felt a majestic breath, and he thought of the gate of hell he had seen before, as if he was moving closer to that gate. He had a hunch that if the skeleton hell continued to evolve, it might become a real hell. The skeleton hell devoured and digested the fragments of hell, and the breath became stronger and stronger, but the digestion speed was a bit slow and it took some time. 10 minutes later, the effect of the great Tao immortal pill disappeared, Lin Moya collapsed and died on the spot, and then was reborn. After the rebirth, Lin Moya stared at the skeleton hell fan and the transformation with excitement in his eyes. Chapter 2695. Chapter 2695, 2695. Chapter 2695, My Territory, Sweeping 100,000 Miles. The skeleton hell was transforming, its aura reaching a critical point, on the verge of a breakthrough. As its master, Lin Moya could feel that the changes in the skeleton hell were unprecedented. This was not a simple change in realm, but a fundamental qualitative transformation. Such a transformation had occurred before, and even he, the master, could not predict what it would become. The aura of the hell fragment was disappearing, truly destroyed. The hell fragment that Qingshan Xingjun had been unable to erase for countless years was actually destroyed by him, a mere Tianzun. Lin Moya felt a hint of excitement in his heart, but it lasted only for a moment before his face darkened again. The old man in the green robe actually calculated my actions and knew I could reach the fragments of hell. How did he calculate it? Is he truly omniscient, knowing everything about the past and the future? What is his purpose? And that old lady, so unreasonable, forcing me to accept her as a disciple. What kind of six-phase formation is she trying to create? Two old guys, don't give me a chance in the future, or I will definitely teach you a lesson. The skeleton hell lingered at the critical point of transformation for a moment, then suddenly shrank sharply into an insignificant dot. The dot remained for about 10 seconds, then began to vibrate sharply, and with a loud bang, it exploded completely. This space was shattered into pieces by the explosion, the area where magma flowed was flattened in an instant, and all traces were erased. At this moment, Lin Moya saw a piece of rubble, the half that had been broken before. The rubble was not a real stone, but the avenue of Qingshan Xingjun's flesh. The rubble cracked in the explosion and was about to break. Lin Moya's heart moved, and he reached out to grab the rubble. As the master of the skeleton hell, he was the only one unaffected by the explosion. Lin Moya read the remaining words on the rubble and connected them with the words he had seen before. The world is destroyed, and the land of Juzhu is broken apart. Yin and Yang collide, and hell is broken, sweeping the world. Now that fragments of hell have fallen into the world, I am afraid of causing a disaster, so I cut off my own way and enter the game with my body. It is not a pity that my body dies and my way disappears. If future generations remember it, please praise my name, and I may return to the world. The last signature was Qingshan Xingjun. Lin Moya looked at the translated words, and a storm was set off in his heart. He already knew the first half of the story. Fragments of hell fell into the world, and Qingshan Xingjun cut himself off and came to suppress the fragments of hell with his body. For the land of Jusu, this was a great good deed, enough for the world to inherit. What really shocked Lin Moya was the second half of the sentence, please chant my name, and I may return to the world. Chanting the name of Qingshan Xingjun, he could return to the world. If this was really possible, it was not true immortality. Even if he died, as long as someone remembered him and chanted his name all the time, he could be resurrected. If this ability really existed, it was simply the pinnacle of imagination and unheard of. If this was true, how could there be no corresponding information and legends on the origin continent? Lin Moya didn't know whether this was true or not, but he would rather believe it was true. As for Qingshan Xingjun's actions, whether he had other purposes or not, as long as he did this, he was worthy of admiration. In this case, let's try it. Lin Moya communicated with the human emperor in his heart and decided to build the faith tower of Qingshan Xingjun in the rule world. Separate some people to chant the name of Qingshan Xingjun day and night to see if he could really be resurrected. This kind of thing was just an idea for Lin Moya, and the human emperor would arrange the rest. The explosion in the skeleton hell flattened the mountains on the earth, destroyed several nearby mountains, killed a large number of spirit beasts by the sudden explosion, and awakened countless spirit beasts. The spirit beasts continued to roar, angry and dissatisfied, but at this point, Lin Moya had no choice. As long as the transformation of the skeleton hell was not over, he could not leave. A valley had been formed in the surrounding thousands of kilometers, the ground sank, and the origin spirit vein was revealed. A strong origin breath came out, and Lin Moya found that this origin spirit vein was very strange. Some of the origin spirit veins were emitting death energy, and in the deepest part of the death energy, there was still a little tenacious vitality. Although it was somewhat different from the Immortal Avenue, it was somewhat similar to the Immortal Avenue. Lin Moya had enjoyed the benefits it brought before, helping him break through and successfully promoted to the Tinzun of the cooking level. Lin Moya knew that the reason why some of the origin spirit veins became like this was because they were polluted by the fragments of hell and infected by the death energy for countless years, which caused this situation. The other part of the origin spirit veins remained normal and had no attributes. Without attributes, it was suitable for most practitioners to practice. It's really a good place, the most suitable place for me. With this origin spiritual vein, for Lin Moya, cultivation would be twice as effective with half the effort. When practicing the immortal path, he could use this part of the origin spiritual vein that had been changed. When he wanted to practice the time and space path, he could use the other part of the origin spiritual vein. And other people could use the other part of the spiritual vein for cultivation. Everyone takes what they need. At this moment, Lin Moya made up his mind to establish his own power here. The roar became stronger and stronger, and the spirit beasts within a radius of thousands of kilometers expressed their dissatisfaction and were full of hostility towards Lin Moya. But Lin Moya ignored them. Since he had made up his mind, he would no longer care about these spirit beasts. The reason why he didn't provoke them before was because he hadn't walked down completely. Now, this place had become his territory, and he would not allow others to get involved, even spirit beasts. Amid the roar, the origin spirit beast finally couldn't hold back and rushed towards Lin Moya. The more spirit beasts there were, the more people would return to Lin Moya. The skeleton god general and the dragon riders went out at the same time, surrounding the area within 1,000 miles and forming a tight defense. If the spirit beasts wanted to break in, they must first break through their defense. Zhao Dongxing and the great sword Daizun also appeared outside, and they separated to the left and right, and were on both sides. If there were spirit beasts in the Daizun realm coming, they would deal with them. Countless spirit beasts rushed to the front, and before they could make a move, the undead army had already taken the lead. The skeleton god general swung out dense sword energy, which covered the sky and the sun, covering thousands of miles. In an instant, countless weak spirit beasts were torn into pieces. After a wave of attacks, the number of spirit beasts rushing over had been reduced by 1/3. White Bone Battle Formation, Saint. The Dragon Riders Corps commander issued an order, and the Dragon Riders Corps attacked one by one. They also rarely had the opportunity to go all out. In this wilderness, they no longer had to worry about going all out. There was no need for the Skeleton King to take action. Thousands of dragon riders and tens of billions of troops, with just one encounter, almost flattened all the spirit beasts. Corpse blood fell from the sky like rain, dyeing the earth red. The blood of spirit beasts contained great vitality, permeating the earth, entering the origin spirit vein, and making the origin spirit vein even stronger. Lin Moya's heart moved. Wuxing is ruthless. His eyes swept through the surrounding mountains and forests, and wherever he looked, he had marked out his territory. The forces need a buffer zone, so use 100,000 miles as the boundary and flatten this place. The Undead Legion received the order and launched a strong attack, starting to sweep the area within 100,000 miles. Chapter 2696. Chapter 2696, 2696. Chapter 2696, Dare to insult my lord, you shall be killed. About 20,000 miles away from Lin Moya, there was a small city. This city, though not large, had existed for some time. It was built not by humans, but by demons, specifically, the Blue-Eyed Thunder Wolf lineage. The Blue-Eyed Thunder Wolf was a powerful and high-ranking faction within the demon clans. They had been operating in Dongzhou for many years, establishing several bases, with this city being one of them. The structure of the demon clans differed from that of humans, with many factions and frequent frictions between them. Only a few friendly factions interacted with each other. In the city built by the Blue-Eyed Thunderwolf, there were only Hurricane Wolves besides the Blue-Eyed Thunderwolf lineage. The Blue-Eyed Thunderwolf and the Hurricane Wolf were allies, having made a covenant to develop their power in Dongzhou and search for resources together. Not far from the city, a mountain had been hollowed out to create a mine containing a special mineral with lightning properties, beneficial to the Blue-Eyed Thunderwolf. The accompanying wind-attributed plant was beneficial to the Hurricane Wolf. Thus, the two tribes joined forces to build a city here, with the Blue-Eyed Thunderwolf as the main force and the Hurricane Wolf as the auxiliary. At this time, the Blue-Eyed Thunderwolves and the city simultaneously looked into the distance. Among the tens of thousands of Blue-Eyed Thunderwolves, the leader, who had the cultivation of the second realm of Daozun, spoke sharply. What happened there? Beside him, a demon wolf with a blue body and surrounded by breezes said, there was a lot of noise. I can feel that there was a landslide and many spirit beasts were roaring angrily. The Blue-Eyed Thunderwolf pondered, could it be that someone wants to attack here? The Hurricane Wolf shook his head, there is something strange there. Didn't we go to see that canyon together that year? The Blue-Eyed Thunderwolf hummed, that canyon is too dangerous. We all couldn't get in. Could it be that something strange happened in that canyon? The Hurricane Wolf whispered, it's hard to say. I hope it won't affect us here. The Blue-Eyed Thunderwolf said, I received news before that the Thunder Light Purple Striped Tiger has recently confronted the Fallen Leaf City of the human race. The two sides are fighting, and I estimate that this war will last for a while. The Hurricane Wolf said, let them fight. We just focus on developing ourselves. The Thunder Light Purple Striped Tiger guys are a little too arrogant. The Blue-Eyed Thunderwolf was about to say something, but his pupils suddenly shrank. What is that? The Hurricane Wolf's hair also stood on end instantly, so many puppets. They saw tens of thousands of undead armies, like a dark cloud, rushing over. The Blue-Eyed Thunderwolf and the Hurricane Wolf took off at the same time, shouting at the undead army, who are you? This is our demon clan's territory, get out of here. In their eyes, there must be someone behind the scenes manipulating these puppets. Although there were many puppets, they were all in the realm of the Heavenly Venerable, and they didn't take them seriously. The undead army stopped, and one person stood on the skeleton dragon, flying out slowly. I am the commander of the 89th Army of the Dragon Riders under the seat of the Lord of the Undead. I will give you 10 seconds to retreat immediately, otherwise, I will wipe you out. Leader number 89 spoke in a heavy tone, with a strong killing intent. The Blue-Eyed Thunderwolf and the Hurricane Wolf looked at each other, shocked by what number 89 said. Lord of the Undead, Dragon Riders, 89th Army. So, there were at least 88 such puppet armies. Together, this was an extremely powerful force. But no matter how strong it was only a heavenly lord. The Blue-Eyed Thunderwolf was not willing to be outdone and snorted coldly, go back and tell that damn Lord of the Undead that this is our demon clan's territory. Don't provoke us, he can't afford it. Number 89 was furious, how dare you insult my lord, kill. He waved his sword and pointed it at the Blue-Eyed Thunderwolf, bone battle formation, the whole army attacks. A rule world emerged, and in an instant, the space was distorted, and countless dragon cavalry legions rushed out of the rule world. The Blue-Eyed Thunderwolf dared to insult Lin Moyu, which was an absolutely unforgivable crime. The 89th Army, millions of dragon riders, attacked simultaneously. A cloud of black clouds instantly turned into hundreds of clouds. The white bone battle formation was formed, and the white bone law was as vast as the sea, turning the surroundings into a sea of white sound. The Blue-Eyed Thunderwolf and Hurricane Wolf's faces changed drastically at the same time. They could never imagine how there would be so many puppets. Death charge. At the command of the Legion commander, the Dragon Rider Corps, led by the captains, turned into sharp knives and rushed towards the Blue-Eyed Thunderwolf and Hurricane Wolf. Although the two were frightened, they were not afraid. No matter how strong the Heavenly Venerable was, he was only the Heavenly Venerable. Looking for death. The two attacked simultaneously, and in an instant, thunder fell all over the sky, and the white bone battle axis that rushed to the front was smashed to pieces by thunder. Immediately afterward, the wind howled, and another white bone battle formation was blown away. The wind was like a knife, slashing the members of the Dragon Rider Corps to pieces. The gap between the Heavenly Venerable and the Tao Venerable was too big to be confronted. However, the Legion commander did not retreat at all and continued to command the rest of the battle formation to continue the attack. The Dragon Riders who were killed were resurrected by the undead spirits and reorganized into a battle formation. The battle in the sky immediately attracted all the Demon Clan members in the city. In an instant, a large number of Demon Clan members rose into the air and joined the battle group. A ray of light shot from afar, and the Star Arrow Lich used the Great Way of Arrows to descend from the sky. Before the Blue-Eyed Thunderwolf could react, the Star Arrow Lich had already pierced it. The Star Arrow Lich drilled down from the top of the Blue-Eyed Thunderwolf's head and pierced through its chest, and screams came from the Blue-Eyed Thunderwolf's mouth. With just one arrow, he was seriously injured. The Hurricane Wolf was shocked, and the Great Way of Wind emerged, turning into a hurricane to protect himself and the Blue-Eyed Thunderwolf. The White Bone battle formation passed them and rushed into the city. For a while, screams continued. The Hurricane Wolf's face changed drastically, and a large number of his people were killed and wounded in the instant of the fight. Stop! He roared and was about to go to support when the scream of the Blue-Eyed Thunderwolf suddenly rang in his ears. Heart! A huge sword slashed across the sky, and the sword flashed, and the two died on the spot. The figure of the giant sword Taoist appeared in the air for a moment, killed the two with a sword, and then went away. Without them, the demons in the city had no resistance and were slaughtered by the undead army in a blink of an eye. Lin Moya didn't care about the sweeping war. He believed that the army leaders could execute their orders well. If everything had to be done personally, it would be unnecessary to open their spiritual wisdom. The transformation of the skeleton hell was still continuing, and Lin Moya turned around and called Xiao San out. "Master, what do you want?" Since Lin Moya helped it avenge its bloodline death, Xiao San has become very obedient. Lin Moya pointed east, and it would never go west. Lin Moya said, "Explore the original spiritual veins here and draw a complete trend chart." Lin Moya threw a jade tablet to him to record the drawing. Xiao San nodded and said, "Master, rest assured, I will complete the task." It swooshed into the earth to draw the trend chart of the origin spirit vein. This is its talent, which makes it better than anyone else to do this job. When the trend chart is drawn, the emperor can combine the trend chart to carry out the layout and construction. Establishing power can be complicated or simple, and the scale can be large or small. Since Lin Moya has done it, he must do his best and will not be careless. Chapter 2697. Chapter 2697, 2697. Chapter 2697, Hell transforms, Dark Pond reappears. The undead army is responsible for annihilating the spirit beasts here, as well as all foreign entities. For Lin Moya, anyone who is not one of his own is considered a foreign entity. The undead army does not kill indiscriminately. If a spirit beast escapes, the undead army will not pursue and kill it. While sweeping the area, the undead army also records the terrain, following Lin Moya's orders, which will be useful in the future. Lin Moya's actions are equivalent to asserting sovereignty here, and they are extremely powerful. The city of the Blue-Eyed Thunderwolf was razed to the ground, and no one survived. Dealing with them is different from dealing with spirit beasts. A group of spirit beasts can be let go, they can even come back later. They are just temporarily driven away, not killed. The existence of the demon race must be eradicated, and they must not be allowed to spread the news. Otherwise, there will be endless troubles later. Lin Moya does not want to confront the demon race head-on for the time being. He is not afraid, but it will be very troublesome. Xiao San quickly mapped the trend of the origin spirit vein, clarifying its direction and range. Lin Moya can use the layout of the origin spirit vein to arrange formations and defenses. This is a systematic and large project, with many factors to consider. It is impossible to complete it in one go. If Lin Moya were to do it alone, it might take a long time to finish. Fortunately, Lin Moya is not alone. Everyone has a clear division of labor. After all the data is collected, Yin Huang will arrange it. Several experienced supremes in the rule world are very adept at this, and Lin Moya can safely delegate the task to them. After 2 full days, the transformation of the skeleton hell finally came to an end. The skeleton hell has completely digested the fragments of hell and has turned from illusion to reality. Lin Moya stared at the transformed skeleton hell, and the first thing he felt was its breath. No matter how strong the skeleton hell was before, it lacked a sense of reality. Now, the skeleton hell gives Lin Moya a strong sense of reality. The skeleton hell seems to be evolving towards a real existence. The gate of hell emerged, more exquisite and magnificent than before, revealing vastness and full of the breath of time. The most important thing is the sense of reality. The gate of hell now feels much more real than before. A red light lit up under the gate of hell, and then a majestic magma waterfall rolled down, turning into a magma river. The magma waterfall continued to increase, and more magma rolled down, forming a large river with countless tributaries. In the blink of an eye, the magma had covered most of the skeleton hell. The previous Hellfire River turned into a more powerful and hot magma fire river. The flames continued to burn, never extinguishing. One by one, the Hell Evil Spirits emerged from the magma. The Hell Evil Spirits also changed their appearance and became stronger, now in the realm of Heavenly Daazun. They had an extra flame armor on their bodies, making them look more ferocious and terrifying. While becoming stronger, their numbers decreased accordingly. The number dropped sharply from 10 million to 1 million, leaving only 1/10 of the combat power, but they were stronger than before. The thought of millions of Daazun realm Hell Evil Spirits is enough to make anyone shudder. Lin Moya carefully sensed it and said to himself, although they are in the Daazun realm, they are much weaker than ordinary Daazun and can only barely be considered Daazun realm. The Daazun realm Hell Evil Spirits have no Dao patterns on their bodies. Without Dao patterns, it is difficult to activate the power of the Great Dao. In fact, the Hell Evil Spirits do not have any power of the Great Dao. They are only scary because of their attribute of consuming everything. In this state, it is no problem to deal with 1 or 2 strong men of the Daazun realm. If it is a Daazun realm 3, there will be trouble. If it is a Daazun realm 4 who has evolved the true body of the Great Dao, they will not be able to cope, and the opponent can easily escape. The range of the skeleton hell is limited. If the opponent escapes, there will be no way to pursue. Lin Moya knew very well that the skeleton hell was still not truly complete. When it is truly complete, it will surely scare the world strong. The transformation of the skeleton hell was not yet completely over. 10 boiling fireballs appeared in the air, continuously spraying flames to the earth, shining with the fire river. Above the fireballs, the Eye of Hell emerged, slowly opening like a high king, looking down at the entire skeleton hell from a high position. Groups of black air spewed out from the Eye of Hell, and countless red spider lilies grew on both sides of the fire river. The red spider lilies bloomed one after another, scattering strange purple brilliance. Lin Moya found that these red spider lilies became more and more real, and their influence was even greater, enough to affect Daazun. Then his pupils shrank suddenly. Below the gate of hell, beside the magma waterfall, a black shadow emerged. This black shadow was like a bottomless black vortex, and after it appeared, it began to rotate. An invisible suction force was generated, and part of the magma waterfall next to it was immediately sucked away by it. It was like a bottomless pit. No matter how much magma was sucked away, it could not be filled. It was so dark that it could even swallow light. The netherworld black pool. If it can swallow some more fragments of hell, I'm afraid the evolution of the skeleton hell will be more complete. Lin Moyo murmured to himself. He took a deep breath. He didn't expect that the skeleton hell would even evolve into the netherworld black pool. The netherworld black pool is one of the biggest changes in this transformation. Although it has no effect now, it is only a prototype. However, Lin Moyo believes that as the skeleton hell becomes stronger, the netherworld black pool will inevitably change accordingly. The real netherworld black pool, with only a little netherworld black water, can create the netherworld clan, which shows how powerful it is. The transformation of the skeleton hell was finally completed, and the coverage area is still 1,000 kilometers, which is not too big, but definitely not small. The number of evil spirits in hell is only 1/10, and the realm has become the Daazun realm. The fire river has changed, and there is a dark pool. Lin Moyo checked the magic data of the skeleton hell and found that he could not check the data. The skeleton hell has undergone some wonderful changes in the transformation. There is no more data to display, and everything depends on your own experience. Okay, anyway, as long as it is still my magic, it will be fine. I think it can be regarded as the realm of Taoism. Let's see if it works this time. Lin Moyo took out a 7th level fine origin crystal and threw it to the skeleton hell, intending to feed it with the origin crystal. But it spit out the origin crystal again, and it did not accept it. At the same time, the skeleton hell shook. As it shook, a large amount of source power surged from the ground and was absorbed by it. After just a little absorption, the source spirit vein seemed to be a little weaker. Lin Moyo then realized that the skeleton hell did not want source crystals, but source spirit veins. Lin Moyo was speechless for a while, and another big eater came, and it was a very picky eater who wanted to eat directly from the source spirit veins. Forget it, I will help you find 10 source veins when I have the chance in the future. But you can't eat this one now, I have a use for it. Lin Moyo waved his hand and put the skeleton hell away. Just when the nether black pool appeared, in a mysterious place, a huge black statue suddenly shook, and bursts of red light beams emerged. A person sat under the statue and raised his head suddenly. The nether black pool reappeared. The nether god lord ordered, "Sia we nether black pool." The order spread throughout the clan, and the nether clan, which had been silent for countless years, woke up at this moment. Chapter 2698. Chapter 2698, 2698. Chapter 2698. The better you eat, the stronger your origin spiritual vein will be. The area of 100,000 li was flattened, most of the spirit beasts were driven away, and not many were actually killed. The spirit beasts driven away were all above the supreme realm. The spirit beasts below the supreme realm trembled under the pressure of the undead legion and did not dare to resist at all. The undead legion did not kill them. Xiao San has completed the exploration of the terrain of the origin spirit vein within 1,000 kilometers nearby and formed a complete trend map. As for the farther places, the trend of the origin spirit vein becomes more complicated, with more branches. It takes a lot of time to explore, and it may take several years. For now, the range of 1,000 kilometers is enough. The remaining spirit vein trend does not necessarily need to be explored by Xiao San. Xiao San returned the jade card recording the trend map to Lin Moyo and said, "Master, this origin spirit vein has reached the peak of the 6th level. As long as there is a suitable opportunity, it can be sublimated to the 7th level. The 7th order origin spirit vein is much stronger than the 6th order one. If there is a 7th order origin spirit vein to support, cultivation will be much faster." Lin Moyo had already made some preparations before and prepared some materials for spirit vein sublimation. But according to Xiao San, it is still not enough. If you want to sublimate the spirit vein, there is one most important thing, a relatively weak origin spirit vein. The strong origin spirit vein can devour the weak origin spirit vein and sublimate. Lin Moyo suddenly thought of the 2 origin spirit beasts that had been eating and drinking for a long time in his own rule world. The 2 spirit beard insect beasts have eaten a lot of origin crystals during this period, and the level of the origin crystals they have eaten is not low. They will have to pay something at that time. Lin Moyo threw out the 2 spirit beard insect beasts and also released the insect mother. One thing overcomes another with the insect mother. The 2 spirit beard insect beasts became very honest and dared not move. Xiao San looked at the spirit beard insect beasts, then at the insect mother, and finally at Lin Moyo. The mouse blinked his squinting eyes. "Master, are you a treasure chest?" Lin Moyo knew what it meant. "By chance, I got these 2 guys." Xiao San was puzzled. The insect mother was also obtained by the master. Lin Moyo laughed. It was indeed a coincidence. Xiao San was speechless. The coincidence was too much. Lin Moyo said, "These 2 guys have been eating and drinking for free for a long time. I think they can almost get the origin of the spiritual vein. You are all spiritual beasts, so communicate with them and see when you can get it done." Xiao San patted his chest and guaranteed, "No problem, leave it to me." With a whoosh, Xiao San jumped in front of the spirit beard insect beasts. They are all spiritual beasts, and Xiao San, being a spiritual beast of the 3rd realm of Daozun, can easily suppress the origin of the spiritual beast from the realm. Xiao San put his claws on his waist, moved his mouth slightly, and made a sound that Lin Moyo couldn't understand at all. Lin Moya knew that this should be the language between spiritual beasts. If the spirit beasts were enlightened, they could speak human language to communicate. Unfortunately, the two spirit beard insect beasts were at a very high level, higher than ordinary spirit beasts, even higher than Xiao San. The world is fair, and it is difficult for them to open their spiritual intelligence. Fortunately, Xiao San can communicate with them in spirit beast language, which saves a lot of trouble. After a short exchange, Xiao San reported to Lin Moyo very proudly, reporting to the master, "I have asked clearly. They have reached the critical point now and can start transformation at any time. It's just that they have been missing something, so they have not been promoted yet." Lin Moyo asked, "Tell me clearly, what is missing?" Xiao San said, "It depends on what level of origin spiritual vein the master needs. For example, this big guy is already a high-level Tinzun, and it will be a Daizun if it is promoted. When it is promoted, it can breed an origin spiritual vein, and the level of this origin spiritual vein will be different. For example, if the master uses the 7th level origin crystal to promote it, it can breed a 5th level lower quality origin spiritual vein. If you use the 7th grade fine origin crystal, it will breed a 5th grade upper grade origin spirit vein. If you use the 7th grade world class origin crystal, it will have the opportunity to breed a 6th grade lower grade origin spirit vein." Xiao San explained it in detail. In short, this Song Mosligzu insect beast needs to use the 7th grade origin crystal to upgrade. The level of the origin crystal is different, and the level of the spirit veins bred is also different, ranging from the 5th grade lower grade to the 6th grade lower grade. The small Lingxiu insect beast is only a low-level Tinzun, and it can be promoted to a middle-level Tinzun this time. When promoted, it can breed a 3rd grade origin spirit vein, but it also needs a 7th grade origin crystal to be promoted. They eat the same, but they breed different things, which is related to their own realm. Lin Moya knew that if other forces got these two Lingxiu insect beasts, they would definitely try their best to meet the other party's promotion conditions and breed origin spirit veins. This is a very profitable business, and it will never lose money. Lin Moya was very curious, if he gave them the 8th level origin crystals to eat, could they breed higher quality origin spirit veins? Xiao San asked, and the answer surprised Lin Moyo. The 8th level origin crystals were too high level, and they couldn't digest them. They had to wait until they reached the 4th level of Daozun before they could digest the 8th level origin crystals. Xiao San whispered, "Master, in fact, there is no need to let the insect mother watch them now. Even if you drive them away now, they won't leave." Lin Moyo felt a little strange. "Why?" Xiao San said, "They said that they have good food and drink here, they always have origin crystals to eat, and they don't have to do anything. They live very well." Lin Moya was even more surprised. Giving them origin crystals is to let them breed origin spirit veins, how can they not do anything? Xiao San said, "They said that it is their nature to breed origin spirit veins, and they were supposed to breed them." Lin Moya was a little amused. He actually raised two guys who ate and drank for free, no wonder they were so honest. Lin Moya threw out 100 7th level exquisite origin crystals without any care, eat it, and quickly breed the origin spirit vein. The two spirit beard insect beasts immediately ate it up, like chickens pecking at rice, slowly eating up the origin crystals. Their aura was rapidly increasing. They had already reached the critical point of promotion and breakthrough. Now with the 7th level origin crystals, they easily took the last step. Xiao San said with envy, "I really envy the origin spirit beasts. As long as they eat enough, they can naturally be promoted without any bottleneck." Lin Moya said, "The world is fair. There are good and bad things. It is very difficult for the origin spirit beasts to open the spirit beasts." Xiao San nodded and said, "Indeed, and they can only eat origin crystals, unlike me, who can eat all kinds of delicacies." Lin Moya chuckled, "Your idea is good. Only with spiritual intelligence can you be a complete life, and you will not be muddle-headed." He told Xiao San to look at the spirit beard insect beasts, and Moya began to refine the origin spirit veins. Chapter 2699. Chapter 2699, 2699. Chapter 2699. I'm afraid you won't be alive to receive the overwhelming wealth. The 6th level origin spiritual vein was in an ownerless state. Previously, Jingshan Xingjun's physical body had evolved into a secret realm, and the hell fragments had polluted the origin spiritual vein, preventing its discovery. Now, Lin Moya could refine it. Refining an origin spiritual vein is not a task that can be completed in a day or night. It takes a long time. It is normal for a strong person to spend thousands or even tens of thousands of years refining it. The origin spiritual vein is not a magic weapon, and its scope is extremely wide, often spanning thousands or tens of thousands of miles. For example, the 8th level spiritual vein of Hanshui Saint extends over tens of millions of miles. The strong people in Hanshui Holy Land cannot completely refine it, they can only refine part of it. The stronger the origin spiritual vein, the longer it takes to refine it. Lin Moya did not aim to refine all of it. He only needed to refine a small part of the core of the origin spiritual vein, and the rest could be refined slowly over time. Using the topographic map drawn by Xiao San, Lin Moya easily found the core of the origin spiritual vein, and his soul power drilled directly into it. The origin spiritual vein is complex, and finding the core is not easy. Without Xiao San, it would have taken at least a year and a half to locate the core of the origin spiritual vein. But now, in just 2 days, he could accurately lock onto the core. The origin spiritual vein vibrated, resisting Lin Moya's soul power. Although the origin spiritual vein is unconscious, it has instincts that resist any power attempting to occupy it. Lin Moya was prepared for this and sent his soul power surging out like a sharp knife, piercing the core of the origin spiritual vein. After a brief struggle, the origin spiritual vein was finally marked by Lin Moyo, and its resistance weakened. The first step of refining was completed easily, and the next step was to fill every corner of the core of the origin spiritual vein with soul power. The core of the origin spiritual vein is a vast area, not a small point, and requires extremely powerful soul power. Fortunately, Lin Moya's soul power is endless. As long as he controls the amount used, there is no need to worry about running out of soul power. His refining speed was much faster than others. Even some Daozun could not refine as quickly as he could. In just over 10 days, Lin Moya completed the refining of the origin spiritual vein. The main body of the origin spiritual vein was firmly in his hands, and the rest was just a matter of time. He had to follow the trend of the origin spiritual vein and use his soul power to travel through every corner and branch of the origin spiritual vein. The stronger the origin spiritual vein, the wider the range it occupies and the more branches it has. Over long distances, the soul power weakens significantly, making it difficult to completely refine a high-level origin spiritual vein. Lin Moya returned to the ground and saw that the two spirit-beard insect beasts had shrunk and were undergoing promotion and transformation. More than half of the 107th level exquisite origin crystals he had left before had been eaten. This way of eating, even Tong Shili can't afford it. Ordinary forces struggle to produce a single 7th level exquisite origin crystal, let alone dozens. They simply don't have the ability to promote the spirit-beard insect beasts, and even if they did, it would be a waste of resources. Only someone like Lin Moyo, who can freely use origin crystals, is the best caretaker for the origin spirit beasts. The aura of the two spirit-beard insect beasts grew stronger, reaching its peak. Half a day later, with a slight sound, the smaller spirit-beard insect beast was the first to complete its transformation. It turned into a stream of light and rushed into the sky, spreading its spirit whiskers in the air, flaunting them. It successfully promoted from a low-level Tinzun to a mid-level Tinzun. After its promotion, a shell was left on the ground, which was the shell it shed during its promotion. The shell softened instantly and then turned into a ball of light. Xiaosan said, "This is the origin spirit vein. As long as it is planted in the right place, it will not take much time for it to grow into a huge origin spirit vein. If the master wants, you can also feed it to other origin spirit veins, which saves me the step of refining it again." The shell shed by the spirit-beard insect beast is the origin spirit vein they produce. This scene is rare, and most practitioners will never see it. Lin Moya knew that the spirit-beard insect beast could produce origin spirit veins, but he didn't expect it to be this way. Feeling the origin spirit vein in his hand, he realized it was a third-level upper-grade origin spirit vein. Although it had not fully unfolded, he could feel the origin power contained within it. So, as long as I can keep them promoted, I can keep harvesting origin spirit veins. Xiao San replied, "It shouldn't be possible. They also have limits. After a certain number of breedings, they will fall into nirvana. It takes a long time for them to fall into nirvana, often millions of years, and then they wake up and start over again. But there are exceptions. A long time ago, there was an origin spirit beast that broke through the 9th level of Daozun and then disappeared. But when it disappeared, it left behind a 9th level origin spirit vein, which later also disappeared." What Xiao San said was based on blood inheritance. It was not false, but it was hard to say whether it was exaggerated. Lin Moya collected the origin spirit vein in his hand and did not immediately use it for his 6th level origin spirit vein. The 3rd level origin spirit vein was still too weak. It wouldn't be long before the larger spirit-beard insect beast completed its transformation. The origin spirit vein it produced could reach the 5th level upper grade, which would be enough to promote his own origin spirit vein to the 7th level. As for the one in hand, it could be given to the skeleton hell or the world tree. Either way, it would be very useful. Suddenly, wild laughter echoed from a distant place. Lin Moya looked up, and the eye of the undead moved, seeing a tiny soul flame. The soul flame was more than 100,000 kilometers away but rapidly approaching. Without Lin Moya's command, the 71st Dragon Rider Corps on the periphery had already taken action. No matter how strong the opponent was, anyone who dared to intrude would be attacked by them. The Dragon Cavalry Corps formed a white bone battle formation, and the white bone law gathered into a sea death charge. At the command of the corps commander, the white bone battle formation instantly charged and crashed into the opponent. "Where did you get this rubbish? Get out of here." With a roar, the opponent smashed the white bone battle formations one by one, directly breaking through the defense line of the Dragon Cavalry Corps and driving straight in. The soul flame continued to grow. Lin Moya discerned from the soul flame that the opponent was a strong man in the 4th realm of Daozun. He stood on a delicate warship, charging forward, ignoring the undead army as if it were nothing. This warship was a Daozun realm magic weapon, emitting dazzling light and very powerful. The undead army couldn't even get close. The warship alone blocked them outside. The army commander controlled the dragon riders to surround the warship, using their numbers to block it. There are quite a few, but no matter how many there are, they are still garbage. "Get out of here." With a roar, a road appeared in the air. Yellow sand rolled in the road, and in an instant, yellow sand also rolled between heaven and earth. The yellow sand in the road turned into an endless storm, blowing away all the dragon riders. With a wild laugh, he rushed to Lin Moyu, only a few meters away from him. He stared at the Lynxu insect beast. "It's actually an origin spirit beast. I'm really lucky." Then he looked around, ignoring Lin Moyo, who was only a mid-level Tinzun, and his eyes shrank suddenly. An origin spirit vein, a Tian swallowing rat, and another origin spirit vein. "This is not good luck, this is overwhelming wealth. I'm going to be rich, completely rich." Lin Moya snorted coldly, I'm afraid you won't be alive to receive the overwhelming wealth. Chapter 2700. Chapter 2700, 2700. Chapter 2700. You didn't check your fortune before going out today. 2 origin spirit beasts, a heaven-devouring rat, and an origin spirit vein. Such wealth far exceeded that of ordinary 5-star forces. Even typical 6-star forces paled in comparison. For an individual, possessing this level of riches wasn't just good fortune, it could potentially be a fatal disaster. When the 4th-level Daozun powerhouse heard Lin Moya's words, he was momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. Little one, do you understand what you're saying? Who's in charge here? Have them come out and speak with me. In his eyes, these treasures couldn't possibly belong to a mere Tianzun like Lin Moyo. He assumed there must be a Daozun backing him and wanted to assess their strength before taking action. His caution was evident. Lin Moya chuckled, I am the one in charge here. Since you're a senior of the human race, leave quickly. Otherwise, you may not survive. Hearing Lin Moya's audacious words, the other party sneered, Junior, do you know who you're addressing? Do you understand my status? You're just a lowly Tianzun. You don't even qualify to speak with me. Lin Moyo observed a distinctive mark on the other party's worship, 3 petals representing wind, water, and fire attributes. He recognized it as the unique emblem of the 3 Spirits sect. So, you're a Daoist master from the 3 Spirits sect, Lin Moya declared loudly. The Daoist master smiled, you're quite knowledgeable. I am Tafeng, Daoist master of the 3 Spirits sect. Now, hurry and summon your elders. Lin Moya reiterated, I've already said that I'm in charge here. Everything you see belongs to me. If you have something to say, tell me directly. Xiaosan leaped onto Lin Moya's shoulder, staring at Daoist Master Tafeng with his large eyes. He whispered, Master, this old guy seems to be up to no good. Lin Moya was amused, you're using the wrong phrase. He's not up to no good with me, he's clearly trying to take advantage of you. Xiaosan replied, I see. Anyway, this guy doesn't look like a good person. Lin Moya smiled, there are many Daoist masters in the world, but very few can be called good people. Daozun couldn't be cultivated through peaceful means. They had typically clawed their way up through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. How could they be good people? Some Daozun might change their habits after reaching that level and stop fighting, but their combative nature had long been formed. There were almost no genuinely kind individuals among them. Lin Moyo and Xiaosan's casual conversation, as if no one else was present, made Daozun Tafeng feel awkward. In his eyes, the man and the rat weren't taking him seriously at all. His rising anger was evident from his increasingly rapid breathing. Daozun Tafeng glared at them and then produced a magical artifact resembling a pagoda. It shot into the sky, emitting a strange aura that covered tens of thousands of miles. A breeze appeared, sweeping through every corner of the area. Lin Moya guessed Tafeng's intentions and muttered, truly cautious. Xiaosan asked curiously, Master, what's this guy doing? Lin Moyo explained, it's likely a detection artifact that can sense if there are any hidden powerhouses here. Tafeng suddenly laughed loudly, so there really are no strong individuals here. Little one, I didn't expect your luck to be so good, acquiring so many treasures. But tell me, how do you deserve such riches? It seems these treasures were prepared for me, and you're just holding them temporarily. He continued, young man, do you understand that everyone has their own destiny? Your destiny isn't strong enough to warrant these possessions. Even if you obtain them, you'll eventually lose them, along with your life. Lin Moya smiled, you mean, that's why I encountered you? Daozun Tafeng laughed, exactly. You met me, and today all these treasures will belong to me. Hand them over obediently, and I might consider sparing your life. Though he said this, his eyes were filled with murderous intent. It was clear he had no intention of letting Lin Moya go. He spoke this way only to avoid destroying both the jade and the stone. Lin Moya suddenly sighed, you must not have checked your fortune before going out today. Daozun Tafeng was momentarily confused, what do you mean? Lin Moya replied, you must not have foreseen the bloody disaster awaiting you today. Since Daozun Tafeng had decided to kill him, Lin Moya saw no need for politeness. It was impossible for him to let Tafeng go just because he was a Daozun of the 3 Spirit sect. Doing so would lead to endless troubles in the future. Before Daozun Tafeng could act, Lin Moya took the initiative. With a flick of his finger, space suddenly twisted. Skeleton Hell. The newly transformed Skeleton Hell, which Lin Moyo himself barely recognized, appeared just in time to make Daozun Tafeng its first test subject. Tafeng's vision blurred instantly, and a red light appeared before his eyes. The world changed, and he found himself trapped in the Skeleton Hell. A gate of hell loomed in the distance, with a magma waterfall gushing out, forming a river of fire. Daozun Tafeng's face changed drastically. What is this place? Never having seen the Skeleton Hell before, Tafeng was momentarily panicked. He exclaimed, the gate of hell? How is this possible? As a Daozun, especially one from the 3 Spirits sect, he naturally possessed the knowledge to recognize the gate of hell at a glance. But the more he recognized it, the more unbelievable it seemed that it could appear here. In the sky, the eye of hell slowly opened and gazed upon Daozun Tafeng. Boom! Tafeng's soul trembled violently, the impact causing his eyes to momentarily blacken. Though the eye of hell's soul impact couldn't severely harm a Daozun, it had already affected him significantly. Under the 4.9 level soul impact, Daozun Tafeng instantly fell into a state of unconsciousness. Even the protective light of his worship dimmed at that moment. Simultaneously, the magma from the fire river surged skyward, transforming into a giant hand that grabbed Tafeng's worship and dragged it directly into the fire river. The red spider lilies swayed, their purple light descending. Dao Zun Tafang's aura dropped sharply, by at least 40%. All these attacks were completed in an instant. Lin Moya was stunned. They can actually cooperate. Dao Zun Tafang finally regained consciousness. Seeing his warship about to plunge into the magma, he roared. The treasure light shone brightly as the warship struggled wildly. Countless cracks appeared in the magma hand, and it was on the verge of breaking. Hell spirits wearing flame armor flew out, densely surrounding the warship. They opened their mouths wide, swallowing the precious light of the vessel. The warship's power quickly weakened, and it fell back into the magma once more. Guys, this novel is uploaded by Audiobook Novels. Please support me via Patreon or consider buying a novel from our collection.
Every novel listed in the description comes with permanent access to the audiobook on Telegram. You pay once, and if the novel is still ongoing, you'll receive all future updates automatically. No extra cost. Choose your novel from the description, then DM me on Telegram, WhatsApp, or Discord. After payment via PayPal, Ko-Fi, or Patreon, you'll get instant access. Simple, secure, lifetime listening. Guys, make sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification button. Your support means a lot.